In the year 2021, Earth was engulfed by the explosive aftermath of a supernova, leading to the descent of a bronze dragon's corpse from the heavens. From that moment, the world underwent monumental changes. Spiritual energy began to revive. Chaos ensued with the resurgence of demons and monsters, and humanity entered an era of flourishing martial arts, where the struggle between humans and malevolent beings reached its zenith. The young Li Mu, by a stroke of fortune, activated an invincible cosmic battleship and gained memories from 30 years into the future. He swept through the realms, battled in the skies, shattered the heavens with his fists, and vied for supremacy over the firmament. Great demons? Ghost kings? Demon lords? You dare to compare with me? Huh, I apologize, but all of you present are mere trifles. Chapter 1. Return to youth. All right, 30 for the premium, 10 for the ordinary. Which would you prefer? Is it really that expensive? Li Mu stood hesitantly at the entrance of a general goods store, clutching a gift box, his face reflecting a reluctant expression. He had not anticipated that such a small item would command such a high price. Today is the Qixi festival. Do you understand? If the prices aren't raised today, are we supposed to save them for the new year? The shopkeeper displayed palpable impatience. Moreover, times have changed. The world underwent a drastic transformation 15 years ago. Do you have any idea how scarce resources have become? Indeed, it was now the year 2035, and the world had long since altered. In 2020, a sudden upheaval occurred, heralding the revival of spiritual energy. In the 15 years since this revival, demons and monsters had re-emerged, wreaking havoc, and humanity's existence became exceedingly arduous. Not only did they retreat into various strongholds, but they also faced severe shortages of essential supplies. The item Li Mu wished to purchase, which had previously been sold by the box, was now sold individually, further straining his already parched throat. This was his first time buying such a thing. Surely, the more expensive option would be of superior quality. After a moment's hesitation, feigning composure, he declared, "Then I shall take the better one. Here you go, kid. If you can't hold on for even 10 seconds, you'll be at a loss." The shopkeeper smirked derisively, took his money, and tossed 2 small bags in his direction. Li Mu grasped the items and hastily made his way toward a nearby hotel. As he approached, his anxiety intensified. Wang Shui was waiting for him inside. Wang Shui was his girlfriend, a fellow graduate from the martial arts preparatory program. They had known each other for many years and had only recently solidified their romantic relationship. However, since they became a couple, their interactions had been limited to holding hands, and they had yet to share even a kiss, remaining quite innocent, let alone engage in anything more intimate. Today was the Qixi festival, perhaps. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mu tightened his grip on the gift box as he entered the hotel elevator. This present was specially prepared for Wang Shui. She would undoubtedly appreciate it. "Hey Li Mu, what's that you're holding, you pauper? Planning to take advantage of our Wang Shui during the festival?" As he stepped into the hotel room, a mocking voice pierced the Li Mu's expression soured upon seeing the speaker. Weren't they meant to celebrate the Qixi festival as a couple? Why was this third wheel here? What are you doing here? Li Mu asked, visibly displeased. The woman named Zhou Yin is a close friend of Wang Shui, characterized by her sharp tongue and avaricious nature. She has always looked down upon Li Mu and frequently encourages Wang Shui to seek out wealthy heirs, earning Li Mu's profound disdain for her. "If I hadn't come, wouldn't you bully Wang Shui?" Zhou Yin said mockingly, rising to her feet and crossing her arms, casting a derisive glance at Li Mu. "Impossible," Li Mu replied with a forced smile, quickly glancing at Wang Shui and hurriedly concealing the small bag in his pocket. "Enough of your bickering. Li Mu, did you bring my gift?" Wang Shui's gentle voice chimed in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at him. With cascading long hair and striking beauty, Wang Shui, though not the belle of the 4th Martial Arts University preparatory class, was certainly among the prettiest. "Gift? Yes, I have it right here." Li Mu promptly produced the gift box and handed it to Wang Shui. Wang Shui eagerly reached out, swiftly unwrapping the box, but her expression did not reflect the joy that Li Mu had hoped for. "This is your gift? A mere broken stone? Where's the black dragon blood?" Wang Shui exclaimed, her countenance shifting as she unveiled what appeared to be an old jade pendant. "Black dragon blood? You desire the black dragon blood?" Li Mu's expression darkened, Both the black dragon blood and the jade pendant were heirlooms from his parents. The black dragon blood belonged to his missing father, while the pendant was the sole relic from his mother. The pendant held profound significance for him. His admiration for Wang Shui was absolute, compelling him to present her with his mother's cherished possession, only to discover she yearned for the black dragon blood instead. The blood of the formidable black Jiao dragon was sufficient to refine a body-tempering pill, which could enhance one's martial arts aptitude. Li Mu's talent was average, significantly inferior to Wang Shui's without the body-tempering pill derived from the black dragon blood. He might not gain admission to the martial arts university. Wang Shui had previously been unaware of his possession of the black dragon blood. With the martial arts university aptitude test approaching, he had only revealed this information to alleviate her concerns. At that moment, Wang Shui's reaction unsettled Li Mu deeply. Li Mu, rest assured, as long as you hand over the black dragon blood, I will have it refined into a body-tempering pill, and we can each take one to enhance our cultivation abilities and attend university together. Wang Shui expressed with a hint of shyness. Besides, haven't you always wanted me? If you give me the black dragon blood, we can. Li Mu, with Snow saying so, do you really believe this worthless creature would deceive you for the black dragon blood? Zhou Yin sneered, her demeanor haughty. Let me be frank, if it weren't for Wang Shui's feelings for you, she could have any man she desires. Why would she waste her time with someone like you? If you don't hand over the black dragon blood to Wang Shui today, I will ensure she breaks up with you. Wang Shui remained silent, seemingly in agreement with Zhou Yin. Breaking up? It's undoubtedly your doing. On what grounds do you compel Wang Shui to terminate her relationship with me? Li Mu erupted with agitation, storming towards Zhou Yin, shouting furiously. It was clear that this woman had said something to Wang Shui, causing her to disdain the jade pendant he had gifted her. This woman had always looked down upon him. Everything was orchestrated by her. Get away from me. With your impoverished status, it's no surprise that Wang Shui would split with you. Let me tell you, there are countless wealthy heirs pursuing Wang Shui. If you don't have the black dragon blood today, just wait for the breakup. Zhou Yin forcefully seized the jade pendant from Wang Shui's hand and hurled it at Li Mu with great ferocity. Crack! Zhou Yin was a martial practitioner, possessing incredible strength. Before Li Mu could utter a word, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The shattered jade pierced his skin, and blood immediately flowed onto the fragmented pendant. Li Mu suddenly froze. An onslaught of images invaded his mind. He let out a harrowing scream, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, as those images seemed to be memories, boiling over in his brain. Countless scenes converged. Li Mu, give me the black dragon blood. You worthless fool, keeping the black dragon blood with you is a waste. People like you should perish sooner rather than later. Let's eliminate this waste to prevent future troubles. In the visions, Li Mu witnessed Wang Shui's betrayal after obtaining the black dragon blood. He saw Lin Xiao bribing assassins, attempting to run him over and silence him. He watched as Wang Shui and Lin Xiao ascended to greatness, filled with self-satisfaction, leveraging the black dragon blood. He saw himself with broken legs, living in disgrace for a decade, helplessly watching that wretched Wang Shui and Lin Xiao revel in their happiness, unable to exact revenge. No! Li Mu abruptly sat up from the ground, drenched in sweat, and screamed in despair. Enough, Li Mu. Stop pretending. Today, it's a choice between me and the black dragon blood. If you don't want to break up, then hand over the black dragon blood. Wang Shui, observing Li Mu's collapse, stood up with an expression of indifference, casting aside the facade of tenderness she had previously displayed. Those images, are they memories from the next 30 years? Li Mu murmured to himself. What had surged forth from the shattered pendant were indeed his memories of the next 30 years. And that pendant was no ordinary object, it was a key to a battleship. If you desire it, then take it. Li Mu cast a profound glance at Wang Shui, his face reflecting an expression she could not comprehend. He retrieved a sealed vial from his backpack and handed it to her. The liquid within the vial gleamed a deep crimson, akin to blood. Chapter 2. The First Reinforcement. Is this the black dragon blood? Wang Shui's face lit up with greed. She then turned to Li Mu and said, Li Mu, you know we're still young and shouldn't act recklessly. Once we enter university, things will be different. When we get to university, whatever you desire, I will grant you. After speaking, Wang Shui opened the door and turned to leave. Zhou Yin cast a wary glance at Li Mu and hurried after him, faintly hearing Wang Shui's triumphant laughter in the distance. To deceive this worthless fool and obtain the black dragon blood was no easy feat. Now that the black dragon blood is mine, let that miserly Mu languish in the slums and await his demise. You have indeed betrayed me. Li Mu gazed at the retreating figures of Wang Shui and Zhou Yin, his expression gradually turning icy. His mind was now burdened with memories of the next 30 years, which had irrevocably altered his character. He no longer harbored any feelings for Wang Shui. The kind-hearted, timidly Mu of you was no more. He then retrieved another small vial from within his robe. This vial contained the true black dragon blood, the magical essence of the king-level demon, the black flood dragon. What Wang Shui had taken was merely a vial of the lowest grade beast blood, that of the pig demon, which Li Mu had painstakingly saved to procure for himself. I never anticipated that this would turn out to be a key to a spaceship. Once Wang Shui had departed, Li Mu picked up the shattered jade pendant from the ground, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. According to the memories I just acquired, 30 years hence, the human alliance will engage in a decisive battle with the demon clan. During these years, the mechanical army I fashioned using that spaceship will be betrayed and ambushed by my allies, leading to my demise. After calculating all possible outcomes, the spaceship's mainframe will detonate its energy core to overload, ultimately transmitting these 30 years of memories back through a black hole. These memories were stored within the jade pendant until activated by Li Mu's blood. In the present-day Earth, 2/3 of the territory had been overrun by the demon clan and various aberrations, leaving humanity confined to isolated city fortresses. These fortresses were established during the cataclysm, built upon the remnants of major cities, serving as humanity's last bastions and sanctuaries. Rome Fortress was a small stronghold housing over 1 million inhabitants, while Shangjing Fortress and Moda Fortress were the largest in Huaxia, boasting populations reaching 50 million. After the surge of spiritual energy, anyone with talent could cultivate martial arts and Taoist practices, once merely the stuff of films. These skills had become reality, often more potent than depicted in cinema. Now, the schools within these fortresses had transformed into martial arts and Taoist institutions, focusing on the teachings of combat and spiritual cultivation. Though Li Mu possessed only average aptitude, he still held the black dragon blood. The black dragon blood, a remnant of a king-level demon, could be used to concoct body-refining elixirs, enhancing one's cultivation potential. In those 30 years of memories, his childhood sweetheart, Wang Shui, had deceived him to steal his black dragon blood, and alongside a wealthy heir from Rome Fortress, consumed the elixirs, successfully gaining admission to Modu Fortress University. Meanwhile, Li Mu had languished in Rome for a decade before, by sheer chance, activating the spaceship and, over the course of 20 years, creating an innumerable mechanical army, ultimately becoming the mechanical emperor to aid humanity in its battle against the demon clan. As the human alliance stood on the brink of victory, Li Mu found himself betrayed. Ultimately, the mechanical army was annihilated, and even the starship known as the Annihilator could only allow its energy core to overload and self-destruct, transmitting his memories. This incident was intricately linked to Wang Shui, who had already become a stalwart force within the alliance. Having been granted a second chance at life, I shall no longer tolerate any transgressions. I will uproot every single adversary. In the final memories of those 30 years, the betrayal by the human allies is perplexing. Victory was within reach, so how could the human alliance falter so dramatically? There must be hidden truths here, perhaps even involving celestial beings. I must investigate the events of that time thoroughly. Clutching the blood of a black dragon, Li Mu ventured into the grove behind his school, and with a fierce punch, shattered the jade pendant hanging from his chest. Buzz! A radiant light emerged from his chest, forming a pentagram symbol almost instantaneously, initiating the mainframe of the Annihilator. Mainframe activation complete. Loading mainframe. Loading successful. Commencing command reception. Warning. Severe damage to the Annihilator's main structure. Usable functional area below 13%. Transmitting into the Annihilator. Li Mu commanded, unfazed. He was already aware from those 30 years of memories that this was a ship nearly obliterated. Otherwise, the technological marvel of a civilization would not have been left abandoned in this manner. Buzz. A beam of light illuminated beneath Li Mu's feet, and his figure vanished within it. When the scenery before him solidified once more, he found himself within the bridge of the Annihilator. Not far from the bridge lay a scene of desolation. From an external viewpoint, one could see a vast, gaping hole in the center of the colossal starship, a breach severe enough to nearly sever it in two. This void appeared as if it had been penetrated by the main cannon of some powerful weapon, and even after 30 years, Li Mu had been unable to fully restore the Annihilator. Had it been otherwise, he would not have opted to allow the energy core to overload and transmit his memories back, thus altering his fate when he was betrayed and perished in battle. Time waits for no one. This time, I shall not permit anyone to squander 10 years of my life. Li Mu murmured to himself. Master, the energy core of the Annihilator has entered low-speed operation. Functional capacity at 10%. You possess level 1 authority, with the maximum authority being level 10. The voice of the mainframe, Zero, resonated. According to Li Mu's subsequent research, elevating the authority to level 10 would grant control over the main cannon, which possessed the capability to annihilate a planet with a single strike, refine the dragon's blood, forge the dragon armor, and commence the first body enhancement. Li Mu commanded, casting the vial of black dragon blood into the air. Understood, Master. The vial of dragon blood was enveloped in a radiant light, levitating in midair as the blood was swiftly extracted and transported into the ultra-advanced laboratory. The advanced technological laboratory aboard the Star Destroyer far surpasses the prowess of the body-enhancing elixirs concocted by the Master Alchemist, as Li Mu has gleaned from his memories. That this vessel is a creation of a level 3 civilization, while humanity, prior to re-entering the grand era of cultivation, only reached the pinnacle of a mere level 0.7. Civilization. Master, the extraction of the dragon gene is complete, and the dragon armor is now in production. We may proceed with the initial physical enhancement. Commence the enhancement. A syringe was deftly administered into Li Mu's shoulder, as countless ultra-nano robots infused his body with the dragon gene, initiating a transformation that unleashed a terrifying magnitude of power from within him. Li Mu. Human race. Power. 100. The average robust young human is rated at 1. Agility. 10. The average robust young human is rated at 1. Intelligence. 1.1. The average robust young human is rated at 1. Implanted skill. Celestial golden eyes origin. Dragon gene. A beam of azure light enveloped Li Mu, and a virtual panel materialized, displaying all of his bodily data. The genes of a royal-grade demon beast are indeed formidable, however. It is unfortunate that the physique of an ordinary human is still exceedingly frail, resulting in a significant waste of enhancement potential. The foundation can only be solidified step by step. Li Mu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Master, the dragon armor is complete and ready for your use at any time. After a brief interval, a silver bracelet materialized upon Li Mu's wrist. Let us return. The Star Destroyer shall continue in stealth mode, as we must prepare for the final entrance examination. Li Mu declared. Li Mu, someone is looking for you at the back gate of the school. As Li Mu re-entered the classroom, a voice called out from the doorway. A cold smile graced Li Mu's face indeed. They had come. Chapter 3. Celestial Golden Eyes. My dear, are we truly going to eliminate him to silence him? At the back gate of Chungrong 4th Martial Arts School, Wang Xuan nestled in the arms of a well-dressed young man in a car, her face awash with affection as she inquired. Why do you hesitate? Lin Feng replied, gazing out the window with a smile. And oh no. How could I hesitate? A waste like Li Mu could die without a second thought. I merely fear the complications that may arise from murder, especially with the final entrance examination looming tomorrow. Wang Shui shook her head in distress, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as though she had suffered a great injustice. This worthless fool deserves death. He has caused Shui to weep. It makes no difference whether he lives or dies. I simply wish to teach him a lesson, to make him understand that he, a mere toad, is unworthy of pursuing Shui. Lin Feng tenderly wiped away Wang Shui's tears. I have already arranged for Zhou Yin to take care of this matter. Such a waste is hardly deserving of our attention. The body-enhancing elixirs will be ready by tomorrow, and we shall consume them before the examination, ensuring our admission to the foremost cultivation academy in Modu. Indeed, tomorrow we shall rise to great heights, becoming figures of prominence at that moment. Even the likes of Li Mu will lack the standing to gaze upon us. Drive swiftly, lest the ensuing chaos dampens Shui Air's spirits. Upon seeing Li Mu emerge from the back entrance of the martial arts academy, Lin Feng waved his hand and spoke. A sleek hovercraft zipped past the rear gate of the academy, its propulsion powered by the energy of demon cores combined with intricate formations. Such hovercrafts are now the hallmark of the affluent, a true symbol of status. Meanwhile, those of modest means still rely on conventional automobiles, even luxury brands like Maserati and Rolls-Royce pale in comparison to the hovercraft. Li Mu stepped out from the back door of the martial arts academy, where most students were preoccupied with classes, leaving the area relatively deserted. It was here, in those 30 years of memory, that I was called out and struck by a speeding vehicle, narrowly escaping death yet enduring the loss of both legs. I spent a year hiding among the impoverished and the beggars. Due to the lack of proper treatment for my legs, I was left with a lasting disability. A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Li Mu's eyes as the sound of a rushing car echoed ominously. Here he comes, that's Li Mu. You must act swiftly. Zhou Yan, seated in the back of a running car, wore a cruel and excited expression as she commanded. Run him over and claim the bounty. Kill him. A sedan sped toward Li Mu, appearing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Li Mu shouted in rage and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The front of the car crumpled beneath the force of Li Mu's fist, as if it had collided with an immovable boulder, sending the vehicle tumbling away. In this era of surging spiritual energy, ordinary individuals now breathe in the essence of the world daily, their physical capabilities far surpassing those of humans from 5 or 6 years past. Even an average person can muster a punch with a force of 500 kilograms. Running and jumping surpasses even the feats of former Olympic athletes. Anyone who gains admission to a martial arts junior high school, even without progressing to university, can achieve a physical prowess 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person through basic martial training. That if one were to attend a martial arts university or a cultivation academy, their power would be truly formidable. Li Mu, enhanced by the Black Dragon's blood bestowed by the mainframe, now possesses strength 100 times that of an ordinary individual. His punch exerting an astounding force of 50,000 kilograms, equivalent to 50 tons. When such immense power collides with a sedan weighing just over a ton, the results are inevitable. Impossible. How could this brat be so powerful? This information must be relayed to young Master Lin. We need to deploy experts to eliminate him. The individual in the passenger seat, also a practitioner, was astounded that he survived such a collision. Zhou Yan, seated behind, was bloodied, yet fortunate to have escaped with her life. The bloodied passenger crawled out of the car alongside Zhou Yan, fear etched across his face as he beheld Li Mu. So, you are here as well, burning sky, golden eyes. As Zhou Yan, desperate to flee, caught Li Mu's gaze, a golden light ignited within his eyes. 2 golden flames erupted forth, sweeping effortlessly across the derelict vehicle and the retreating martial cultivator. Spare me. Ah! The martial cultivator in the passenger seat let out a piercing scream as his entire body ignited in flames, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Witnessing the residual embers beside her, Zhou Yan was paralyzed with fear, unable to rise. Li Mu, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Lin Xiao and Wang Shui who sought to harm you. I even advised them against it. Zhou Yan fell to her knees, desperately bowing her head in supplication. For the sake of our shared past as classmates, please spare my life. Did you consider our camaraderie before attempting to end my life? As you embark on the path to the underworld, rest assured Lin Xiao will soon seek you out, Li Mu retorted coldly. Zhou Yan spoke the truth. The true culprits were Lin Feng and Wang Shui. She was merely a pawn, unworthy of further deliberation. With an impassive countenance, Li Mu reached out and grasped Zhou Yan's head, exerting a sudden force that resulted in a resounding crack as he crushed her skull. Once more, a golden flame materialized, incinerating her remains to a SHL. Li Mu turned away with indifference, striding back toward the school, the vehicle, the martial cultivator, and Zhou Yan having vanished entirely. The celestial eye of the burning heaven, a divine ability extracted from the blood of the formidable black serpent, could only be harnessed from the most powerful of beasts. That night, Li Mu sat cross-legged on his humble bed, striving to familiarize himself with every facet of his strength and physique. Li Mu, still training? With your meager talent and poor physique, you won't even qualify for the Taoist Academy, let alone the Martial Arts Academy. In the dormitory, another youth, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, scoffed. This young man was Zhu Ming, who, according to Li Mu's memories, possessed a commendable physique. He later gained admission to a Tire Martial Arts University, eventually joining the Earth Alliance Army after 5 years of training, only to perish in 2038 at Xiang River. Though Zhu Ming's words were sharp, he was fundamentally a good person. In Li Mu's original memories, it was Zhu Ming who alerted the school authorities and searched tirelessly for him after his disappearance. Tomorrow's examens I secure the top position and gain admission to the foremost martial arts university in Rome City. I shall present you with a strengthening pill. Li Mu declared, casting a glance at Zhu Ming, that in the fortress of Rome City, achieving first place in the transition from secondary school to university, whether in martial arts or Taoist studies, would yield rewards, including the coveted strengthening pill. With such a foundation, Zhu Ming might have avoided his tragic fate at Xiang River. Gain admission to the top martial arts university in Rome City with your abilities? And as the top student, another dormitory resident, Kai Fei, derided. Li Mu, if you manage to qualify for a Tire Martial Arts University, consider it a blessing. Aspiring to the Tire top university is mere fantasy. Kai Fei, you cannot utter such words. Who among us does not harbor an aspiration? While our innate talents in the path of cultivation may be lacking, and we may not gain admission to the Academy of Cultivation, does that mean we cannot dream of entering a prestigious martial arts university? Zhu Ming countered, in the current world, martial arts universities are akin to the vocational colleges of Europe, whereas the Academy of Cultivation represents the undergraduate level. Primary martial practitioners are no match for cultivators, and those with natural talent in cultivation are far scarcer than martial practitioners, much like the distinction between infantry and mages. Unless one ascends to the ranks of formidable martial practitioners, their strength and status will always pale in comparison to that of cultivators. However, once one becomes a top-tier martial expert, possessing a body sanctified and impervious to all, they can indeed roam the world invincible. Dream on. Are you all in a stupor? Kai Fei spat disdainfully. Am I addressing you? Li Mu shot a cold glance at Kai Fei, his aura surging violently. The overwhelming presence caused Kai Fei's complexion to drain and his body to tremble, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear. Within the confines of the dormitory, Kai Fei acted as Lin Feng's informant. Chapter 4, Talent Assessment. You Li Mu, do not get too arrogant. Kai Fei stammered, his visage a mask of terror as he hastily departed. He could not fathom how the previously mild-mannered Li Mu had suddenly transformed into a fierce beast. Li Mu, I hope we both achieve admission to a distinguished martial arts university tomorrow. Zhu Ming, bewildered by Kai Fei's flight, turned to Li Mu and expressed his hopes. As night fell, silence enveloped them. The following morning, all third-year students of Rongqing 4th Martial Arts High gathered on the playground. Esteemed figures from the martial arts and cultivation universities of Rongqing descended upon the arena, where preparations for the assessment had long been set. Among the entire 4th Martial Arts High, only a meager few hundred students qualified to participate in the assessment. Our human race faces great trials. I hope everyone perseveres through adversity. May heaven bless Huaxia, and may prosperity endure for eternity, declared the principal of the 4th Martial Arts School, gesturing with authority. Let the assessment commence. One by one, the third-year students swiftly began their evaluations, starting with the assessment of their cultivation aptitude, followed by tests of their physical prowess. If one's cultivation talent reached a grade of B or higher, they would gain entry into the Academy of Cultivation. The higher the cultivation talent, the more prestigious the institution one could attend. However, the majority of students within the 4th Martial Arts Academy typically possessed only talents rated as C or D. Truly exceptional talents were often recruited as early as middle school or even elementary school. Those who could not enter the Academy of Cultivation would have to labor to refine their physical abilities, hoping to pass the physical assessment for admission into the martial arts university. That if one could not even gain entry into the martial arts university, they would be left with no choice but to become thugs or venture outside the fortress to engage in battles with demonic beasts for survival. Li Mu is still alive? My dear, what on earth have your hired assassins been doing? Wang Shui suddenly spotted Li Mu amidst the crowd, her expression darkening. What a bunch of useless fools. Let him live a little longer. Our priority now is to assess the aptitude for cultivation. Lin Feng's expression was equally grim as he produced a small vial and handed it to Wang Shui. Swearer, this is a body-refining pill crafted from black dragon blood. We shall consume it now for testing. Wonderful. Wang Shui eagerly opened the vial and swiftly swallowed the body-refining pill. Kid, what do you think you're doing? There are only 2 pills, one for me and one for Swearer. There's none for you. Do you really expect someone to advocate for you and retrieve the body-refining pill? Dream on. Lin Feng scoffed as he noticed Li Mu slowly approaching. Lin Feng, within 3 days, I demand the Lin family be expelled from the Rome fortress. Li Mu's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Haha, is that so? Lin Feng found the statement to be the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard, that a mere high school student with mediocre cultivation talent dared to threaten the Lin family. It was nothing short of delusional. Li Mu, you are truly mad. However, since you have come, let me clarify things. I did have a fleeting affection for you in my youth, but that was merely youthful folly. It was only after meeting Lin Feng that I realized he is my true soulmate. You, on the other hand, are nothing but a toad wallowing in the mud. Your talent is exceedingly ordinary, rendering you utterly useless. All these years, I maintained a friendship with you solely for that vial of black dragon blood. Such a treasure is far beyond your worth. Only geniuses like Lin Feng and I are deserving of it. I sincerely hope you gain some self-awareness and cease your pursuit of me. Wang Shui held her head high, akin to a proud peacock. The elders in the stands listened intently to her words, yet none were inclined to advocate for Li Mu or reclaim the black dragon blood. In this world, strength was revered, and the outcome mattered far more than the means. No one would stand up for a talentless individual like him. How pitiful, deceived of treasures and subjected to insults. In this world, pity is a fault, and foolishness is the original sin. He is hardly worthy of sympathy. Disdainful gazes were cast towards Li Mu, and very few felt any compassion for him. Only a handful shook their heads in resignation, too afraid to voice their opinions. Wang Shui, Lin Feng, it is your turn to test, an elder announced from the stands. Esteemed elders, Wang Shui and I originally possessed only inferior cultivation talent, but with the consumption of the body-refining pill, we are surely elevated to superior or even extraordinary talent that we hope the esteemed elders will directly recommend us to the first cultivation academy of the magic capital. Lin Feng declared with an air of arrogance. The elders in the stands were immediately stirred. It had been 2 years since anyone from the Rome fortress had been accepted into the first cultivation academy of the magic capital. Very well. As long as you prove yourselves to possess superior talent, we shall immediately send you to the magic capital fortress. One elder proclaimed, "Let the testing commence." Lin Feng raised his head, becoming the first to step into the testing array. The brilliance within the array gradually intensified, signifying the height of one's cultivation aptitude. Upon entering the array, Lin Feng's light began at the ding level, slowly ascending to the bing level. He has surpassed the ding level. He has reached the bing level, exceeding it. Oh my heavens, he has entered the E level. A chorus of jealousy erupted within their 4th martial arts school. It typically took 100 senior students to produce a single E-level talent, with only the top 2 martial academies boasting a higher number of gifted students. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng truly possessed an E-level aptitude. Should his talent ascend to the Jia level, he would soar to extraordinary heights, transforming into a dragon in flight. Ah, it has unexpectedly halted at the lower E level. What could this mean? However, to the astonishment of the esteemed onlookers, Lin Feng's cultivation aptitude ceased its ascent at the lower E level. Lin Feng, lower E-level aptitude. This is impossible. How could this happen? Lin Feng emerged from the array, his face a tableau of disbelief. Allow me to test. Wang Shui forcefully pushed past Lin Feng and dashed into the array. The light began to glow once more, yet her aptitude mirrored Lin Feng's, stalling at the lower E level. Although the lower E level granted qualification for entry into the Cultivation Academy, it merely represented the most rudimentary level of entry. Among those who entered the Cultivation Academy, it was customary for even the least gifted to possess at least a lower E level. Such aptitude was far too commonplace within the academy. Wang Shui, lower, E-level aptitude. The esteemed elder lamented. Instantaneously, the playground erupted with derisive laughter. Just moments prior, Lin Feng had confidently vowed to attend the prestigious First Cultivation Academy in Magic City with Wang Shui. Yet now they were relegated to the most inferior Cultivation Academy in Rome City. Truly a farcical turn of events. Li Mu, how could you deceive me? Wang Shui exclaimed, biting her lip as she fixed her fierce gaze upon him. You are correct, I did deceive you. The substance I provided was not the blood of the Black Flood Dragon, but rather the blood of the lowest tier beast, the Pig Demon. Therefore, the body refinement pills you and Lin Feng ingested are utterly ineffective. Li Mu retorted coldly. Chapter 5. One punch to shatter the Pig Demon beast ranks among the lowest tier of mid-grade demon beasts. Yet even a vial of its blood commands a price exceeding 1,000 alliance coins. This vial, gifted by Aunt Qin as living expenses for Li Mu, was purchased after he diligently saved for 3 months through his own labor. In the 30 years of recollection, out of trust for Wang Shui, Li Mu had offered the blood of the Black Flood Dragon to her, while he consumed the blood of the Pig Demon beast to refine his physique. Ultimately, this choice only led to Wang Shui's betrayal. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, how could Li Mu possibly repeat his previous errors by handing the Black Flood Dragon's blood to Wang Shui, allowing her to use him as a stepping stone to ascend? Li Mu, you deceiver. Hand over the Black Flood Dragon blood. Wang Shui shouted in a fit of rage. Huh? Li Mu scoffed derisively, wholly uninterested in further dialogue with her. You were so forthright in your deceit, yet when it failed, you resort to desperation and blame. Do you truly believe this world revolves around you? Do not waste time. Continue with the testing. The elder on the viewing platform displayed impatience, gesturing for the proceedings to resume. Initially, there was hope for discovering a few exceptional candidates of top-tier or even super-tier caliber. Yet it turned out to be merely 2 inferior-grade candidates. A farce indeed. Li Mu, it is your turn for testing, the principal said with resignation, acknowledging that 4th high school would likely become the butt of jokes this year. Li Mu nodded and stepped directly into the testing array for cultivation talent. Even if you refine the Black Dragon's blood into a potion, you will still only possess the most abysmal D-grade talent. Even if we cannot attend the Magic Capital University, we can still find a cultivation university in Rome City to continue our practice. As for you, you will forever remain a mere insignificant insect. Wang Shui's facade crumbled before everyone, her true nature laid bare as she shouted venomously. Many third-year students from 4th high school looked on in astonishment, shocked to discover Wang Shui's true character. However, Li Mu paid no heed to her hysterical outbursts and confidently stepped into the cultivation talent testing array. The array soon emitted a faint glow, which quickly dimmed. The elder on the platform merely glanced at the array, showing no interest in commenting. Haha, D-grade inferior. That is hilarious. Wang Shui and Lin Feng wore mocking expressions, laughing uproariously. Even many other third-year students displayed scornful expressions. D-grade was indeed far too low. As expected, I still lack cultivation talent, thought Li Mu to himself. However, the technology of the Star Destroyer cannot enhance such talent. Next would be the assessment of physical talent. Li Mu cast a calm glance at the black crystal pillar at the center of the physical testing array, then suddenly stepped forward, charging toward the pillar. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air, causing the physical testing array to shudder violently. On the towering black crystal pillar, a deep fist imprint appeared, followed by a radiant brilliance that shone as brightly as the stars. This was achieved while Li Mu had restrained his power. All the esteemed individuals present were taken aback, rising in astonishment. An A-grade superior talent. It was indeed an A-grade superior talent. With a single punch weighing 10,000 kilograms, his vitality burned like fire, and his bones resembled primordial crystals. This was not merely an A-grade superior talent. It was extraordinary, an A-grade extraordinary talent. After 2 years, a peerless genius with A-grade extraordinary talent had finally emerged in Rome City. Laughter erupted. Heaven bless Huaxia. Our nation is destined to produce another unparalleled martial arts powerhouse. Rome City has birthed a dragon. The principal of the 4th Martial Arts High School was also elated, gesticulating in joy. An A-grade extraordinary talent was exceedingly rare. Apart from those super fortresses, other fortresses might only produce one every year or even every 2 to 3 years. Li Mu, you have been accepted into the top martial arts university in Rome City, and if you desire, We can also send you to the top martial arts university in Modu, exclaimed one esteemed individual in the stands, gritting his teeth. While it would be ideal for Li Mu to remain in Rong City for the greater good of humanity, such a talent should receive the finest martial arts education at the first university in Modu. Consequently, this esteemed individual reluctantly decided to part with him for the greater cause. No need, I will stay in Rong City for the time being, Li Mu stated resolutely. He would not venture to Modu until his strength reached a certain level. Not to mention that he still had many matters to attend to in Rong City. Here, take these 3 strengthening pills, and this is the strengthening order. With this order, you will enjoy all the privileges of a major officer in the 3rd Army Corps of Rong City. The esteemed individual beamed with delight, promptly presenting the rewards. Impossible. He was clearly a waste. How could he possess A-grade extraordinary martial arts talent? Wang Shui muttered in disbelief. Regret washed over her. Although A-grade extraordinary martial arts talent was less dazzling than extraordinary talent in cultivation, any extraordinary talent that did not falter would undoubtedly lead Li Mu to become a rising star. At that time, power, status, and various cultivation resources would be within his reach, and his future would far surpass that of the Lin family. She felt as though she had discarded a gold ingot in favor of mere dust. Zhu Ming, this is the strengthening pill I promised you. I hope you cultivate diligently and become a true martial artist. Li Mu handed a small porcelain vial to Zhu Ming. Thank you, Li Mu, Zhu Ming exclaimed, his entire being filled with excitement. This was a treasure worth its weight in gold. A single strengthening pill could fetch a price of 100,000 alliance coins in the market. Given Zhu Ming's family's circumstances, he could save a lifetime of earnings and still not afford a single pill. Watching Zhu Ming swallow the strengthening pill without hesitation, Kai Fei rushed towards the training room. His eyes burning with jealousy, he realized that currying favor with Lin Feng had been futile. Had he known, he would have sought Li Mu's favor instead. Li Mu displayed such generosity. Had he sincerely wished to befriend Li Mu, the latter would undoubtedly have bestowed upon him a formidable body-enhancing elixir. I refuse to accept this. It must be cheating. You wretched fool, I shall end your life. Lin Feng bellowed, losing his composure, and with a furious punch, he charged at Li Mu. The Lin family was a martial arts lineage, having devoted years to cultivating Lin Feng, expending countless precious resources to elevate his martial talent to a second-tier level, all in pursuit of admission to the martial arts university. Yet, Li Mu was no stranger to martial arts himself. Seeking death, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Halt! Bang! The fists of Li Mu and Lin Feng collided with tremendous force, resulting in Lin Feng's anguished scream as his arm was shattered into a mist of blood. Li Mu's assault did not cease. He relentlessly aimed his fist at Lin Feng's torso. Given Li Mu's current strength, that blow would undoubtedly prove fatal for Lin Feng. Chapter 6. The Body-Enhancing Elixir Buzz. As Li Mu's fist obliterated Lin Feng's arm, just as it was about to strike Lin Feng's body, a brilliantly radiant mirror suddenly materialized around Lin Feng. A magical artifact? Bang! Li Mu's fist forcefully shattered the subpar artifact. Yet it did manage to absorb some of the impact, leaving Lin Feng grievously injured but alive, though he lost consciousness. Today was the day of the grand examination. Killing was not permitted. A venerable figure from the Martial Arts Academy shouted, shielding Lin Feng. After all, Li Mu was a martial practitioner, not a cultivator. Otherwise, even this venerable one would have turned a blind eye, opting not to intervene. From this day forth, the Lin family shall be but ants in my eyes, Li Mu coldly declared, gazing at Lin Feng with indifference. You ugh! Lin Feng, filled with resentment, glared at Li Mu, then suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. His arm rendered useless, he was now practically a cripple. Li Mu, please forgive me. It was all my fault. I was deceived by Lin Feng as well. I implore you to forgive me. I am willing to be your girlfriend. Wang Shui knelt before Li Mu, clutching his leg in desperate supplication. A girlfriend? Do you deem yourself worthy? Li Mu snorted coldly, forcefully pushing Wang Shui away. Li Mu, from this day forward, you shall be a freshman at our Rongqing First Martial Arts Academy. There are no breaks between high school and university. You must report to the First Martial Arts University within 3 days. By the way, I am Wu Kuan, the elder of the Law Enforcement Department at the First Martial Arts University. You may approach me directly for any matters in the future. Wu Kuan said with a beaming smile, increasingly pleased with Li Mu. The opportunity for the rise of Rongqing's First Martial Arts Academy had finally arrived. The previous student, possessing exceptional A-class talent, had insisted on enrolling at the first university of Motive Fortress, while Li Mu had voluntarily chosen to remain. I shall report within 3 days. Li Mu nodded and turned to leave. Mainframe, return to the Star Destroyer. Li Mu, holding the remaining 2 strengthening pills, sought out a secluded area and instructed Zero to teleport him back to the Star Destroyer. The pills held little value for him personally, yet they presented an opportunity to generate some income. For the sake of their cultivation, Aunt Chin's family had been living frugally, enduring considerable hardships. It was high time for them to enjoy a bit of ease. Mainframe, refined the strengthening pills, optimizing these 2 to unleash their maximum efficacy. Upon his return to the Star Destroyer, Li Mu continued to address the mainframe. Yes, master. As the 2 pills were taken away, Li Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the bridge, gazing down at the azure planet beneath him, his expression contemplative. At last, Earth was no longer inhabited solely by humans. However, the current circumstances were far from aligning with mankind's desires. Xiaofeng, who is responsible for this? Who dares to cripple my son Lin Dong? A middle-aged couple rushed to the hospital, witnessing their son Lin Feng, who had just awoken, missing a hand. Lin Dong instantly erupted in fury. Father, it was that scoundrel Li Mu. He has ruined me. You must avenge me. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng cried out in anguish. Husband, we have only this one son. You must seek vengeance for him. The middle-aged woman shouted venomously. That little bastard has crippled my son. I will ensure he begs for mercy in vain. Lin Dong's face reflected hesitation. He had just received news that the boy named Li Mu possessed an A-class extraordinary cultivation talent and had been admitted to the foremost martial arts university in Rongqing. Although the Lin family was considered a martial arts lineage, their strongest ancestor barely reached the first rank of Xian-level strength, far superior to Huang-level warriors, yet incapable of challenging the top university in Rongqing. You shall not take another wife without avenging him, the middle-aged woman declared fiercely. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity had faced numerous battles against the demon and beast races, resulting in countless casualties among the male soldiers. Consequently, the number of surviving women had slightly surpassed that of men. To maintain humanity's combat efficacy, the alliance had permitted men to take concubines, although the law limited them to 1 wife and 2 concubines for the time being. Very well, I shall summon our ancestor to discreetly eliminate that scoundrel. Lin Dong replied with a ruthless determination. With Lin Feng rendered incapacitated, he was compelled to nurture his illegitimate son, and the middle-aged woman had accumulated a substantial dowry over the years, which he intended to claim for this purpose. Meanwhile, aboard the Star Destroyer, Zero had successfully processed the 2 strengthening pills, merging them into 1, with all their properties harmoniously refined and impurities extracted, fully activated to perfection. Previously, the strengthening pill had certain side effects, such as destabilizing the foundation of a martial artist. However, this new strengthening pill possesses no such drawbacks and can be deemed a product of impeccable quality. Li Mu mused aloud while holding the pristine white pill. Regrettably, this pill is only beneficial for martial cultivators and holds no value for him. To further enhance his physique, he must either acquire the blood of a beast or procure rare treasures of heaven and earth. Thus, this pill has little effect on him now. An ordinary strengthening pill can fetch around 100,000 alliance coins, with the first pill yielding the best results for martial artists. The effects of the second diminish by half, and by the third, the benefits are practically negligible. Therefore, the first pill is paramount. My pill of perfect quality could potentially sell for 400,000 to 500,000 alliance coins, sufficient to purchase a residence within the safety zone of Rong City Fortress. Truly, the adage of wealth and martial prowess, poverty and scholarship holds true. Mainframe, transport me back. Li Mu's figure reappeared in a corner of Rong City 4th High School, where he would embark on his journey as a university student in the Martial Arts Academy. High school students consume fewer resources and do not need to venture outside the fortress to combat beasts for cultivation materials. However, university students face a different reality, as they must gather half of their own cultivation resources, marking the true onset of a brutal battleground. Li Mu cast a final glance at the high school behind him before stepping outside. Rong City Fortress is comprised of what was once the main urban area of Rong City. During a time of great upheaval, humanity united in a remarkable manner, generously allocating vast resources to transform cities into fortresses. This swift response afforded humanity a vital reprieve. and the towering concrete walls built along the periphery of the main urban area serve as the first line of defense for the survivors of Rome City. Sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? After walking for a while, Limu entered a shop named Treasure Pavilion. I am not here to buy. I have a strengthening pill to sell, Limu declared. Very well, sir, please follow me. We must first examine the pill. The attendant at the entrance responded respectfully. As those capable of selling a strengthening pill are not ordinary individuals, given its value of 100,000 alliance coins. Treasure Pavilion is among the largest marketplaces in Rome City, where one can buy and sell various pills, as well as exchange beast cores and other valuable items. It also provides an array of weapons for beast hunters. Since the emergence of the spiritual energy tide, humanity quickly realized that nuclear fission and fusion had become ineffective, leading to the most severe consequence. Humanity's greatest reliance on nuclear weapons had been rendered obsolete. Furthermore, the potency of various gunpowder weapons and missiles inexplicably diminished, leaving even the weakest of beast-level monsters impervious to standard light weaponry. In contrast, enchanted weapons inflicted considerable harm on beasts. The operations of Treasure Pavilion resemble those of a former arms trade, and it is said that its background is substantial, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Professor Lee, this gentleman wishes to sell a powerful elixir. The attendant led Li Mu into a room within the marketplace and addressed a middle-aged man across the way. What kind of elixir are you selling? Professor Li replied, his demeanor notably indifferent. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, this Professor Li had been a university educator. However, after the revival, he discovered he lacked the aptitude for martial arts or mystical practices and was too fearful to engage in combat with beasts. Consequently, he found employment at the Treasure Pavilion, primarily operating machinery to test elixirs, akin to the laboratory technicians in hospitals. Professor Lee was profoundly dissatisfied with this occupation, feeling it was a gross underutilization of his doctorate. Regrettably, this was the only employment he could secure, as opportunities in the outside world were scarce. Strengthening elixir, Li Mu stated, producing the elixir nonchalantly. Their strengthening elixirs are black. Why is yours white? You must be mistaken if you think you can deceive us at the Treasure Pavilion. Professor Lee retorted with sarcasm. Whether I am deceiving you will be revealed upon examination. Li Mu replied, casting a calm glance at Professor Lee. Humph. Then let us examine it. Professor Lee, feeling a sudden chill upon being scrutinized, stiffened slightly, and did not dare to refuse the test. He placed the white strengthening elixir into the machine. How is this possible? This elixir's efficacy is 3 times that of a standard strengthening elixir, and according to the data, it has virtually no side effects. It is indeed a perfect quality strengthening elixir. Upon seeing the data displayed by the machine, Professor Lee was taken aback, rising abruptly with excitement. A perfect quality strengthening elixir? Even the attendant who had guided Li Mu was astonished. A perfect quality elixir is exceedingly challenging to concoct, even for a master alchemist. If I could possess this elixir, I could begin my cultivation. A glint of greed flickered in Professor Lee's eyes as he reached out to grab the elixir. 500,000 alliance coins. Li Mu's hand rested upon the strengthening elixir as he spoke calmly. What? Professor Lee was momentarily stunned, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. 500,000 alliance coins could easily facilitate numerous nefarious deeds. If he could eliminate this youth, the elixir would be his. Bring forth someone of authority to negotiate with me. A cold light ignited in Li Mu's eyes, causing Professor Lee's complexion to pale. He collapsed onto the floor. His trousers suddenly dampened. He was utterly intimidated by Li Mu's overwhelming presence. Why yes, sir, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the head of our Treasure Pavilion. The attendant's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, a striking woman in her 30s followed the attendant back into the room. Sir, this is our Treasure Pavilion's proprietor, Red Sister, the attendant announced. Greetings, sir. My name is Chen Hong. I understand you possess a premium strengthening elixir for sale? The woman furrowed her brow as she glanced at the terrified Professor Lee, extending her hand to shake Li Mu's. Indeed, Li Mu pointed towards the white strength-enhancing pill within the machine, its fragrant aroma filling the air, and its immaculate appearance suggested that impurities had been meticulously removed. To his astonishment, he realized that the gentleman before him was indeed a master alchemist. Chen Hong examined the pill closely, then glanced at the machine's readings. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, Sir, how much do you intend to sell this pill for? 500,000 alliance coins. Boss, that price is exorbitant. While this pill boasts perfect quality, it merely enhances the effects of a regular strength-enhancing pill threefold. Based on market value, it should only be worth around 300,000 Alliance coins. A glint of malice flashed in Professor Li's eyes as he interjected. This young man had caused him considerable embarrassment before Hong Jie, and he believed that depriving him of a substantial profit would alleviate some of his resentment. My pill poses no hidden risks. Generally, the stronger the effects of a regular strength-enhancing pill, the greater the potential dangers. A typical strength-enhancing pill is valued at 100,000 Alliance coins, so my offering at 500,000 is not unreasonable, Li Mu stated calmly. Whether there are risks is not something to be dismissed with mere words. Professor Li scoffed. 500,000 Alliance coins is indeed a fair price. So let us proceed at Mr. Li's suggested rate. Hong Jie contemplated before adding, however, I hope Mr. Li will leave a contact number, as we would like to consider any future pills you may have for our Treasure Pavilion. Boss, is it your place to dictate terms to Treasure Pavilion? Hong Jie's expression darkened as she admonished. Professor Li quickly lowered his head, though his face betrayed a lingering resentment. Very well, Li Mu nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. 500,000 Alliance coins would suffice to purchase a home for Aunt Qin and Luo'er in the safe zone, with some funds remaining. Over the years, Aunt Qin had devoted nearly all her earnings to support their training, neglecting to buy a home and instead living in rented accommodation. As for contact methods, the vast majority still relied on mobile phones, which could only communicate within the same fortress. Only the military and high-ranking officials had access to limited satellite communications across fortresses. Regular mobile signals were restricted to the fortress's interior and nearby areas, failing beyond a certain distance. Mr. Li, this is a negotiable gold note from the Central Bank of the Federation. It can be redeemed in all fortresses within Huaxia and is also usable as cash. Shortly thereafter, Hong Jie presented a gold note, crafted from gold but infused with crystalline elements and treated with special anti-counterfeiting measures. Farewell. Li Mu confirmed the note's authenticity and, amidst Professor Li's envious and frantic gaze, pocketed it and turned to leave. Boss, while premium strength-enhancing pills are indeed rare, their market price hovers around 500,000 to 600,000. Offering such a high price leaves us with minimal profit. Once Li Mu departed, the waiter, perplexed, remarked, a master alchemist is far more significant than a mere strengthening pill. My actions are merely aimed at forging a friendship with him. Hong Jie replied nonchalantly. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Lin Family. Who goes there? A faint smirk crossed Li Mu's face as he exited the treasure pavilion. He soon deliberately wandered into a secluded alley, where a few beggars lay, barely clinging to life. In this world, idleness is not sustained. Subsisting on begging has become nearly impossible. Quite astute. Truly deserving of the title of an A-class super martial artist, impressive indeed. An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the back of the alley, chuckling as he approached. Who are you? Li Mu narrowed his eyes, coldly inquiring, sensing a chilling murderous intent emanating from the man. Your executioner, the elder replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. You're not worthy. Li Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Arrogant, truly arrogant. A mere martial artist fresh from high school dares to speak so boldly before a first-tier, Shin-level expert. How pitiable and laughable. The elder scoffed. To what level have you cultivated your foundational martial arts? Even if you reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, you would only equate to a first-tier Huang-level warrior. Do you comprehend the vast chasm between Huang-level and Shin-level? I know not, nor do I wish to know. I only know that you are no match for me. Li Mu replied calmly. Humph. It seems your A-class super talent has blinded you to your own frailty. The elder sneered. Your talent is indeed remarkable, but you should not have provoked those of the Lin family. You have incapacitated Lin Feng and squandered years of our family's resources. Today, I shall have you pay with your life. So, you are the ancestor of the Lin family. I previously proclaimed that within 3 days, I would annihilate the Lin family. Starting with you. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he spoke icily. In the 30 years of Li Mu's memories, by the time he activated the Star Destroyer after a decade, the Lin family ancestor was already deceased. He had never encountered him until today. Unaware of your impending doom, prepare to perish. The Lin family ancestor bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. He struck the ground with great force, leaving a distinct footprint behind, then propelled himself towards Li Mu as if shot from a cannon. The Lin family's tiger fist, transforming a man into a tiger, was a technique the Lin family ancestor had fortuitously acquired by consuming a mystical herb during the initial surge of spiritual energy thus ascending to the ranks of Xian-level experts. The Lin family had already possessed genuine martial traditions even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. A first-tier Xian-level expert's punch weighs a staggering 20,000 kilograms. And with my Tiger Fist divine ability, I wonder how you, a mere high school martial artist whose punch weighs only 10,000 kilograms, will withstand me? How do you know my punch weighs only 10,000 kilograms? Li Mu's eyes blazed with a chilling light as he retaliated with a fierce punch. Li Mu unleashed a tremendous punch, causing the air to resonate with a shrill cry, akin to the sound of fabric being violently torn asunder. No, this cannot be. The patriarch of the Lin family turned pale with dread. How could such formidable power emanate from a mere martial arts high school student? It is well known that even the most gifted of students typically only grasp the fundamentals of martial arts, rendering it impossible to deliver such a fearsome blow. Such prowess could only belong to those whose talents were recognized early on, who were subsequently recruited into martial arts universities, or those endowed with ancestral martial arts traditions. I am no match for him. I must flee. The patriarch's expression changed drastically as he sought to escape, but it was already too late. Bang! The two fists collided with a ferocious impact, and one of the patriarch's arms disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Yet, he felt no pain, for Li Mu's fist had already struck him squarely. The protective aura surrounding the patriarch was shattered by Li Mu's punch, and a plume of blood erupted from the old man's back. His internal organs had been obliterated. You have concealed your strength. The patriarch gazed at Li Mu in terror, unable to fathom that Li Mu had hidden such power, strength that no mere martial arts high school student should possess. The first rank of the Xian class is nothing compared to this. Rest assured, the others from the Lin family will soon come to seek you out. I have vowed to annihilate the Lin family. Li Mu spoke with a calm demeanor, and the patriarch's eyes widened in fury as he took his final breath. Patriarch, shall we eliminate that young man? Emerging from the alley, Li Mu spotted a hovering vehicle nearby and stepped inside. The driver, taken aback, wore a beaming smile until he turned to see Li Mu, at which point his expression morphed into one of sheer fright. Take me to the Lin family, and you may live. Please, spare me. I am not one of them. I am merely their hired driver. The driver, consumed by terror, activated the vehicle, swiftly heading toward the Lin estate. The patriarch has returned. We welcome you back. The vehicle soon landed within the safety of the villa, where Lin Dong and a dozen family members awaited the patriarch's return with utmost reverence. The esteemed patriarch of the first rank of the Xian class was the very foundation upon which the Lin family stood in Rongqing. Father, have you killed that little wretch? I wish to use his head to avenge Feng. A middle-aged woman cried out impatiently. At that moment, a severed head was cast from the vehicle, rolling to a stop at Lin Dong's feet. PP Patriarch. Lin Dong gasped in horror, staring in disbelief at the head that lay before him, clearly that of the Lin family's patriarch. I have slain your patriarch. Li Mu stepped forth from the vehicle, his voice icy. With a thud, Lin Dong's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, desperately crawling toward Li Mu, pleading, Mr. Li, we recognize our faults. It was Lin Feng and that vile woman who incited us to attack you. Please, spare our wretched lives. Spare us, we shall not dare again. The other members of the Lin family fell to their knees, desperately banging their heads on the ground in lamentation. Lin Dong, what are you doing? This wretched brat has dared to enter our home. Quickly, kill him. Everyone, together, slay him. A middle-aged woman screamed, her face contorted in rage. Suddenly, a man from the Lin family plunged a knife viciously into her back. Wretch, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. He shouted madly. Even the Lin family patriarch was no match for Li Mu. How could they, mere mortals, hope to defeat him? This wretched woman clearly sought their demise. One arm severed for each of you. From this day forth, leave the fortress of Rongqing, and I may spare your lives. Li Mu stated coldly. Sever an arm? Leave the fortress of Rongqing? Lin Dong's face twisted in horror. Such a fate would lead them to certain death. This is your own doing. He howled frantically. Kneeling on the ground, he drew a knife from his bosom and lunged fiercely at Li Mu's abdomen. Chapter 9. Despicable, Seeking Death. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he swiftly slapped Lin Dong on the head, the sound of shattering bones echoing as Lin Dong's skull was instantly crushed. His lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. The remaining members of the Lin family were filled with disbelief. The patriarch was a first-grade Xian-class warrior, somewhat renowned in Rongqing, yet he could not contend with Li Mu. Lin Dong was also a warrior, third-grade Huang class, one step away from becoming Xian class. yet he was killed with a single blow. The strongest among the remaining Lin family members had barely just entered the Huang class. With both the patriarch and Lin Dong dead, how could they possibly confront Li Mu? Li Mu's icy gaze swept across them, and one by one, the Lin family's warriors gritted their teeth, drawing their blades and swiftly severing their own arms. Losing an arm was far better than losing their lives. "Mr. Li, spare us," they cried, kneeling and desperately bowing their heads. "What a bunch of useless wretches." Li Mu shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at them before turning away. To kill them would only sully his hands. These warriors lacked even the courage to fight to the death. A significant reason for the human coalition's retreat against the demonic onslaught was precisely this. "What has happened to my father?" Not long after Li Mu departed, Lin Feng was returned by the Lin family's servants. Upon witnessing the scene in the Lin family villa, he let out a piercing scream. "Beast, how dare you return? The state of our Lin family is all you're doing." A one-armed Lin family warrior charged at him, ruthlessly severing Lin Feng's other arm. With a wail, Lin Feng lost both his arms. The members of the Lin family gazed indifferently at the scene before them. Had it not been for Lin Feng's misdeeds, his attempt to seize Li Mu's black flood dragon blood and eliminate him to silence him, how could the Lin family have descended into such a predicament? "Lin Feng, you?" Wang Shui, with a radiant smile, entered the Lin family villa carrying a few items. She was aware that Lin Feng was to be discharged from the hospital today, but she was taken aback to witness the dismal state of the Lin family and the sight of Lin Feng, who had lost both his hands. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and left. Although Lin Feng had suffered the loss of an arm, he still had the backing of the Lin family, retaining some value. Wang Shui had initially intended to continue leveraging Lin Feng for resources to attend a prestigious academy, but with the Lin family in such disarray, he had lost all utility. The flying shuttle proved to be remarkably convenient, far superior to an automobile. Meanwhile, Li Mu piloted the Lin family's flying shuttle for a brief visit to the safe zone before returning and landing in the outskirts of Rong City. From this vantage point, one could easily see the imposing 30-zhang concrete defensive wall in the distance. Rong City was divided into the outer district and the safe zone. The outer district, adjacent to the city wall, was relatively chaotic, occasionally plagued by ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits. In contrast, the safe zone, situated at the heart of Rong City and enveloped by the outer district, boasted excellent security, making it exceedingly difficult for beasts and spirits to infiltrate. However, residing in the safe zone was not a simple endeavor, as one could not dwell there without proper housing. Li Mu's parents had vanished in the very first year of the spiritual energy resurgence, when he was merely 12 or 13 years old, and he was taken in by a close friend of his mother, Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin had a daughter named Qin Ku and also adopted two other children, Li Mu and another boy named Song Wei, who was a distant relative of Aunt Qin. Previously, Li Mu's aptitude for cultivation had been quite ordinary, while Song Wei's talents surpassed his significantly. In her efforts to nurture Song Wei, Aunt Qin devoted most of her earnings to support his training, hoping that he could one day assist both Li Mu and Qin Ku. Aunt Qin struggled to provide for 3 children on her own, despite running a small bar. "Aunt Qin, I'm back," Li Mu announced as he disembarked from the flying shuttle and walked toward a cluster of dilapidated buildings that once constituted the old district of Rong City, now transformed into a slum within the city's fortress following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet, even in this impoverished area, Li Mu and the others had no home, as the accommodations were still rented by Aunt Qin. As Li Mu approached the humble dwelling, he overheard Aunt Qin's desperate pleas from within. "Mr. Chun, please grant me a few more days. I assure you I will gather the rent within 3 days. Just 2 days ago, you said the same thing, and today, you utter the same words again. How long do you intend to delay the rent?" Came the impatient voice of a man. Li Mu recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to Chun Dong, the landlord of the dilapidated building, a bald middle-aged man. "Our son, Song Wei, has been accepted into the 3rd Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Currently, we are in dire need of cultivation resources. Moreover, Xiao Mu is also preparing for college entrance examinations. Our family is indeed facing some difficulties. Mr. Chun, I implore you to grant me 3 more days. Within this time frame, I will surely find a way to gather the necessary funds." Aunt Qin said helplessly. "A few days ago, Song Wei took all the money from our household under the pretense of purchasing cultivation herbs. Aunt Qin wishes to buy some beast meat to nourish Li Mu, hoping he can secure admission into a better martial arts university. Otherwise, it is unfathomable that we have no money at all. Xiao Qin, may I ask why you would go to such lengths to support two ungrateful children? Especially that one named Song Wei. I see him for what he truly is, a thankless wretch who will never be satisfied. How about this? If you come live with me, I will let you stay in this house rent-free. Mr. Chin's expression turned lecherous as he spoke. Mr. Chun, please maintain some decorum. What are you attempting to do? Aunt Chin's startled voice soon echoed through the room. Stop. Just then, Li Mu happened to be ascending the stairs. Hearing the commotion, his eyes filled with rage as he forcefully kicked open the rusty door, charging inside and seizing Chun Dong by the throat, slamming him violently against the wall. Aunt Chin, are you all right? Li Mu asked, noticing Aunt Chin's disheveled appearance, his anger intensifying. I am fine. Aunt Chin hastily adjusted her torn clothing and stood up. Xiao Mu, how did you return? Did the exam conclude? You little bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me? Chun Dong groaned as he struggled to rise, shouting furiously. Smack! Li Mu's eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he delivered a resounding slap to Chun Dong's face, sending him reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. You worthless fool. My son is a student at the 3rd Martial Arts University. Just wait until he comes back. I will ensure you meet your end. Chun Dong exclaimed in a mixture of shock and fury as he glared at Li Mu. The 3rd Martial Arts University, how impressive. Li Mu sneered, lifting Chun Dong off the ground. Which hand did you use to touch Aunt Chin? I touched your mother. You wait. I will definitely kill you today. Chun Dong shouted vehemently, not willing to speak. Very well. Li Mu nodded and, with lightning speed, broke both of Chun Dong's arms. Chapter 10. Leave or die. Crack. Crack. Chun Dong's arms were brutally twisted until they snapped, the white and red bone protruding gruesomely from beneath his skin. The wretched man let out a harrowing scream, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. It is only due to the recent resurgence of spiritual energy that even an ordinary person's physique has significantly improved. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the pain long ago. Xiao Mu, do not kill him. Aunt Chin finally grasped the gravity of the situation and cried out in alarm. Li Mu's character had previously been somewhat meek, but now he had transformed into someone so resolute. Leave. Li Mu grasped Chun Dong by the collar and unceremoniously hurled him out. You wait. You are doomed. I will certainly make you pay. Chun Dong glared fiercely at Li Mu, his voice laced with venom as he shouted, then stumbled and rushed downstairs, clutching his severed hand. Xiao Mu, what shall we do? Chun Dong's son is a student at the 3rd Martial Arts University. He will surely not let this go unpunished after you have broken his father's arm. Aunt Chin bit her lip anxiously and hastily dialed a number to Song Wei. I'll call your brother. He is also a student at the 3rd Martial Arts University. Perhaps if he intervenes, we can resolve this matter with compensation. Aunt Chin, there's no need to call. I can handle this trivial matter myself, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of Song Wei's character. Years ago, in their youth, Song Wei had framed Li Mu for theft. As they grew older, he felt that Li Mu was encroaching upon his resources with Aunt Chin and even contemplated causing harm to him. Li Mu remembered these events vividly, while Aunt Chin stubbornly refused to believe that Song Wei could be so malicious. However, Aunt Chin disregarded his words and pressed the call button. But before she could utter much, a busy tone echoed from the other end. Your brother says he'll find a way, but he just started his sophomore year. So it might be a bit challenging. Aunt Chin said, momentarily stunned, forcing a smile. Don't worry about him. Li Mu replied nonchalantly. He knew that Song Wei was selfish and had never regarded him as a brother. He had anticipated that Song Wei would not involve himself in this situation. Yet, Li Mu was unconcerned. He had long recognized Song Wei as a petty individual, utterly unreliable. Had Song Wei been dependable, Aunt Chin would not have been coerced to her demise later on. Aunt Chin, look at this. Li Mu pulled out a durable piece of demon skin paper from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the deed? Aunt Chin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the paper. Not only is it a deed, but it is also a deed for a residence in the safe zone. From today onward, you and Ku can live in the safe zone. Li Mu smiled. This, Xiao Mu, have you done something? How could you possibly afford to buy a house in the safe zone? Aunt Chin inhaled deeply, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized him. Aunt Chin, I haven't done anything. The funds for the house are a reward from the school. I got accepted into the 1st Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Li Mu said with a grin, realizing that Aunt Chin was genuinely concerned for them, fearing that this money might be a life-for-a-life payment. The 1st Martial Arts University of Rongqing? Aunt Chin was utterly stunned, trembling with excitement, oblivious to the deed slipping from her hands and falling to the ground. Although it could not be compared to the elite martial arts universities within the super fortresses, it was the best martial arts university in Rongqing. In the realm of martial arts universities across Huaxia, while its status did not equate to the former 211 or 985 institutions by previous standards, the first martial arts university of Rongqing could definitely be considered prestigious. Gaining admission to this institution was the dream of every martial arts high school and middle school student in Rongqing and its surrounding areas. Aunt Qin was taken aback to learn that Li Mu had gained admission to the prestigious First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, especially considering that Song Wei, who possessed greater talent than Li Mu, could only secure a spot at the Third Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Li Mu, have you truly been accepted into the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing? Aunt Qin inquired with palpable excitement. If this lad could indeed enroll in the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, then I would have long since attended the Martial Arts University in the capital. At that moment, several imposing figures abruptly entered the scene, clad in the attire of the Third Martial Arts University of Rongqing. These individuals exuded a robust vitality and immediately fixed their hostile gazes upon Li Mu. Qianlong. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Recognizing that the leader of this group was none other than Qundong's son, Qianlong. Although Qianlong had been admitted to the third university, his abilities were rather mediocre. Instead, he had chosen to align himself with a notorious gang, extorting protection fees from the surrounding village. Qianlong, our Song Wei is still a classmate of yours at the Third Martial Arts University. Today's incident is merely a misunderstanding, and we are willing to compensate. Aunt Qin quickly interjected. Compensation is feasible, but you must surrender this land deed to me, and have your useless foster son kneel and apologize to my father. Then we can consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, I shall sever the hand that struck my father. Qianlong greedily eyed the land deed that lay on the ground, smirking maliciously. This is outright extortion, Aunt Qin retorted angrily. It was clearly Qundong's fault earlier. Although Li Mu's response was somewhat excessive, the cost for such injuries would barely exceed a few hundred alliance coins. Even if we were to offer a little more, 5,000 alliance coins would be considered generous. The property Li Mu purchased in the safe zone is worth at least several 100,000 alliance coins. Qianlong is being nothing short of audacious. Even if I am extorting, what of it? Do you dare to challenge me? Qianlong taunted with a sinister grin. Brother Long, this beauty is all too familiar. Let her bite should be quite pleasurable, chuckled one of Qianlong's followers. Just then, a sharp slap echoed through the air, causing the speaker to stumble and crash to the ground, his face swelling with a distinct handprint. You, how dare you strike me? The follower exclaimed incredulously, glaring at Li Mu. You would do well to keep your mouths clean. Consider this your warning. Li Mu retorted coldly. Qianlong's pupils contracted sharply. He had not perceived Li Mu's earlier move. Kid, I didn't realize you possessed some skill, Qianlong remarked, fixating on Li Mu. Leave, or face death, Li Mu declared icily. You, a mere martial arts high school student, dare to speak to me in such a manner? You have some nerve. I relish extinguishing the flames of those who dare. Qianlong inhaled deeply, his bones cracking as he momentarily grew an inch taller. Universal arm fist. With a thunderous roar, Qianlong lunged fiercely at Li Mu, unleashing 3 punches in a mere fraction of a second, pushing his martial prowess to its limits. Those below the yellow rank are collectively referred to as martial apprentices, with only those attaining the first rank of yellow being acknowledged as true martial artists. The hallmark of a first-rank yellow martial artist is the ability to deliver a punch weighing 5,000 kilograms. Qianlong's current punch had reached 2,000 kilograms. Yet, against Qianlong's formidable strikes, Li Mu did not even attempt to defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Qianlong's 3 powerful punches landed heavily upon Li Mu. Chapter 11. Irredeemable Sin. Thud, thud, thud. The forceful trio of punches struck Li Mu with such intensity that Qianlong felt as though he was hitting solid steel. Not only did he fail to inflict any harm upon Li Mu, but he also experienced excruciating pain in his own hands, which began to swell. How can you be unscathed? Qianlong gazed at Li Mu in horror, unable to fathom how a mere high school martial artist could withstand his 3 blows without a scratch. Is this all you are capable of? Li Mu's expression remained impassive as he effortlessly grasped Qianlong by the neck, lifting him with ease. Having undergone his first physical enhancement with the blood of the Black Flood Dragon, he was nearly as resilient as steel. There was no way Chun Long's 2,000-kilogram punches could harm him. Spare me! Spare me! Chun Long cried out in terror, but before he could finish his plea, Li Mu, still gripping his neck, slammed his entire body forcefully into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, fissures appearing instantly, as Chun Long let out a piercing scream. His bones likely shattered beyond count. Attack! Everyone attack! Kill him! Chun Long shouted desperately, spewing blood, yet his underlings stood frozen in fear, trembling like quails. Too terrified to act. On March 5th, you carelessly collided with a vagrant in the alley and beat him to death. Li Mu's expression remained stoic as he lifted his leg and stomped down onto one of Chun Long's legs. Crack! Ah! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Chun Long convulsed, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Li Mu had brutally broken one of his legs. On April 8th, you coveted the blacksmith Zhang's wife, broke Zhang's leg, and threw him into a furnace to burn alive. Li Mu's foot came crashing down once more, mercilessly breaking Chun Long's other leg. Another anguished scream escaped Chun Long's lips, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. His gang members, now utterly terrified, were reduced to a state of panic. Several of them had soiled themselves in fear. Last month, you committed unspeakable acts against Widow Zhang and her daughter, an unforgivable sin. Die? Stop! Li Mu raised his foot high, aiming to crush Chun Long's head, just as several uniformed officers burst onto the scene. Crack! Li Mu's expression remained impassive, showing no hesitation as he crushed Chun Long's skull beneath his foot. You dare to kill indiscriminately? You are doomed. The leading officer of the peacekeepers bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on Li Mu. In response, Li Mu slowly turned to face the officer. And you, the protector of these scoundrels, are the one responsible for the deaths of those people. What do you intend to do? The deputy officer of the peacekeepers, trembling with fear, took a step back, his hand instinctively reaching for his firearm. In that instant, a flicker of movement caught his eye, and the next moment, a searing pain shot through his chest. As if every bone and organ within him had been shattered, Li Mu delivered a merciless blow to the deputy officer's chest, striking him down with a single punch. The officer's lifeless body gradually slid down the wall. All those present in the room were left in stunned silence. If Li Mu were truly to gain admission to the prestigious martial arts University of Rongqing, the murder of a notorious thug would be inconsequential, as the institution would undoubtedly assist him in navigating any repercussions. However, killing a peacekeeper was an entirely different matter. You possess such audacity. Raise your hands. The faces of several other officers turned pale as they hastily drew their firearms, directing them at Li Mu. Most ordinary peacekeepers possess the strength of martial practitioners, with grassroots officers typically being at least first-tier warriors. The deputy officer had been at the second tier of the yellow level, yet he had been dispatched in an instant by Li Mu. Xiaomu. Aunt Qin's face displayed immense worry, while the thugs under Chun Long's command wore expressions of unrestrained glee. Li Mu had killed a peacekeeper, sealing his own fate. Even if he was strong, there were many formidable individuals among the peacekeepers. In a world teeming with martial cultivators, it was inconceivable that the peacekeepers could maintain order without powerful warriors among their ranks. Raise your hands. You think you are worthy? Li Mu scoffed, producing a crystal iron token from his pocket and forcefully tossing it into the face of one of the peacekeepers. Strong martial order? The officer's eyes widened in shock as he read the inscription on the token, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The strong martial order was equivalent to a major in the active military, a rank comparable to that of the director of their peacekeeping bureau or even the deputy director of the headquarters. Furthermore, as the military fought valiantly on the front lines against monstrous threats, the status of military personnel had soared to unprecedented heights, rendering the local peacekeepers insignificant in comparison. A serving major officer, even the director of the Rongqing Peacekeeping Bureau, would be compelled to show deference. More importantly, once one became an officer, possessing the strong martial order meant that as long as innocents were not harmed, one was free to execute those deserving of retribution without consequence. Greetings, sir. A group of peacekeepers, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly saluted, and the officer holding the strong martial order promptly returned the token to Li Mu. These peacekeepers had long been under the command of the slain deputy officer and were acutely aware of his misdeeds. In this area, the thugs who perpetrated wrongdoing thrived solely due to his protection, allowing them to act with impunity. Although this individual was directly struck down by Li Mu's fist, should this matter escalate, the young man before them would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Their vice captain was justly punished. How could the military allow someone of this young man's status, equivalent to an active major, to suffer? The officers were not contemplating vengeance for their vice captain. Rather, they hoped fervently that this young man would refrain from taking action against them. If he were to retaliate, it would be fatal for them. Get out, Li Mu commanded coldly. Yes, sir. The group of officers saluted hurriedly, their demeanor akin to that of frightened strays as they fled in haste. What are you still doing here? Take their bodies and leave. Li Mu cast a disdainful glance at the remaining thugs from the 3rd Martial Arts Academy. Yes, yes. We will depart at once. The thugs nodded vigorously, lifting the corpses of Chun Long and the vice captain as they hurriedly exited, not daring to cast a lingering glance back into the room. Soon, only Li Mu and Aunt Qin remained. Xiao Mu, you have truly grown up, Aunt Qin remarked with a sense of relief. Those who had survived to this point had become accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Though Li Mu had directly killed 2 individuals, such occurrences were commonplace in this world, where lives were as fleeting as grass. It was said that only the top martial arts high school students who gained admission to the first martial arts university in Rongqing could receive the coveted strengthening order as a reward. It appears that you, Xiao Mu, have indeed been accepted into the first martial arts university. Chapter 12. Enrollment. Aunt Qin. We shall make our way to the safe zone now. The security there is relatively better. You and Kuer will reside there from now on. And I will ensure that Kuer gains entry into the first martial arts high school, Li Mu declared as he led Aunt Qin out of the urban village. Qin Ku's talent for cultivation was originally the best among the 3 of them, particularly excelling in her Taoist abilities, which differed from the martial talents of Song Wei and Li Mu. She could have attended the finest high school in the Rongqing stronghold, as she had even received an acceptance letter from the first martial arts high school. However, just before her enrollment, her acceptance letter and tuition fees were stolen by Song Wei, who maliciously framed Li Mu for the theft. Although Li Mu denied the accusation, he could not provide evidence to refute it. Consequently, the second martial arts high school in Rongqing offered to waive all of Qin Ku's tuition fees and provide monthly cultivation resources. Reluctantly, Aunt Qin had to send her to the second martial arts high school, where she was now preparing to enter her senior year. Good. Kuer will surely be overjoyed to hear this, Aunt Qin said with a warm smile. Then, her eyes widened in astonishment as she spotted a flying shuttle. Xiao Mu, where did this flying shuttle come from? The price of a flying shuttle is undoubtedly steep, although it cannot quite compare to the residences in the safe zone. The most affordable model still commands over 100,000 alliance coins. The shuttle before me boasts a sleek design, adorned with vibrant lights and a formidable power array, likely priced at no less than 300,000 to 400,000 alliance coins. This particular shuttle has been lent to me by a teacher at the school, and I must return it in a few days, Li Mu remarked vaguely, before ushering Aunt Qin into the shuttle and heading straight for the safe zone. There are no stark boundaries separating the safe zone from the outer districts, but upon entering the safe zone, one immediately notices the relatively new and sturdy houses, complemented by a considerable presence of patrolling officers. What a splendid abode! Aunt Qin soon laid eyes on the house Li Mu had recently procured. Situated at the outskirts of the safe zone, it spans over 100 square meters and is quite elevated. Not the finest, yet Aunt Qin's excitement was palpable. Aunt Qin, here is the key. I have also provided you with 50,000 alliance coins. Please use it for any essentials you may need. I will find a way to address the matters concerning Kuer, so do purchase some items that may assist her cultivation, Li Mu said, handing over the key along with a banknote of 50,000, which constituted his remaining funds. However, he was unconcerned, for he possessed ample means to earn money. The following morning, Li Mu set off in the flying shuttle towards the first martial arts university of Rong City. The campus was bustling with activity, teeming with newly enrolled martial practitioners. In Huaxiao, nearly everyone possesses a talent for martial arts cultivation, a stark contrast to the abilities associated with Taoist practices. Nonetheless, while nearly everyone exhibits some degree of martial talent, there exist distinctions in proficiency. The majority possess only C or D grade abilities, with approximately 1 in 10 or 20 individuals achieving B grade, and merely 3 or 4 attaining a grade. As for the superlative A-level martial cultivation talent, it is rare to encounter even one among several cohorts of martial practitioners. To gain admission to the first martial arts university of Rong City, one only needs to possess a B grade martial talent. Thus, this year's incoming class comprises several thousand students. Wow, another flying shuttle. I have already seen dozens today, and the number of other vehicles is beyond count. remarked two sophomore students responsible for guiding the newcomers, gazing enviously at the descending shuttle. Oof, what's so impressive? Once we graduate, if we manage to cultivate into Xian-level warriors, such flying shuttles and beauties will be at our fingertips, retorted another sophomore martial practitioner with a scoff. Hello, Junior. Are you here to enroll? As Li Mu's shuttle touched down, a striking senior with a neat ponytail approached briskly, her face illuminated with a smile. In this world, it is not only essential to possess cultivation talent, but also to have access to cultivation resources. Aligning oneself with a wealthy heir could easily procure such resources, a prospect many would eagerly embrace. Indeed, Li Mu nodded in agreement. Follow me. I shall guide you, she said, her enthusiasm infectious. By the way, Junior, my name is Lan Wei. What is yours? Li Mu, he replied. Li Mu glanced around, observing the myriad of excited faces. Yet these martial practitioners remained oblivious to the grim reality that awaited many of them at the jaws of demonic beasts. To those cultivators of the way, martial artists who had not attained a certain level, at least earth and heaven ranks, or even above as grandmasters, were merely seen as a cadre of elite infantry, with the martial artists always bearing the brunt of the frontline battles. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Lan Wei tilted her head in contemplation, but she could not recall where she had heard it before. At the new student registration desk, a middle-aged woman spoke without lifting her head. You will receive a copy of the Intermediate Martial Arts Manual, 3 training uniforms, a dormitory key, a school badge, and a fee of 5,000 alliance coins. More fees? Li Mu furrowed his brow and inquired, as Wu Kuan had never mentioned such a matter. In his 30 years of memories, he had never attended Rongqing University and was unaware of any tuition fees. He was completely out of money. What kind of registration do you think this is? Do you believe that Rongqing's foremost martial arts university operates as a charity? The middle-aged woman glanced up at Li Mu with evident impatience. Junior brother, registration for new students definitely incurs fees, Lan Wei whispered, feeling a bit awkward. I have no money, Li Mu replied, his brow knitted in concern. How could you arrive in a flying shuttle, yet be unable to pay tuition? That shuttle must surely be rented. Someone mocked. Undoubtedly rented. In this day and age, some people go to great lengths to appear affluent while being impoverished. Another scoffed. These two speakers were the same second-year martial practitioners from earlier. Li Mu cast a cold glance at them, and a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. The two second-year martial artists felt a sudden chill, their bodies stiffening as their faces turned pale, silenced by fear. Without hesitation, Li Mu pulled out his phone and called Elder Wu, with whom he had exchanged contact information previously. Elder Wu, do I really have to pay tuition to attend Rongqing's foremost martial arts school? He asked directly upon the call connecting. Tuition? Nonsense. Just tell her your name. You are completely exempt from fees. I'll be there shortly, Elder Wu barked, his voice laced with irritation. He was exasperated that, after painstakingly recruiting a top-tier martial artist with exceptional talent for the school, there were still those who sought to impose tuition fees. Hello, Elder Wu said, I do not need to pay tuition. Li Mu calmly tapped on the window after ending the call. Elder Wu said you don't need to pay tuition? Even if the king himself said so. I still need to verify. What did you say your name was? The middle-aged woman asked impatiently. Li Mu. You are Li Mu? The middle-aged woman abruptly stood, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, My sincere apologies for the misunderstanding. Li Mu, you are indeed exempt from tuition. Here are your items. Not only can you enroll for free, but you are also the designated disciple of Elder Wu Kuan from the Law Enforcement Hall. The middle-aged woman's demeanor transformed into one of exuberant warmth as she promptly handed all the necessary enrollment materials to Li Mu. How could he possibly enjoy free admission and directly become a disciple of an elder? This is utterly unjust. The other new students, who were in line to pay, voiced their displeasure immediately. Indeed, it is unfair. There must be some hidden agenda. We must confront the principal to oppose this outrageous behavior. Opposition. This is simply too unfair. Free enrollment is one matter. Many new students come from affluent backgrounds and are indifferent to the money. But the prospect of becoming a disciple of an elder is what truly irks them. Most of these new students lack personal instructors and are instead taught in large groups, while elder disciples receive individual guidance, creating a stark disparity. If any of you possess top-tier martial arts talent, you may choose any mentor from the academy. The middle-aged woman exclaimed sharply from the counter. As her voice fell, a hushed silence enveloped the surroundings, with all the students wide-eyed, staring at Li Mu. Top-tier martial arts talent, I understand now. He is that martial arts prodigy, Li Mu. I remember, that martial arts genius is indeed named Li Mu. My goodness. It turns out he is Li Mu, so handsome. How wonderful it would be if he could be my boyfriend. A petite beauty clad in training attire gazed at Li Mu with eyes nearly sparkling, for he is a top-tier martial arts genius, likely destined to be a formidable force in the human realm. Do any of you still have objections? If you wish to seek the principal for opposition, then do so and see if the principal will support you. Those who dare not should obediently form a line. The middle-aged woman continued sternly, prompting the group of martial arts newcomers to quiet down and line up obediently. It is absurd to think that a genius with top-tier talent would not receive preferential treatment. How could they possibly compete? If he merely expresses a desire to visit the Magic City Fortress or the Capital Fortress, both would undoubtedly send someone to receive him. The expressions of the two second-year martial students changed instantly at this remark, and they hastily retreated into the crowd. For a new student with top-tier talent was not someone they could provoke. Junior brother, I never expected you to be that martial arts genius. You must take care of your senior sister in the future. Lan Wei meticulously folded Li Mu's training outfit, her large eyes gazing at him with an almost enchanting allure. Senior sister, if you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Mu replied with a smile. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the enrollment area. Make way, make way. Don't you see Elder Wei returning from recruitment? You worthless lot, step aside. A few impatient voices rang out as a group of new students was ruthlessly shoved aside, even affecting Li Mu and his companions. Many newcomers, upon witnessing the robust and vigorous upperclassmen, find themselves brimming with silent indignation. Alas, it is Elder Wei of the crazy martial academy arriving. Those from the academy are known for their camaraderie and arrogance. Best to avoid their ire and step aside. Lan Wei hastily tugged at Li Mu, who had no intention of causing trouble and followed suit, retreating a few paces. It appears the news of my recruitment of 3 martial prodigies has reached back. A sinister-looking elder declared, hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by the 3 new martial students. He seemed to have overheard the earlier commotion and mistook the mention of martial prodigies as a reference to his newly recruited students. Elder Wei, you have returned. A middle-aged woman behind the registration desk smiled awkwardly, hesitant to clarify that the newcomers in question were not those he had recruited. Elder Wei had recently departed from the fortress of Rongqing to the garrison at Nanshan Town for recruitment, unaware of the emergence of an A-grade super martial genius in Rongqing. The outskirts of Rongqing are not devoid of life. Rather, due to various needs, there exist dozens of small garrisons, though none are particularly large. The largest housing only 5,000 residents, while the smallest may merely consist of a few hundred. Here are the 3 martial prodigies I recruited from Nanshan Town. Please register them, Elder Wei proclaimed proudly, the 3 newcomers behind him equally brimming with arrogance. Li Mu, why did you not inform me in advance of your registration? As a specially admitted student, you need not register here. At that moment, Wu Kuan approached with a beaming smile. It's my first time registering. I lacked experience. Li Mu nodded in reply. Not to worry, not to worry. It's a trivial matter. Wu Kuan chuckled, unable to contain his delight. Countless individuals within Rongqing's foremost martial academy aspired to be Li Mu's mentor, yet Wu Kuan remained steadfast, for Li Mu was a fortuitous encounter for him. A martial genius arriving at his doorstep as a disciple was an opportunity not to be relinquished. Wu Kuan, is this truly the disciple you have recruited? What sort of worthless individual have you brought into the academy? Elder Wei remarked with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain. Who are you calling worthless? Wu Kuan retorted, his face aflame with indignation. This lad has only cultivated the fundamental martial arts technique to the 3rd level. How can he be anything but worthless? Elder Wei pointed directly at Li Mu. Li Mu's prior cultivation talent was indeed lacking. He had dedicated 4 years to the fundamental martial arts technique, yet had only progressed to the 3rd level out of a total of 9. The modifications made to his body by the starship could not enhance his cultivation level, but merely strengthened his physique, leaving him at the 3rd level of the fundamental martial arts technique. For those with superior cultivation talent and ample resources, reaching the 9th level within a year is not uncommon. The fundamental martial arts technique merely serves as an introductory foundation for cultivating energy, and, even at the 9th level, it only augments one's punch power by 5,000 kilograms, rendering it of little significant utility. You call me worthless, yet I wonder what kind of genius you have attracted. Li Mu said calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Even if one masters the foundational martial arts technique to its zenith, reaching the 9th level, It merely equates to the strength of a first-tier yellow grade. What significance does such power hold? Heh, you may be young, but your temper is quite formidable. Elder Wei shot a cold glance at Li Mu. Known for his narrow-mindedness, Li Mu's audacity in speaking to him had already earned his ire. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. Among the three, two possess medium-level A-grade cultivation talents, and one boasts a superior A-grade talent. Each has recently mastered the foundational martial arts technique to the 9th level. Elder Wei proclaimed with an air of pride. Chapter 14. The bet a superior A-grade martial talent can typically be found in dozens each year in Rong City. However, the esteemed Rong City Martial University seldom enrolls many, often retaining nearly half. This is because many martial cultivators with superior A-grade talents, provided their families can afford it, are sent to Jiang City Martial University. Located over 300 kilometers from the fortress of Rong City, Jiang City, once a provincial capital, boasts a number of powerful individuals and educational resources that far exceed those of Rong City, as it remains a fortress of millions. Thus, it is no wonder that the first martial academy of Rong City can attract only a handful of individuals with superior A-grade cultivation talents each year, which explains Elder Wei's smugness. However, he is oblivious to the fact that this year, a prodigy named Li Mu has emerged from Rong City. Elder Wei had anticipated seeing an expression of displeasure and envy on Elder Wu's face, but to his dismay, Elder Wu remained unperturbed, his expression neutral, even tinged with a hint of mockery. The middle-aged woman behind the new student registration window wore an awkward expression. It would have been acceptable for Elder Wei to be so self-satisfied in the past, but the current circumstances were markedly different. Other new students and second-year students displayed expressions of suppressed laughter, finding it amusing that one with merely a superior A-grade talent would boast in front of those of higher caliber. Two with medium A-grade talents and one with a superior A-grade talent. How impressive! Li Mu scoffed, though he had no intention of causing trouble. He saw no reason to back down now that the confrontation had been initiated. You are quite arrogant, to speak in such a manner. A young man behind Elder Wei glared at Li Mu with hostility. This young man was brimming with vitality, exuding an imposing presence that set him apart from the ordinary. Zhao Shan, since this brat is so presumptuous, teach him the rules of our Rong City's foremost university. Here, strength is paramount. Those who are strong have the right to be arrogant, while the weak should tread lightly, lest they find themselves in a predicament they cannot escape. Elder Wei huffed disdainfully. Yes, Elder. Allow me to give him a lesson. Zhao Shan grinned maliciously as he stepped forward, one of the three new students Elder Wei had brought along, possessing one of the medium-level A-grade martial talents. Li Mu's expression remained placid, unperturbed even in the presence of Zhao Shan, a demeanor that could easily be interpreted as disdain. However, to Zhao Shan, it seemed as if Li Mu was overwhelmed by fear. So, you finally understand what it means to be afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhao Shan sneered. You overestimate yourself, Li Mu replied coolly. Seeking death. Zhao Shan roared in fury, ready to strike. Wait. At that moment, Elder Wu suddenly interjected. What's this, Wu Kuan? Are you planning to play the protector? Rest assured, Zhao Shan knows his limits. He won't kill this boy. But if the lad ends up crippled, don't blame me. Our esteemed Martial Arts Academy of Rongqing does not accept failures. Elder Wei chuckled maliciously. I fear it will be you who is left unsatisfied. Elder Wu retorted disdainfully. If you wish for them to compete, that is acceptable, but without some stakes. The contest loses its allure. If you desire a match, then let us wager 100 blood chi pills. The victor claims them all. Hey, Wu Kuan. Do you think you can intimidate me? Elder Wei scoffed. 100 blood chi pills? I would have no issue wagering 1,000. If you wish to play, let us stake 1,000 blood chi pills. 1,000 blood chi pills? Good heavens, that wager is rather steep. 1,000 blood chi pills are worth at least 500,000 alliance coins. The surrounding newcomers buzzed with astonishment. Blood chi pills are essential for martial practitioners. These potions are concocted from various rare herbs that bolster vitality and strength, with each student required to consume at least one daily, valued at 500 alliance coins each. The Academy only provides 15 blood chi pills per month, leaving the remainder for students to procure at their discretion. Wu Kuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he smirked. Very well, let us wager 1,000 blood chi pills. If you lose and cannot cover the cost, you shall publicly admit defeat and declare, I, your grandfather, have lost. Agreed. Wu Kuan, if you wish to play big, I shall accompany you. Be prepared to call me grandfather if you fail to produce the pills. Elder Wei laughed coldly. Both he and Wu Kuan were formidable figures in the martial arts realm before the resurgence of spiritual energy, yet their rivalry had only intensified since. Li Mu, should you triumph, that 1,000 blood chi pills will be yours. Wu Kuan beamed at Li Mu, eager to gather resources for his disciple. After all, why refuse resources that present themselves so readily? Even if Zhao Shan had perfected his foundational martial arts technique to the 9th level, he would merely possess strength equivalent to that of a first-tier yellow-grade practitioner, capable of delivering 5,000 kilograms of force. How could he possibly compare to Li Mu, whose strength was an astonishing 10,000 kilograms? Zhao Shan, render this boy incapable. Elder Wei's expression darkened, a glimmer of scorn flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked that the young man dared to gamble, undoubtedly relying on other means. Yes, Elder, rest assured. Zhao Shan grinned maliciously, cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound before striding boldly towards Li Mu. Boy, do you have any final words? Now is your chance. You speak too much, Li Mu replied calmly, even too indifferent to cast a glance at Zhao Shan. Seeking death, Zhao Shan erupted in fury. He possessed a Class A intermediate martial arts talent. Even if he went to the Great Fortress, he could gain admission to the finest martial arts university. How dare Li Mu belittle him? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Shan stomped his foot and charged at Li Mu like a raging bull, unleashing a fierce gust of wind, his strength already at the first rank of the yellow level. Haha. Elder Wei's face beamed with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. Feeling justified for having secretly trained Zhao Shan for over a year, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally for Wei Hu. Casually, Elder Wei cast a sidelong glance at another disciple who wore a smug expression. Is this all you are capable of? But just as Zhao Shan's fist came hurtling towards him, a chilling smile appeared on Li Mu's face as he reached out to grasp Zhao Shan's fist directly. Bold indeed. Zhao Shan's face twisted with rage, and Elder Wei's expression soured. Li Mu had the audacity to seize Zhao Shan's punch, showing utter disregard for him. Zhao Shan roared, putting more force behind his strike. Boom. In the next instant, Zhao Shan's fist collided violently against Li Mu's hand, yet it was firmly grasped by Li Mu. Chapter 15. An unyielding force. What? Zhao Shan was instantly dumbfounded. His foundational martial arts technique had reached the 9th level, equating to a first-rank yellow-level warrior, with a punch capable of delivering a force of 5,000 kilograms. How could this young man possibly catch his fist? What level of strength did he possess? Peak yellow level, or even first or second rank of the Xian level? Too weak, Li Mu remarked impassively, showing no sign of movement. Damn it! Zhao Shan, both shocked and furious, desperately attempted to retract his hand, but he found it utterly impossible, no matter how much he strained. He could not withdraw his fist. Crack! With a sudden surge of strength, Li Mu crushed Zhao Shan's fist, accompanied by the harrowing sound of breaking bones. Zhao Shan let out a pained scream as one of his hands was brutally crushed by Li Mu. How could this be possible? He was a legitimate Class A intermediate martial arts prodigy, having been rigorously trained by Elder Wei for over a year. How could he possibly be outmatched by this young man who had merely just gained admission to a martial arts university? Not to mention, many second-year martial arts students would hardly be his adversaries. Drenched in cold sweat from the pain, Zhao Shan stared at Li Mu in disbelief. Useless fool, eliminate him. Elder Wei's expression darkened ominously. He had not anticipated Zhao Shan's utter ineptitude after all the time he had invested in his training. If Zhao Shan were to lose, he would be compelled to compensate with thousands of vital energy pills, a fact that would undoubtedly cause him immense distress, even considering his elevated status. You wretch! I shall end your life. Zhao Shan's eyes transformed into a crimson haze as he roared, a terrifying aura emanating from him, accompanied by the spectral image of a young bull appearing behind him. Have you truly imparted the bull fist to this brat ahead of schedule? Wu Kuan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of solemnity. Typically, martial practitioners entering the Rongqing First Martial Arts University are not only taught intermediate martial arts techniques, but also various combat forms, with the 12 beast forms being the most prevalent in this region. Among them, Elder Wei is particularly adept at the bull fist. If one could manifest the spectral image while practicing it, their striking power could be elevated by a significant margin. Bring it on. Zhao Shan's punch radiated with ferocity. Yet Li Mu did not retreat as the surrounding martial arts newcomers anticipated. Instead, he met Zhao Shan's assault head-on with a resounding blow. You brought this upon yourself. How dare you cripple my arm? I shall kill you. Zhao Shan's eyes glinted with malice as he aimed to shatter the young man's arm and obliterate his very flesh and bones. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, unleashing a wave of formidable energy. Zhao Shan let out a pained cry as his arm was shattered by Li Mu's strike. Good heavens, what terrifying strength! The surrounding martial arts newcomers and second-year students were left in shock, unable to fathom that Li Mu not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also such overwhelming power. Even Zhao Shan, having unleashed the bull fist, found his arm obliterated by a single blow from Li Mu, a feat that transcended the capabilities of a mere yellow rank practitioner and perhaps even reached the Xian rank. It is worth noting that after 4 years of training at Rongqing First Martial Arts University, achieving the yellow rank Tier 3 would secure one's graduation. Failing to reach yellow rank Tier 1 within 3 years would result in expulsion. Thus, Li Mu, a mere freshman, might already rival the capabilities of those ordinary graduates, possibly even surpassing them. This was utterly astounding. He had started from a line that many only hoped to reach. Lan Wei's captivating gaze remained fixated on Li Mu, unable to look away. If you cannot even withstand a single punch, it appears you are the true failure, Li Mu remarked, shaking his head at Zhao Shan. Wei Tian, it seems the wager was lost by you. Hand over the vital energy pills, Wu Kuan stated, nodding in satisfaction as he extended his hand. What was all that talk about A-grade superlative martial talent? Elder Wei's complexion darkened significantly, his tone icy. Produce the vital energy pills, or utter the words grandfather. I concede, and I shall divulge the truth. Wu Kuan sneered. Elder Wei's expression suddenly contorted in an extraordinary manner. 1,000 qi blood pills were no trivial sum. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, how could he possibly address Wu Kuan as grandfather? Here, take it. A mere qi blood pill holds no significance to me. Elder Wei unfastened a small yellow gourd, no larger than a palm, and tossed it directly to Wu Kuan. This small yellow gourd served as a storage artifact, a creation of those adept in Taoism. Li Mu, these qi blood pills are your winnings. They belong to you. Wu Kuan promptly threw the qi blood pills to Li Mu. Elder Wei was on the verge of spitting blood in fury, while Li Mu smiled and thanked Wu Kuan. With these qi blood pills, his martial prowess could advance significantly. Wei Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Mu, the only student accepted this year by the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, endowed with an exceptional A-grade talent. My student. Wu Kuan deliberately emphasized the phrases A-grade exceptional talent and my student with heightened volume. What? Elder Wei and the 2 remaining disciples behind him gasped in disbelief as they stared at Li Mu. An A-grade martial talent had not surfaced in Rongqing for 2 years. How could he possibly be such a remarkable martial artist? One of the disciples behind Elder Wei, named Wei Hu, questioned this claim, resembling Elder Wei to some extent. In truth, he was Elder Wei's illegitimate son. Elder Wei's intention to recruit from the security district was primarily for Wei Hu, hoping to make him shine at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing and seize the majority of the finest new resources. However, he never anticipated the emergence of a prodigy like Li Mu at the university. If you are unconvinced, you may challenge me. Li Mu spoke with an air of indifference. You think I'm afraid of you, kid? Wei Hu, provoked by Li Mu's dismissive demeanor, erupted in rage. Wei Hu returned. Elder Wei's countenance shifted between anger and concern. He did not mind sacrificing Zhao Shan, but could not allow his illegitimate son to take risks. Why not let your disciple continue to spar with Li Mu to quell his doubts? I can have Li Mu teach him the customs of our First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Wu Kuan returned the favor with a smile. Wu Kuan, the mountain may not shift, but the waters will flow. There are still many days ahead. Just wait, we shall depart. Elder Wei shot a cold glare at Li Mu and, with a forced smile, addressed Wu Kuan. Master, save me, save me. I do not wish to become a cripple. Zhao Shan clung desperately to Elder Wei's leg, wailing, Get lost. Elder Wei, filled with fury, kicked Zhao Shan away, sending him flying. It was evident that Zhao Shan had little breath left, and it was uncertain if he would survive. Chapter 16. The 12 beast forms fist. Zhao Shan lay there in a pitiful state. Moments later, individuals from the school responsible for maintaining order arrived to take him away. It was certainly unacceptable for an instructor to kill a student within the school. However, Zhao Shan was not yet dead. If the family of Zhao Shan chooses not to pursue the matter, it is likely that this incident will be regarded as if it never occurred. Conversely, should they decide to seek justice, it is probable that a mere monetary compensation would be the outcome. Li Mu, possessing memories spanning the next 30 years, has become quite callous, Though Zhaoshan's plight is dire, should he fail, his own fate may be even more tragic. Before them stood the dormitory building for the new students, where the higher the floor, the more favorable the environment and the fewer disturbances during one's cultivation. The topmost floors even offer individual rooms for each resident, allowing them to practice undisturbed at night. However, these rooms must be claimed by the students through their own merits, as the school does not allocate them. Wu Kuan brought Li Mu before a dormitory building and remarked, "It is preferable for students of the Martial Arts Academy and the Taoist Academy to reside independently, as this minimizes interruptions during their cultivation. Yet, the school lacks sufficient rooms to accommodate all students, so those wishing for solitude must vie for it themselves. This competitive mechanism is a strategy adopted by every academy today. Barring any fatal incidents, schools generally refrain from intervening in normal competition." "Elder Wu, I shall ascend now." Li Mu nodded, preparing to enter. Although he had never attended a martial arts university in those 30 years of memories, he was unafraid of such competition. No need to rush. First, I will take you to the martial arts hall to acquire the manual for the tiger form fist and then demonstrate the technique for you. You may then begin to comprehend and cultivate it. Your talent is commendable, though regrettably discovered too late. You cannot compare to those with both superior gifts and earlier training. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, these years are the most abundant in celestial qi. Those with high potential can witness their progress almost daily. Therefore, you must not slacken. Cherish each day to diligently cultivate." Elder Wu imparted these words earnestly. "Elder Wu, I understand. You need not worry. I will strive diligently." Li Mu recognized the truth in Elder Wu's counsel. Although he had undergone his first enhancement, he still lagged considerably behind those prodigies. In those 30 years of memory, Li Mu had not placed much emphasis on martial arts cultivation. Ultimately, even though he became the mechanical emperor who subdued the world through successive enhancements, he failed to attain supreme status. Had he achieved that, even a betrayal from a faction within the Allied forces would not have culminated in his demise. Reduced to desperately utilizing a starship's advanced technology to return memories, resulting in a tragic end. This is the Martial Arts Hall, where the majority of martial arts manuals from the foremost martial arts university in Rome City are stored. Soon, Elder Wu led Li Mu to a 3-story pavilion. "Is the 12-animal form fist also here?" Li Mu inquired, his eyes lighting up. In those 30 years of memories, while he had not extensively practiced martial arts, he had certainly heard much about it, especially the widely circulated 12-animal form fist. The martial arts manuals are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each tier further divided into 9 grades. The heaven tier is the most formidable, while the yellow tier is the weakest. The 12 beast forms, with the weakest technique being merely a yellow grade 1, and the strongest reaching only yellow grade 5 or 6, offer a unique opportunity. Mastering all the techniques within the 12 beast forms could lead to the synthesis of a powerful Earth grade 9 pinnacle martial art. Over 2 decades later, a fortunate warrior managed to comprehend this formidable martial art, using it to vanquish a royal grade demon. Among the 12 beast forms, techniques such as the rat, chicken, pig, and rabbit punches are seldom practiced due to their unappealing names and lack of potency. In our academy, the majority of students train in the bull, tiger, dragon, snake, horse, dog, monkey, and sheep punches. However, not everyone can learn the dragon, tiger, and snake punches, as the dojo is safeguarded by restrictions, only surmountable through certain levels of mastery. As Wu Kuan spoke, he led Li Mu into the dojo. "Master Uncle." Upon entering, Wu Kuan respectfully greeted an elderly man with graying hair who was tending to a pair of mutated crickets. "Little Kuan, it's rare for you to visit personally. Is this your new disciple?" The old man glanced at Wu Kuan, then regarded Li Mu with interest. "Master." Li Mu also saluted in acknowledgement. Very good, very good. Vitality abundant, spirit contained, a promising talent indeed." The old man nodded approvingly. "Master Uncle, this is Li Mu, who possesses an A-grade superlative martial arts talent." Wu Kuan said with a hint of pride. "A-grade superlative talent?" The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, a remarkable prospect. When the martial arts competition arises, our Rongqing First Martial Arts Academy will confidently assert its strength. Master Uncle, I will take him to select his martial arts now." Wu Kuan stated. Go on, go on. The academy competition will commence shortly, and various contests will follow in quick succession. He must seize the opportunity to train diligently." The old man replied with a nod. The dojo was bustling on the first and second floors, while the third floor was relatively quiet. Wu Kuan led Li Mu directly to the third floor, where the martial arts manuals were protected by various restrictions. Many individuals were attempting to break these barriers to access the manuals within. Li Mu, the tiger form is here. To practice it, you must possess at least a yellow grade 2 level of strength to break its restriction. Wu Kuan explained. Yellow grade 2 equates to a punch power of 8,000 kilograms. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu unleashed a powerful punch against the restriction of the tiger form. With a resounding boom, as his fist struck, a brilliant light erupted from the barrier, only to dim shortly after. The restriction shattered, revealing a thin tome beneath, the manual for the tiger form. Come, I will demonstrate the tiger form for you. Let us see how much you can comprehend. Wait, Elder Wu, I wish to see the other 12 beast forms. Li Mu interjected. Well, it's worth a glance, though one should be cautious not to overindulge. Wu Kuan expressed some surprise, but nodded in agreement. Soon, Li Mu managed to locate the majority of the beast forms in the martial arts arena. However, he encountered some difficulties with the dragon and snake forms. The restriction for the snake form required a striking force of 15,000 kilograms to break, while the dragon form demanded an even greater force of 20,000 kilograms. Although this challenge posed no real concern for Li Mu, the strength he previously demonstrated before Wu Kuan was merely 10,000 kilograms per punch, making it quite difficult to suddenly elevate his power by several thousand or even 10,000 kilograms. Elder Wu, I shall return for the dragon and snake forms at a later time, Li Mu remarked. Wu Kuan nodded, deeming this a reasonable approach. The two exited the martial arts arena and made their way to a secluded grove, where Wu Kuan commenced practicing the tiger form. Chapter 17. The mentor Wu Kuan took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy, and began practicing the tiger form from slow to fast, executing punch after punch. Mainframe. Initiate recording and analysis of the tiger form. Li Mu whispered, his eyes shimmering with a faint starlight, as Wu Kuan's movements were immediately recorded and analyzed. Having trained in the tiger form since childhood, Wu Kuan had witnessed the resurgence of spiritual energy and the awakening of demons. The efficacy of modern weaponry diminished, and humanity faced the threat of extinction. In response to the crisis of national and ethnic annihilation, Wu Kuan and other true martial artists answered the global leaders' call, contributing various martial arts secrets. The initial 2 or 3 years following the resurgence of spiritual energy marked an unprecedented period of unity among humanity, with resources flowing freely across the globe, directed to wherever needed. A multitude of martial arts institutions emerged, including high schools and universities dedicated to martial and Taoist practices, while fortifications were simultaneously established. It was during this time that Elder Wu contributed his family's ancestral tiger form, and after the resurgence, his power surged dramatically. After decades of cultivation, the tiger form had reached a state of perfection. A fearsome giant tiger manifested behind Elder Wu, enhancing the ferocity of his punches. After a while, Wu Kuan completed a full demonstration of the tiger form. However, the mainframe identified numerous flaws, large and small. No martial art practiced by humans is without its weaknesses. Yet, the mainframe, devoid of such vulnerabilities, could address all shortcomings through its infinite computations. Elder, your tiger form contains several flaws, Li Mu stated calmly. What? Wu Kuan was taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Having trained in the tiger form for decades, he was incredulous that Li Mu, after merely a glance, could assert there were flaws. Had anyone else made such a claim, Wu Kuan would have dismissed them outright. But the speaker was Li Mu, and despite his inner discontent, he could not simply walk away. Li Mu, are you suggesting my tiger form has flaws? Wu Kuan could not help but retort. Indeed, here, and here. Li Mu nodded, promptly demonstrating the flaws in his boxing technique to Elder Wu. He even illustrated the severe consequences that could arise from exploiting these weaknesses. Initially, Wu Kuan expressed anger and disdain, yet after watching Li Mu's demonstration for a while, Elder Wu's eyes widened, and his body trembled. He realized that the very flaws Li Mu pointed out were indeed present in his own boxing style. Some of these flaws stemmed from his habitual actions, while others were inherent weaknesses within the technique itself, all of which Li Mu meticulously identified. A prodigy. Truly a remarkable talent. Li Mu, you are an undiscovered genius. Wu Kuan exclaimed with excitement. If the flaws in the tiger form could be eliminated as Li Mu suggested, perhaps the level of this martial art could be elevated. Advancing it further, Moreover, Wu Kuan believed that he might break through the barriers of Earth level and officially become a celestial level master. From this moment on, you shall no longer be my disciple. We shall be equals. No, no, no. You have enriched my martial path. This is the passing down of knowledge and enlightenment. I must honor you as my teacher. Henceforth, you are my master. Wu Kuan declared fervently. Elder Wu, that is too much. I cannot accept such a title. Li Mu replied, shaking his head. Do not be modest. You are indeed worthy of this title. Wu Kuan insisted, addressing him as teacher and performing the gesture of a disciple. Although Li Mu's current strength did not match his own, Wu Kuan understood that in the pursuit of knowledge, the learned may become the teacher. Very well, Li Mu responded, albeit reluctantly. However, I plan to return to rest for a while before heading out of the city to undergo trials and hunt demonic beasts. In the depths of his 30 years of memories, Li Mu recalled that this year, in addition to the demon tribe's siege, a significant event occurred. A family had hunted a sky-soaring red tiger within 30 miles of the fortress walls of Rome City. The sky-soaring red tiger had never ventured so close to the fortress before, typically residing over 100 miles away. This discovery was later deemed a portent of the impending siege by the demon tribe. Li Mu was determined to take a chance and hunt this sky-soaring red tiger to swiftly enhance his strength. I do not entirely agree with your decision to leave the city so soon, but if you must go, please exercise utmost caution, Elder Wu advised solemnly. Li Mu nodded seriously. Wu Kuan hurriedly departed, intending to seclude himself for a period to fully absorb Li Mu's guidance and strive for the realm of celestial level strength. Mainframe. Simulate the 12 beast forms boxing technique using Elder Wu as the template. Once Elder Wu left, Li Mu commanded the mainframe. If the mainframe could produce a perfected version of the 12 beast forms, it would create a memory that could be directly implanted into Li Mu's mind. At that point, with minimal practice to cultivate his energy, he would be able to execute this martial art flawlessly. The more martial arts Li Mu learned and understood, the more comprehensive his knowledge would become. Once the database reached a certain threshold, the mysteries of martial arts would no longer hold any secrets for him. The Serpent Fist and Dragon Fist have yet to be acquired. However, as dusk has already descended, it is prudent to secure a room first. Li Mu glanced at the sky and realized that time was not on his side. Having neither visited the martial arts arena nor returned to the starship to refine 1,000 chi blood pills, he proceeded directly towards the dormitory building. Inside the dormitory, martial arts freshmen were scattered throughout, though most of these students remained on the lower floors. After all, for those lacking strength, it would be unwise to risk injury or defeat upon entering the martial arts university. As he ascended, the number of freshmen dwindled, and by the time Li Mu reached the upper levels, most of the single rooms had already been claimed. Disinterested in troubling others, he continued upward until he discovered a few vacant rooms on the top floor. Kid, these rooms belong to us. You'd best vacate the premises. Just as Li Mu was about to enter one of the rooms, a brazen voice called out impatiently. Why don't you claim the entire building while you're at it? Li Mu retorted coldly. Brother, it's wiser to seek a room further inside. They are from the Wang family of South City, which is protected by a powerful Earth-level expert. Even our university's vice president must show deference in their presence. Furthermore, these individuals possess formidable strength and are well-versed in the family's secret martial arts. It would be prudent for you to find another room. A fellow martial arts freshman advised Li Mu in a hushed tone. Further down the corridor, a few rooms remained. But they were adjacent to a storage room and were dirty and chaotic, hardly appealing to anyone. No need. I find this place quite satisfactory. Li Mu smiled, confidently stepping into the room. The freshman shook his head in resignation, noticing the increasingly unfriendly expressions of the Wang family members, and hurried away. Kid, are you unable to comprehend what I said? Wang Fei leapt off his bed and approached the door of Li Mu's room, his tone icy. The Wang family's Earth-level expert presence had already secured them a foothold in the upper echelons of Rome City. The Lin family, whom Li Mu had vanquished, paled in comparison. Wang Fei had begun his training prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy and had since acquired numerous precious resources from the Wang family. Although his talent was merely ranked as B-level superior, his current prowess was beyond what many second and third-year students could contend with, let alone a mere freshman. The audacity of the boy before him to disregard his words was tantamount to courting death. Apologies, but I only heard barking, not speech. Chapter 18, Public Suppression Kid. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You seek death. Fei Gu, this fellow is Li Mu. He possesses a level superlative martial arts talent. We should refrain from provoking him. One of Wang Fei's companions cautioned. If I had been unaware of your identity as Li Mu, perhaps I might have spared you. But now that I know, consider today your misfortune. Wang Fei's expression darkened, his aura surging dramatically as a shadowy steed manifested around him. For he had trained in the Wang family's horse fist technique. In the southern city, the Wang family is indeed related to the Lin family. Previously, Lin Feng was the cousin of Wang Fei, who had served as a lackey. It is said that Lin Feng had lost a hand at the hands of Li Mu. Now that they have crossed paths, Wang Fei naturally seeks revenge for Lin Feng, considering their past camaraderie. After all, Li Mu's actions against Lin Feng are tantamount to slapping Wang Fei's face. However, Wang Fei is oblivious to the fact that Li Mu has already expelled the Lin family from the stronghold in Rongqing. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to confront Li Mu. Go to hell! Wang Fei roared as he lunged at Li Mu. Wang Fei's strength was formidable, boasting the power of a third-tier, yellow-level warrior. Instantly, the new students observing from the doorways of other rooms gasped in astonishment. A third-tier, yellow level, augmented by the prowess of the galloping horse fist, could almost be considered half a step into the Xian level. It seemed this audacious newcomer was doomed. While some martial arts novices had encountered Li Mu at the registration window, many had not, leaving the majority still unaware of his identity. Just you? Li Mu shook his head, realizing Wang Fei had underestimated him. In an instant, Li Mu appeared before Wang Fei, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying, leaving him incapacitated on the floor. The two lackeys behind Wang Fei turned pale, their faces filled with dread as they regarded Li Mu. Wang Fei, a third-tier yellow-level warrior who had trained for several years in the galloping horse fist, had been effortlessly sent sprawling by a single strike. If they were to engage, they would likely perish without understanding how. Get lost, Li Mu commanded coldly. Wait, you've made an enemy of the Wang family. Offending us will lead to your demise. Wang Fei, struggling on the ground, shouted defiantly. Wang Xiao, stop talking, let's go. The two lackeys hurriedly covered Wang Fei's mouth and rushed to carry him away. No matter how powerful the Wang family was, they could not afford to commit murder at the first martial arts academy of Rongqing, especially against someone capable of ending their lives. With a decisive motion, Li Mu shut the door behind him, activating the protective array above the dormitory door. This array could withstand a full-force attack from a Xian-level expert for a minute, and it was nearly impossible for a yellow-level warrior to breach it through sheer force. Generally, once the door was closed, students inside could cultivate without disturbance. Having undergone his first enhancement utilizing the blood of the Black Flood Dragon, Li Mu now possessed the strength to deliver a punch with a force of 50,000 kilograms, roughly equivalent to a first-tier Earth-level warrior's might. However, his energy was still too weak. Without the dragon armor, he would likely struggle against a first-tier Earth-level opponent. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Li Mu began to strategize ways to elevate his strength. Furthermore, I now possess the secret scrolls of the 10 beast forms of martial arts, and the mainframe is poised to organize them into data that will be seamlessly integrated into my memory. The immediate priority is to continue fortifying my abilities while enhancing my qi, transforming it into a formidable essence. Achieving this will signify my initiation into the martial arts realm. To augment my qi, the 1,000 blood qi pills at hand will indeed prove invaluable. I shall first refine my qi and harness the medicinal properties of these pills. And in 2 days, I will venture outside the city to ascertain whether I can hunt formidable beasts near the fortress of Rongqing to further strengthen myself. Having entered the first martial arts university of Rongqing, if my recollection serves me right, it will not be long before the transport convoy of the 3rd Army Group of Rongqing falls victim to an assault by demonic entities, resulting in the loss of a significant quantity of vital supplies and numerous personnel. It is said that the ensuing siege by the demon race nearly breached the Rongqing fortress, leading to the tragic demise of over 100,000 souls, a calamity closely tied to these lost supplies. Within those 30 years of memory, I witnessed the fortress of Rongqing on the brink of collapse, powerless to intervene. Now that this memory has returned to me, I cannot allow such a tragedy to recur. I must swiftly elevate my strength to prevent this calamity. At the very least, I need to elevate my prowess to the 2nd or even 3rd rank of the celestial level in a short span, and with the assistance of the dragon armor, it may be possible to alter the course of events. Time is of the essence. Mainframe, return to the Star Destroyer. With a mere thought, Li Mu activated the array, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported back to the Star Destroyer, which remained cloaked and undetectable even to the mightiest beings on Earth. Mainframe. Purify these blood chi pills of their impurities and refine them anew, integrating the organized martial techniques into my memory. Upon his return to the Star Destroyer, Li Mu issued his commands. Understood, Master. Soon, the 1,000 blood chi pills were taken away, and Li Mu entered the training room. Within this sanctum, his consciousness directly immersed itself in the simulated environment of the Star Destroyer, where he began to practice the beast forms of martial arts. These techniques swiftly transformed into memories, allowing Li Mu's martial arts training to progress at an astonishing rate, far exceeding that of ordinary martial practitioners by hundreds, if not thousands of times. The 1,000 blood chi pills were refined anew by the Star Destroyer, and after the impurities were eliminated, they culminated in 10 resplendent pills, each containing the potency of over 100 original pills. This fierce potency could only be endured by Li Mu's enhanced physique. Over the course of 3 days, Li Mu consumed 1 pill daily while practicing the beast forms of martial arts, and by the end of this period, he had mastered all 10 forms. Bang! In the training room, Li Mu unleashed a punch upon a mechanical dummy, shattering it into countless fragments. Even the strongest of the 10 forms, the tiger form, barely reached the lower tier of the profound level in martial arts, with its enhancement to punching power being woefully inadequate. After consuming 3 pills and activating the tiger form, my punching power only increased by an additional 20,000 kilograms, bringing the total to 70,000 kilograms. Yet still falling short by 10,000 kilograms to achieve the second tier of the Earth level striking force. The foundation of the second rank in the Earth level is an imposing 8,000 kilograms of punch potency. It seems that obtaining the dragon and snake martial arts is essential to even contemplate reaching this level of prowess. Li Mu mused to himself. The 12 beast forms regard the dragon and snake dual punches as the pinnacle. Both are mid-tier techniques of the mysterious grade, ranking among the strongest martial arts within the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. However, the immediate priority is to devise a plan to hunt formidable demonic beasts for further cultivation. Otherwise, my current physique can no longer endure the potency of a premium blood chi pill. 3 premium blood chi pills have already reached the limit of my body's capacity. Having reached a bottleneck, it is fortuitous that I can venture outside the city to attempt hunting the sky-soaring scarlet tiger, and then return to seek Elder Wu's assistance in transferring Kur to Dao Wu First High School. With determination in his heart, Li Mu promptly instructed the mainframe to teleport him back to his dormitory. After casually gathering a few essentials, he descended from the dormitory building, ready to exit the city. Stop! As soon as Li Mu stepped outside, a furious roar erupted, and a stern-faced middle-aged man positioned himself squarely in Li Mu's path. What is the matter? Li Mu frowned and glanced at the man, who was flanked by approximately 50 new students, including Wang Fei and Wei Hu, both of whom were glaring at him. Particularly Wang Fei, who wore a mocking smile. What is the matter? You have registered for school for 3 days now. Why haven't you attended class? Do you know that the other students have been waiting for you for 3 days, causing significant delays in the curriculum? You must immediately bow and apologize to your classmates. The middle-aged man barked. Apologize? Why should I apologize? The delay in the curriculum is due to your inadequate teaching. It has nothing to do with others. Are you suggesting that if I don't attend for a semester, you won't instruct the other students for that duration? Moreover, did Elder Wu not inform you that I am exempt from public classes? Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Elder Wu had previously conveyed to Li Mu that his schedule at the university was highly flexible, and he need not concern himself with public courses, as he was essentially a disciple of the school with a dedicated mentor. Given this, attending public classes was unnecessary. It was evident that Elder Wu had also briefed the middle-aged man, who was deliberately attempting to shift some responsibility onto Li Mu, publicly suppressing and humiliating him to disturb his martial spirit. Elder Wu is currently in seclusion, and your words lack proof. Who knows if he has truly accepted you as a disciple? The middle-aged man said with a faux smile. Elder Wu, a high-ranking elder and vice president of the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, held a prestigious position. However, this situation was orchestrated by the Wang family scion, and as long as he could find a fault with this young man, even if Elder Wu were to be displeased later, he would not be able to retaliate against him. If you are uncertain, go and inquire. Why waste time here? Li Mu said coldly, then disregarded the middle-aged man and continued to move forward. Stop! How dare you disregard my words and show such disrespect? Apologize to me. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he reached out to press his hand upon Li Mu's shoulder. The middle-aged man is named Zhang Chong, a formidable warrior of the second rank in the Xian realm, surpassing the Lin family's ancestral figure slain by Li Mu by an entire rank. The might of a second-rank Xian-level fist, without employing martial arts, boasts a force of 30,000 kilograms. Zhang Chang believed that a mere novice in martial arts would be incapable of withstanding his immense power of 10,000 pounds. Even if this student claimed to possess some exceptional A-class talent, Zhang Chang had never encountered such a phenomenon in his lifetime. With a resounding clap, Zhang Chang struck Li Mu on the shoulder. Only to his astonishment, Li Mu remained utterly unfazed, not yielding an inch. "Kneel before me." Zhang Chang's expression darkened, filled with indignation as he raised his foot to kick at Li Mu's knee, intent on coercing him into submission. As a formal mentor of the academy, failing to discipline a mere student would be a tremendous loss of face. "You seek your own demise." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Zhang Chang's attempt at intimidation had devolved into direct aggression against a freshman, akin to the actions of Wei Tian. With a powerful shoulder charge, Li Mu collided with Zhang Chang's chest, causing the latter to emit a pained cry, spewing blood as he was sent flying to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. How is this possible? My heavens! Even Zhang Chang of the second rank in the Xian realm was defeated by a single move from Li Mu. Who exactly is this Li Mu? To possess such strength upon entering the academy, he could likely be ranked among the top 10 outstanding disciples of our Rongqing First Martial Arts University. The nearly 50 martial arts freshmen present were immediately stirred by this spectacle. While instances of students besting teachers were not unheard of, the ease with which Li Mu triumphed was astonishing. Students who had initially gathered to witness the unfolding drama now stood in stunned silence. Wang Fei felt a chill in his heart and quickly ducked among the other students, while Wei Hu's complexion darkened as he turned to leave. In truth, Wei Hu was not a student of the Strong Martial Academy. He belonged to another institution, the Crazy Martial Academy. The Rongqing First Martial Arts University is divided into 4 colleges: the Strong Martial Academy, the Crazy Martial Academy, the Divine Martial Academy, and the Demon Martial Academy. Wei Hu had come today to observe how Wang Fei had manipulated the faculty to humiliate Li Mu, but he was taken aback by Li Mu's overwhelming prowess. How could he claim the title of the top freshman now? "You damned brat, daring to strike a teacher on your first day. Just wait. I will ensure the school expels you." Zhang Chang's face flushed crimson as he rose from the ground, shouting fiercely, "Waste! I am about to embark on an expedition beyond the city and lack the time for your nonsense. If you wish to seek revenge, I shall gladly oblige upon my return." Li Mu shot a cold glance at Zhang Chang, then cast a brief look at Wang Fei before continuing toward the exit of the school. Zhang Chang's face shifted through shades of green and red as he watched Li Mu depart, powerless to intervene. Today, it was indeed he who initiated the conflict first. Thus, Li Mu's retaliatory strike was entirely justifiable. Had Zhang Chang emerged victorious, the school would merely have reprimanded him. However, his unexpected defeat places him in a precarious position. Should he escalate matters further, the school would undoubtedly impose severe consequences upon him. In this world, where power reigns supreme, one must accept defeat, especially when vanquished by a fellow student. Losing to a student is akin to bringing shame upon the institution. How could the school possibly choose to punish an extraordinary student endowed with both talent and strength instead? The likelihood of Li Mu facing expulsion is virtually non-existent. If Zhang Chang were to escalate his grievances to the higher echelons of the school, the administration would likely regard Li Mu with even greater esteem. "Teacher Zhang, I have a family matter to attend to. I would like to request leave," Wang Fei said, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he observed Li Mu's retreating figure. He suddenly addressed Zhang Chang, who had just regained his footing. "Very well, you may return to your affairs. Do not concern yourself with school matters," Zhang Chang responded, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. He waved his hand dismissively, and Wang Fei nodded before hastily departing. Once outside, Wang Fei promptly contacted his uncle, Wang Zhan, who was stationed outside the city to oversee the Wang family's hunting of monstrous beasts. It was the perfect opportunity to enlist his uncle's assistance in dealing with this troublesome adversary. With his uncle's intervention, this young man would surely meet his demise. What are you staring at? Have you all memorized the intermediate martial arts manual? If you haven't even mastered the intermediate techniques, how do you expect to learn the boxing forms? Now, recite your lessons. Zhang Chang bellowed, his countenance darkening as he noticed some students displaying contemplative expressions. Li Mu departed from the school and drove his flying shuttle to the entrance of the Rome fortress. Typically, civilian shuttles are prohibited from leaving the city due to their lack of modifications, rendering them vulnerable to attacks from monstrous beasts outside the fortress. Only modified shuttles, equipped with an arsenal of weapons and protective formations, are permitted to fly freely beyond the fortress walls. Ordinary shuttles are confined to the interior. Greetings, officer. Li Mu presented his martial authority token, prompting the vigilant guards at the gate to salute him immediately. He nodded in acknowledgement, stowing the token as he stepped outside. Every fortress enforces stringent entry and exit protocols, requiring the presentation of a command token. This is due to the presence of certain shape-shifting monsters capable of disguising themselves as humans, infiltrating the stronghold. Additionally, there are malevolent spirits that can possess individuals, allowing them to breach the fortress's defenses. Numerous bloody incidents within the fortresses have been attributed to these fiends. The 30 Shanghai city walls loomed like a towering edifice against the sky when viewed from below. Outside the walls, the resurgence of spiritual energy had spurred an explosive growth of flora and fauna. Beasts had transformed into monstrous entities, and many formidable beasts had emerged from unknown origins. These powerful creatures could no longer be categorized as mere animals. They were true monsters, reminiscent of those described in legends. In the absence of human activity, combined with the rich spiritual energy nourishing the environment, a dense array of plants and colossal trees now dominated the landscape, rendering the once passable roads nearly impassable. Not far from the outskirts of the city, remnants of past human activities can still be observed: ruined houses, roads, fallen aircraft, and heaps of abandoned vehicles. After a while of wandering, all traces of human existence have completely vanished. It feels as though decades have passed since the establishment of the Rome fortress, and this is my first time venturing beyond its walls. Li Mu gazed at the primal environment before him, muttering to himself. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, countless individuals have been trapped within the fortress, never daring to step outside. Now, in this era of great strife, where all beings, monsters, humans, and spirits, are in competition, I too must join the hunt. A faint smile graced Li Mu's face as a sudden gust of foul wind swept past him, and a shadow silently lunged from behind. Chapter 20. The flying crimson tiger. The shadow approached stealthily, and in a swift motion, Li Mu turned, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding thud echoed as his strike, infused with tremendous force, landed over 10,000 kilograms of power. Yet, the figure merely rolled on the ground and sprang back up as if unscathed. Was it an ironback wolf? Upon turning, Li Mu saw that the creature attempting a sneak attack was indeed a massive wolf, far larger than any he had encountered before, nearly the size of an adult tiger. The ironback wolf is categorized among the mid-tier beast-level monsters studied in advanced martial arts courses, comparable in strength to a Xian-level human warrior. In the vicinity of Rome City, beast-level monsters of lower tiers are common, easily dispatched by seasoned hunters. However, mid-tier beasts, like the ironback wolf, present a formidable challenge that even a fully armed squad of soldiers may struggle to confront if they are not seasoned veterans. With a fierce glare fixed on Li Mu, the ironback wolf emitted a series of low, menacing growls, circling him in a predatory manner. Since fate has led us to this encounter, let me test my beast form fist on you. Tiger form fist. Before the ironback wolf could attack, Li Mu seized the initiative, unleashing a punch that summoned a flickering, fierce tiger apparition. Had his energy cultivation reached the Xian level, this tiger would materialize as a true beast, launching attacks alongside his fists. The ironback wolf sensed imminent danger, letting out a roar as its demonic energy surged. Sharp claws extending from its paws, lunging ferociously at Li Mu. Bang! The tiger form fist struck the ironback wolf's head, causing it to howl in agony as its skull shattered under Li Mu's might. The creature's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. Mainframe. Scan the ironback wolf's genes to determine if they can enhance my strength, Li Mu murmured, having effortlessly slain the beast with a single punch. His current prowess was already comparable to that of a second-tier Earth-level warrior among humans, making the defeat of an ironback wolf a trivial task. The scan concluded. The genetic level is feeble and of no practical value. A metallic ring on Li Mu's wrist emitted a brilliant blue light, which swept across the ironback wolf before the voice of the mainframe echoed in the air. Indeed, the beast-level creatures are too weak to augment my physique. Li Mu shook his head, not feeling particularly disheartened. He promptly unsheathed his knife and severed the ironback wolf's carcass, extracting the demon core and tossing it into the small yellow gourd. As for the remaining parts of the ironback wolf's body, although they could fetch several hundred alliance coins if brought back to the Rome fortress, Li Mu was not interested in such a trifling sum and abandoned the carcass without a second thought. There were scarcely any formidable demon beasts near the vicinity of the Rome fortress. After dispatching the ironback wolf, Li Mu continued his journey deeper into the wilderness. The farther he ventured from the fortress, the lesser the traces of humanity became. Even the once magnificent skyscrapers were now engulfed by an array of plants and vines, resembling towering trees rather than the edifices they once were. Over the course of 2 days, Li Mu hunted numerous demon beasts and amassed a considerable collection of demon cores. These cores, once refined to eliminate the demon essence, could greatly benefit both martial cultivators and Taoist practitioners, commanding high prices at various fortresses. 2 days had elapsed, and Li Mu found himself at least 20 to 30 miles from the Rome fortress. Given his current strength, he could not carelessly wander further afield. Without encountering any more formidable demon beasts, he would have to return. Li Mu lifted his gaze toward the dark mountains looming in the distance, where the demon energy surged ominously, marking one of the forbidden zones surrounding the Rome fortress. In his recollection, it was there that the demon beasts had attacked the logistics convoy of the 3rd Army Corps, devastating a significant stockpile of resources. It was rumored that a particularly powerful demon beast resided there, one that had withstood a military purge a year prior. With Li Mu's current prowess, venturing into the demon mountain was exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, a terrified wail erupted from the dense forest. Flee! It's the flying crimson tiger. Instantly, Li Mu dashed toward the source of the commotion, witnessing a tiger larger than a bull pursuing 2 individuals. One of the fleeing figures screamed in agony as the tiger's claws severed his legs, followed by a swift swipe that obliterated his skull. Brother, save me. If you help me fend off this beast, I'll reward you with 100,000 alliance coins. The man in front, upon spotting Li Mu, shouted desperately while sprinting toward him, the flying crimson tiger hot on his heels. In a fleeting moment, the man reached a short distance from Li Mu and suddenly drew a gun, firing a shot at him. He knew he might not outrun the flying crimson tiger, but if he could outpace Li Mu, he could buy himself a moment longer to escape. Yet, before he could revel in his fleeting triumph, he was utterly astonished as Li Mu reached out and caught the bullet mid-flight. You are a master of the earth grade? The man's complexion changed drastically. His legs weakened as he cried out in terror for mercy. Spare me, spare me. If you save me, I can offer you anything. I possess properties and wealth in the Rome fortress, and I have women at my disposal. Attaining the strength of a regional-level warrior allows one to deflect bullets with bare hands, though even a profound-level master may find this impossible. It's too late. You brought this upon yourself. Li Mu's expression remained stoic as he delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The man let out a scream as he was sent flying, only to be caught by the flying sky red tiger, which promptly severed his head with a single bite. As the flying sky red tiger tore a large chunk of flesh from the man's corpse, it approached Li Mu. Sensing that this human was unlike those it had encountered before, the flying sky red tiger, a rank of soldier-class beast, surpassed the beast-class ironback wolf, being a low-tier soldier-class beast with power equivalent to a human first-grade regional master. In the entire Rome fortress, a first-grade regional master is quite renowned. Even the elders of the Rome First Martial Arts Academy, Elder Wu Kuan and Elder Wei Tian, are merely regional masters of the 3rd grade, significantly more formidable than the flying sky red tiger. Finally, I have found a more formidable beast. The genetics of a soldier-class beast will surely aid in my enhancement. A smile crept onto Li Mu's face as he observed the beast, and with a sudden stomp, he lunged towards the flying sky red tiger. Roar! The flying sky red tiger let out an enraged roar, taken aback that this insignificant human dared to attack it. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The tiger shook off the remains of its prey, its massive body leaping forward to pounce on Li Mu, whose fist met the tiger's claws in an explosive clash. Clang! The collision of Li Mu's fist and the tiger's claws resonated with a sound akin to metal striking metal. Indeed, soldier-class beasts are vastly superior to their beast-class counterparts. Perhaps 5 or even 10 ironback wolves would struggle against a single flying sky red tiger. Indeed, it is formidable, but with my initial enhancement, I cannot be entirely certain of my ability to confront a general-class beast. You will serve as my test. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he swung a punch toward the tiger's head. The tiger tilted its head and lunged for Li Mu's neck. Its hunting and combat experience far surpassing Li Mu's, having hunted lower-class beasts and human hunters relentlessly. However, Li Mu's beast-form fist was of perfect caliber. He struck the flying sky red tiger's shoulder and, using the momentum, surged forward to knee the tiger under its chin. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as the tiger's jaw was cracked by Li Mu's strike. The flying sky red tiger was a treasure trove. Its tail was highly sought after by the affluent in some fortresses, and its bones were as strong as iron, useful for weapon crafting. Ground to powder. They could enhance one's vitality and fortify bones. Its hide could be fashioned into protective garments impervious to blades. But the most precious asset of the flying sky red tiger remained its demon core. Roar! The flying tiger was struck with a mighty punch from Li Mu, shattering its jawbone. With a furious roar, it pivoted sharply, its tail sweeping through the air like an iron whip, creating a piercing sound. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he swiftly retreated. The tiger's tail crashed against a tree, which was thick enough for 3 men to embrace. And astonishingly, it broke the tree in half. Indeed, it was formidable, truly deserving of its reputation as a beast comparable to a first-tier Earth realm power. Rather than being frightened, Li Mu felt a surge of excitement as he engaged in combat with the flying tiger, simultaneously honing his beast fist technique to perfection. Huh! That lad has truly attracted the attention of the flying tiger. It seems we need not intervene. His demise is certain. They mused. Once he falls to the tiger, we shall hunt it down ourselves. How curious that a beast of this caliber has ventured so close to the fortress of Rong City. Meanwhile, on a hillside a mile away, several individuals observed the battle through binoculars. Second uncle, this brat is exceedingly audacious. Not only did he annihilate the Lin family, but he also dares to insult me at school and shows blatant disregard for Elder Wei. This time, we must eliminate him at all costs. Wang Fei declared vehemently. Wang Zhan, who had been outside the city hunting beasts with members of the Wang family to gather cultivation resources for the younger generation, received Wang Fei's call and instructed the others to return to the city. He then altered his route to rendezvous with Wang Fei, intending to deal with the insolent youth who had provoked the Wang family. However, to his surprise, after changing their course, they stumbled upon a flying tiger. After a moment of contemplation, a sinister idea took root in his mind. He would bribe the demon hunters they encountered to lure the tiger toward Li Mu. Wang Zhan planned to watch the ensuing conflict from a distance, hoping to reap the rewards. If Li Mu were to perish at the jaws of the tiger, even if the prestigious Rong City Martial Arts University conducted an investigation later, they would likely be unable to implicate the Wang family, an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Uncle Wang, this Li Mu is utterly disrespectful to his elders. My father has long harbored resentment toward him, but has been unable to address it within the school. Therefore, I hope you can intervene. Wei Hu whispered. Moreover, this lad possesses an A-grade extraordinary talent as a martial artist. His potential is remarkable. If given time to grow, he could become a significant threat to us. Now that we are enemies, he must be dealt with promptly, especially considering his exceptional talent. You speak wisely. Though you are merely the illegitimate son of Wei Tian, you are evidently stronger than the other members of the Wei family. Since this brat has offended the Wang family, he must indeed be disposed of swiftly. Wang Zhan replied with a cold smirk. Wang Fei and Wei Hu exchanged glances of elation. With their assistance, combined with Wang Zhan's strength as a second-tier Earth Realm fighter, this youth would find it impossible to escape death today. Roaring, on the other side, Li Mu's strength surpassed that of the flying tiger, which had only just reached the threshold of first-tier Earth Realm power. The tiger was battered and bruised, nearing the brink of collapse. At that moment, the celestial crimson tiger leaped backward, turning to emit a furious roar. It opened its maw, gathering demonic energy that coalesced into a ball of malevolent force. This was the tiger's own supernatural ability. The more formidable the beast, the greater its powers and the more devastating their impact. With a fierce cry of tiger's fury, unleash. Li Mu let out a cold laugh as he concentrated his energy into a singular point, and from his body, a shadow of a tiger sprang forth. The tiger's silhouette collided with the ball of demonic energy, causing a violent eruption that obliterated everything within a Tianzhong radius. Li Mu shattered the energy sphere with a single punch, which then struck the celestial crimson tiger directly. Li Mu exerted all his strength. His fist weighed an astonishing 70,000 kilograms, merely 1,000 kilograms shy of the second tier of Earth-level mastery. Although the tiger's form was robust, It could not withstand the force of Li Mu's blow. With a mournful roar, the celestial crimson tiger suffered grievous injuries, its bones and internal organs shattered. It struggled to crawl a few paces before collapsing motionless onto the ground. Mainframe, initiate a scan to see if the celestial crimson tiger's genes can be utilized. Li Mu commanded solemnly. Understood, Master. A beam of blue light shot forth from the metallic ring in Li Mu's hand, sweeping over the tiger's carcass and swiftly retrieving data. Gene strength is classified, capable of a basic enhancement, albeit weak. The mainframe reported. As long as it can be enhanced, commence blood extraction. Li Mu placed the metallic ring beside the tiger's body, which then liquefied to reveal a metallic needle. In no time, a stream of blood was drawn from the carcass, turning the ring a deep crimson, as if filled with lifeblood. After a brief period, the needle retracted, and the ring returned to its original form. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air as Wang Zhan, accompanied by Wang Fei and Wei Hu, emerged from the forest. Kid, I didn't realize you were concealing such strength. Even the celestial crimson tiger could not fell you, Wang Zhan remarked, clapping his hands and regarding Li Mu with a defiant gaze. Kid, this is my uncle Wang Zhan, one of the 3 foremost experts of our Wang family. With my uncle here today, your demise is inevitable, Wang Fei eagerly added. Having just entered the first martial arts academy of Rong City, Wang Fei initially believed that with his profound level prowess, he could distinguish himself among the new students and become an exemplary disciple. However, he was unexpectedly sent flying by Li Mu on his very first day, suffering great humiliation. He could not bear to let Li Mu live. How could he seize a spot to attend a better school and further his training while Li Mu remained a threat? It seems you all have come to kill me. For a trivial grudge, you summon elders from your family to enact vengeance. If that is the case, there is no need for you to return to the fortress of Rong City. Li Mu rose slowly, his voice icy. At the same time, a flicker of realization crossed Li Mu's mind. It seemed he had discovered that the family of the celestial crimson tiger was indeed the Wang family. The elite of the Wang family discovered the presence of the flying crimson tiger around the fortress and set out to hunt it down, causing quite a stir in Rong City. It was likely Wang Zhan who orchestrated this endeavor. Li Mu cast a cold gaze upon Wang Zhan. Although Wang Zhan was a formidable practitioner at the 2nd tier of the Earth realm, capable of delivering a punch with a force of no less than 80,000 kilograms, surpassing Li Mu's full strength by 1,000 kilograms, Li Mu had his own hidden cards. Young man, your arrogance is quite remarkable. You dare to be so brazen before me, believing that slaying the flying crimson tiger grants you the right to challenge me? Today, I shall demonstrate just how terrifying a 2nd-tier Earth Realm Master can be. Wang Zhan's eyes hardened as he lunged toward Li Mu. Chapter 22. The dragon's armor. With a swift motion, Wang Zhan unleashed the Wang family's secret technique, the ram's horn fist, summoning the furious visage of a great ram to manifest around him. As a 2nd-tier Earth Realm Master, this apparition was beginning to take on a tangible form. What a commendable display of the ram's horn fist, but alas, there are too many flaws. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he delivered an upward punch, striking the nexus of Wang Zhan's energy flow, disrupting the execution of his technique. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu closed the distance, engaging in close-quarters combat, and landed a powerful blow to Wang Zhan's chest. Such audacity! Wang Zhan gasped in surprise and fury, never expecting this young man to discern the weaknesses in his technique. A genius of this caliber must be eliminated swiftly, otherwise he would become a hidden threat. Die! Boom! Being a 2nd-tier Earth Realm Master, Wang Zhan quickly retaliated, meeting Li Mu's strike head-on. Wang Zhan staggered back a step, while Li Mu retreated 3 steps in quick succession, though he remained unscathed. Remarkable! Your punch carries at least 70,000 kilograms of force, a mere step away from the 2nd tier of the Earth Realm. I cannot believe you possess such strength at such a young age. Wang Zhan's expression darkened considerably. In this era of spiritual revival, the concentration of spiritual energy was at its peak. Talented martial artists and cultivators, if granted access to ancient texts and abundant resources, could achieve the rank of Heavenly Master or even Grandmaster within a year. Given Li Mu's displayed talent and power, it would not be surprising if, in 3 to 6 months, no one from the Wang family could stand against him. Since this young man had become an enemy, he must be eliminated. What? This young man is already nearing the 2nd tier of the Earth Realm? Wang Fei and Wei Hu's expressions shifted dramatically, with Wei Hu looking particularly relieved. It was fortunate that Elder Wei had not allowed him to intervene during the entrance exam. Otherwise, it would have been him, not Zhao Shan, who had been rendered incapable. Uncle, we must not allow this young man to grow any stronger. He must be killed immediately. Wang Fei shouted vehemently. With you too? You cannot hope to kill me. Li Mu replied calmly. Arrogant fool. I am a second-tier Earthrealm master. Even without martial arts, my punch possesses a weight of 80,000 kilograms. If I utilize my martial skills, the force approaches 100,000 kilograms. Do you truly believe you can withstand it? Die! With a fierce roar, Wang Zhan lunged at Li Mu once more, unleashing his full power with every ounce of energy and martial prowess he possessed. Li Mu's expression turned icy as he circled around Wang Zhan, skillfully exploiting the flaws in Wang Zhan's sheep-style fist, growing increasingly formidable with each encounter. Trees and rocks were relentlessly shattered as Wang Fei and Wei Hu, filled with shock and fury, retreated to a safe distance. They had not anticipated Li Mu's extraordinary strength. He had concealed his true capabilities while at school. Damn it! We are powerless to intervene in the battle between my uncle and this brat. He possesses strength equivalent to a first-grade Earthrealm warrior. Wang Fei exclaimed, his face twisted in displeasure. If such a martial arts prodigy exists in the First Academy of Rongqing, when will we ever have our chance to shine? We must eliminate this brat today. Wei Hu growled viciously. Wang Zhan, amidst the battle, began to feel a sense of alarm. Every flaw in his boxing technique was being discerned by Li Mu, rendering the suppression of Wang Zhan's realm ineffective. As Li Mu grew stronger in battle, Wang Zhan found himself becoming increasingly flustered, having already taken several heavy blows. While he would not be defeated in the short term, the notion of killing Li Mu was nothing short of a delusion. Damn it! Boy, you have forced my hand. Wang Zhan roared, shoving Li Mu back with a powerful punch before swiftly swallowing a golden elixir. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a surge of violent energy that coursed through Wang Zhan's entire being. It was the blood explosion pill. This brat had compelled his uncle to consume it. The pill could dramatically elevate the user's strength by an entire rank in a short period, enhancing both energy and martial arts simultaneously. Wang Zhan, originally a second-grade Earthrealm warrior, now found his power escalated to the third grade. Coupled with the augmentation of his martial energy, his punches could easily exceed 12 or 13,000 kilograms. However, the after-effects of the blood explosion pill were significant. The user would experience weakness for a month and require 3 months to fully recover. How could this brat possess such strength to force my uncle to resort to the blood explosion pill against him? Wang Fei exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and rage evident in his voice. Die? Wang Zhan's aura surged uncontrollably, while Li Mu's demeanor grew grave. Following the consumption of the blood explosion pill, not only did Wang Zhan's punch power increase, but his agility, speed, and reaction times were all markedly enhanced. Previously, Li Mu's speed had been comparable, allowing him to exploit the gaps in Wang Zhan's techniques. However, after swallowing the pill, although Li Mu could still identify the flaws in his opponent's martial arts, he found it increasingly challenging to capitalize on them due to the widening gap in their respective realms. Though the price was steep, the results were undeniable. Li Mu was beginning to struggle. Wei Hu sighed in relief. In the heart of the battle, Li Mu had transitioned to a defensive stance, continually forced back by Wang Zhan. This brat is doomed. If I do not kill him today, how will I ever quell my grievances? Wang Fei proclaimed with pride. Yet, at that moment, they suddenly heard Li Mu's voice. It appears this blood-exploding pill is your trump card. Now allow me to reveal my own. Dragon armor, activate. The silver bracelet on Li Mu's wrist suddenly erupted with resplendent brilliance, liquefying instantaneously to envelop his entire body in a metallic sheen. In an instant, a technologically advanced armor manifested upon him. What kind of artifact is this? Wang Zhan's expression changed dramatically, astonished as he gazed at Li Mu. Isn't it only cultivators who can wield artifacts? How can this young man also harness one? Could it be that he is adept in both Dao and martial arts? Uncle, regardless of the nature of his artifact, kill him. Without Daoist support, he cannot sustain it for long. Wang Fei shouted in haste. This contraption bears a resemblance to the exoskeleton armor developed by various nations prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, albeit appearing far more sophisticated. Yet, what use would such exoskeleton armor have in this world? Wei Hu murmured to himself, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. No matter what this abomination is, you shall still meet your demise today. Rampaging sheep. Wang Zhan noticed that Li Mu, upon revealing his artifact, had not moved and felt a surge of delight. He unleashed all his strength, delivering a fierce punch towards Li Mu. In response, Li Mu raised his own fist to meet Wang Zhan's strike head-on. Chapter 23. The second reinforcement seeking death. Wang Zhan's face contorted into a vicious grin. Fueled by the blood-exploding pill igniting his bloodline power, coupled with the might of martial arts, his punch weighed a staggering 130,000 kilograms, surpassing the foundation of the Earth-level third rank by over 30,000 kilograms. Even an elephant would be obliterated by his blow. This young man is doomed. Daring to clash head-on with my uncle, his body will surely be shattered by a single strike. A smile crept across Wang Fei's face as he spoke. Indeed, this young man is undoubtedly destined for death. Any future arrogance will be met with the king of hell. Wei Hu nodded in agreement, relieved that Li Mu's end was finally at hand. Yet, in the next moment, both Wang Fei and Wei Hu's expressions abruptly stiffened, their eyes filled with disbelief. Bang! When Wang Zhan's and Li Mu's fists collided, Wang Zhan let out a piercing scream. His fist was instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. And not just his hand, but his entire arm shattered in that instant. The might of the dragon armor could contend even with heavenly-level powerhouses. How could this mere Wang Zhan hope to shake it? Impossible. How could I possibly lose? Wang Zhan shrieked in disbelief, fixated on Li Mu, unable to accept his impending defeat. Wang Zhan, you bully the weak, prepare to die? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Mu's eyes as the dragon armor surged forward, delivering a crushing blow. Spare me, spare me. A stream of liquid suddenly flowed from Wang Zhan's trousers, a formidable Earth-level powerhouse reduced to a state of utter terror. With a cry of despair, he hastily attempted to evade, but alas, it was too late. Crack! Li Mu's fist struck Wang Zhan's head with such force that it shattered like a ripe watermelon, his body reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Uncle! Uncle! Wang Fei was utterly paralyzed by fear. His uncle was a second-tier Earth-level expert, one of the three greatest warriors of the Wang family. How could he possibly be slain by Li Mu? It was unthinkable. His legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to strands of cooked noodles, while beads of cold sweat cascaded down like raindrops. Run! Wei Hu screamed in terror, akin to a young girl assaulted on a bus, scrambling to escape wildly. Spare me! Spare me! I shall never dare to offend you again, Mr. Li. Please, let me go. Treat me as nothing more than a passing breeze. Wang Fei collapsed to the ground with a thud, desperately bowing his head before Li Mu in supplication. Buzz! The engine of the dragon armor roared to life as Li Mu seized Wang Fei by the neck and ascended into the air. If I were to be defeated today, would you spare me? I fear not. With that, Li Mu exerted a sudden force, the sound of breaking bones resonating sharply as Wang Fei's neck was crushed. Li Mu flung his lifeless body into the depths of the forest. Soon, a glimmer of golden light appeared upon the visor of the dragon armor, transforming into two fiery streaks that shot toward the fleeing Wei Hu. Heavenly incineration golden eye. I am the son of Elder Wei. Should you slay me, he will surely seek vengeance. Wei Hu wailed in terror, only to be enveloped by the two fire dragons that emerged behind him. The terrifying golden flames consumed him, and in the blink of an eye, his form was reduced to mere dust, akin to redemption. Wang Zhan deceased. Wang Fei deceased. Wei Hu deceased. In an instant, these three who sought to end Li Mu's life were utterly annihilated. The Wang family had underestimated their opponent. Dragon armor, retract. The dragon armor swiftly transformed back into a golden bracelet adorning Li Mu's arm as he descended to the ground, collecting the remains of the flying celestial tiger into a small gourd. Mainframe, return to the Star Destroyer and initiate the second enhancement. Yes, master. The voice of the mainframe echoed as a magical array of light appeared beneath Li Mu's feet, transporting him back to the Star Destroyer. Extract flying celestial tiger genes. Upon his return, Li Mu immediately commenced the extraction of the flying celestial tiger genes. After all, the flying celestial tiger was merely a soldier-level beast, 3 tiers beneath the royal-level black flood dragon. Before long, the extraction was complete. Master, the extraction of the flying celestial tiger genes is complete. Commencing enhancement. Li Mu nodded, and a syringe was swiftly administered to his shoulder. The ultra-nano robots, carrying the genes of the sky-soaring red tiger, began to infiltrate Li Mu's body. As soon as these ultra-nano robots entered his system, they immediately commenced the editing of his genes. Assimilating the superior genetic traits of the sky-soaring red tiger, and subsequently inscribing them into Li Mu's own genetic structure. Once a mere level 0.7 human technological civilization, capable of rudimentary genetic editing, now the level 3 Atlantean civilization had perfected the art of gene manipulation. For Atlantis, optimizing genes was as commonplace as daily chores. The exceptional genes were continuously assimilated into Li Mu's DNA. As long as he could consistently acquire the genes of formidable beasts, he would inevitably transform into a deity walking among mortals. In my memories, 30 years hence, I became the mechanical emperor. However, to aid the alliance in warfare, I expended excessive energy creating mechanical warriors, resulting in my own lack of strength, a root cause of my eventual downfall. This time, I would not repeat the same mistakes. Li Mu felt his power steadily escalating, a terrifying force gradually manifesting. After absorbing the genes of the sky-soaring red tiger, his body experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Li Mu's attributes were as follows: human race, strength, 200. The average robust young human is rated at 1, equating to 100,000 kilograms. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 2. Implanted skills, burning heaven golden eyes, derived from dragon genes. Energy blade, derived from red tiger genes. Title, apprentice warrior. Both strength and agility had doubled. Indeed, much of the potential from the previous enhancement using the black dragon's genes had been squandered. Regrettably, the same type of beast genes could only be utilized for reinforcement once. Otherwise, a second enhancement using the black dragon's genes would undoubtedly yield even greater results. Li Mu clenched his fist, sensing the formidable power within his body, and mused aloud. The last enhancement using the black dragon's genes had been limited by his weak foundation, but this time, the full potential of the sky-soaring red tiger's genes had been realized, leading to an increase in strength comparable to that achieved with the black dragon's genes. As for the title, apprentice warrior is an Atlantean designation, indicating that Li Mu was nearing qualification as a competent Atlantean warrior. Above the apprentice warrior lies the warrior, followed by the interstellar warrior, and then the Jedi warrior. Among others, only upon becoming a fully recognized warrior could one be deemed a competent soldier of Atlantis. Chapter 24, The Treacherous Wolf Mainframe. Teleport me back to the dormitory. Immediately following the successful second enhancement, Li Mu commanded the starship to transport him back to his school dormitory. The starship could teleport Li Mu back to the spacecraft from any location, but to return to the surface, a beacon was necessary. Li Mu had left a positioning beacon in the dormitory, allowing the starship to directly teleport him back. The dormitory had not been cleaned for several days, resulting in a thin layer of dust. Li Mu sent a text message to Elder Wu, casually tidied the room, and prepared to continue his cultivation. At present, his physical strength alone could deliver a punch equivalent to 100,000 kilograms, comparable to a third-grade martial artist of the Earth level. Regrettably, his vital energy was rather feeble, merely on par with a yellow-level practitioner. Even with the most formidable tiger fist, he could only augment his punch power by an additional 20,000 kilograms. The third enhancement awaited an opportune moment. Thus, the foremost priority was to elevate his vital energy. He poured out 3 refined blood chi pills, swallowing them whole. These 3 pills, purified by a battleship, possessed effects that could easily surpass 300 ordinary blood chi pills. Upon ingestion, they transformed into a torrent of ferocious heat, surging through Li Mu's meridians. Had any other martial artist attempted to consume such a quantity at once, they would likely have met with catastrophic failure. However, within Li Mu's body, the 3 pills were swiftly subdued. Soon, this torrent was transmuted into vital energy, flowing gently through his meridians, with wisps of white vapor emanating from his body, only to vanish in an instant. 3 hours later, Li Mu exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. An ordinary martial apprentice could consume no more than 30 blood chi pills in a month, requiring relentless training day and night to exhaust 300 pills over 10 months. Yet, having fortified his body, Li Mu needed no such duration. Having transitioned from yellow to Xian level, and after consuming these 3 blood chi pills, his vital energy now matched that of a Xian level expert. At this point, his punch was likely to exceed 150,000 kilograms, marking him as a true peak third-grade martial artist of the Earth level. In a week, should he not undergo a third enhancement, he could consume 1 or 2 more refined blood chi pills. The remaining 4 refined pills would suffice for him to barely reach the celestial level within half a month. A celestial level expert would be formidable enough to dominate Rome City, not to mention he had hidden cards to play. However, Dealing with that matter remained somewhat challenging. For now, he could only proceed step by step. Additionally, he needed to acquire the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist, seeking to comprehend the pinnacle of the 9th grade of Earth-level martial arts, as the techniques he had learned thus far felt inadequate. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Li Mu spoke to himself. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Upon reading the message, a smile graced his face. Elder Wu had already arranged matters, and Li Mu was free to take someone to the Dao Martial Academy for enrollment. Transferring schools was not typically straightforward, but with Elder Wu's intervention and Qin Kuer's commendable talent, this endeavor was not overly complicated. First, he would seek out Kuer and finalize her schooling arrangements. Li Mu put away his phone, opened the door, and stepped outside, subsequently piloting his flying shuttle toward Aunt Qin's bar. Aunt Qin's bar is a place rife with chaos and disorder. Had she not offered 40% of her equity to the local power broker, allowing him to profit without effort, the establishment would likely have ceased operations long ago. Why is the bar closed today? Li Mu descended swiftly and made his way towards the bar, only to find it inexplicably shut, with several ruffians loitering outside. Aunt Qin, please help me. I borrowed money from Brother Li at exorbitant interest to purchase elixirs, and he threatened that if I do not repay him soon, he will sever my hand. Upon entering the bar, Li Mu saw Song Wei gazing pitifully at Aunt Qin, pleading for assistance. You have already taken all my money. Even the 50,000 gold tickets that Xiao Mu gave me just days ago. I truly have no funds left. Aunt Qin lamented. Song Wei is actually the son of Aunt Qin's cousin. When calamity struck years ago, his mother entrusted him to Aunt Qin before her demise. Due to this kinship, Aunt Qin treated Song Wei with even greater kindness than her own daughter, Qin Kuer. However, like a parent raising a wayward child, Song Wei had not learned gratitude. Instead, he had become a relentless taker, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aunt Qin, you still possess shares in the bar. Transfer them to me. I will use them as collateral with Brother Li. If I achieve a commendable ranking in the upcoming martial arts competition, I will have the means to repay him and subsequently reclaim the shares. Song Wei urged eagerly. Song Wei, to think you would not spare even the last of Aunt Qin's bar shares. You are worse than a dog. A dog, after years of care, knows how to repay kindness. Aunt Qin has nurtured you for years, yet you are less loyal than a mere dog. Li Mu's voice was cold and piercing. In the 30 years of memory, Aunt Qin ultimately met a tragic end, and Qin Kuer vanished, likely due to the relentless pressure exerted by Song Wei. You dare speak to me? Song Wei's expression shifted as he raised his hand to strike Li Mu. 2 years his senior, Song Wei had often bullied Li Mu in secret. Since his admission to Rongqing Third Martial University, his arrogance had only intensified. And now he dared to attempt to slap Li Mu openly. Stop! Aunt Qin cried out in alarm. Step aside. Li Mu's eyes turned icy as he retaliated, delivering a swift slap to Song Wei's face that sent him sprawling to the ground, bloodied and howling in pain. Given Song Wei's abilities, he stood no chance against Li Mu's speed. How could you? Song Wei stared in disbelief and fury at Li Mu, utterly bewildered by his newfound strength. Xiao Mu, please, stop. Aunt Qin urged frantically. Aunt Qin, Song Wei is not a good person. You have misjudged him. He is an ungrateful wolf, speaking only falsehoods. Do not trust him any longer. Li Mu stated coldly. Is what you say truly the case? Aunt Qin spoke in disbelief. Although she had harbored some doubts over the years as Song Wei kept fabricating various excuses to solicit money, she still could not bring herself to believe that he was this kind of person. Aunt Qin, do not trust that brat Li Mu. He is merely envious of me. He is envious of my admission to the Third Martial Arts Academy of Rongqing and is deliberately slandering me. Song Wei shouted hastily. Envious of you? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of my envy? Li Mu's face bore a playful smile, yet the chill in his eyes grew even more frigid. It was this ingrate who, in the memories of the past 30 years, forced Aunt Qin to her demise while Li Mu was left to hide in the slums after the Lin family arranged for his legs to be broken. He had caused Qin Kuer to vanish, not knowing into what depths of despair he had sold her. Such filth was not deserving of existence in this world. Aunt Qin shook her head. How could Li Mu possibly envy Song Wei? Song Wei had merely gained admission to the Third Martial Arts University of Rongqing, while Li Mu had secured a place in the First Martial Arts Academy of Rongqing, a chasm of difference between them. Song Wei, have you sorted it out yet? You're wasting my time, and you shall pay for it. At that moment, an impatient voice rang out. Chapter 25. Chunli Brotherly, what brings you here? Aunt Qin's expression tightened upon seeing the newcomer, forcing a semblance of a smile. This Chun Li was a local tyrant of the nearby street. A martial practitioner of the yellow rank, considerably more formidable than the average martial artist. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had been a mere thug. However, after the awakening, as society turned to martial cultivation, he gained a modicum of fortune and ascended to an entry-level martial practitioner. With the backing of Luo Bad Dao, one of the 4 tyrants of Rongqing, he became a prominent figure on this street. To survive here, one inevitably had to engage with Chun Li. Aunt Qin's small bar was obligated to provide Chun Li with a 40% stake, and not only was she required to distribute monthly dividends, but she also had to pay him protection fees. Consequently, Aunt Qin's life had been quite strained, a primary reason for her woes. Little Qin, it's not that I lack respect for you, but the lad you took in has incurred debts from gambling at my casino and has taken out loans with exorbitant interest. Out of consideration for you, I have already granted him a grace period, but if he does not repay today, it shall reflect poorly on you, Chun Li said, puffing on a cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke, his smile devoid of warmth. Gambling? High-interest loans? Aunt Qin's face turned pale, and darkness threatened to engulf her. She nearly fainted. Songwei, did you not claim that you borrowed money to procure cultivation resources? How did it devolve into gambling and loan sharks? Aunt Qin trembled with rage, her voice quaking. For Songwei, she had neglected both her daughter and Li Mu, only to discover that Songwei squandered the money on gambling. She felt utterly blind to his true nature. Cultivation, what nonsense. I asked you to buy me body-strengthening pills, and you claimed you had no money. I requested you to procure the Earth-level martial arts manual, yet you still had no funds. You cannot even provide me with this modest sum. What cultivation can I possibly pursue? Song Weiming sprang up, his frustration boiling over as he shouted furiously, You worthless fool. Even if I were to give you the strong body pill and the Earth-level martial arts manual, you would squander them away gambling. Kneel before me. Li Mu's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he struck Song Wei again, causing blood to spill from his mouth. You little bastard, I will end you. Having been slapped twice, Song Wei's eyes burned with rage. He had always bullied Li Mu. It was unprecedented for him to be on the receiving end. With a furious roar, he launched a fist aimed at Li Mu's heart, convinced that his strength alone could shatter Li Mu's heart into pieces. Crack. However, as soon as Song Wei's punch was thrown, Li Mu seized it effortlessly. With a fierce grip, a sound of cracking bones resonated, and Song Wei let out a piercing scream as his fist was crushed to bits. My hand is ruined. Get me to the hospital, quickly. Clutching his mangled hand, Song Wei wailed in despair. Aunt Qin's face reflected sympathy, and she opened her mouth to suggest taking him to the hospital, but Chun Li kicked Song Wei away with disdain. Enough of your howling. Are you trying to play the pity card here? It won't do you any good today. The money must be returned to me. No one dares to owe Chun Li. Chun Li said, his impatience evident. How much does he owe you? Li Mu asked coldly. Chun Li was the man who eventually took over Aunt Qin's bar in the memories from 30 years ago. In those memories, he and Song Wei had conspired, half conning and half threatening, to seize control of the establishment. The principal is 50,000 alliance coins, but with the interest piling up over this month, I'll let you off the hook for a bit due to our old acquaintance. You only need to pay 300,000 alliance coins. Chun Li replied lazily. 300,000? I don't have that much. Aunt Qin's face turned pale, and she swayed slightly, lamenting that a debt of 50,000 had ballooned to 300,000. Such usury truly devours lives. If you have no money, transfer this bar to me. The remaining debt can be settled by working at my establishment, slowly paying it off. Chun Li proposed. Aunt Qin's complexion turned ashen. Losing the bar would sever their livelihood. And working at Chun Li's establishment, filled predominantly with women of ill repute, was hardly a desirable option. You can pursue the debt with him. It has nothing to do with us. Li Mu said coldly. You little pup, am I speaking to you? Get lost. Chun Li's expression darkened as he kicked over a table, his voice dripping with menace. Kid, did you hear that Brotherly wants you to scram? If you don't leave now, I'll make you regret it. A burly man emerged from behind Chun Li, his face twisted in a snarl as he shoved Li Mu. Expecting Li Mu to budge, he was taken aback when Li Mu remained unmoved. Damn it, you little brat. You have some strength after all. Get out of my way. The burly man did not push Li Mu's face, but his muscles twitched, feeling a sense of embarrassment. He raised his hand and swung a powerful slap towards Li Mu's face. No, Aunt Qin exclaimed, but it was too late to intervene. A smirk appeared on Chun Li's face as he anticipated the gruesome scene of brain matter splattering. His underling possessed the strength of a ninth-rank martial disciple and had honed his physique meticulously, making him a formidable fighter. A single slap could easily crush a bull, so dispatching a recently graduated martial arts student of average talent would be a trivial task. Did your mother not teach you not to use foul language? Li Mu's eyes turned cold, and in a flash, he delivered a swift kick to the burly man's calf. A resounding crack echoed as the bone shattered beneath the muscle. The burly man let out a scream and bent over, kneeling on the ground. Li Mu retaliated with a backhand slap to his face, sending him flying, and the man fell unconscious without uttering a sound. The patrons in the bar were left stunned. None could have anticipated Li Mu's formidable strength, and Chun Li's expression immediately soured. That burly man was Chun Li's top enforcer, and it was inconceivable that he had been knocked out in a single encounter. Kid, you're looking for death. How dare you lay a hand on someone belonging to me? Chun Li, you must be tired of living. Chun Li's face darkened, his demeanor becoming exceptionally grim. Li Gu, kill this brat. Chun Li's group of underlings drew various blades and weapons, surrounding Li Mu with malevolent expressions. Li Gu, the child doesn't understand. Please don't stoop to his level. This bar is yours. Aunt Chin implored anxiously. Doesn't understand? Then I'll teach him today. He dares to touch my people, and if I don't end him today, he won't know how many eyes the king of hell has. And as for you, I've heard your daughter is quite beautiful. You keep her hidden away. Today, not only will I take you, but your daughter won't escape either. Chun Li declared with a sinister expression. You are courting death. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a crimson glow. Qin Kuer had always been obedient and close to him. In those 30 years of memory, after Qin Kuer went missing, Li Mu had slaughtered a staggering 3,786 members of the Changhe gang connected to her disappearance. Chun Li's intent to capture Qin Kuer was a death warrant. Xiao Mu, please don't act rashly. Aunt Qin shouted nervously. Chun Li was no ordinary landlord like Chen Dong. He was a local tyrant on this street, backed by Luo Bad Dao, one of the 4 overlords of Rongqing. Even Earth-level experts had to give Luo Bad Dao face. Such a person was beyond their means to provoke. Brat, kneel and bow to me, then sever your own hand. If you do that, I might spare your worthless life. Chun Long brandished a machete and threw it before Li Mu, his face twisted with cruelty. Right now, renounce your martial arts, kneel, and apologize to Aunt Qin, and I may allow you to leave alive. Li Mu spoke coldly. Ha! This kid has lost his mind, thinking he can force Brother Li to renounce his martial arts and kneel before him. What does he think he is? Has he gone insane with fear? Even a warrior wouldn't dare to speak to Brother Li in such a manner. What does he presume himself to be? Just because he has passed the martial apprentice stage, he feels entitled to act so arrogantly? Having followed Brother Li for so long, this is the first time I've heard such a ludicrous joke. It truly makes me laugh. The group of subordinates surrounding Chun Li erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Interesting, truly interesting. I, Chun Li, have been in this business for years, yet no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a way. You are the first. Since you find this amusing, I shall render you powerless and make you my servant. Chun Li chuckled, gesturing dismissively towards Li Mu. A servant? Li Mu laughed lightly, replying calmly. What use does a dead man have for a servant? What did you say? Chun Li's expression darkened instantly. With a fierce wave of his hand, he commanded, kill him. Finish him. Chun Li's subordinates immediately rushed towards Li Mu with shouts. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, this was both humanity's finest and most dreadful era. In this age, everyone had the potential for greatness. Even those who once occupied the lowest rungs of society could ascend to prominence with a mere stroke of fortune. Yet, it was equally a time of savagery, a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. The bodies discovered in the water were victims of drowning, while those found on the streets had met their end in collisions. Without strength, connections, or relatives to speak for them, the authorities would only pursue the powerless and unconnected criminals, often turning a blind eye to the injustices faced by the weak. In stark contrast, for those with power and influence, human life was as insignificant as grass. Brat Dai, one of Chun Li's subordinates, charged forward, swinging a large cleaver directly at Li Mu's head. With a swift motion, Li Mu countered and snapped the cleaver in two with a resounding crack. The broken blade gleamed ominously in his hand as he swiftly severed the thug's neck. The head soared into the air, blood spraying like rain, and in an instant, Li Mu's figure darted forth, screams echoing throughout the bar. In mere seconds, Chun Li's subordinates lay scattered, limbs severed, on the ground. Li Mu had been precise in his strikes, opting not to kill them all. Chun Li stood there, dumbfounded. Although his subordinates weren't top-tier fighters, they were all martial apprentices, the weakest among them possessing at least first or second-tier strength. It was inconceivable that Li Mu could dispatch them so swiftly and effortlessly. "Brat, what do you intend to do? This street belongs to me, Chun-Li. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will never leave this street." Li Mu approached Chun-Li directly, who, startled and enraged, retreated step by step, shouting, "Chun-Li, you have committed heinous acts for so many years. You deserve to die." Li Mu spoke coldly. Over the years, Chun-Li had engaged in unspeakable evils on this street, and the number of lives lost at his hands was certainly not fewer than 100. Li Mu was resolute in his decision not to let him escape. "Kid, don't think that just because you've gained a little strength, you can act so arrogantly. My brother is Luo Bideo, one of the 4 tyrants of Rongqing. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you're disrespecting my brother, and he will surely have you killed." Chun-Li, feeling weak in the knees, collapsed onto the ground, shouting, "I've long wanted to meet the 4 tyrants of Rongqing. Rest assured, if he seeks death, you will merely be departing this world a step ahead of him." Li Mu replied indifferently, "Spare me, brother. Please let me live. I promise I will never return again. Just spare my life." Upon realizing that invoking Luo Bideo's name failed to intimidate Li Mu, Chun-Li finally succumbed to fear. Kneeling and banging his head on the ground in desperate pleas for mercy. To strike a snake and not kill it is to invite harm. "Chun-Li, you should never have threatened me with Aunt Qin and Qin Kuer." Li Mu's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he delivered a powerful kick to Chun-Li's chest, sending him crashing through the bar's door. With his yellow-level strength, he could not withstand Li Mu's blow and rolled on the ground a few times before lying still. "Brotherly, my heavens, Brotherly has been killed." A group of small-time thugs outside the bar, who had been loitering and smoking, were instantly petrified upon seeing Chun-Li's lifeless body, each expressing their shock and terror. However, the nearby merchants, upon witnessing the corpse, displayed expressions of delight, relieved that this notorious villain had finally met his end. "Big brother, spare me. We will never dare again." Inside the bar, the gangsters with severed limbs, dragging their injured bodies, hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy, no longer exhibiting their usual tyrannical demeanor. "Song Wei, where do you think you're going?" Song Wei, lying on the ground, tried to sneak away amid the crowd in the bar, but Li Mu blocked his path. "What do you want?" Song Wei, thoroughly frightened, exclaimed in a panic. "Xiao Mu, let him go." Aunt Qin interjected, unable to bear the thought, as Song Wei was her cousin after all. "Aunt Qin, I can let him go, but there are a few things I must clarify with him," Li Mu stated calmly. "Song Wei, a few years ago when the spiritual energy revived, your parents tragically perished. It was Aunt Qin who, under the cover of night, traveled over 20 to 30 miles to bring you into the city and save your life. For years ago, when you encountered problems in your cultivation, it was Aunt Qin who knelt overnight at Dr. Wang's door, pleading for his help to save you. I remember that night vividly. It was pouring rain, and Aunt Qin almost lost her life. 2 years ago, you were entangled with a woman, and when her husband discovered the affair, you narrowly escaped a fatal beating. It was Aunt Qin who, despite her hardships, used the money she had saved for Karen's education and for purchasing energy-enhancing pills to negotiate your return. And this is how you repay her? Chapter 27. The auction, yes, she saved my life, but what does that matter? A few years ago, did I ask her to carry me to the city? For years ago, did I compel her to kneel before the renowned Dr. Wang to plead for my survival? 2 years ago, I was involved with that woman, and I did not ask her for help. She chose to save me on her own volition. It is of no concern to me." Song Wei shouted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qin felt a sudden darkness envelop her. She struggled to lean against the table and slowly sat down. She never imagined that the foster son she had painstakingly raised for years could be such a person. "You are the epitome of selfishness. To call you a wolf in sheep's clothing would be an insult to the wolf." Li Mu's eyes glinted with coldness as he spoke icily. "Li Mu, do not be too proud. Today, you have killed Chun-Li, and you will surely face dire consequences. Luo Bideo is Chun-Li's elder brother, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. I advise you to flee quickly and cease this facade of fearlessness." Song Wei sneered. "Whether I fear Luo Bideo is none of your concern." Li Mu seized Song Wei by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as he coldly declared, "A few years ago, Aunt Qin saved your life and carried you into Rong City, yet you repay her kindness with ingratitude. Is it too much to demand one of your hands in return? What do you intend to do?" Song Wei gasped in terror, struggling futilely. Li Mu tightened his grip, and with a sickening crack, The sound of bones fracturing echoed as he crushed one of Song Wei's arms into a state of shattering fracture. Xiao Mu, enough. Let him go, Aunt Qin said, her expression tense, still unwilling to see further violence. Aunt Qin, it is the principle of a man to avenge grievances and repay kindness. How can one repay kindness with mere virtue? Li Mu responded solemnly. Song Wei, for years ago, Aunt Qin pleaded with Dr. Wang for your life. I demand a leg in return for a life. Is that not fair? Crack. With a heavy stomp, Li Mu shattered one of Song Wei's legs, eliciting a haunting scream from him as his body convulsed in agony. Spare me. Spare me. Xiao Mu. Brother, we have known each other for so many years. I was merely confused for a moment. Please, let me go? Song Wei begged in terror. Brother? You dare to utter the word? Li Mu replied coldly. 2 years ago, when you were caught in that affair and nearly beaten to death, Aunt Qin saved your life. Is it not fair to exchange a leg for a life? Crack. With another forceful step, Li Mu crushed Song Wei's other leg, causing his eyes to roll back as pain overwhelmed him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Xiao Mu, I implore you, do not kill him. Spare his life. Aunt Qin begged desperately. Today, I grant you a reprieve at Aunt Qin's behest. Whether you live or die now rests upon the strength of your fate, Li Mu declared as he violently hurled Song Wei out of the bar. Mr. Li, spare us. Please. We shall never dare to cause trouble again. In the bar, the thugs brought by Chun Li knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as they gazed at Li Mu, desperately bowing their heads in supplication. Clean this place up and leave. Li Mu commanded coldly. Yes, yes, Mr. Li. We will leave immediately. The thugs hurriedly scrambled to tidy the bar, then, nursing their injuries, fled in a panic. With Chun Li dead and many of his subordinates wounded or killed, it was evident that a formidable force had emerged. The dynamics of the bar street were about to change. Chun Li had been contributing a substantial sum to Luo Bad Dao each month. Whether this new power was indeed formidable remained to be seen, particularly if it could withstand Luo Bad Dao's scrutiny. I had seen Li Mu, the bar owner's adopted son. Before, he had once been an ordinary individual of average talent. How could he have suddenly transformed into such a formidable figure? Outside the bar, a crowd gathered, whispering amongst themselves, yet none dared to approach. Aunt Qin, you should stay in the safe zone's new house for the next few days. Once I resolve matters here, the bar will reopen, Li Mu said. All right, I'll follow your advice. Aunt Qin nodded in agreement. However, Chun Li's connections with Luo Bad Dao were concerning. Luo Bad Dao was a prominent figure in Rongqing, known to navigate both the underworld and legitimate society. It was said he was a master of the earth level, comparable to professors of elder rank at the Rongqing First Martial Arts University. You must be cautious. The Rongqing First Martial Arts Academy is the finest institution within 100 miles, surpassing all other martial arts universities in the vicinity, except for a few in the provincial capital. Nonetheless, even among its ordinary lecturers, most were merely at the peak of the mystic level, while only those at the director, vice president, or president level were considered earth-level masters. Heaven-level masters were exceedingly rare within the academy. Earth-level prowess was already regarded as elite combat strength in Rongqing, so it was unsurprising that Luo Bad Dao held one of the 4 dominant positions in the city, not solely due to connections, but also because of his formidable strength. Rest assured, Aunt Qin, I am well aware. Li Mu assured her, then swiftly transported Aunt Qin back to her new residence in the safe zone using his flying shuttle. Qin Kuer was still in class. Li Mu planned to wait for her return before helping her transfer to the Rongqing Dao Martial High School. The corpse of the flying red tiger and those monster cores were of little use to him now. He intended to sell them, and with Kuer's birthday approaching, it was the perfect opportunity to purchase her a gift. After escorting Aunt Qin home, he directed his flying shuttle towards the treasure pavilion. As for Luo Bad Dao, Li Mu hardly regarded him as a threat. Even without the dragon armor, he could contend with peak Earth-level masters and even Heaven-level ones. With the dragon armor, his strength would surge dramatically. A mere Luo Bad Dao was hardly worth his concern. Mr. Li, you have arrived. As Li Mu's swift shuttle gracefully descended upon the parking lot of the Jubioj, a diligent attendant promptly approached him. Upon recognizing Li Mu as he emerged from the vehicle, the attendant enthusiastically greeted him. Since the last occasion when Li Mu had sold an exquisite strong body pill at Jubioj, the proprietor, Chen Hong, had personally instructed that Li Mu be elevated to the status of a distinguished guest, leaving no room for negligence on the part of the staff. I wish to sell some items. Please summon someone to appraise them, Li Mu stated directly. Certainly, Mr. Li. However, I must inform you that we are hosting an auction today, our largest event of the year in Rongqing, attracting numerous prominent figures from the city. If the items you wish to sell possess considerable value, we could certainly consign them to the auction, ensuring a favorable price. The attendant responded eagerly. Very well. Lead me to the auction for a glance. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Right this way, Mr. Li. The attendant bowed respectfully, gesturing for him to follow. Chapter 28. Crimson Blood Demon Dragon Pill. The interior of Jubuoj was expansive, featuring an open design around the auction platform at its center. The first floor was adorned with numerous seats, all occupied by attendees of the auction. The second floor housed the VIP section, where guests could gaze out while remaining concealed from those below. Mr. Li, may I inquire what items you wish to sell? If suitable for auction, I can register them shortly. The attendant inquired respectfully as he escorted Li Mu to a reserved seat for distinguished guests. I possess several demon pills. Please assess which can be auctioned. Li Mu casually emptied the small yellow gourd, revealing a collection of over 10 demon pills. Notably absent were the demon pills from the Flying Sky Crimson Tiger, a military-grade demon beast, distinct from these beast-grade ones. Ah, Mr. Li, are these the demon pills from the monsters you hunted in recent days? The attendant gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the outpour of demon pills from the gourd. These were indeed authentic demon pills. Those who regularly hunted demon beasts lived on the edge, risking their lives daily. Among the thousands of demon hunters in Rongqing, it was common for dozens or even hundreds to disappear each month. To hunt over a dozen demon beasts in a single outing was a feat even the most seasoned hunters would hesitate to undertake. Indeed, but these are merely beast-grade demon pills. Please determine which are suitable for auction. Li Mu replied nonchalantly, recognizing that if he were to present the demon pills from the Flying Sky Crimson Tiger, it would surely shock the attendant. Although spiritual energy had revitalized the world for several years, humanity still found itself on the defensive against the demons, making demon pills a scarce and valuable commodity. Mr. Li, any demon pills of mid-grade beast level or above are eligible for auction, while low-grade beast level demon pills can be sold outright. Most of your demon pills are of mid to high-grade beast level, making them suitable for auction. The attendant spoke with awe. To effortlessly slay such a multitude of mid to high-tier beasts is akin to vanquishing numerous adept practitioners of the Xian level. This displays a level of prowess that even the esteemed treasure pavilion cannot afford to offend. The proprietor's insight is truly remarkable. He has discerned that this Mr. Li is no ordinary individual from their very first encounter, mused the attendant. Then proceed with the registration, Li Mu remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Certainly, Mr. Li. The attendant promptly began counting the beast cores, meticulously recording their classifications before hastily departing. I've heard that the treasure pavilion has acquired a considerable number of treasures today. Even several influential figures from Rong City have graced us with their presence, someone whispered beside Li Mu. Do those prominent figures truly lack for such items? Another voice interjected skeptically. You fail to grasp the situation. The treasure pavilion facilitates the exchange of goods from all directions. Beast hunters and herbalists, as well as the guards of the security zones, may stumble upon rare treasures. These influential figures may not possess as many treasures as those handled by the pavilion. It had long been rumored that the treasure pavilion was backed by formidable forces, and now it appeared that such claims held truth, Li Mu pondered thoughtfully. Apologies for the wait. The auction is now officially underway. The event commenced swiftly, showcasing a few treasures in advance to allow prospective buyers to prepare, while the majority remained concealed. Among the treasures were beast cores, celestial herbs, and various potions and artifacts crafted by skilled alchemists and blacksmiths. While artifacts were present, none could compare to true magical treasures. Is that the blood dragon pill? Li Mu's eyes gleamed as he spotted a jewel-sized obsidian pill. The blood dragon pill is an exceedingly rare concoction that can enhance one's cultivation aptitude. The key ingredient for its creation is the dragon grass. It is said that dragon grass thrives near dragon ponds. Though not necessarily inhabited by true dragons, at the very least, they are home to serpentine creatures. Harvesting herbs from such treacherous locales is a formidable challenge. Moreover, the blood dragon pill carries significant side effects, making it a rarity indeed. To his astonishment, Li Mu had encountered one today. Hua possesses decent cultivation aptitude, but her progress has been impeded for years. If she could consume this pill, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. Li Mu mused to himself. He had disregarded the other auction items, his focus solely on the blood dragon pill. Despite its considerable side effects, a refinement by the mainframe could enhance its quality while minimizing adverse effects. As the host commenced the auction, the previous items garnered commendable bids, and soon it was time for the Blood Dragon Pill, starting at 100,000 Alliance coins. The Blood Dragon Pill is an extraordinarily rare elixir capable of enhancing cultivation aptitude. Each bid must exceed 5,000 Alliance coins. Let the auction commence, the host declared with fervor. 200,000 Alliance coins. Before Li Mu could utter a word, a voice rang out from a box on the second floor. As soon as the price of the Crimson Blood Dragon Pill was announced, it soared to an astonishing double, rendering the first floor of the auction house eerily silent. Many attendees lifted their gazes towards the private box on the second floor, yet the circumstances within remained shrouded from view. 210,000 Alliance coins. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, he was resolute in acquiring the Crimson Blood Dragon Pill and promptly placed his bid. Very well. This gentleman bids 210,000 Alliance coins. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Is there anyone? The auctioneer's voice was infused with excitement. 300,000 Alliance coins. A female voice from the box seemed tinged with irritation as she continued. 310,000 Alliance coins. Li Mu's brow knitted into a tight frown. The Crimson Blood Dragon Pill was exceedingly rare, yet if the price escalated too high, he would find himself lacking sufficient funds. Are you deliberately opposing me? The girl in the box exclaimed, her tone laced with anger. If you find the price too steep, you are under no obligation to participate. Li Mu replied nonchalantly. How infuriating. I suspect he lacks the funds and is intentionally inflating the auction price. I demand a financial verification. The girl's voice was filled with indignation. In this era, certain beast hunters or herbalists who stumbled upon a treasure often sought to amass wealth overnight, deliberately inflating the auction prices to secure a higher sale. This led to the practice of financial verification at auctions. Only those with sufficient funds could place bids, or else their offers would be deemed invalid. Sir, a guest has requested a financial verification. We hope you can comply. The auctioneer hesitated before speaking. With a resounding clang, Li Mu raised his hand, and a cascade of demon pills fell from his grasp like pearls. Landing with a crisp chime into the copper tray held by a nearby attendant, the sound resonating beautifully. Is this sufficient now? Li Mu remarked with a hint of indifference. The auction house fell into a hush, many gazing at Li Mu in astonishment. In these times, it was rare for someone to carry a dozen or more demon pills. These are merely beast-grade demon pills, averaging about 10,000 Alliance coins each. Even combined, they hardly sum to 20 or 30,000 Alliance coins. It remains insufficient. The female voice from the second floor retorted imperiously. Sir, indeed, these do not meet your bid. The auctioneer, after careful calculation, addressed him respectfully. Although the demon pills were inadequate for the previous bid, one who could casually produce such a quantity was undoubtedly no ordinary person. They dared not offend such a wealthy patron. What if I add this one? Li Mu flicked his finger, causing an orange-yellow demon pill to drop into the copper tray. As it landed, a fleeting phantom of a flying crimson tiger flashed by. The demon pill of the flying crimson tiger. A superior-grade soldier-level demon pill. Such demon pills are a rarity. The last appearance of a soldier-level demon pill was 3 months prior. To my astonishment, this young lad possesses the demon core of the sky-soaring crimson tiger, a treasure valued between 150 to 200,000 Alliance coins. Young man, why not part with this demon core for 20,000 Alliance coins? The moment the sky-soaring crimson tiger's demon core emerged, the entire auction house erupted with excitement. Beast-level demon beasts are akin to Earth-level masters, and among demon hunters, those of the mystic level are exceedingly rare, let alone Earth-level masters. In a city like Rongqing, an Earth-level master could easily establish a prosperous family. Thus, it is improbable that they would risk venturing outside the city to hunt demon beasts. The same reasoning applies to mystic-level masters, who can also establish families or join the Alliance military. Starting at no less than the rank of lieutenant or captain, why would they take the perilous path of a demon beast hunter? As these masters rarely engage in demon beast hunting, the majority of demon hunters lack the capability to capture beast-level demon beasts. The demon cores of such beasts are typically only abundant during large-scale wars, making them a rarity otherwise. The mere presence of a sky-soaring crimson tiger's demon core is enough to incite a frenzy. 310,000 Alliance coins. If no one bids higher, this crimson blood demon dragon core will belong to me, Li Mu stated calmly. How infuriating. 50,000 Alliance coins. Even with the sky-soaring Crimson Tiger's demon core, that's insufficient. A spoiled voice from a private box on the second floor exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it surpassed. An elderly voice from within the box echoed. Grandfather, it's a rare chance to encounter a Crimson Blood Demon Dragon core. If I miss this, I might have to wait another month. I am unwilling to wait any longer. The spoiled girl complained. Li Mu furrowed his brow tightly. This girl clearly possesses an extraordinary background, effortlessly producing 50,000 alliance coins to participate in the auction. Yet, Li Mu was determined to acquire the Crimson Blood Demon Dragon core. 50,000 alliance coins. Are you out of money? If you're short on funds, this Crimson Blood Demon Dragon core will belong to me. The arrogant voice declared triumphantly. Bang! At that moment, with a slight frown, Li Mu waved his small yellow gourd, and a massive demon beast carcass tumbled out. The corpse of the sky-soaring Crimson Tiger, remarkably intact. My goodness, this is my first time witnessing a complete sky-soaring Crimson Tiger carcass. This young lad managed to hunt a sky-soaring Crimson Tiger. Could he be a prodigy from a prominent family? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the auction house. 50,000 alliance coins for the carcass, plus the sky-soaring Crimson Tiger's demon core together. I'll offer you 50,000 alliance coins. 50,000 coins is laughable. I bid 60,000 alliance coins. Young man, how about selling it to me? 60,000 is quite generous. 60,000 alliance coins is substantial, yet still not enough. The sky-soaring Crimson Tiger is a treasure trove. The tail alone can fetch a price of 100,000 alliance coins if sold to the right buyer. Not to mention the tiger's blood, meat, bones, and skin demon core. I bid 80,000 alliance coins. 80,000 alliance coins. That's enough to purchase 2 apartments in the safe zone. The price immediately stunned the other competitors, leaving them hesitant to bid for quite some time. 800,000 alliance coins, sold to you. I offer 51 million for this blood dragon pill. Li Mu nodded slightly at the man and spoke. 60 million. A girl from the second floor, unwilling to concede, attempted to bid again, but the authoritative voice of an elder resonated, silencing her with reluctance. 51 million alliance coins once. 51 million alliance coins twice. 51 million alliance coins thrice, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The blood dragon pill is now yours. The host exclaimed excitedly. Li Mu promptly executed the transaction for the corpse of the sky-soaring tiger and the demon pill on site. Upon selling the sky-soaring tiger, he exchanged it for the blood dragon pill, leaving him with 29 million alliance coins. After auctioning off the remaining demon pills and purchasing various other items, he prepared to depart. Stop! Why did you take my blood dragon pill? Just as Li Mu reached the corner, a furious girl of about 16 or 17 blocked his path. Though young, she was tall and exceptionally beautiful, already possessing a hint of captivating charm. Li Mu found her somewhat familiar, yet could not recall where he had seen her before. The auction is for the highest bidder. There's nothing to take. Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Churin, show some respect. At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair descended from the second floor. Churin? Xia Churin? A trace of astonishment crossed Li Mu's face as he suddenly remembered who she was, Xia Churin, the daughter of the Xia family from Rome City. In 3 years, she would become one of the renowned 10 celestial maidens of the Alliance. The selection of the 10 celestial maidens was initially intended to aid the Alliance military in recruitment efforts. However, as their fame grew, they became akin to celebrities of this era. Xia Churin indeed possessed extraordinary beauty and talent. Li Mu had encountered her several times after becoming the Mechanical Emperor, thus retaining some impression of her. With Xia Churin's appearance, it was only a matter of time before Bai Zhantian showed up. In this lifetime, Bai Zhantian would likely never have the chance to marry Xia Churin. A cold smile suddenly crept across Li Mu's face, causing Xia Churin to instinctively take a step back in fear. What do you want? Xia Churin regarded Li Mu warily, and her several guards quickly surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. General Xia, it seems your affliction is becoming increasingly unmanageable, Li Mu remarked, casting a glance at the elder behind Xia Churin. Chapter 30. Disbelief. Young man, what did you say? Mind your tone. A guard beside Elder Xia's expression darkened as he stepped forward, glaring at Li Mu. Li Mu glanced at the guard, pondering who in this world had the privilege to command his tone. Had it not been for General Xia, a major general of the fortress guard in Rome City, who valiantly perished in the defense of the city, Li Mu would have never wasted his time engaging in idle chatter with him. Young man, how did you come to know of my ailment? General Xia asked, his expression revealing surprise. The nature of his affliction, to put it plainly, was cancer. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, human physical resilience had significantly improved, and thus, cancer cells had become more formidable than ever. The illness afflicting General Xia was not outwardly visible, nor could it be cured. It could only be managed. He believed that his outward appearance belied any signs of illness. Yet this young man had discerned it at a glance. Was it possible that someone had informed him? General Xia pondered internally, aware that the details of his condition were confidential, and thus, unlikely to be known by others. I can perceive your condition with but a glance, Li Mu replied coolly, and I can assist in curing your ailment. Nonsense. General, I believe this individual poses a threat and should be apprehended for interrogation. One of the guards interjected, his expression darkening as he focused his energy and reached out to seize Li Mu. This guard was, in fact, a practitioner of the Xian level. Step aside. Li Mu's gaze hardened as he exhaled forcefully, his voice imbued with tremendous power that collided with the guard, causing him to stagger back 2 paces, his complexion paling. Your prowess is still insufficient. You've merely pushed him back. Li Mu sighed, shaking his head slightly, acknowledging that his current level of energy was still lacking. You seek death. The guard's countenance changed dramatically as he roared, preparing to strike at Li Mu. Cease. General Xia's expression darkened as he bellowed, directly intervening to prevent the guard from attacking. The guard's face betrayed his displeasure, yet he dared not defy General Xia's command. General Xia stared in astonishment at Li Mu. For this young man appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, yet he had managed to repel his guard with nothing but his voice. This indicated that the young man likely possessed at least the strength of a first or second tier of the Earth level. Such capability at such a young age was sufficient to rival the prodigies of the Grand Fortresses. Young brother, can you truly heal my illness? A glimmer of hope ignited within General Xia as he hastily inquired. This ailment had proven insurmountable even for experts in the provincial fortress, and due to it, despite having transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth and attained the first tier of the celestial level, he could only exhibit the prowess of the second or third tier of the earth level in combat. Should this illness be cured, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly multiply. Grandfather, this illness is beyond the capabilities of even the experts in the provincial city. How could he possibly cure you? Xia Charan remarked skeptically, rolling her eyes. Yet at that moment, Li Mu spoke again. Your ailment is indeed cancer, specifically bone cancer, with malignant cells having metastasized throughout your bone marrow. Moreover, your bone marrow transplant has failed, and with current treatments coupled with your martial arts suppression, you may only manage to prolong your condition for another 2 years at best. How did you acquire such information? Are you attempting to deceive my grandfather with these claims? Xia Charan challenged, her expression turning serious as she questioned him. Is it really necessary for me to deceive you? Li Mu spoke with an air of nonchalance. This information is known only to the core members of the Xia family. I cannot believe they would leak it. It seems, young brother, that you are indeed exceptional. The elder Xia pondered for a moment before speaking. He is clearly a fraud. Grandfather, you must not trust him, Xia Charan exclaimed with fervor. Silence. Do not speak disrespectfully to this gentleman. Elder Xia admonished Xia Charan, then turned to Li Mu, inquiring about how he intended to cure him and what price would be required. Provide me with an empty room to concoct the medicine. As for the cost, simply ensure the safety of Rong City. Li Mu replied. As soldiers of the Alliance, we all bear the responsibility of safeguarding our territory. How could we allow the land of Shenzhou to fall into the hands of demons? Elder Xia declared solemnly. Prepare an empty room. Li Mu nodded slightly. Following Elder Xia's command, someone from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion quickly appeared and led Li Mu to a private chamber. You all wait outside. Li Mu instructed Elder Xia and the others before stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. Elder Xia's ailment could not be treated with current medical methods or technological means. Traditional elixirs were also ineffective. However, for Li Mu, this posed no obstacle. The battleship was a product of a third-level technological civilization, capable of space jumps and cosmic travel. Within the battleship's medical bay, specialized treatment methods were unnecessary. A simple infusion of nutritional fluid would suffice to help Elder Xia combat myeloma and eliminate cancer cells. Grandfather, this fellow is nothing but a charlatan. Why do you choose to believe him? Outside the room, Xia Charan voiced her dissatisfaction. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I wish to try. Rong City is merely a small fortress, sorely lacking in celestial-level experts. Though I fear not death, the fortress needs me, and I cannot perish yet. Elder Xia sighed deeply. At that moment, Li Mu emerged from the room, holding a syringe transmitted from the battleship. Inject this into your body, and your ailment will be cured, Li Mu stated directly. So soon? Even Elder Xia was taken aback. It had barely been a short while, and Li Mu had prepared the medicine? Could such a dire affliction truly be resolved with just this single syringe? Surely, even the most duplicitous schemes before the revival of spiritual energy would not be so audacious. Grandfather, see, I told you he is a great fraud, Xia Charan exclaimed excitedly. Elder, the young lady speaks rightly. This man is indeed a swindler. The origins of this syringe are dubious. You must not inject it. Elder Xia's bodyguard remarked with a grim expression. I've given you the medicine. Whether you use it is up to you. Li Mu nonchalantly tossed the syringe to Elder Xia and turned to leave. You fraud, unmasked yet still wishing to depart? Stop right there. Xia Charan summoned her inner energy, shouting an incantation, cage. Instantly, ethereal chains of energy coalesced from the air, and Li Mu suddenly felt a weight upon him as the chains began to ensnare him. How dare you attempt to harm Elder Xia? There is no escape for you. Elder Xia's bodyguard roared, charging forward with a surge of energy, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Li Mu. Stop! Elder Xia's face paled. But it was too late to intervene. With a resounding thud and a crack, the bodyguard's fist struck Li Mu's chest, propelling him backward 3 steps. His expression one of utter disbelief. Not only did his punch fail to injure Li Mu, but the recoil shattered 5 of his fingers. An astonishing revelation. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Xia Charan's Dao techniques came into effect, ethereal chains of spiritual energy entwining around Li Mu, binding him tightly. The Dao, an ancient practice in China, had lost its efficacy in the age of spiritual desolation, but with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was revived. Xia Charan was indeed a practitioner of the Dao. Release me. As the chains constricted around him, Li Mu growled, his energy surging dramatically. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he forcibly broke the chains with sheer strength. You? Xia Charan stared in astonishment at Li Mu, unable to fathom his overwhelming power that enabled him to snap the spiritual chains. At least of Earth grade, possibly even higher, far beyond my expectations. Such talent at such a young age, he is truly a prodigy, comparable to the most extraordinary of heroes. Elder Xiao murmured. This is your first warning. I shall not hold it against you this time. Use that potion if you wish, or do not. Either way, it matters not to me. Li Mu's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Xia Charan and the bodyguard, speaking with an air of indifference before turning to leave. Just as Li Mu walked away, Elder Xia bit down hard, injecting the syringe filled with the potion into his shoulder. Grandfather, Xia Charan gasped, watching in horror as the pale green liquid was administered into Elder Xia's body. My life is already waning. There is no need for subterfuge from even my adversaries. I shall gamble on this potion's efficacy. Elder Xia inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of warmth envelop him. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as white mist began to rise from his head. Grandfather, what is happening? Quickly, we must get you to the hospital. Xia Charan exclaimed in panic, supporting Elder Xia and calling urgently for the bodyguards nearby. That scoundrel is indeed no good. We must capture him. The 2 bodyguards, alarmed and furious, shouted in unison, eager to expedite Elder Xia's transport to the hospital. At that moment, Elder Xia suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which contained traces of darkened blood. Xia Charan was in such a state of panic that she did not know how to react. Yet a smile appeared on Elder Xia's face, growing increasingly radiant and robust. Ha ha ha, I am well again. I have truly recovered. Elder Xia could distinctly sense the transformation within his body, realizing that the feeble sensation had vanished. The injection had indeed restored his health. Grandfather, are you truly better? Xia Charan asked incredulously, wondering if that man, Li Mu, was really an extraordinary figure. I am indeed well. Elder Xia took a deep breath, and the bones in his body crackled as he summoned his inner energy, exuding the aura of a heavenly level expert unabashedly. Heavenly level, the aura of a heavenly level expert. Grandfather, you have regained your strength. Xia Charan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, I have finally restored my strength to that of a heavenly level expert. Elder Xia declared with enthusiasm. I never expected that man would not deceive us. Xia Charan murmured. Xia Chong. Elder Xia suddenly called out after a moment of exhilaration. Yes, Elder Xia. A guard beside him was taken aback and stepped forward. You are to go find Mr. Li, deliver the deed to Yipinju, and kindly invite him to take over. From now on, Yipinju will belong to Mr. Li. Elder Xia instructed. Yipinju? Both Xia Churan and the two guards were taken aback. Yipinju was one of the most prestigious establishments in Rongqing, a property that belonged to the Xia family even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. If Yipinju were to be sold, it could fetch at least tens of millions of alliance coins. Even though the Xia family was affluent, Xia Churan felt a pang of reluctance. If a mere establishment like Yipinju could forge a friendship with a dragon in disguise, it would be exceedingly worthwhile. Mr. Li was indeed a dragon. It wouldn't be long before he soared to great heights, not to mention that he had saved my life. Elder Xia chuckled. Very well. I will heed your wishes, grandfather. Xia Churan pouted, recalling how her grandfather's friends once referred to her as a fledgling phoenix destined to soar through the skies. But now a dragon had emerged. No, no, she chided herself, shaking her head vigorously to dispel such thoughts. Her cheeks flushed. Yes, Elder Xiao, I shall go at once. Xiaochang nodded and hurriedly gathered his things before hastening away. Just as Li Mu was about to board the flying shuttle, Xiaochang rushed over. Mr. Li, please wait, he said, his demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. What is it? Li Mu inquired, furrowing his brow. Li Mu furrowed his brow, and Xiaochang felt a sudden shock, sensing a heavy weight upon him. He thought to himself that facing Mr. Li evoked a feeling akin to standing before the esteemed Elder Xia. Although Mr. Li was young, his strength was truly remarkable. Mr. Li, Elder Xia has expressed his gratitude for your life-saving grace by gifting you Yipinju. From now on, Yipinju will be your domain. Xiaochang slightly bowed, wearing a smile as he spoke, and then respectfully presented the land deed with both hands. Li Mu had initially been reluctant to accept, but considering his current need for resources in his cultivation, along with the prospect of providing a better life for Aunt Qin and Ke, he pondered for a moment and then accepted the deed with composure. He had saved Elder Xia's life, and the value of Yipinju could hardly compare to that. There was no reason to decline. Xiaochang was secretly astonished. The nonchalance with which Li Mu received an asset worth tens of millions of alliance coins was enough to leave one in awe. Mr. Li, if you have the time, I can take you to Yipinju to discuss the handover details, Xiaochang said, bowing. All right. Li Mu nodded slightly in agreement. Chapter 32. Luo Badeo. The flying shuttle soon ascended into the air. Although the fortress of Rong City was substantial, the absence of traffic congestion allowed for free flight, and they quickly arrived outside Yipinju. This way, please, Mr. Li. Xiaochang disembarked and respectfully led the way. Who is currently managing Yipinju? Li Mu casually inquired as they walked towards the establishment. Mr. Li, Yipinju is presently under the management of Luo Badeo. I wonder if you have heard of him? Xiaochang replied respectfully. Is he one of the 4 tyrants of Rong City? A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he asked, recalling that Chun Li from the Bar Street was one of his subordinates. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Badeo was working for the Xia family. Indeed, but rest assured, Mr. Li, Luo Badeo would not dare to defy Elder Xia's orders. Xiaochang assured him. Whether he dares to defy is of little consequence. Li Mu smiled softly. Xiaochang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly lowered his head, refraining from further speech. This Mr. Li possessed unfathomable capabilities. Despite his youth, he was already such a formidable force. Although Luo Badeo was indeed powerful, he would likely meet with misfortune if he chose to disobey. Brother Chang is here. The doorman at Yipinju immediately greeted Xiaochang with a respectful smile. Xiaochang did not even glance at them and directly ushered Li Mu inside. Where's President Luo? Xiaochang inquired as he entered, and the lobby manager promptly approached. Brother Luo is resting in the top-floor office. The lobby manager, curious about Li Mu, quickly responded. Xiaochang, being Elder Xia's personal bodyguard, held an extraordinary position, and the manager wondered why he was being so deferential to this young man. Who exactly was he? Mr. Li, Luo Badeo is in the office on the top floor. He often stays here, and after the handover, if you are unsatisfied, you can have him leave, Xiaochang said, lowering his gaze. Let us discuss this later. I also require a dog to manage my business. Perhaps he is perfectly suited for the role, Li Mu remarked nonchalantly. Xiaochang and the manager of the establishment were momentarily taken aback. Luo Badao was a formidable figure, renowned as a master of the earth level, and a notorious boss in the defensive realm of Rongqing. Ordinary individuals trembled at the mere sight of him. To think that Li Mu would propose he take on the role of a mere dog? This was tantamount to courting death. Even with Xiaochang's protection, it was inconceivable that this young man would leave the establishment alive today. The manager's expression shifted as he pondered this ominously. Meanwhile, In the opulent office atop the establishment, Luo Bad Dao sat uneasily upon a tiger-skin sofa. Brother Luo, what does Elder Xia truly mean by this? To entrust the establishment to you, and to someone previously unknown? Could it be that this young man is his illegitimate son? A sultry woman clad in a black lace dress, showcasing her alluring figure, nestled against Luo Bad Dao's side. Silence. Is Elder Xia's matter one you can speculate upon? Luo Bad Dao retorted with a cold snort. Yes, Brother Luo, my apologies. The alluring woman stammered. I only wish to express my concern. You have managed this establishment so adeptly. Why should it be given away on a whim? Humph, I dare not defy Elder Xia's orders. However, as a master of the earth level, I note that only Elder Xia possesses the strength of the heaven level. I've received word that he is gravely ill and may not have long to live. When that time comes, who will dictate the establishment's fate is uncertain. As for this unremarkable young man, if he knows his place, he can expect to receive a modest sum annually, as if I, Luo Bad Dao, were merely tossing alms to a beggar. Should he prove obstinate, in these times, it is all too easy for an individual to meet with misfortune. Luo Bad Dao's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. Brother Luo, Xia Chong has arrived with a young man. At that moment, a burly man with a scarred face knocked and entered. Humph, they arrived rather swiftly. Allow them to enter. Luo Bad Dao sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Luo, your summons. The scarred man nodded and stepped outside, gesturing coldly for them to enter. Such arrogance, Brother Luo. Must we announce ourselves upon entering? Xia Chong expressed his dissatisfaction. Haha, Guardian Xia, do not take offense. My subordinates are simply lacking in decorum. I shall reprimand them accordingly. Luo Bad Dao chuckled heartily. Upon lifting his gaze, Luo Bad Dao noticed Xia Chong respectfully trailing behind a young man who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Seeing such youth only deepened his disdain. I wonder what brings Guardian Xia here at this time. He feigned ignorance. Did the steward not contact you? Do not pretend to be oblivious. This is Mr. Li, the new owner of the establishment. You ought to greet him promptly. Xia Chong commanded. Guardian Xia, you must be jesting. This young lad aspires to take over the establishment? Even if I were to agree, my numerous subordinates within Yipinju would certainly not consent. Luo Badeo remarked with a cold laugh, dismissing the matter lightly. Bang! Xia Chong slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Luo Badeo, this establishment is merely managed by you on behalf of the Xia family. Understand who the true master here is. Do you dare disregard Elder Xia's words? I naturally would not dare to ignore Elder Xia's words. However, he has not communicated this matter to me. Luo Badeo replied nonchalantly, digging at his ear. If this truly is Elder Xia's arrangement, then have him call me directly. As soon as he personally instructs me, I, Luo Badeo, will immediately relinquish Yipinju. Luo Badeo, you have some audacity to even expect Elder Xia to call you personally. You are utterly outrageous. Xia Chong's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Badeo. Indeed, one of the four overlords of Rongqing, Luo Badeo, carried an imposing presence. At that moment, Li Mu interjected calmly. What are you, boy, to speak here? If Elder Xia does not personally call today, no one's words will hold weight. Unless Elder Xia himself speaks, I will not relinquish Yipinju. Luo Badeo sneered. If you refuse to hand over Yipinju, that is acceptable. I have no time to manage it anyway. It would be perfect for you to oversee it as my dog. You little bastard, what did you say? How dare you insult Brother Luo? I will kill you. Scarface snarled, his face contorting into a menacing expression as the scar on his visage twisted like a living centipede. This Scarface was one of Luo Badeo's most capable fighters, a master of the Xian level, who had no qualms about eliminating countless enemies for Luo Badeo over the years. He disregarded Xia Chong's presence and hurled a punch towards Li Mu. Chapter 33. I need a dog. Stop! Xia Chong exclaimed in shock. But Scarface showed no sign of halting, delivering a fierce blow aimed directly at Li Mu's head, intent on obliterating it. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Li Mu's eyes as the powerful wind from the punch rushed towards him. Just as the fist was about to land, he reached out and grasped it. Bang! Scarface's fist collided violently with Li Mu's palm, only to be captured effortlessly. Astonishment spread across Scarface's face. He was a master of the third rank of the Xian level. Even Luo Badeo, a first rank of the D level, could not so easily catch his punch. Who was this young man, exhibiting such formidable strength? Unrestrained and insolent, I shall cripple one of your hands today as a punishment. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he suddenly exerted force. The sound of cracking bones echoed wildly, and Scarface let out a piercing scream as one of his hands was crushed in an instant. My hand. Scarface staggered back in terror, cradling his mangled hand, which was now utterly ruined. You have some audacity. Robot Dao was taken aback, his astonishment mingled with fury as he gazed upon Li Mu. He had never anticipated that Li Mu's prowess could be so formidable, nor that his actions would be executed with such ruthless intensity, completely disregarding Robot Dao. One of the 4 overlords of Rongqing, Robot Dao, a figure of significant stature within the city's underworld, had never suffered such humiliation. The audacity of this young man to incapacitate his trusted subordinate before his very eyes was nothing short of outrageous. Rogo, what is the matter? A subordinate, alerted by the commotion outside the office, rushed in, followed by a throng of over a dozen individuals. Each of them possessed at least the strength of a yellow-level practitioner, with the strongest having already ascended to the Xian level. It was no wonder that Robot Dao had secured his position among the 4 overlords of Rongqing. Not only was his personal strength formidable, but his subordinates were equally formidable. What are your intentions, Robot Dao? Do you dare defy Elder Xia's orders? Xia Chong questioned vehemently, both alarmed and furious. Xia Hui, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise for you to remain uninvolved. This brat has incapacitated my man. Even Elder Xia would have to hear my side of the story. Robot Dao retorted darkly. Xia Chong opened his mouth to respond, but was halted by a raised hand from Li Mu. I shall handle this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Li Mu spoke calmly. A mere Earth-level practitioner, accompanied by this collection of inept individuals. Robot Dao, is this the source of your audacity before me? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from Li Mu, transcending the 3rd tier of Earth level, drawing near to the 1st tier of Heaven level. The atmosphere in the office fell into an oppressive silence, as the onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Thud, thud, thud. The yellow-level warriors could not withstand such an overpowering aura. One by one, their legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to lift their gazes to Li Mu. Even the Xian-level warriors found their legs trembling, and had it not been for their utmost effort to resist, they too would have succumbed to the ground. The scarred-faced man was utterly petrified, and an unpleasant odor suddenly permeated the air, as the alluring beauty beside Robot Dao was so frightened that she lost control. Robot Dao's complexion paled significantly. He swiftly pushed the woman aside. Hurriedly maneuvering around the desk, and in a couple of strides, he found himself kneeling before Li Mu. Robot Dao of Rongqing humbly seeks Mr. Li's forgiveness for my transgressions, he proclaimed, bowing deeply as he knelt. The remaining Xian-level subordinates of Robot Dao were left in shock, no longer daring to resist Li Mu's overwhelming presence, hastily following suit and kneeling in submission. If even Robot Dao, one of the 4 overlords, was willing to bow in deference, what right did they have to stand defiant? Trembling on the ground, Robot Dao understood all too well the chasm that existed between a 1st-tier Earth-level practitioner and a peak 3rd-tier Earth-level practitioner. This disparity was so vast that Li Mu could dispatch him without needing more than 3 moves. Moreover, the fact that Li Mu had achieved such prowess at a young age signified that Heaven level was merely within his grasp, perhaps within a matter of months. He would ascend to that level, and Heaven level would not be his final destination. Although Luo Bad Dao is a formidable force, a being of terrestrial caliber, in the presence of such an extraordinary individual, being reduced to a mere dog is already a sign of respect. The choice between being a dog or a corpse is not one that Luo Bad Dao can afford to ponder. At last, he comprehends why Elder Xia bestowed the esteemed Yi Pinju upon this young man before him. It is undoubtedly a lucrative arrangement, trading a mere establishment for the friendship of such a prodigious talent. I lack the time to manage Yi Pinju and require a dog to oversee it. I wonder if you, Luo Bad Dao, would be willing to oblige? Li Mu inquired nonchalantly. Absolutely. From this day forth, I, Luo Bad Dao, shall be but a dog to Mr. Li, he exclaimed, bowing fervently, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Rise. I do not wish to deal with any further disturbances. If such matters arise again, you are well aware of the consequences, Li Mu stated. Yes, Mr. Li. I will ensure Yi Pinju is well looked after and will not trouble you. Luo Bad Dao exhaled in relief, hastily getting to his feet. What are you all dawdling for? Mr. Li has commanded you to rise. Stand up and pay your respects. Luo Bad Dao admonished his subordinates. Pay our respects to Mr. Li. His followers scrambled to their feet, bowing deeply in homage to Li Mu. Li Mu's demeanor remained unperturbed, even amidst the obeisance of numerous martial artists. His expression did not waver, as if a mountain could crumble before him and he would remain unmoved. Luo Badao mused. This is the true essence of a great figure. It was only then that Xia Chong regained his composure, profoundly shaken by the earlier scene. Li Mu's commanding presence seemed to overshadow even that of Elder Xia. Mr. Li, Elder Xia wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit the Xia family at your convenience. To personally express his gratitude, Xia Chong said with increased reverence, inclining his body slightly. Let us discuss it when the time permits, Li Mu replied, turning to depart. He still had to assist Qin Kuer with her transfer to a new school. Mr. Li, allow me to escort you. Luo Badao quickly stepped forward, bowing and leading the way, accompanying Li Mu until he boarded the flying shuttle before departing. The personnel of Ipinju stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed Luo Badao display such deference to anyone, each of them speculating about the true identity of Li Mu. Summer Guardian, today I, Luo, acknowledge my faults and any offenses committed. Please do not take offense. May I inquire what Elder Xia wishes to express gratitude for? Luo Badao tentatively asked. Mr. Li has cured Elder Xia's ailment. He has now returned to his prime. Xia Chong replied coolly. What? Luo Badao was utterly taken aback, astonished that not only was Li Mu immensely powerful, but he also possessed the remarkable ability to heal Elder Xia. Chapter 34. The dog relying on the might of its master brother. As Li Mu piloted the flying shuttle back to the safe zone, he found that Qin Kuer had already returned from school. Upon seeing him, she joyfully exclaimed, Brother. Although young, Qin Kuer possesses striking beauty, a true gem even at her tender age. Aunt Qin, I have already made arrangements for Daowu High School. Let's take Kuer to register now, Li Mu said, gently ruffling Qin Kuer's hair with a smile. Absolutely, Aunt Qin exclaimed with excitement. While Qin Kuer has a commendable talent for cultivation, her aptitude for martial arts is rather average, making her attendance at the second martial arts high school somewhat challenging. Brother, can I really attend Daowu High School? Qin Kuer asked, her face flushed with excitement as she gazed eagerly at Li Mu. Although Aunt Qin had informed her about this, she still found it hard to believe. Yes, we shall go now. Li Mu nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. Qin Kuer exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and unexpectedly planting a kiss on Li Mu's cheek. Brother, did Mom say you were accepted into the top martial arts university in Rong City? Is that true? She suddenly recalled, looking at Li Mu with anticipation. Indeed. I am currently studying at Rong City's top martial arts university, Li Mu replied. So the rumors were true. I had heard at school that a person named Li Mu had been tested and found to possess A-grade superlative martial arts talent, being specially recruited by Rong City's top martial arts university. I thought it was merely a coincidence that he shared the same name as my brother. But it really is him. Qin Kuer gazed at Li Mu with admiration. Rong City's top martial arts university is nothing to scoff at. I am confident that you will certainly gain admission to Rong City's top cultivation academy, if not at least the foremost cultivation academy, Li Mu asserted with conviction. With her inherent B-grade cultivation talent, combined with the birthday gift of the blood-red poison dragon pill prepared by Li Mu, Qin Kuer's potential could very well reach A-grade. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, she should have no trouble gaining admission to at least Rong City's top martial arts university. Kuer, it took Xiaomu considerable effort to transfer you to Daowu High School, so you must study diligently, Aunt Qin urged. It's getting late. Let us proceed with the registration at Daowu High School. All right, Li Mu nodded, and then took Aunt Qin and Qin Kuer aboard his flying shuttle, heading directly to Rong City's top, Daowu High School. This institution is the finest in the city, attended by either exceptionally talented students or those from influential families, akin to the private elite schools of yesteryears. At Daowu High School, students adorned in designer brands wandered the halls, some even engaging in basketball games, while others diligently practiced even during breaks. Excuse me, is Principal Liu available? Upon entering the administrative building, Aunt Qin tapped gently on the office door, somewhat apprehensively addressing the flamboyantly dressed assistant to the principal. In this world where the strong prevail, most individuals must push their talents and potential to the utmost to thrive. Women, too, find that beauty is a form of talent in itself. For instance, the assistant principal, had she not possessed a striking beauty, might have long succumbed to the streets, relying on dubious means to survive. Do you have an appointment? The assistant principal surveyed Aunt Qin and Li Mu. her expression revealing a hint of disdain as she impatiently inquired. "We do not have an appointment. We are here to accompany Aunt Sheen," they began to explain. Yet before the words could fully escape their lips, the assistant principal interrupted brusquely. "Without an appointment, who would have the time to meet with you? Leave at once, or I shall summon security to remove you," she declared, her annoyance palpable. "My apologies, but we genuinely need to speak with the principal." Aunt Sheen quickly interjected with a forced smile. "Do you presume that the principal of the First Martial Arts High School is accessible to just anyone? You claim to have matters to discuss, but who do you think you are?" The assistant principal scoffed. Aunt Sheen, fraught with anxiety, pondered her next move. Offending the assistant principal could jeopardize Sheen Kur's transfer. After a moment's contemplation, she hastily retrieved a red envelope from her bag, her face a mask of ingratiation as she offered it to the assistant principal. Within the envelope lay 1,000 Alliance coins, which held greater purchasing power than 10,000 prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. "Now that is more like it. You may wait outside. I shall call for you when the principal is available." The assistant principal, satisfied after assessing the envelope's heft, declared with an air of superiority. "Inform the principal that Elder Wu Kuan from the First Martial Arts University sent you." At that moment, however, Li Mu placed his hand on the envelope, calmly stating, "Xiao Mu, let it go, just give it to her." Aunt Sheen, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in panic, "Aunt Sheen, you are simply too soft-hearted, allowing these lowly individuals to extort us." Li Mu shook his head. "Mother, I believe brother is right. We are merely transferring schools. Why should we offer a bribe?" Sheen Kur added indignantly, "A bunch of lowly scoundrels, akin to street prostitutes. Get out of here. You dare seek an audience with our principal? Dream on." The assistant principal, unable to extract the envelope, revealed her true, vile nature, launching into a tirade. "Apologize." A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes, his demeanor turning frigid. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is the First Martial Arts High School. Should you dare to cause a ruckus here, you shall regret it." The assistant principal trembled under the chilling aura emanating from Li Mu, her bravado faltering as she shrieked in a feeble attempt to assert herself. "What is the commotion? What are you doing?" At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a portly man with glasses, his expression one of displeasure. "We are here on the recommendation of Elder Wu Kuan to assist my sister, Sheen Kur, with her transfer procedures," Li Mu replied coolly. "Oh, so it is Elder Wu who sent you. Please, take a seat. This matter has already been arranged by Elder Wu. Shall Li quickly attend to the transfer paperwork?" The principal's expression changed abruptly, his face breaking into a broad smile. Elder Wu Kuan, a venerable figure at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing and the deputy dean of the Strong Martial Academy, was a formidable third-tier Earth-level expert, his status and power far surpassing that of a mere high school principal. Moreover, Elder Wu had previously informed him that this transfer student was the sister of an individual possessing exceptional A-class martial arts talent. What does this imply? It heralds a future brimming with potential. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to slight such esteemed guests? "Principal, these individuals have displayed abominable attitudes and even insulted me." Xiao Li pouted, feigning innocence as she made her accusations. "You are the one who is making unfounded allegations. It is you who behaved poorly and insulted us." Sheen Kur retorted indignantly. Usually, Sheen Kur was of a gentle disposition, averse to conflicts, but the blatant distortion of truth by Xiao Li provoked her to respond. "Humph, what of it? You lowly individuals deserve to be scolded." Xiao Li arrogantly raised her chin, then turned to wrap her arms around Principal Lu's, whining, "Principal, these people are dreadful. I do not wish for this little wretch to attend our school. You must expel them." "Is this the manner in which your administrative staff conducts themselves?" Li Mu inquired coolly. Of course not. This is my failure in oversight. I have caused Mr. Li to witness such a spectacle." Principal Lu's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. Abruptly, he released Xiao Li and delivered a sharp slap to her face. "You fool! How dare you insult our esteemed guests from the Martial Arts High School as lowly beings? Apologize to Mr. Li and the others at once." Xiao Li was merely Principal Lu's mistress, and in these times, being a mistress was no longer as advantageous as it once was. Gone were the days of being kept in luxurious seclusion. Even a mediocre, non-hazardous job was a lofty expectation. Many women, lacking martial arts talent and unwilling to engage in menial labor, now presented themselves willingly. Xiao Li, accustomed to her privileged position with Principal Lu, had never anticipated that she would be struck by him today. I'm sorry. It was my foolish tongue that spoke in haste. Please forgive me. Xiaoli clutched her face, panic-stricken, hastily apologizing. Even she, despite her foolishness, grasped that these individuals were far beyond her, or even Principal Lu's reach for offense. Let it go, Xiaomu. Everyone is facing difficulties these days, Aunt Qin sighed, tugging at Li Mu's sleeve. She believed that dismissing this woman from her position was merely a matter of Li Mu's word, and it was unnecessary to escalate the situation over such a trivial matter. Aunt Qin, it is precisely because times are tough that she should not exhibit such a demeanor. Li Mu shook his head, yet, since Aunt Qin had spoken, he refrained from further pursuit. What class will my sister be assigned to? Mr. Li. She will be placed in Class 3 of the senior year. This class is the finest in our school for cultivation, apart from a few with connections. The rest are promising candidates for martial arts training. The top martial arts academy of Rongqing may even come to recruit them specifically. Principal Lu let out a sigh of relief and promptly spoke. Li Mu was not only introduced by Elder Wu, but was also noted in advance by Elder Wu as the exceptionally talented individual with an A-grade martial arts aptitude, newly enrolled in the first martial arts academy of Rongqing. Such prodigies, barring any unforeseen circumstances, are destined to become prominent figures. Moreover, Principal Lu himself, being a practitioner of innate cultivation, could discern Li Mu's formidable prowess. A young powerhouse of such caliber must never be offended. The hierarchy of Dao practitioners differs from that of martial artists, with the ranks ascending from foundation establishment, Qi refining, innate, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, Dao integration, tribulation crossing, and divine realm, with even loftier realms beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. It is said that during the initial emergence of the spiritual energy tide, one of the former three giants, known as Papa Ma, expended vast sums to procure an immortal herb, supplemented by an abundance of training resources. Although advanced in years, he stepped into the tribulation crossing stage a year ago, becoming a formidable practitioner of that realm. While Principal Lu's own cultivation level might not be exceptionally high, he could nonetheless perceive that Li Mu's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of terrestrial-level experts. Such a young genius was someone he could not afford to overlook. Mr. Li, please follow me. I shall escort you to Class 1. The school day is nearly over. For Dao practitioners, comprehension is paramount, and as there are no evening classes, the school will be deserted once classes conclude, Principal Lu stated courteously. Thank you, Principal Lu, Li Mu replied, nodding as he followed him towards the teaching building. Teacher Chun, this is our new transfer student, Qin Kuo. She will be in your class from now on. Please make the necessary arrangements. Principal Lu brought Li Mu, Aunt Qin, and Qin Kuo to Class 1 of the senior year, addressing a teacher who was currently delivering a lecture. The lesson centered around the Tao Te Ching, a text rich in profound wisdom and the only book in Huaxiao that articulates the great Tao directly. Although the Tao Te Ching may appear simplistic, its depths are exceedingly intricate, and the extent of one's understanding is contingent upon individual fortune. The Tao class primarily teaches this to cultivate insight. Very well, Principal Lu. I shall arrange it immediately, the teacher replied, beaming with a smile. He glanced into the classroom and said, Chun Bin, please move your seat over. The new student, Qin, will sit next to you. Teacher, I've been sitting next to you for 2 months. Why should I be made to move for someone new? A handsome student named Chun Bin protested. Coming from a well-off family involved in the grain business, Chun Bin was accustomed to privilege, as those able to engage in such a trade in recent years were usually affluent and well-connected. Just do as you're told. No need for such chatter. If you don't move, you'll be seated at the back. Teacher Chun commanded sternly. Reluctantly, Chun Bin shot a resentful glare at Li Mu and Qin Kuo, displeased as he begrudgingly shifted his desk and chair aside. Teacher Chun personally arranged a new desk and chair for Qin Kuo to sit beside Yu. Principal, and Yu is the most talented and diligent student in our class. Sitting with her will undoubtedly benefit Qin. Teacher Chun quickly added, eager to please. Very well arranged. Principal Lu remarked with a satisfied nod. Just then, the school bell rang, and with a beaming smile, he addressed Mr. Li and Miss Qin. How about I treat you both to a meal? Oh, that would be too kind. We should treat you. Aunt Qin hurriedly responded. How could I allow Mr. Li and Miss Qin to bear the expense? It is my pleasure to host. I will invite a few teachers from Class 1. Principal Lu insisted. Hello, I'm Yu. From now on, we shall be desk mates. In the classroom, a sweet-looking girl with a delicate figure extended her hand to Qin Kuo. I'm Qin Kuo, blushing slightly. Qin Kuer shook in Yu's hand. And you, let us go to Ipinju. Today is my birthday. You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? A heavily made-up girl in the back seat glanced at Qin Bin and then called out to Yu. Zhou, I genuinely have plans today, so I can't go. And Yu replied, looking troubled. Everyone in class is going, including this new student whom I'll invite. And you, wouldn't it be a bit antisocial if you didn't join us? Zhou said, deliberately raising her voice. Chapter 36. Mockery. Your name is Qin Kuer, right? Today is my birthday, and I'm inviting classmates for a gathering. You should come too. Zhou turned to Qin Kuer. All right, but I wasn't aware it was your birthday, so I haven't prepared a gift. Qin Kuer hesitated, feeling it was her first day at the new school and didn't want to appear too distant. You don't need to bring a gift, do I, Zhou? Care about such trivialities? Zhou scoffed, glancing at Qin Kuer and Li Mu, who were dressed quite ordinarily, clearly not wealthy. Even if they brought a gift, it would hardly be anything of value. Qin Kuer was merely a pawn Zhou used to pressure Yu into compliance. Her presence was entirely dispensable. And you look, even the new girl is going. You wouldn't want to disregard everyone's feelings, would you? Zhou turned her gaze back to Yu. And you? We're all classmates. Celebrating Zhou Yin's birthday isn't a big deal. If you're worried, I can escort you home after dinner. Qin Bin seized the opportunity to chime in. Indeed. And you wouldn't want to appear ungracious, would you? Qin Bin's followers chimed in, adding to the commotion. I do have plans tonight. I must leave after dinner. And Yu relented, feeling cornered. Usually, she would avoid such gatherings, with the immense pressures of existence. She would prefer to dedicate her time to studying texts on Taoism. However, this time, it was challenging to excuse herself. Not a problem. After celebrating Zhou Yin's birthday, you can leave whenever you wish. Qin Bin's eyes lit up with a glimmer of triumph. Let us go then. Ipinju isn't a place everyone can access. I had to plead with my father for quite some time before he reluctantly agreed to book a small private room for me. Zhou declared, standing up, and soon, a group of them began to make their way outside. Mr. Li, let's go. I have already made a reservation at the fragrant garden, right next to the school. The beast meat there is authentic and absolutely untainted, Principal Lu said warmly from the corridor outside. Aunt Qin, why don't you join Principal Lu and the others for dinner? I will stay here with Kuer and her classmates, Li Mu suggested, glancing at Qin Bin and his group. He sensed their ulterior motives, but without evidence. He refrained from making accusations. Nonetheless, whatever schemes they harbored should not involve Qin Kuer. Very well, but I am still concerned about Kuer going alone. Aunt Qin replied promptly. Li Mu greeted Principal Lu and approached Qin Kuer, while Lu did not dare oppose him and instead entertained Aunt Qin for dinner. Indeed, Qin Bin's group consisted of a bunch of wealthy heirs from the fortress of Rongqing. Although they lacked flying vehicles, they drove luxury sports cars. In this world, all resources are primarily allocated towards training martial artists and Taoist practitioners, leading to a near cessation of technological advancement. Many automobile manufacturers have either closed down or been destroyed. Yet a considerable number of luxury cars still exist. After all, before the resurgence of spiritual energy, every city possessed a fair share of these vehicles, and despite the destruction, many have endured. Most of these wealthy heirs drove BMWs and Mercedes, with Qin Bin boasting the finest of them all, a fiery red Ferrari that raced like a blazing flame. Hey, brother, you aren't one of our classmates. What are you doing with us? Qin Bin called out as they exited the school gate, finally noticing Li Mu. I'm just accompanying my sister, Li Mu replied with a smile, his hands tucked into his pockets. Come on, those siblings probably have never dined at the first-class residence. It's only normal for the sister to benefit from this opportunity, and it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand to the less fortunate, said Zhou Yin with a hint of mockery in her tone. True, those less fortunate might never have the chance to dine there in their lifetime. I, Qin Bin, am generous enough to allow them this opportunity, Qin Bin proclaimed loudly. But brother, our car is already full, so we can barely squeeze in a spot for your sister. Here, take some fare and catch a cab to the first-class residence. Just mention my name at the door, and the staff won't stop you from entering. As he spoke, Qin Bin pulled out 20 alliance coins from his wallet and tossed them dismissively towards Li Mu, akin to dismissing a beggar. Qin Bin, you're going too far, Qin Kuer exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, while Yu opened the car door and stepped out, indignantly addressing him. And you? I'm not being unreasonable. I'm merely concerned he might lack the fare for a cab, Qin Bin feigned innocence. We have our own vehicle, Li Mu replied with a smile, casting a glance at Qin Bin. Uncertain of why Li Mu's gaze made him uncomfortable, Chenbin awkwardly tucked his wallet away, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. You all have a car, so I shall accompany you. And you declared. And you, wasn't it already arranged? You will ride in my Ferrari. Chenbin replied, his expression darkening with displeasure. Indeed, and you, aside from those flying shuttles. This vehicle of Chenbin's is among the finest at our school. Many wish to ride, but cannot. Zhouyan added. If you wish to ride, then go ahead. I will accompany Qin Kuer and the others. Otherwise, I shall not go. And you shook her head resolutely. Chenbin's expression soured as he realized he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. This oblivious youth was to blame. However, Chenbin had already made plans for the evening, and if Yu did not attend, all his efforts would be in vain. Very well, since we are all classmates. And you shall accompany the new students, and we shall head to Yipin residence and await their arrival. Chenbin feigned magnanimity. Let us depart then. Time is of the essence. Zhouyan seized the opportunity to slip into the passenger seat of Chenbin's Ferrari. And you, we shall wait for you at Yipin residence. Chenbin remarked as he entered the car, deliberately flooring the accelerator. The Ferrari's engine emitted a deep growl as it sped away. This fellow truly lacks awareness. Later this evening, we shall deal with him properly. Chenbin's entourage cast malevolent glances at Li Mu before they all climbed into their vehicles and drove off. Chenbin and his cohort were indeed such individuals, arrogant, yet not necessarily malevolent. Do not take it to heart. Let us take the bus. And you consoled Li Mu after the others had departed. No need, we actually have a car. Li Mu smiled, thinking to himself that Yu was quite kind-hearted. Such individuals were rare these days. You all possess flying shuttles? And Yu exclaimed in astonishment as she followed Li Mu and Qin Kuer to the school parking lot. Witnessing Li Mu open the door of the shuttle, she had not anticipated that Li Mu and Qin Kuer not only owned a vehicle, but a flying shuttle at that. Though Yu's family owned a flying shuttle, and some students from Dawu High School had one as well. It was exceedingly rare for any family to permit their shuttles for use by the students at school. It was surprising to see Li Mu and Qin Kuer, seemingly dressed ordinarily, arriving at school in a flying shuttle. Zhouyan and Chenbin had mocked the siblings for being impoverished. One could only wonder what expressions they would wear upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 37. The gift. This shuttle belongs to a friend. They lent it to me. Come aboard. Li Mu explained with a smile, ushering in Yu and Qin Kuer into the vehicle as they set off towards Yipin residence. Yipin residence is not a place just anyone can enter. It operates on a membership basis. And only the prominent figures of Rong City are permitted to dine and spend there. Moreover, do you know whose property Yipin residence is? Meanwhile, Chenbin and Zhouyan had already arrived at Yipin residence, seated in a secluded private room, as Chenbin spoke with a mixture of mystery and pride. Whose property is it? Zhouyan inquired with curiosity. It is said that the influential figure behind Yipinju is none other than Luo Bad Dao, one of the 4 overlords of Rongqing. Not only is Luo Bad Dao a formidable presence within our city's stronghold, but he is also rumored to possess a level of cultivation equivalent to that of a regional master, a powerful martial practitioner indeed. If an ordinary person were to offend him within the confines of the Rongqing stronghold, they would likely end up as nothing more than a mere trace of bones. While you may dine here, I implore you to avoid causing trouble, for no one would be able to save you should you do so, Chenbin boasted, causing the students from Wugua High School in the private room to tense up. This place is actually under the ownership of Luo Bad Dao. What if that fellow named Li Mu attempts to bring in you inside? Would the guards at the entrance permit them entry? Someone whispered. Huh. That lad is not a member here. On what grounds could he possibly enter? Chenbin scoffed dismissively. Then why did you mention that simply stating your name would allow them in? Another person inquired curiously. Humph, that boy is quite oblivious, daring to bring in you along. If he does not suffer some humiliation today, he shall never understand his own insignificance. Chenbin replied coldly. You truly are impressive, Chen Xiao. Zhouyan said with a charming smile. In truth, Chenbin had arranged for this gathering at Yipinju through his father, primarily for the sake of Yu. While Zhouyan was merely acting in accordance with Chenbin's plans, not the protagonist of the day. Where is that boy and Yu? After a brief wait, Zhouyan remarked impatiently. From our vantage point, we can clearly see the entrance of Yipinju. Everyone come over. Let us observe the spectacle from the window. Chenbin rose, waving his hand with satisfaction. Yes, let us join Chen Xiao in witnessing the show. The others all stood up, eagerly positioning themselves by the window of the private room, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Just then, the door to the private room was unexpectedly pushed open, and then you gazed at Chun Bin and the others with surprise. What are you all doing by the window? And you? How did you get in? Zhou Yan asked, momentarily stunned and in disbelief. They had been waiting there for quite some time and had not seen Li Mu escorting you and Qin Kuer into Yipinju. It felt almost surreal. And you replied curiously, we arrived via the landing platform on the rooftop. Li Mu piloted the shuttle directly to the top, and we descended from there. At her words, the expressions of those in the private room suddenly stiffened. That seemingly ordinary lad piloted a shuttle? How could that be possible? All right, and you? If you came in through the back door, then so be it. We will not mock you. There is no need for you to flatter certain individuals. As if anyone could afford to operate a shuttle. After a moment of silence in the room, Qin Bin, regaining his composure, spoke dismissively. The others in the private room contemplated this and began to believe Qin Bin's words. That boy certainly did not appear to be a person of wealth or influence, making it implausible for him to afford a shuttle. They must have entered through the back door. Moreover, even if the rooftop of Yipinju had a landing platform for flying shuttles, it would undoubtedly serve as a private docking station for the enigmatic figure behind Yipinju, Luo Badu. Who would dare to park there without his permission? This is merely in you boasting to that young man, Li Mu. If you choose not to believe it, so be it. And you, with her cool demeanor, had no desire to elaborate further and simply pulled Qin Kuer down to sit. Li Mu, indifferent to the thoughts of others, could not be bothered with such trivial matters. As in you seated herself beside Qin Kuer, Li Mu took the opportunity to sit next to her. Zhou Yan, this is a gift for you. I hope you will progress further in your Taoist cultivation. After settling down, and you presented her gift, 3 calming incense sticks. This particular incense, essential for cultivators, is crafted from a special herb. When ignited, it aids practitioners in centering their mind and dispelling distractions, allowing for a swifter entry into a meditative state. The market value of the 3 calming incense sticks hovers around 200 alliance coins, which, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, would equate to approximately 1,000 yuan, a rather generous gift among classmates. Thank you. Zhou Yan nodded appreciatively, unconcerned, and casually set the gift aside. Zhou Yan, these are our gifts. Others in the private room began to present their own offerings, each valued at around 100 alliance coins, with nothing beneath that threshold. Soon, a small pile of gifts had accumulated before Zhou Yan. Brother, we didn't prepare any gifts. Qin Kuer fidgeted awkwardly, since everyone was still unfamiliar with one another. It felt uncomfortable that they were the only ones without a gift. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Li Mu smiled reassuringly at Qin Kuer, confident he could manage such a minor detail regarding birthday gifts at Yipinju. Chen Xiao, what gift did you prepare for the beautiful Zhou? Once the others had finished presenting their gifts, they turned their attention to Qin Bin, who sat with a slight tilt of his head and a smile beside Yu, eager to provoke a reaction. With Yu to his left and Zhou Yan to his right, Qin Bin felt himself at the center of attention. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he leisurely produced 2 small boxes. I have prepared 2 gifts, a blue crystal and a purple crystal. Each of these pendants is inscribed with a gathering formation, enhancing the density of spiritual energy and accelerating the pace of cultivation. The blue crystal pendant is valued at 1,000 alliance coins, while the purple one is priced at 3,000 alliance coins. Upon unveiling the gifts, Zhou Yan's excitement was palpable, and her classmates cast envious glances her way. Qin Bin's generosity was astounding. A single classmate's birthday warranted such an extravagant gift. Today is Zhou Yan's birthday. I shall consider the blue crystal pendant as her birthday gift. Qin Bin pushed the blue crystal pendant toward Zhou Yan. He then knelt beside Yu, gazing earnestly as he declared, "This is the purple crystal pendant I prepared for you. Please accept it. Would you be my girlfriend?" Qin Bin's unexpected confession left Yu momentarily flustered. Chapter 38. The Astonishing Gift. Wow. Chen Xiao is incredibly extravagant, presenting a 3,000 alliance coins amethyst pendant as a token of affection. Accept him, accept him. In the private room, Zhou Yan's face was marred by deep jealousy, while the other classmates began to cheer, urging Yu to acquiesce to Qin Bin's proposal. Li Mu, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, quickly realized that everything had been orchestrated by Qin Bin, the invitation, the gifts, and the coaxing crowd. Even if the object of his affection did not harbor feelings for him, a wavering resolve in such an atmosphere could easily lead to acquiescence. Li Mu understood the dynamics clearly but chose not to intervene, as Qin Bin had not resorted to coercion, and he and Qin Kuer felt it inappropriate to interfere. A smug expression adorned Qin Bin's face, In this environment, he was confident that Yu would not reject him. After all, he was young, affluent, and reasonably good-looking. How could Yu possibly turn him down? Yet, contrary to his expectations, as the crowd rallied around him, Yu's demeanor gradually grew more composed. Bin, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your gift. I regard you merely as an ordinary classmate, with no other sentiments, Yu declared, shaking her head. Yu, we have been classmates for so long. My feelings for you are sincere. Bin's expression stiffened as he hastily responded, but Yu merely shook her head and turned away from him. Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head. No matter how well Bin had arranged this, it paled in comparison to Yu's resolute spirit and her complete lack of affection for him. What are you laughing at, you pauper? Eating and drinking for free, and you still have the audacity to laugh here? Bin, seeing Mu's amusement, kicked a nearby chair aside and pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting angrily. Bin dared not vent his frustration on Yu, but he considered Mu, the impoverished one, to be beneath him and unworthy of mockery directed at Shao. Indeed, it is my birthday today, and while you all come here empty-handed to feast, you still dare to ridicule Shao? Your audacity knows no bounds. Zhou Yin chimed in. Yes, some people really do have thick skin, laughing at others without reflecting on themselves. The others in the private room echoed her sentiment, collectively chastising Mu for his shamelessness in enjoying their hospitality without contribution. You, how can you be like this? Brother, let us leave. Qin Kuter stood up in indignation, pulling Mu as she attempted to depart. Gifts. Mu chuckled, snapping his fingers. Kur, tomorrow is your birthday. I must return to school shortly and won't have the time to celebrate with you. So let us have an early celebration today. As for your classmates, they may share in the delight of the gifts I have prepared for you, as a gesture for them as well. Share in the delight? You, pauper, have you lost your mind? What do you mean by that? Bin's retort was interrupted as the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and a 5-tiered cake was wheeled in by the server. In the private room, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that a moon spirit fruit cake? Yu exclaimed in disbelief, her rosy lips parting in surprise. It truly is a moon spirit fruit cake. My goodness, it's enormous. Zhou Yin stood up, brimming with excitement. I've never even tasted a moon spirit fruit. You have always adored fruit cakes, and this one is specially prepared for you. Mu softly remarked to Qin Ku. The classmates of Qin Ku could hardly contain their enthusiasm as they gravitated towards the grand cake. Bin's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he realized that the extravagant gift he had presented earlier paled in comparison to this 5-tiered moon spirit fruit cake. This was the true display of opulence. Acquiring such a cake would require no less than 5,000 alliance coins. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity had nearly lost all arable land. In the limited soil-less cultivation workshops of the various fortresses, the majority of crops grown consisted of staple grains like rice and wheat, while other produce was predominantly vegetables. Fruits had long ceased to be cultivated. Since the awakening of spiritual energy, many survivors had not tasted any fruit for years, let alone a fruit cake. The moon spirit fruit, a wild fruit thriving outside the fortress, is renowned for its delectable sweetness and abundant spiritual energy, cherished by both martial and Taoist practitioners. However, this fruit only grows beyond the fortress walls, occasionally collected by demon hunters, which renders it exceedingly expensive. Even the average affluent individual within the Rome fortress could not afford it. Qin Ku had not savored cake in several years. Upon arriving at Yupinju, Mu had discreetly instructed the staff to prepare it. Brother, this cake is far too extravagant. We shouldn't squander our money. Please return it. Qin Ku glanced at the cake, forcing herself to turn away, shaking her head at Mu. Waiter, this cake must have been delivered by mistake. Kid, can you actually afford this cake? Bin's eyes gleamed as he pointed at the cake, directing his gaze at Mu. He had always perceived Mu as a pauper. Thus, how could such a destitute person possibly indulge in such an expensive moon spirit fruit cake? Surely, it had to be a mistake. Mr. Li, the cake has been delivered. Do you have any further instructions? The waiter, entirely disregarding Bin, slightly bowed and respectfully inquired of Mu. It's fine, you may leave. Mu replied indifferently. Yes, Mr. Li. The waiter bowed respectfully before exiting and closing the door to the private room. Kuer, here is another gift for you. It will enhance your cultivation talent. So you must practice diligently. Mu produced a small, milky white porcelain vial and handed it to Qin Ku. Brother, what is this? Qin Ku asked, receiving the vial with a dazed expression instinctively inquiring. She simply could not comprehend how Li Mu had suddenly amassed such wealth, purchasing properties in the safe zone and presenting extravagant gifts. This was the blood dragon pill. Hiss! A gasp echoed through the private room. Was this truly the blood dragon pill? The price of a single blood dragon pill was no less than 500,000 alliance coins, and often even higher. Not to mention that it could not be acquired simply by possessing wealth. Opportunity played a crucial role as well. Though these young affluent individuals had heard of the blood dragon pill, none had ever actually witnessed one, let alone consumed it. The person they had previously dismissed as a pauper was now capable of gifting such a lavish item. Was this not an extraordinary display of generosity? Within the private room, many regarded Li Mu with a newfound reverence, their earlier disdain vanishing entirely. Impossible, this must be a counterfeit blood dragon pill, Chun Bin declared, his expression darkening. No, this is indeed the authentic blood dragon pill. My family owns a pharmacy, and I have encountered the blood dragon pill before. Its flavor is unmistakably unique. Thus this must be genuine. And you shook her head, speaking with conviction. Chapter 39. It really is that kid. Could it be that this is the real blood dragon pill? The individuals in the private room were utterly stunned. This was a pill worth tens or even hundreds of thousands, carelessly presented as a gift. Such extravagance was simply astounding. In an instant, the gaze of everyone in the room towards Li Mu shifted dramatically. What kind of background must one possess to bestow such a gift? I need to use the restroom, Chun Bin said, his face grim as he forcefully pushed back his chair. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Yan, his expression cold as he exited. I need to retouch my makeup, Zhou Yan said, forcing a smile at Li Mu before hurriedly following him out. Senior brother, may we have a taste of the cake? A girl asked cautiously. In this day and age, even fruit was considered a luxury, let alone a cake made from moon spirit fruit, far more extravagant than dining at establishments like Starbucks. Ku'er, slice it up and share it with your classmates. Li Mu nodded at Qin Ku'er. His intent was to demonstrate his strength and background, ensuring that Qin Ku'er would not face bullying at school. Before the upheaval in the world, various forms of campus violence were rampant, and now, with the law's constraints having diminished drastically, displaying one's strength was imperative. How else would others know not to provoke Qin Ku'er? All right. Qin Ku'er obediently nodded, slicing the moon spirit fruit cake into small pieces and distributing them to the other students in the private room. Upon receiving the moon spirit fruit cake, the students within the room eagerly indulged. Young Master Chen, what should we do now? Who could have anticipated that Qin Ku'er and her brother possessed such power? Casually presenting moon spirit fruit cake and blood dragon pills as gifts. Outside the private room, Zhou Yan quietly inquired as she followed Chun Bin to the restroom door. Wait a moment. Take this bottle of beverage inside, and let everyone have a sip. When you pour a drink for Anua, press here, Chun Bin said darkly, producing a bottle of drink. Chun, did you put something in the drink? Zhou Yan asked nervously. This bottle has a mechanism. You just need to press the opening for the drug to enter the beverage. Just add a bit to Anua's drink. The others are not to be concerned. Chun Bin replied coldly. He frequently employed such tactics in bars. Since Anua refused to comply, he had no choice but to resort to such means. With the Chun family's influence, even if he were to bet Anua, the Yin family would ultimately have to accept it. Would they truly risk a confrontation with the Chun family over such a trivial matter? Damn it, you little harlot, you're really something. At that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled out of the men's restroom, arm in arm with a heavily made-up young beauty who was adjusting her disheveled, alluring attire. Slap, little girl, with a backside like that, I bet you've been groped by many men. As the middle-aged man approached Zhou Yan, he brazenly slapped her rear, causing her to scream in shock. Are you seeking death? Chun Bin, already in a foul mood, reacted violently, delivering a hard kick to the man's groin before launching a flurry of punches at him. Stop, stop. Do you know who he is? How dare you lay a hand on him? The young beauty, still heavily made up, hurriedly tried to intervene. Chun, please, don't. Let it go. Anyone who can afford to spend at Yupinju is no ordinary person. Don't escalate this. Zhou Yan, having regained her composure, quickly attempted to restrain him. After all, many had touched her backside before. One more wound make a difference. Be careful, you scoundrel. If I see you again, I will strike you every time. Chun Bin, having vented his frustration, acknowledged Zhou Yan's words. He left with a parting threat, hurrying after Zhou Yan. You little brat, just wait. The corpulent middle-aged man finally managed to stand upright, supported by the young beauty as they staggered away in another direction. Upon returning to the private room, Chenbin completely disregarded Li Mu and Qin Kuo. Before long, the dishes were served, and he began to urge everyone to eat while signaling to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin, pour some drinks for everyone. Chenbin commanded. Yes, yes, let us eat and drink together. Zhou Yin quickly stood up to serve drinks. When she reached Anyue, she discreetly pressed the mechanism at the bottle's opening. Come, let us all take a sip, and may everyone's future be bright and prosperous. Chenbin exclaimed with delight, rising to his feet. As everyone raised their glasses and took a sip, and you felt no sense of peculiarity. If it were wine, she would certainly refuse. But since it was a beverage, she lifted her glass and drank. Chenbin, noticing Yu's sip, began to smile increasingly. After a short while, Yu supported her forehead with one hand, appearing somewhat dizzy. Yu, what is the matter? Shall I help you outside to splash some water on your face? Chenbin inquired with a concerned expression. No need, Kur. Could you assist me outside for a moment? Yu replied, shaking her head slightly. All right, I'll take you there. Qin Kuo quickly stood up and declared. I'll accompany you both. Li Mu frowned, casting a glance at Yu's drink and then at Chenbin, before rising to his feet. Hurry back. If Yu feels unwell later, I'll drive her home. My place isn't far from hers. A flicker of pride crossed Chenbin's eyes, and he did not object, believing Yu was already a cooked duck that could not escape. Li Mu shot Chenbin a deep glance, and, helping Qin Kuo support Yu, they made their way outside. Yu, what exactly is wrong? Qin Kuo asked with concern. I don't know. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Yu splashed some water on her face in the restroom, but still felt lightheaded. You might have been drugged. Li Mu said matter-of-factly. Drugged? Yu froze momentarily, her face quickly shifting to anger. Her family operated a medicinal shop, and she had a fair understanding of various substances. After a brief contemplation, she realized Li Mu spoke the truth. It was Chenbin. He actually drugged me. The drink had been brought back by Chenbin and Zhou Yin, and given Chenbin's recent romantic advances that she had rebuffed, the implication was clear. I'm going to find him. Yu, filled with fury, staggered towards the direction of the private room. Brother, what shall we do? Qin Kuo asked anxiously. We should go and take a look. Li Mu replied calmly. Before Yu and the others could return to the private room, a group of individuals appeared at the door, forcefully kicking it open with a loud bang. It's that kid. Chapter 40. Jiang Chun. As the door was burst open, a throng of people surged inside, surrounding the room so tightly that even the tables were overturned. What do you want? Zhou Yin stood up angrily, pointing at the crowd and shouting in discontent. Today was her birthday. How could they overturn the tables? Hey, everyone, is there some misunderstanding? We don't know you. One bespectacled individual beside Zhou Yin stood up, brushing off the spilled soup from his clothes, looking apprehensive. You all better apologize to my friend right now and get the hell out of here, or you'll regret it. The behind-the-scenes big shot of Yupinju, Luo Badu, is acquainted with my father. Chenbin stood up boldly, pointing a finger at the balding, middle-aged man and shouted sternly. It is evident that this rotund fellow has come seeking retribution after being kicked earlier. Nonetheless, Chenbin remains unperturbed. His father indeed has connections with Luo Bad Dao, and they share some business dealings. Even if trouble arises, Luo Bad Dao would certainly grant his father a modicum of respect within this establishment. Ah, young man, quite the audacious one, claiming to know my brother-in-law. At that moment, another individual appeared at the doorway of the private room, brazenly groping a beautiful waitress outside before bringing his hand to his nose and casting a nonchalant glance into the room. Upon seeing this person, Chenbin's expression darkened. He recognized the young man as Jiang Chun, the brother of Luo Bad Dao's mistress, Sister Shan. This individual, leveraging his sister's relationship with Luo Bad Dao, had achieved the title of manager at Yipinju. He spent his time loitering around Yipinju and nearby bars, effectively making him a sort of half-brother-in-law to Luo Bad Dao, and no one dared to provoke him. Jiang Xiao, what brings you here? Chenbin stammered, his face pale. You assaulted my friend, and you ask why I am here? Jiang Xiao replied, observing Chenbin with a hint of amusement. It's Jiang Chun. This is troubling. Outside the private room, and you became anxious, her earlier dizziness dissipating. Do you know this person? Li Mu inquired curiously. I've heard my cousin mention him. I saw him once when we dined at Yipinju. His name is Jiang Chun. His sister is Luo Bad Dao's mistress. He is essentially the half-brother-in-law of the secretive proprietor of Yipinju. With his sister backing him, no one dares to cross him. I wonder how Chenbin and the others managed to provoke him. And you explained anxiously. Although Chen Bin had previously drugged her, there were other classmates in the room, and you did not wish for them to come to harm. Inside the room, the portly middle-aged man charged forward, a menacing glare on his face, and delivered a kick directly to Chen Bin's abdomen, followed by a brutal onslaught. Chen Bin dared not retaliate. Jiang Xiao, my father is Chen Fumin, a grain dealer from North Street. He knows Lord Luo. Please show me mercy. Chen Bin pleaded, kneeling on the ground in desperation. Chen Fumin? I don't know him. Since you've crossed my friend today, I'll ensure you leave without a hand and leave your female companion behind. Jiang Chun remarked dismissively while digging at his ear. Jiang Xiao, I believe this young lady may still be a virgin. You can enjoy the first taste later. The portly man continued to rain blows upon Chen Bin before seizing Zhou Yin and lewdly grinning as he groped her. Zhou Yin trembled uncontrollably, completely unable to resist. In this day and age, Jiang Chun could easily dispose of her if he wished. Stop! At that moment, witnessing this scene, and you could no longer contain herself and shouted. As her voice echoed, all eyes in the private room turned toward her, and Jiang Chen's gaze brightened instantly. Oh, there are two beauties here. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he reached out towards Yu. Startled, and you took several steps back. But Jiang Chen's hand was intercepted by another. This matter does not concern us. Do not seek trouble, Li Mu calmly stated, blocking Jiang Chen's advance. In the establishments surrounding Yi Pinju, Jiang Chen often wielded power with impunity. Who would dare oppose him? The audacity of someone standing in his way ignited his rage. Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? He spat, venom lacing his words. You dare speak so insolently? A slap is an order. In an instant, a glint of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Jiang Chun barely registered the movement before a swift hand struck him forcefully across the face, shattering his teeth and sending him reeling into the private room. A collective gasp escaped the lips of Jiang Chun's entourage, while U.S. classmates stood frozen in shock. Even those peering from adjacent rooms were taken aback. Was this fool unaware of Jiang Chen's connection to Luo Badao? To lay hands on Jiang Chun within Yi Pinju was tantamount to courting death. Spare me, Jiang Xiao. We don't know them. Their actions have nothing to do with us. Chen Bin, trembling and nearly paralyzed with fear, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. Initially, he had planned to plead for mercy and offer up Zhou Yin, expecting nothing more than a beating. But now, with Li Mu's insane audacity to slap Jiang Chun, the stakes had escalated dangerously. If Jiang Chun unleashed his wrath, they could easily find themselves meeting a grim fate. And Yu's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she gazed at Li Mu. Her thoughts consumed by one notion. Qin Kure's brother was far too audacious to strike Jiang Chun. This reckless young man was surely doomed. You dare to strike me? Today, if I do not end you, you will learn just how formidable Jiang Chen truly is. Get him. Make sure he suffers. And then we'll take our fill of the two women. Jiang Chun yelled, seated on the ground, nursing his injured face, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. You have injured Jiang Xiao. If we do not eliminate you today, you will not comprehend the consequences. Jiang Chen's thugs brandished weapons from their coats, each one equipped with knives and blades. Inside the private room, Yu's classmates huddled like frightened quail in a corner, trembling. They were mere novices. At such close quarters, a careless move could lead to a fatal encounter with these thugs, who possessed martial prowess. Brother, be careful, Qin Kuder urged, her heart racing as she attempted to gather her energy. Yet, without practical experience, she found herself unable to execute her techniques amidst the panic. Even if she summoned her abilities, her current strength would render them ineffective. Fear not. This is merely a minor inconvenience. Li Mu turned around and smiled at Qin Kur, then slowly raised his hand. A formidable surge of spiritual energy began to swirl and converge in the palm of his hand. Chapter 41. Shock altogether. Let us kill him. Form the energy into a blade. Jiang Chen's subordinates brandished their weapons and charged towards Li Mu, and Yu, and Qin Kur. Li Mu slightly opened his palm, and in an instant, the swirling energy transformed into several silent glimmers of blades that sliced through the bodies of the thugs. As the blades passed, crimson lines appeared on the thugs' arms, and excruciating pain followed. One by one, they were horrified to discover that the hands holding their weapons had been severed. The onlookers from the other private rooms were astonished by the scene before them. What martial art or mystical technique was this? My hand! My hand! They cried out in panic. I've lost my hand. Hurry, take me to the hospital. The thugs wailed in terror, blood gushing from their severed limbs, staining the private room everywhere. The gruesome sight made Yu and Qin Kuer feel uneasy. Yet they faced it bravely, refusing to look away. This world was indeed brutal, and such scenes were all too common. However, both Yu and Qin Kuer gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. They had not anticipated he possessed such capabilities. Was his martial prowess akin to mystical arts? Or was it a dual cultivation of martial and mystical practices? You, how dare you? Jiang Chun felt a chill rise from his core. His brother-in-law was the notorious Luo Bad Dao of Rong City's 4 overlords, who would dare slap him in Yipinju and injure his subordinates. Someone, quickly, where are you all? Are you dead? Can't you see I've been attacked? Jiang Chun shouted in fear. The ones who had lost their arms were his lackeys and friends, but there were also his brother-in-law's subordinates present in Yipinju, skilled fighters at the yellow and profound levels. He believed they would easily deal with this young man. Young Master Jiang, what's the matter? Scarred, with his arm in a plaster cast, approached with the security team from Yipinju. Scar, you've come at the right time. This brat dared to slap me and injure my little brother. You must arrest him. I will make sure he pays for this today. Jiang Chun exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Scar. Scar nodded slightly. It had been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in Yipinju. Since the occasion had arisen, it was indeed time to take action. Oh no, that is Scar, a trusted general of Luo Bad Dao. He is a profound level expert. And you said anxiously. Even Scar's presence meant certain doom for this young man. Why did he have to involve them in his own demise? Shinbin's face was filled with despair. If even Scar had arrived, who could save them now? Scar was about to speak nonchalantly when he turned to see Li Mu, and his entire body stiffened. His face paled as the pain from his already bandaged hand flared up again. The bodyguards behind Scar were trembling as if they had seen a ghost, for this was the man who had effortlessly brought Scar to his knees. Mr. Li, Scar, momentarily taken aback, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and addressed Li Mu. Mr. Li. The bodyguards behind Scar echoed in unison, bowing as well. Scar, what on earth is this? Dispose of this brat. Jiang Chun sensed that something was amiss, yet having ruled with impunity in Yipinju, he believed there was nothing he could not handle within its confines. You are the brother-in-law of Luo Bad Dao, correct? Go fetch him for me. Li Mu spoke calmly. Yes, Mr. Li. Scar nodded vigorously and hurried upstairs to summon Luo Bad Dao. Heavens! Who is this young man that he can so casually demand the presence of Luo Bad Dao? Given Luo's stature, who would dare summon him at will? Mark my words. This brat should be cautious. He might end up regretting it dearly. The patrons in nearby private rooms murmured amongst themselves, incredulous that Li Mu could command Luo Bad Dao with such ease. Brother, let it go. We should just leave. Qin Kuer tugged at Li Mu's sleeve, her face etched with worry. In this world, one must not be afraid when confronted with challenges. Taking a step back may lead to irretrievable consequences. Li Mu replied solemnly. The world today is fraught with peril. This is true for humanity as a whole and for individuals alike. Any sign of weakness invites a multitude of ravenous predators, ready to tear one apart. In this age of great strife, there is only forward movement, no retreat. Mr. Li, what is happening? Within mere moments, Luo Bad Dao hurriedly descended the stairs, followed closely by his mistress, Sister Shan. It was indeed remarkable that Luo had come at the mere summons. The patrons who had been speaking earlier exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Brother-in-law, you finally arrived. You must deal with this brat. He just dared to slap me. Jiang Chun exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Luo Bad Dao, as if he had found a savior. Smack! Before Jiang Chun could finish his complaint, his entire body was sent flying, Luo Bad Dao's slap landing on his face with nearly all his might. Thud! Jiang Chun's body collided with the wall, sliding down slowly, leaving a streak of blood behind. Sister Shan's expression shifted, her mouth opening in shock. Yet she dared not utter a word, fully aware that any plea for mercy would result in her immediate abandonment by Luo Bad Dao. Though her brother was important, no one was more significant than herself. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Jiang Chun leaned against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth, his words barely intelligible. Had it not been for the enhanced physical resilience of people today, combined with Jiang Chun's status as a yellow-level martial artist, he might have been struck dead by Luo Bad Dao's blow. Luo Bad Dao's expression darkened. Still hitting you? Had it not been for the years that Jiang Shan had devoted to him, he would have struck the young man dead with a single blow. Mr. Li, it is my failure to manage my subordinates that has allowed this boy to offend you. I beg for your forgiveness. Luo Badeo said, bowing deeply and respectfully. Luo Badeo, bowing. Although he ranked last among the 4 overlords of Rongqing, he was nonetheless a formidable figure, a recognized powerhouse in the city. How could he possibly submit to a mere youth of 17 or 18? Everyone present, both inside and outside the private room, was astonished, including Chun Bin and Jiang Chun, who stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. This Jiang Chun, who assaulted my sister and intended harm against her and her friends, how do you plan to handle him? Li Mu inquired. Nodding slightly. You little brat, don't push your luck, Jiang Chun said incredulously, looking at Li Mu with agitation. Having already received a heavy slap from Luo Badeo, he couldn't fathom what more this young man could want from him. Shut your mouth. If you don't want to die, come here and kneel. Luo Badeo's eyes glinted with menace as he fixed his cold gaze on Jiang Chun. Chapter 42. Ruined. Brother-in-law. Jiang Chun looked at Luo Badeo with a face full of grievance. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold. Since his sister Jiang Shan began her relationship with Luo Badeo, he had never endured such humiliation. Kneeling today would make him a laughingstock, but refusing to kneel could mean death. Luo Badeo's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, he was merely a mistress's brother. If it came to it, he could easily abandon Jiang Shan, let alone the insignificant Jiang Chun. During this period, Luo Badeo had learned that Li Mu was not only powerful, but had also saved the life of Elder Xia. More importantly, he possessed an exceptional martial talent, a grade-A genius that had not graced Rongqing for over a year, a young man endowed with strength, talent, and the backing of a powerful family like the Xia's was not someone Luo Badeo could afford to defy. In this world, finding such a capable and promising ally was exceedingly rare. It was merely good fortune that allowed Luo Badeo to align himself so early with Li Mu. No one would ruin his good fortune. You fool. I warned you against causing trouble. Hurry up and kneel to Mr. Li and apologize. Jiang Shan trembled with anger, rushing forward to deliver a merciless slap to Jiang Chen's face as she shouted sternly. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood fear. Even he, in his foolishness, could see that neither his sister nor Luo Badeo would protect him this time. When Luo Badeo declared he would kill him, it was a genuine threat. Mr. Li, I am sorry. In front of the gathered crowd, Jiang Chun, trembling in terror, crawled a few steps towards Li Mu and knelt heavily on the ground, his voice quaking with fear. Inside the private room, Chun Bin and Zhou Yin, along with others, were utterly astonished. Jiang Chun had truly knelt before Li Mu. A young man, no older than 17 or 18, managed to compel the formidable Roba Dao to bow and made Jiang Chun kneel. What sort of prowess or background must one possess to achieve such feats? The other classmates were filled with self-reproach, wishing they could slap themselves for previously siding with Chun Bin in anticipation of witnessing Li Mu's humiliation. Now it was they who appeared to be the true jesters. The individuals within the private room gazed at Li Mu with a mixture of awe and trepidation, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. He intended to harm my sister and friends. However, he is within your jurisdiction, so I leave the matter in your capable hands, Li Mu stated calmly. Understood, Mr. Li. I know how to handle it, Roba Dao replied, his expression turning cold as he approached Jiang Chun. The latter looked on in sheer terror, his eyes brimming with desperation. Jiang Chun, you have exploited my connections to reign supreme at Yipinju for far too long. Do you not realize that Yipinju now belongs to Mr. Li, and I, Roba Dao, am merely a guard dog in his service? And you and those observing from outside the room were momentarily stunned. Roba Dao had just claimed to be the loyal dog of this young man. To make one of the 4 tyrants of Rongqing into a mere lapdog was nothing short of audacious. This was true domination. Since you have offended Mr. Li today, I cannot let you off easily, Roba Dao said coldly as he seized Jiang Chen's wrists and applied tremendous pressure. Jiang Chun let out a harrowing scream, his eyes rolling back as his body convulsed before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Roba Dao, a powerful figure at the earth level, had swiftly crushed Jiang Chen's hands. Even with modern medicine and healing elixirs, the best he could hope for was to regain enough function to lift a bowl to eat. Any further aspirations would be thwarted, as even a young girl could easily shatter his hands again given the current state of human physicality. Jiang Chun could be deemed utterly incapacitated. Mr. Li, what is your opinion? Roba Dao inquired respectfully, awaiting Li Mu's reaction to the punishment he had enacted. That will suffice. Although I am not privy to Jiang Chen's past misdeeds, based solely on today's incident, his transgressions do not warrant death, Li Mu replied. Thank you, Mr. Li. Jiangshan sighed in relief. As long as her brother's life was spared, perhaps this incident would impart a valuable lesson to him, as no one could shield him indefinitely. She hastily summoned assistants to take Jiang Chun for treatment, and Li Mu's gaze shifted to Qin Bin and Zhou Yan. No, this is not my doing. I did not instigate the trouble. It was that person who slapped my backside that caused the conflict. Zhou Yan exclaimed in terror, pointing at the portly middle-aged man. Brother. The man began, but before he could finish, the scarred face delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, silencing him completely. Take him away and deal with him, Li Mu said, furrowing his brows as he turned to Zhou Yan, who administered the drug. The poison was administered by Qin Bin, who, upon learning that Yu had rejected his romantic advances, sought to coerce her into submission by means of forceful tactics. I was compelled by Qin Bin to act thus, and I vow never to repeat such actions again, Zhou Yan exclaimed, her head bowing in desperation, fearful of losing her hands as well. Qin Bin, you truly are a scoundrel, and Yu trembled with anger, realizing, after all this time as classmates, that Qin Bin could embody such a despicable character. I shall never dare again, and Yu, we share the bond of classmates. Please, intercede on my behalf. Qin Bin pleaded in terror, and Yu bit her lip, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, she had shared classes with Qin Bin and had not suffered any substantial harm that day. Just as she was about to speak in his defense, she heard Li Mu's voice echo once more. One must face the consequences of their actions. Every individual is accountable for their deeds, Li Mu stated calmly. Luo Bideo, this incident transpired at Yupinju, and I entrust it to your management. I do not wish to see similar occurrences in the future. Indeed, Mr. Li, should any further incidents of bullying or drugging occur at Yupinju, the perpetrators shall meet a fate akin to this scoundrel. Luo Bideo lifted Qin Bin with one hand and delivered a brutal kick to his groin. The sound of bones shattering echoing as Qin Bin's lower body was rendered a mangled mess. Since he sought to drug and exploit women, let him be forever deprived of any contact with them. Qin Bin emitted a shrill, duck-like cry before succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. Inside the private room, Yu, Qin Ku and their classmates huddled in fear, pale-faced and trembling, too terrified to witness the scene. I shall escort you back. Li Mu nodded at Yu before turning to ascend the stairs. Qin Ku supported Yu and followed closely behind, as Li Mu's flying shuttle remained stationed at the top of Yupinju. Upon Li Mu's exit from the private room, the doors of the other rooms lining the corridor swiftly shut, as those who had previously been peeking dared not meet the gaze of this formidable figure. Chapter 43. Qin Feishua, the toxin Qin Bin employed resembled a sedative. However, Yu, having consumed a pill sold by her family, was largely unaffected. Li Mu drove his shuttle, transporting Yu and Qin Ku back to school, as the night cloaked Rome Fortress, with 2/3 of it shrouded in darkness. Following the Great Catastrophe, the fortress's energy primarily derived from wind turbines and solar panels installed atop the 30 Shanghai concrete walls. While the fortress was not entirely devoid of energy, it could not be deemed abundantly supplied. Many ordinary survivors, at designated times, opted to shut off their energy supplies, as such resources came at a cost. Only about 1/3 of the area remained illuminated, with some portions housing military camps and schools, symbols of humanity's future hope, while others consisted of shadowy streets and bars, offering a fleeting escape from reality. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the Great Catastrophe represented a transformative opportunity for many, yet for others, it was a harrowing nightmare. At times, the choices we make hold profound significance, hinging upon the paths we select in pivotal moments. Li Mu returned Yu and Qin Ku to Dawu High School. And surely, the events of today would resonate throughout the school, instilling a newfound caution among the students regarding Qin Ku. There, she could devote herself to her studies and training in peace. Upon Li Mu's return to Rongqing First Martial Arts University, he found the campus relatively tranquil, with most students engaged in their own practice in the dormitories, while a few tended to other matters. Tomorrow, there would be a public lecture focusing on theoretical knowledge. Information not covered within the confines of the destroyer-class battleship. He must attend to absorb these insights. After the lecture, he intended to retrieve the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist techniques, aiming to swiftly deduce the pinnacle of 9th-grade martial arts to enhance his prowess. He also needed to devise a strategy concerning the transport team, as he could not allow critical supplies to fall into the hands of the demon race. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu organized his plans for the following day before resuming his training. Early the next morning, upon opening his eyes, he received 2 messages, both sent by Yu, likely due to Qin Kur having shared Li Mu's contact details with her. Chen Bin had dropped out and disappeared, while Zhou Yin had transferred schools. Glancing at the messages, Li Mu shook his head and chose not to reply, tucking his phone away. Neither of these updates surprised him. Individuals like Chen Bin merely lingered at Daowu High School, and having been rendered incapable, he would surely feel too ashamed to remain. As for Zhou Yin, she likely dared not approach Qin Kur or Yu any longer. After a brief tidying up, Li Mu departed from his dormitory, making his way directly to the classroom. Given the limited faculty, today's lecture would be a large one, likely attended by at least a couple of hundred students. Such arrangements had become the norm for theoretical classes. The campus bustled with hurried individuals heading towards the classrooms, and Li Mu confidently navigated his way. The lecture was held in a spacious amphitheater-style classroom, identical to those found in traditional universities, albeit the subjects taught had evolved entirely. "Look, that's Li Mu. He is quite handsome." As Li Mu stepped into the room, whispers began to circulate. "Li Mu? He is the sole genius with a class A superlative talent this year? He hardly seems to embody such extraordinary ability. Word has it he struck a teacher on his first day. One must not judge by appearances. His strength likely surpasses our expectations." The students buzzed with speculation, while Li Mu remained unfazed and proceeded to his seat. "Li Mu, over here." As he reached the center of the classroom, a round-faced, slightly plump student gestured to him. This student belonged to Li Mu's class, which was organized under the Rongqing First Martial Arts University's freshman strong martial arts program, consisting of 50 students, a standard size for classes at this prestigious institution. Li Mu possesses both talent and strength. Aside from a few who harbor jealousy towards him, there are others who, relying on their family backgrounds, regard him with disdain. However, many students are eager to befriend him. Upon noticing a fellow student offering him a seat, Li Mu smiled and took his place. "Hello, I am Zhang Cheng. Currently a yellow-level, first-tier martial artist." Zhang Cheng extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself with enthusiasm. "Greetings." Li Mu nodded and reciprocated the handshake. The name Zhang Cheng did not resonate in the 30 years of Li Mu's memories. Yet, this was not surprising. During those 30 years, he had never attended a martial arts university and had been confined to a slum after suffering a debilitating accident. It was improbable for him to have encountered any students from the prestigious First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Unless this individual was someone he would meet in the future, he would have no recollection of them. Nevertheless, for a freshman to possess the prowess of a yellow-level first-tier martial artist was commendable. Among the students of Rongqing's foremost martial arts institution, many from the least talented and least diligent would still graduate as mere yellow-level martial artists by their senior year. In contrast, Zhang Cheng's achievement upon entering the university was indeed impressive. At that moment, a stir erupted within the lecture hall, even more fervent than when Li Mu first arrived. "The campus flower, Qin Feishue, is here." It was said that this illustrious figure from Class 2 had been ranked among the top 10 students shortly after her arrival. And among the multitude at Rongqing's First Martial Arts University, few could rival her beauty. Rumor had it that even the star student Wang Chuandong from the 3rd year had expressed his admiration for her. Zhang Cheng's excitement was palpable, his eyes gleaming as he gazed towards the entrance. Following his line of sight, Li Mu beheld an enchanting beauty. With delicate features, cascading long hair, and clad in martial attire that accentuated her graceful figure, she indeed left a lasting impression. Yet, Li Mu merely cast a fleeting glance. Having encountered numerous renowned beauties among the 10 celestial maidens of the human race, Qin Feishue paled in comparison. One might even liken her to a mere maid when juxtaposed with a noble lady. "She is coming, she is coming. She is walking towards us." Zhang Cheng, embodying youthful exuberance, was elated as he observed Qin Feishue approaching, flanked by 2 female companions. As they neared Li Mu and Zhang Cheng, Qin Feishue surveyed her surroundings, her brow slightly furrowing, realizing they had arrived rather late, and that only obscure seats remained. "Excuse me, could you kindly offer us a seat? We wish to sit here." A melodious voice, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority, soon reached Li Mu's ears. Chapter 44. Mo Lingyu with a smile gracing her lips. Qin Feishue gazed at Li Mu. In recent days, she had consistently arrived late to class, as she had yet to encounter a boy who would not yield his seat to her. However, to her astonishment, this time she found this boy shaking his head before her. A wave of disbelief washed over her. He dared to refuse her. And she was indeed rejected by this boy. The lecture hall fell into a swift silence, with many boys and girls directing their attention toward the unfolding scene. What is wrong with you? Our Feishue only asked you to let her have a seat, voiced a discontented female companion behind Qin Feishue. This seat belongs to you? If it does not, why should I yield? Li Mu replied coldly. His refusal was not a personal affront to Qin Feishue. They bore no animosity towards one another. Li Mu simply disliked trouble and being disturbed. Having already taken his seat, he would not relinquish it to anyone, regardless of who it was. A flicker of anger flashed in Qin Feishue's eyes. Throughout her life, her beauty and family background had shielded her from rejection, making this public denial by Li Mu particularly irksome. Classmate Qin, take my seat. I will sit in the back, exclaimed Zhang Cheng. His round face flushed with excitement as he stood up. One seat isn't enough. I have two friends. Qin Feishue shook her head, her gaze unwavering on Li Mu. She believed firmly in her allure and was confident that at least one boy would rise to defend her, banishing this irritating individual. Indeed, after her proclamation, several boys cast hostile glances toward Li Mu, particularly from the second and third classes. Yet, Li Mu appeared oblivious to the mounting tension, remaining steadfast in his seat. His character inherently leaned toward resisting force. If approached with kindness and soft words, he might relent, but the more one attempted to coerce him, the less likely he was to comply. Li Mu, let us just yield the seat. Zhang Cheng tugged at Li Mu's sleeve, anxiety evident in his voice. Exactly. Snower chose your seat as a courtesy. Don't be ungrateful, chimed another female companion of Qin Feishue, her tone laced with sarcasm. Be careful. If Senior Wang Chuandong finds out, you'll be in trouble. Get lost. Li Mu retorted without lifting his gaze, his tone icy. You? Qin Feishue was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. How dare he tell her to leave? Even Zhang Cheng, beside Li Mu, was stunned. Typically, beauties like Qin Feishue were indulged by boys everywhere. Yet today, Li Mu showed no inclination to pamper her, even dismissing her outright. This was astonishing. Kid, are you out of your mind? Classmate Qin is showing you respect by asking for a seat. You better give it up quickly, one voice suggested. I bet this guy is just trying to act distinct in front of the campus flower, hoping to draw her attention. Two robust boys from Class 2 rose to their feet, visibly displeased. Qin Feishue was the cherished darling of their class. How could they permit a boy from another class to disrespect her? But what could be done? Li Mu slowly lifted his gaze to glance at the two boys, and replied coolly. Just as the boys were about to retort, they were restrained by someone behind them. The teacher is coming. Do not provoke him. He is the genius Li Mu from Class 1, who even bested our teacher, Zhang Cheng. You stand no chance against him. A voice whispered from behind the two boys. Humph, the teacher has arrived. Consider yourself fortunate today, classmate Qin. Please, take your seats here. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two boys shifted dramatically. They hurriedly muttered something to Qin Feishue before slinking away to a corner at the back of the classroom. Although Li Mu was a stranger to them, his name had become widely known among the freshman students. With an unparalleled Class A talent, he had defeated a genius student handpicked by Elder Wei during the enrollment process with a single punch, and shortly thereafter, he had thoroughly thrashed a troublesome teacher of the Xian class. Such prowess and talent rendered him virtually untouchable among the freshmen. He was indeed Li Mu, possessing commendable looks and remarkable abilities, but regrettably lacking a powerful background, which made him somewhat detestable. Sitting in the space vacated by the two boys, Qin Feishue cast a glance at Li Mu, pondering. Having been the center of attention since childhood, even amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy and the onset of calamity, her family had remained relatively unaffected. Li Mu's dismissive demeanor was something she could hardly tolerate. The more outstanding the boys who fell at her feet, the greater her delight. Feishue, so he is the legendary Li Mu. He doesn't seem exceptional to me. Compared to Wang Chuandong, he pales in comparison. How dare he disrespect you like this today? I believe you should inform Wang Chuandong and let him teach this fellow a lesson, whispered one of Qin Feishue's female companions. Let us discuss this after class. Qin Feishue replied coldly. Having suffered such embarrassment at Li Mu's hands today, she was determined to return the favor in kind. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, and soon a tall figure entered, carrying a faint fragrance. Is it her? Emoling you. Upon seeing the figure entering the classroom, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. The exquisite face before him was vividly etched in his memory, gentle and as precious as jade. Emoling you. In the 30 years of recollection, Li Mu had suffered greatly when Lin Feng had treacherously caused him to break both legs, leading to his fall into a slum. Later, when the demon race attacked, the fortress of Rong City was breached, resulting in chaos and slaughter spilling into the slums. In that dire moment, it was Mo Lingyu who valiantly held the breach, saving Li Mu's life. Subsequently, she had arranged for him to be taken to a military relief center, paving the way for his eventual rise. One could say that Mo Lingyu is akin to a benefactor for Li Mu, much like Aunt Qin, both serving as his guardians. In those memories of the future, during the time when Mo Lingyu steadfastly defended the slums, she bore a scar across her face and was missing her left hand. A stark contrast to her current radiant and resplendent self. As the impending assault from the demon clan looms, one wonders what could have inflicted such scars upon her visage and cost her a hand. Li Mu mused to himself while observing Mo Lingyu as she entered the classroom. Regardless of the circumstances, such misfortunes must not be allowed to recur. The debts of the past must be settled in this lifetime. All right, class. This marks our first public lesson since the beginning of the semester. Please take your seats and quiet down. Today's lesson is of great significance, and I hope everyone is prepared to take notes. Mo Lingyu's voice resonated through the room. Chapter 45. Types of Demon Beasts. Everyone, please take out your notebooks. We shall commence the lesson. Mo Lingyu surveyed the classroom, and soon the sound of pages flipping filled the air as most students prepared to jot down notes. With the revival of spiritual energy and the onset of cataclysmic changes, humanity's industrial framework has nearly collapsed, now entirely redirected towards weapon manufacturing and the construction of various fortifications. The once thriving printing and paper industries, aside from a fraction retained by the military, have vanished entirely. Currently, universities have ceased distributing textbooks, and the curriculum relies solely on the students' note-taking, rendering their notes an invaluable asset. The lights in the lecture hall quickly dimmed, the heavy curtains drawn shut, and the projector at the center of the room was gradually activated. Do you know what the most common demon beasts surrounding our Rong City fortress are? Mo Lingyu inquired. Ms. Mo, the most prevalent demon beasts around the Rong City fortress are the wolf demons, cat demons, and tiger demons, along with a few other lesser species. Qin Feishue raised her hand, signaling to answer, then stood with a charming smile. Many students from the Rong City fortress have remained within its confines since its establishment and have only heard tales about the world beyond. That is correct, but it is somewhat too broad. Mo Lingyu nodded, gesturing for Qin Feishue to take her seat. Slightly embarrassed, Qin Feishue complied, and Mo Lingyu continued. There are 5 species of demon beasts commonly found around the Rong City fortress. The most frequent are the ironback wolves and the pig demon beasts. Both belong to the intermediate tier of beast-level demons, but do not underestimate them. Their strength is equivalent to that of first-grade mystical warriors. When venturing outside the fortress, if one does not possess corresponding strength against these demon beasts, the best course of action is to avoid detection. Mo Lingyu pressed a button on a device resembling a remote control, and soon several images appeared on the projector screen. These are the ironback wolves and the pig demons. It is imperative that you memorize their appearances, as well as their habits and levels of danger. Once you leave the fortress, this knowledge may prove to be life-saving. The students in the lecture hall diligently took notes, their expressions serious. While it is not mandatory for high school and middle school students to venture into the demon-controlled zones beyond the fortress, once they enter university, each student must accumulate at least 3 real combat experiences outside the fortress, or they will not graduate. Thus, recording as much information as possible now will enhance their chances of survival in real battles. Li Mu observed intently, yet he refrained from writing anything down, for the mainframe of the battleship was already comprehensively documenting everything that Mo Lingyu was teaching. This method was far more efficient than taking notes. Humph. How brazen it is not to take notes. Let us see if you can evade the teacher's check later. Qin Feishue cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu, who showed no intention of writing, feeling a sense of indignation. She had already concluded that Li Mu's actions were merely a ploy to attract attention. From initially refusing to yield his seat to her, to now deliberately neglecting to take notes, all of it seemed to be a pretentious display aimed at piquing her curiosity. Mo Lingyu glanced at Li Mu, noticing his lack of notes, and frowned slightly, though she chose to remain silent. Moreover, the third most common and weakest demon around the Rong fortress is known as the Iron Arrow Pig. This creature can launch iron arrows and is classified as a low-grade beast, possessing strength comparable to that of a human at the second to third tier of the yellow level. Previously, iron arrow pigs were quite abundant around the Rome fortress. But due to the relentless hunting by demon slayers, their numbers have begun to dwindle, with signs of migration emerging. Mo Lingyu switched to another image and continued her explanation. The iron arrow pig resembled a porcupine somewhat, yet it was entirely black and bore a closer resemblance to wild boars, being significantly larger than a porcupine, nearly the size of an adult wild boar. The iron arrows on their backs cannot be deflected by any current bulletproof vests or individual shields. Should one encounter an iron arrow pig outside, even a squad of soldiers lacking experience could be annihilated by a single one of these creatures. Ms. Mo, you mentioned that these are beasts above the beast level. Are there demons weaker than the beast level? A student raised his hand and inquired. Indeed, there are many demons weaker than the beast level, referred to as half-demons. Be cautious, for half-demons are distinct from half-breeds. Half-demons are hybrids of humans and demons. And these creatures are exceedingly dangerous. Exercise utmost caution. Outside the fortress, bizarre monsters and phenomena abound. Even the strongest can find themselves in peril with a moment's carelessness. Let alone you. Mo Lingyu stated with a grave expression. Half-demons? Li Mu displayed a contemplative expression. Within the 30 years of his memories, he had encountered numerous half-demons, and they truly embodied the essence of monstrosity. The threat posed by half-demon beasts is relatively minimal and does not significantly impact the current situation. Should any of you wish to delve deeper into this topic, you may do so by consulting resources at the library after class. Now, I shall discuss two types of beasts that pose a considerable threat around the Rome fortress: the skyward scarlet tiger and the shadow blood cat. Mo Lingyu displayed two images, one depicting the skyward scarlet tiger, which Li Mu had previously encountered, while the other appeared as an indistinct shadow. The skyward scarlet tiger is classified as a low-grade soldier-level beast, possessing strength comparable to that of a first-level earth cultivator. In contrast, the shadow blood cat is a high-grade soldier-level beast, with power equivalent to a third-level earth cultivator or even a first-level heavenly cultivator. Should you encounter either of these beasts, you must exert your utmost effort and harbor no illusions of luck. It is crucial to note that all beasts I have mentioned are indeed demons, and their power is not static. The strength of these beasts upon reaching maturity will be approximately as I have described. However, some may possess an abundance of demonic energy and be inhabited by ancient demonic souls, rendering their power beyond that of ordinary beasts. For instance, the strength of a single iron arrow boar might surpass that of a royal-grade beast. There have been historical records of our fortress being devastated by an iron arrow boar. One must never underestimate the dangers posed by demon beasts. One must always be prepared for confrontation. Mo Lingyu cautioned seriously. Today, we shall only discuss these 5 types of beasts. The remainder will be covered in subsequent lessons. For the majority of you, understanding these 5 common beasts around the Rome fortress will suffice, as most of you may never leave this fortress to venture to others. Chapter 46. Classmate Li Mu, I do not wish to be confined to the Rome fortress for life. I yearn to visit the provincial fortress. Zhang Cheng murmured. The provincial fortress may not necessarily be safer than the Rome fortress, if one lacks the resolve to fight the demons to the death. Remaining in the Rome fortress is a prudent choice, Li Mu replied, based on his memories from the next 30 years. He observed that the greater the number of people within a fortress, the more likely it is to attract demons, not merely ordinary ones, but those of formidable strength. Larger fortresses are often less secure, while smaller ones tend to offer greater safety. One might think you have visited several fortresses, scoffed a lackey beside Qin Feishue. Li Mu did not even glance at her, dismissing such trivial remarks. How annoying. Feishue, this person is truly insufferable. The lackey grumbled. Pay him no mind. Such individuals only seek attention by feigning uniqueness. Simply ignore him. Qin Feishue remarked, her expression revealing her understanding of Li Mu. Li, it seems you have thoroughly offended the school beauty, and there are many vying for her attention. You ought to be cautious. Zhang Cheng kindly warned. Thank you, I'm aware. Li Mu replied with a smile and a nod. Zhang Cheng is rather decent. To the 2 students, I implore you to pay close attention in class and refrain from whispering to one another. Although this theoretical knowledge may not hold the same weight as your own cultivation, it is nonetheless significant and should not be overlooked. I hope for your earnest engagement. Mo Lingyu adeptly flicked a piece of chalk, striking Zhang Cheng on the head, provoking a chorus of laughter throughout the classroom. Zhang Cheng, visibly embarrassed, promptly straightened his posture and began to focus intently on the lesson. Today, we shall discuss the monstrous creatures surrounding the Rome fortress. If any student has questions, please hold them until later. For now, let us delve into the situation surrounding the Rome fortress. Does anyone know how many significant battles have taken place since the establishment of the Rome fortress? Mo Lingyu continued. I know. Qin Feishuo stood once more, eager to speak, but Mo Lingyu gestured for her to sit down. Qin, please take your seat. The student who spoke earlier. Please share your thoughts. Mo Lingyu's gaze was piercing as it fell upon Li Mu, drawing the attention of several classmates, many of whom wore expressions of anticipation. Eager to witness a spectacle, Li Mu was taken aback, meeting Mo Lingyu's gaze and reflecting that she seemed to recognize him, perhaps due to his altercation with another teacher, Zhang Chong, shortly after the semester commenced. Mo Lingyu appeared poised to admonish him, reminding him that he could not act with impunity simply because of his exceptional talent in cultivation. With a smile, Li Mu stood up. Ms. Mo, since the establishment of the Rome fortress, there have been 3 major battles, with countless minor skirmishes. However, in recent months, the area has experienced a semblance of tranquility. In 2022, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the onset of catastrophic changes, innumerable creatures were corrupted by demonic energy, leading to chaos. The rats of Rome City grew as large as cats and dogs. That year, a rat plague erupted, with entire villages vanishing overnight, leaving behind a landscape strewn with bones. The 6th Army of Xinya, now reorganized as the 3rd Group Army of the Alliance, spent 3 months fortifying defenses and exterminating the rat demons within the city, barely managing to regain control of the situation. Following this, a citywide mobilization ensued, resulting in 6 months of labor to erect the initial walls of the Rome fortress. Designed to fend off the demonic horde, it was during this period that over 1 million lives were lost in and around Rome City. This marked the first great battle following the fortress's inception. The second great battle occurred a year later when the eastern district of the Rome fortress was excavated from below, leading to the disappearance of 30,000 individuals overnight. After 2 months of fierce combat, the invading demons were ultimately vanquished, but the toll was staggering, with over 100,000 casualties among the military and civilians of the Rome fortress. As Li Mu's voice resonated through the classroom, the sound of suppressed sobs began to emerge, for the students present were survivors of these harrowing conflicts. Many had lost family and friends to these calamities. With few having narrowly escaped death, the memories of that past were not so distant. The third great battle transpired in 2027, as demonic forces encircled the city, lasting 6 months and resulting in the deaths of 57,000 soldiers from the 3rd Group Army, while civilian casualties exceeded 180,000 within the fortress itself. Countless skirmishes have occurred, yet I perceive that the seemingly tranquil situation surrounding the fortress of Rome City is but the precursor to yet another storm. Li Mu cannot explicitly inform others about the impending siege by the demon race. He can only offer reminders in this manner. However, the distinction between reminding and not reminding is negligible, as the military stationed at the fortress has never relaxed its vigilance. Indeed, you articulated it clearly. Each of these battles must be etched in memory. There exists an ancient adage in our Huaxiao that states, "Those who are warlike shall perish, and those who forget war shall face peril." Our adversary has transformed, and the landscape of this world has irrevocably shifted, yet war has perpetually lingered by our side, never truly ceasing. Our current foes are the demon race, thus we must familiarize ourselves with them. I shall now discuss the perilous zones and forbidden areas surrounding the fortress of Rome City. Mo Lingyu nodded at Li Mu, indicating for him to take a seat as she continued. Surrounding the fortress, there are 3 designated forbidden zones. The first is Haishi Mountain, home to a formidable demon creature, with a multitude of gathered demon beasts. A few months prior, the 3rd Army Corps attempted an eradication operation to eliminate this demon presence, but their efforts were in vain. The second forbidden zone is the Wanyao Cave, which is rumored to contain a fissure leading deep underground, concealing an unknown number of demon beasts. To this day, we have not acquired accurate intelligence regarding that location. However, the higher-ups of the 3rd Army Corps suspect that the various calamities faced by the fortress of Rome City are connected to it. The third forbidden zone is the Haimo Pond, formerly known as Taiping Lake, a place many of our classmates visited in their childhood. Currently, it is inhabited by a serpent demon, gathering numerous water demons, and thus warrants serious attention as a forbidden area. A forbidden zone, in essence, refers to a location that must not be approached without explicit orders. I urge you all to mark these sites in red in your notebooks, Mo Lingyu stated earnestly. The students in the classroom dutifully bowed their heads to take notes, but when Mo Lingyu's gaze fell upon Li Mu, her brow furrowed immediately. Li Mu, come to the front. Today, the teacher has conveyed much information. Please recapitulate it for your classmates to ensure there are no errors or omissions in their notes. Chapter 47. Martial Arts Hall. The lecture hall fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes converging on Li Mu, particularly those of the students from Class 2, who displayed expressions of eager anticipation. What does it matter if one possesses an A-level extraordinary talent for cultivation? A high aptitude for training does not necessarily equate to intellectual acuity. Despite the extensive material presented by Teacher Mo, this lad has made no notes whatsoever. Can he truly recite everything that Teacher Mo has just imparted? Qin Feishua found it amusing. She had always been astute and was renowned for her intellect. Yet, even she would struggle to retain all that Mo Lingyu had discussed without taking notes. Qin Feishua could hardly believe that Li Mu's memory was so exceptional as to encompass all of Mo Lingyu's teachings within such a brief span. Qin Feishua displayed an expression of anticipation, glancing toward Li Mu, who, however, did not return her gaze. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the front of the classroom. Setting aside the fact that Li Mu had the assistance of the mainframe of the battleship to record the information imparted by Mo Lingyu. It is worth noting that Li Mu's body had undergone 2 enhancements through the battleship, endowing him with cognitive abilities twice that of an ordinary person. Thus, even without the battleship's aid, he could effortlessly retain the knowledge conveyed by Mo Lingyu. This fellow, exhibiting such confidence without taking notes, was quite astonishing. Mo Lingyu observed Li Mu approach with a serene expression, yet felt a surge of indignation within her. She had heard of Zhang Chang's incident, which indeed involved Zhang being incited to leverage his status as a teacher to bully Li Mu. Li Mu's retaliation was justified. However, considering Zhang's position as a teacher, Mo Lingyu believed there were alternative methods for Li Mu to address the situation without undermining Zhang in front of everyone. Consequently, Zhang found himself unable to continue teaching the class and had requested a transfer to the 2nd class. Through this incident, Mo Lingyu perceived a certain arrogance in Li Mu's character, prompting her to consider reprimanding him to encourage a more humble approach to his training. Excessive pride, if met with setbacks, could lead to a downward spiral, as was the fate of many talented individuals. Mo Lingyu wished to prevent someone with A-class extraordinary cultivation talent, like Li Mu, from falling into despair over such matters. Mo teacher, may I begin? Li Mu inquired as he stood before Mo Lingyu, locking eyes with her. Despite her tall stature, Li Mu appeared to be slightly taller. That will suffice. Mo Lingyu instinctively averted her gaze, but soon realized that this undermined her authority as a teacher. She quickly turned back to fix her gaze firmly on Li Mu, gritting her teeth slightly as she spoke, having resolved in her mind that should Li Mu falter, she would take him to her office for a serious heart-to-heart. Mo Lingyu prepared herself. Li Mu nodded and commenced his lecture. As he spoke, the students in the tiered classroom were taken aback. There were 5 types of common beasts surrounding Rongqing: the Iron Arrow Pig, Ironback Wolf, Pig Demon, Flying Crimson Tiger, and Shadow Blood Cat. The Pig Demon, Wolf Demon, Tiger Demon, and Cat Demon encircled the fortress of Rongqing. As Li Mu elaborated, his explanations became increasingly fluid and comprehensive, reorganizing Mo Lingyu's teachings into a more digestible form. The more he spoke, the quieter the classroom became. Even Mo Lingyu found herself entranced. Qin Feishua and Zhang Cheng widened their eyes in astonishment. They had previously anticipated Li Mu would embarrass himself, yet he managed to recall Mo Lingyu's lessons with greater clarity than those who had taken notes. In just 15 minutes, Li Mu systematically recapitulated everything Mo Lingyu had just taught. Teacher, is that sufficient? Li Mu asked, turning his gaze toward Mo Lingyu upon finishing. That will suffice. Mo Lingyu's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. She had initially intended to challenge Li Mu, but was taken aback by his remarkable talent for both cultivation and intellect. Feishua, I never imagined this fellow could be so formidable. I believe he will undoubtedly become one of our school's star students in the future, exclaimed one of Qin Feishua's female companions with astonishment. What does it matter if he becomes a star student? ISNT Senior Wang, also a celebrated student in his 3rd year? What is so impressive about that? Qin Feishua retorted indignantly. In the esteemed First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, each grade boasts its own star students. who are considered tomorrow's luminaries, students with the potential to rise to prominence. Each grade typically has 10 to 20 star students, while the entire school recognizes the top 10 star students, the most illustrious among them. Wang Chuandong, a star student in his third year, still has a considerable distance to cover before being counted among the top 10 star students of the entire university. Li Mu, you're amazing. When Li Mu returned to his seat, Zhang Cheng discreetly gave him a thumbs up. This public lecture primarily focused on such topics, and Mo Lingyu subsequently supplemented it with additional fragmented knowledge. Casting a deep glance at Li Mu, she announced the class was dismissed. Li Mu, I never realized you not only possess remarkable cultivation talent, but also an excellent memory. Zhang Cheng said enviously. I'm quite far behind you. Although Zhang Cheng was not lacking in intelligence, and his cultivation talent reached a respectable level, he paled in comparison to Li Mu. It was merely a coincidence. I had previously researched this topic in the library, Li Mu replied with a smile. It was just a fortunate happenstance, nothing extraordinary. Qin Feishue snorted coldly. Li Mu glanced at her, but chose not to engage, instead walking directly outside. Qin Feishue's delicate features stiffened, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Having always been cherished and pampered, she had never experienced such disregard before. Li Mu's dismissive attitude today left her feeling humiliated. Li Mu, where are you going? We have a physical training class this morning. Zhang Cheng quickly inquired. I don't need to attend the basic physical training class. I'm heading to the martial arts hall. Li Mu replied. Aside from the theoretical public lectures, he was exempted from other classes, with his studies overseen by Elder Wu. Should he have questions, he could easily approach Elder Wu. However, with the starship's mainframe at his disposal, any martial arts text he obtained would be analyzed far more thoroughly than Elder Wu's understanding. Exiting the classroom, Li Mu made his way directly towards the martial arts hall. Feishue, where are you going? As Li Mu stepped out of the classroom, Qin Feishue rose and followed him outside. I'm just going for a stroll, Qin Feishue replied with a somewhat displeased expression. As Li Mu left the teaching building, he soon arrived outside the martial arts hall, where the old man from before was still engaged in a duel with the two mutated crickets. Here again to acquire martial arts texts? The old man cast a keen glance at Li Mu, his eyes suddenly glimmering with intrigue. Indeed, Elder. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Already aware that this venerable figure was one of the former elders of the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Chapter 48. Welcome Party. This elderly gentleman was among the inaugural elders present at the establishment of the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. His contributions were instrumental in the successful construction of the Rongqing fortress. Once the university's operations settled into a rhythm, he had taken to a leisurely life, spending his days within the martial arts hall. In the realm of martial arts, stagnation equates to regression. One must maintain a fervent spirit of progress. Step inside. The old man urged Li Mu, who nodded in agreement, performed a respectful gesture, and entered the martial arts hall. Li Mu did not possess extensive knowledge about the old man's background, yet under his penetrating gaze, he felt as though his essence was being discerned. This elder could likely perceive the significant enhancement of Li Mu's strength in a remarkably short span. However, such occurrences were no longer rare. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Li Mu ascended directly to the third floor, where the remaining dragon fist and snake fist from the 12 animal forms awaited him. At this moment, the hall was bustling with numerous practitioners, many attempting to break the seals on the manuals to acquire stronger techniques for their training. The most renowned aspect of the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing was indeed the 12 animal forms. Yet the hall housed a plethora of manuals, at least a couple of hundred varieties. Nevertheless, the majority of these martial techniques were merely of the yellow grade, first or second tier, incapable of competing with the might of the more potent techniques within the 12 animal forms. Thus, the students training in the animal forms were the most numerous. After all, techniques such as the tiger fist, horse fist, and ox fist from the 12 animal forms were all yellow grade, 6th or 7th tier, while the snake fist and dragon fist were even more formidable, one being yellow grade, 9th tier, and the other transcending into the mysterious grade, classified as 1st tier. Within the entirety of the Rongqing fortress, the 1st tier of mysterious grade martial arts was exceedingly rare. The ability to train in the dragon fist was the aspiration of the majority of students at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Junior Qin, was that fellow bullying you today? As Li Mu ascended the stairs into the martial arts hall, two silhouettes appeared not far from the entrance, making their way towards him. One figure was tall and handsome, while the other was delicate and beautiful, none other than Wang Chuandong and Qin Feishue. Yes, he is the only student admitted this year with an A-grade superlative cultivation talent, Li Mu. Qin Feishue nodded. So it is him. No wonder he is so audacious as to bully Junior Qin. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Wang Chuandong's eyes as he spoke. But fear not, Junior. Even if he is a genius, he is not particularly formidable right now. I shall handle him for you. No need, senior brother. Even if you were to beat him, he wouldn't suffer much loss. I have an idea to teach him a harsh lesson, but I will need your assistance. A mysterious smile flickered across Qin Feishue's face. Rest assured, Junior sister, should you ask, I will certainly lend my aid. Wang Chuandong nodded in agreement. As Qin Feishue and Wang Chuandong strolled towards the martial arts hall, they engaged in hushed whispers, and soon smiles graced their faces. Inside the hall, Li Mu ascended directly to the third floor, where many were attempting to breach the barriers of the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist. However, after observing for a while, he noted that none had succeeded thus far. Within the prestigious martial arts University of Rongqing, numerous students practiced the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist, predominantly third or even fourth-year scholars of exceptional caliber. The vast majority of average students, however, would struggle to break the barriers of the Snake Fist even upon graduation. The barrier of the Snake Fist could withstand an assault of 15,000 kilograms, while that of the Dragon Fist was even more formidable, able to endure 20,000 kilograms. To breach the Snake Fist's barrier, one would need at least the strength of a third-tier, yellow-level martial artist. I fear I may never conquer the Snake Fist's barrier by the time I graduate, lamented one martial arts student after 2 unsuccessful attempts. I'm already a fourth-year student this year. I wonder if I will have the chance to obtain the secrets of the Snake Fist in this final year. As for the Dragon Fist's secrets, I shall not even entertain the thought. Several martial arts students murmured in discussion, observing that no one else was attempting. Li Mu strode forward. Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Which academy are you from? I don't believe I have seen you before, inquired a curious martial arts student. I am new here, Li Mu replied as he approached, delivering a powerful punch against the barrier of the Snake Fist. The ethereal glow surrounding the Snake Fist dimmed, and the barrier shattered instantaneously. Li Mu reached forth and retrieved the secrets of the Snake Fist from behind the barrier. Before the nearby martial arts students could react, he advanced to the barrier of the Dragon Fist, unleashing another punch against it. Boom! The third floor of the martial arts hall trembled slightly as the force of 20,000 kilograms obliterated the barrier. Given Li Mu's current physical strength, he could unleash a force of 100,000 kilograms even without channeling martial energy, equivalent to the prowess of a newly initiated third-tier Earth-level martial artist. The barrier that could withstand only 20,000 kilograms was trivially easy for him. With the secrets of the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist now in his possession, Li Mu completed the collection of the 12 Beast Fists. How is this possible? To acquire both the Snake Fist and Dragon Fist secrets, one must possess at least the strength of a third-tier yellow-level martial artist, if not a first-tier Shin level. How come we have never seen him in the martial arts hall before? Could he be a freshman who just joined this year? The third floor of the martial arts hall was thoroughly astir, with students gazing at Li Mu in astonishment. While it was not unheard of for individuals to acquire both the Dragon Fist and Snake Fist secrets, those who had done so were renowned students from various years. Yet, this young man was completely unfamiliar to them, which was perplexing. Unless he were a newcomer yet to be recognized as an esteemed student. Li Mu? Is that truly him? Having obtained the secrets, Li Mu was poised to return to his dormitory to let the mainframe scan them, integrating them with the other Beast Fists to simulate the pinnacle of a 9th-tier, Earth-level martial art. However, before he could depart, he was intercepted. What is it that you require? Li Mu furrowed his brow as he was unexpectedly confronted by Qin Feishue. Li, I am unsure whether your class president has informed you, but tomorrow evening the school will host a welcoming ball for us freshmen. Each student is required to find a partner to attend. With a sincere expression, Qin Feishue continued. I believe there was some misunderstanding between us in the classroom earlier. I wish to apologize and invite you to be my partner for the ball. Would that be acceptable? I have no time, Li Mu replied bluntly, unwilling to squander his time on such trivial social obligations. Li, this ball is organized by the school and attendance is mandatory for every freshman. It is designed to help newcomers acclimate more swiftly and to alleviate some of the pressures that accompany entering the martial arts university. You cannot refuse, Qin Feishue implored urgently. Very well, Li Mu conceded after a moment of contemplation, seeing the earnestness in Qin Feishue's demeanor. After all, there was no enmity between them. Both being students of the first martial arts university, there was no need to turn her into an adversary and completely embarrass her. Chapter 49. Rumors abound. Little did they know, he was Li Mu. In legends, he might be the strongest freshman ever at Rongqing's first martial arts university. And perhaps it was true. With exceptional martial prowess and remarkable talent, it was no wonder that he attracted the attention of a stunning beauty upon his arrival. How enviable. As Li Mu exchanged a few words with Qin Feishue before turning to leave, a group of martial practitioners in the dojo was filled with envy and jealousy. I have made a promise to myself. I shall witness how this genius becomes the school's laughingstock. In a corner, Qin Feishue's eyes gleamed with a sense of impending vengeance. This time, I hope to strike a blow to his martial spirit. I am quite intrigued to see how a genius can fade into obscurity. Wang Chuandong nodded with a cold smirk. With the dragon and snake forms in hand, Li Mu returned to his dormitory. He held no particular regard for Qin Feishue. In his 30 years of memories, he had encountered many nefarious individuals, and a self-important girl like her was hardly noteworthy. He paid her no mind, and did not consider for a moment that she might seek retribution over such a trivial matter. Mainframe. Scan the dragon and snake forms, and begin analyzing the 12 beast forms. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu opened the manuals and commanded the mainframe of the Star Destroyer to commence scanning. A faint halo emanated from his eyes, sweeping over the two manuals and recording their contents. Subsequently, an image began to materialize in his mind, demonstrating the execution of the dragon and snake forms. After sitting cross-legged for half an hour, Li Mu had essentially mastered both techniques. However, to enhance his qi intensity, using these forms would necessitate further cultivation. Merely relying on this form of visualization would not suffice. How long will it take to decipher the 12 beast forms? Li Mu inquired after the scan was complete. Master, the time required for deciphering is currently unknown. The progress of the analysis stands at 1%. The voice of the starship's mainframe resonated within Li Mu's heart, indicating that the database of martial arts knowledge was woefully insufficient. Otherwise, with the computational prowess of the starship's mainframe, it could have easily deciphered the secrets of a 9th-grade martial artist in no time. This was but one reason. Another was that Li Mu's current authority was too limited, preventing the mainframe from operating at full capacity. Engaging the starship's mainframe to its fullest potential demanded a significant amount of energy. Energy was indeed a considerable concern. Having slumbered for so many years, the starship would be fortunate to retain even 1% of its energy. It was imperative to devise a means to recharge the starship when the opportunity arose. Li Mu, why haven't you changed your clothes yet? Everyone else in our class is already dressed. On the evening of the following day, Zhang Cheng spotted Li Mu from a distance and eagerly waved as he rushed over. Just call me by my name. Li Mu glanced behind Zhang Cheng and noticed that the boys from Class 1 were all clad in suits, while the girls were adorned in evening gowns, each one meticulously groomed. Li Mu, most of these outfits were provided by the school. I picked this one up for you. If it doesn't fit, you'll have to sort it out with the school yourself. A girl of unremarkable appearance squeezed through the crowd, handing Li Mu a suit. Thank you. Li Mu nodded, accepting the suit. Her name is Bayan. She is our class monitor and quite nice. Zhang Cheng whispered. All right, I'll go change now. We'll wait for you. Zhang Cheng vigorously waved his hand. Meanwhile, outside the office on the upper floor of the teaching building, Mo Lingyu observed the eager faces of the first-year students below. I fail to understand why the principal insists on organizing this welcome party every year. The times have changed. Humanity's very survival is at stake. What significance do such events hold? Mo Lingyu frowned. The welcome party serves as a symbol. Before this event, these students are like sheltered blossoms in a greenhouse. Afterward, they will awaken to the true nature of the world. Tomorrow marks their first lesson in perceiving reality. From then on, they will strive to become competent warriors, a middle-aged man beside Mo Lingyu remarked meaningfully. Wow, so handsome. When Li Mu emerged in his tailored suit, it accentuated his tall stature, complemented by his sharp brows and striking eyes, prompting several girls from Class 1 to squeal in admiration. Wow, Li Mu, you look incredibly dashing. I've heard you've asked the flower of our school, Qin Feishue, to be your dance partner. Tonight, you and she will undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Zhang Cheng remarked enviously. Qin Feishue, is it common knowledge that I'm her dance partner? Li Mu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Indeed, I doubt anyone is unaware of it now. It's said that you are pursuing her, hence your request for her to be your partner. Zhang Cheng remarked that he found the situation rather peculiar, as during the previous public lecture, Li Mu had scarcely cast a glance at Qin Feixue. Nevertheless, this was the consensus among everyone, and he was uncertain of the underlying reasons. Li Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head, opting not to elaborate further as he joined the throng heading towards the venue of the soiree. Such matters are often shrouded in ambiguity, and explaining them to Zhang Cheng alone seemed futile. Upon their arrival at the venue, it was already teeming with people. All the freshmen had donned their finest attire, with the gentlemen looking dapper and the ladies resplendent, reminiscent of a high society gala prior to the cataclysm. "Look, the campus belle has arrived," someone exclaimed. "Wow, she's wearing her own evening gown. It's stunning." Shortly thereafter, a wave of excitement erupted as Qin Feixue, adorned in a seductive dark red backless gown, gracefully made her entrance, her exquisite makeup accentuating her beauty. The expanse of her back shimmered under the lights, instantly captivating the attention of countless onlookers. With the majority of guests already present, the host seized the moment, announcing, "Next, let us welcome our esteemed Class 2 student from the Strength Martial Academy, Qin Feixue, to perform round table waltz." Amidst the cheers, the crowd parted to make way for her. The lights dimmed in the center of the venue, two beams illuminating the stage, one focused on Qin Feixue, the other on the accompanying piano. As the delicate notes of the piano began to play, Qin Feixue, resembling a wine-hued blossom in full bloom, took to the floor. Perhaps her dance was not flawless, yet the number of individuals capable of dancing had dwindled significantly since days of yore. Qin Feixue became the focal point of the evening. With nearly all eyes fixated upon her, countless young men gazed at her with fervent admiration. Even Li Mu could not help but concede that Qin Feixue truly embodied the title of campus belle. As her performance concluded, the venue erupted in whistles and cheers. Noticing the enthusiastic response around her, a glimmer of pride shone in Qin Feixue's eyes. She was certain that from this day forward, she would be recognized as one of the most renowned beauties at Rongqing's premier martial arts university. The campus belle dances beautifully, especially with that figure. It's simply remarkable. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win her heart in the future. Zhang Cheng remarked enviously. I've heard that Wang Chuandong from the junior year shares an extraordinary bond with her. Only a star student could be worthy of the campus belle. Another male student from Class 2 casually noted, casting a sidelong glance at Li Mu. After all, rumors were circulating within the school that Li Mu harbored intentions of pursuing Qin Feixue, leaving many curious about the true nature of the situation. The opening dance by Qin Feixue was nothing short of breathtaking. Now, I invite everyone to seek out their dance partners, as the welcome party officially commences. The host's words prompted a flurry of confident young men to rush towards Qin Feixue. "Qin, may I have the honor of inviting you to be my dance partner?" One of them ventured. A tall and handsome young man slightly bent forward and extended a hand, exuding an air of gentlemanly charm. "I apologize, but I already have a dance partner," Qin Feixue said with a modest smile. One after another, young men approached her with invitations, only to be turned down, including several attractive boys from their class. Who could Qin's dance partner possibly be? It can't be Li Mu, can it? It's quite possible, after all. Li Mu possesses remarkable talent and is undoubtedly a candidate for a future star student. It is understandable that Qin Feixue would take an interest in him. That fellow truly has struck gold. With Qin Feixue's beauty and figure, having such a girlfriend would make me feel as though I could live 10 fewer years. The surrounding boys whispered among themselves, while Qin Feixue's gaze sought out Li Mu in the distance, her eyes filled with earnestness. "Li Mu, Feixue is still waiting for you. Look, she has already turned down so many suitors. You must not go back on your agreement." A female companion of Qin Feixue hurriedly approached, nudging Li Mu in her direction. Li Mu frowned. He had initially intended to avoid going over, but with so many eyes upon him, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Ultimately, he followed the girl over. Upon seeing Li Mu approach, Qin Feixue's eyes brightened, a glimmer of cunning evident within them. Many onlookers turned their attention to Li Mu, astonished that someone would dare approach Qin Feixue after she had rebuffed so many. Who is this? Doesn't he see that Qin has turned down countless others? He must have an inflated sense of self-worth, believing she would accept him. Sarcastic remarks began to circulate. Indeed, this fellow shows no fear of embarrassment. He could have simply sought another dance partner. Anything would be preferable to facing humiliation here. He must be that Li Mu from Class 1. The crowd's chatter shifted, their surprise palpable upon hearing his name. Was he truly the new student endowed with exceptional cultivation talent? Yet, before Li Mu could utter a word, a look of distress crossed Qin Feishua's face, stirring concern within him. It appeared as though she was seeking trouble. Li Mu, I recognize your extraordinary talent and foresee a future where you may become a formidable force. But I have already conveyed that we are not suited for one another. I have someone I like. Please do not harass me any further. Since the beginning of the term, you have persistently troubled me, preventing me from focusing on my studies and training. Now you are behaving this way again. What do you truly want? Are you intent on driving me to withdraw from school? Qin Feishua's expression morphed into one of pitiful desperation, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear as she confronted Li Mu. How infuriating! How can this fellow behave in such a manner? Does he believe his talent grants him the right to act with impunity? No wonder I heard he was pursuing Qin Feishua. It appears to be true. She has clearly rejected him, yet does he still wish to coerce her into compliance? This young man is utterly repulsive. We must file a complaint at school, a collective petition demanding accountability from the institution. He must face severe consequences. The crowd surrounding Qin Feishua erupted with indignation, each newcomer expressing their outrage. From now on, everyone at school will harbor animosity towards you. I am curious to see how you will continue your studies here. Qin Feishua slightly bowed her head, swiftly mouthing words to Li Mu. Listen here, that girl is my girlfriend. If I catch you harassing her again, do not blame me for being unkind. At that moment, a tall young man wrapped his arm around Qin Feishua's waist, helping her to her feet. It was Wang Chuandong, a celebrated junior student, already at the pinnacle of the third tier of Xian level. It was said that even their professors acknowledged Wang Chuandong as a prodigy likely to ascend to the Earth level before graduation. No wonder Qin Feishua turned down Li Mu. Her boyfriend was far more formidable. With Wang Chuandong's arrival, it seemed that Qin Feishua's claims were indeed true. Li Mu was exceptionally shameless and loathsome. In the center of the venue, countless voices began to murmur, with nearly everyone believing Qin Feishua's words and condemning Li Mu. Furrowing his brow, Li Mu's expression darkened before he chuckled and prepared to leave. It appeared that Qin Feishua's intention all along was to orchestrate this scene. However, such trivial matters could hardly shake the resolve of a warrior like Li Mu. In the 30 years of his memories, not even the ultimate battle, where humanity and demons clashed in a cataclysmic bloodbath, could sway him. Thus, the triviality of this situation was laughable. Qin Feishua's attempt to undermine him seemed somewhat presumptuous, though she was indeed insufferable. What are you laughing at? Wang Chuandong noticed that Li Mu not only remained unfazed, but was even smiling, causing his displeasure to surface. He inquired with a scowl. He laughs because your girlfriend is utterly ridiculous. Just then, a melodious voice resonated, and a soft, delicate hand clasped Li Mu's. Li Mu, may I have the honor of being your dance partner this evening? A faint fragrance wafted through the air as a remarkably exquisite face emerged before the crowd. The girl, with long hair cascading down to her waist, possessed a stunning visage, her enchanting eyes sparkling with life. Dressed in a simple white gown, she accentuated her slender figure, her allure far surpassing that of Qin Feishua's deliberately revealing appearance. Astounding, utterly breathtaking, Wang Chuandong's gaze became fixated solely on this girl, utterly disregarding Qin Feishua. Qin Feishua was completely overshadowed. Oh my, it's Xia Chuan, the first beauty of the Xiao Dao Academy in Rongqing. Is she truly the renowned beauty from the academy? Xia Chuan? It is indeed her. How did she arrive at our school? The venue of the welcome party was utterly abuzz. Qin Feishua is ranked among the top 5 beauties of the first-year students at the Martial Arts University, whereas Xia Chuan is universally acknowledged as the most exquisite beauty of the entire Cultivation Academy. The comparison is simply unfathomable. The allure of the beauties at the Martial Arts University pales in comparison to those at the Cultivation Academy, primarily due to the disproportionate number of males to females. Thus, captivating beauties are a rare find. Conversely, the Cultivation Academy boasts an abundance of stunning women, making it exceedingly challenging for any individual to stand out amidst such splendor. Were Qin Feishua to find herself at the esteemed Cultivation Academy, she would likely be nothing more than a mere class flower, far from the recognition she currently receives. In stark contrast, Xia Chuan reigns as the unchallenged first beauty of Rongqing's top Cultivation Academy, highlighting the vast chasm between them. Qin Feishua gazed at the charmingly smiling Xia Chuan, her eyes brimming with jealousy. The arrival of Xia Chuan had transformed her into an ugly duckling standing next to a graceful swan, redirecting all attention to Xia Chuan in an instant. Did Xia Chuan know Li Mu? Not only is Xia Churan exceptionally beautiful, but she also hails from a distinguished family, possessing remarkable cultivation talent. Truly, she embodies both beauty and intellect, leaving one to ponder who might be fortunate enough to win her heart in the future. Have you noticed how well Xia Churan and Li Mu complement each other? The freshmen at the venue began to murmur amongst themselves, quickly forgetting the disparaging remarks made by Qin Feishue. Surely, anyone with a companion like Xia Churan would not resort to desperate measures to pursue you. Who would be foolish enough to neglect a gem for a shard of glass? Clearly, Qin Feishue's previous comments were nothing but slander. Miss Xia, I am Wang Chuandong, a star student from the 3rd year of Rongqing's Martial Arts University. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I have the honor of requesting a dance? Wang Chuandong flashed a self-assured smile, hastily releasing Qin Feishue and extending his hand towards Xia Churan with an air of chivalry. Apologies, but I already have a dance partner. Xia Churan replied without even glancing at Wang Chuandong, extending her hand towards Li Mu instead. Li Mu, taken aback by Xia Churan's sudden appearance, smiled and took her hand. With a graceful twirl, Xia Churan and Li Mu found themselves at the center of the venue. Wang Chuandong stood there awkwardly, his face shifting from crimson to pale. Yet no one noticed him. A 3rd-year star student attempting to grasp Xia Churan's hand was rather presumptuous. Oh, right. Your name is Qin Feishue, isn't it? There's something I neglected to mention. Please refrain from harboring any delusions of persecution. My boyfriend has no interest in you. Xia Churan turned to Qin Feishue, her expression unfazed. Delusions of persecution? Boyfriend? Countless freshmen turned their sympathetic gazes toward Qin Feishue, this unfortunate woman who still sought to slander Li Mu. Little did she realize just how extraordinary and beautiful his girlfriend truly is. No, that's not how it is. He is the one who has been harassing me. Qin Feishue's countenance turned grim as she exclaimed in agitation, how can you still deny it? With someone like Xia Churan as his girlfriend, how could he possibly be interested in you? Scornful murmurs arose from the crowd. Indeed, it's clear she must be trying to pursue Li Mu and, upon being rejected, resorting to underhanded tactics to entrap him. Absolutely, it's as the old adage goes. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Enough of your nonsense. Qin Feishue, overwhelmed with rage, lost her composure and fainted. Feishue, are you all right? Let us get you to the infirmary. Wang Chuandong shot a cold glance at Li Mu, hastily scooping up Qin Feishue and rushing towards the infirmary in disarray. You may not catch the phoenix, but you mustn't let go of the chicken in your grasp, lest you end up with nothing at all. At the heart of the venue, Xia Churan shook her head. Supporting Li Mu at his waist, he held her close, and they danced gracefully together like a pair of celestial beings. What brings you here? Li Mu inquired, inhaling the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from Xia Churan. Tomorrow, the 3rd Army Group has an event here, and I came with my grandfather. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here for you. Xia Churan replied. What I said earlier was merely to help you out of a predicament. My grandfather has recovered from his illness. I had previously misjudged you. Consider today as incident an apology. Xia Churan had accompanied her grandfather, Elder Xia, to the event. The 3rd Army was set to address the freshmen of the 1st Martial Arts University, a tradition that had been upheld for 5 years. Initially, Xia Churan believed Li Mu to be a fraud after he treated her grandfather. However, with Elder Xia's health improving remarkably, she realized her error and felt a pang of guilt towards Li Mu. Having overheard Qin Feishue slandering him as she passed by, she felt compelled to defend Li Mu, thus expressing her remorse for the past. You might find it difficult to explain this matter. Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. Even without Xia Churan's intervention, the incident bore little consequence for him. Qin Feishue's tactics might suffice against an ordinary freshman, but to affect him was a futile endeavor. Let it go. I'm indifferent to others' opinions. Upon witnessing Li Mu's calm demeanor, Xia Churan felt a twinge of displeasure. After completing a dance with him, she gracefully departed. Having never been so close to any boy or acknowledged anyone as her boyfriend, she hadn't anticipated that today she would dance with Li Mu and implicitly acknowledge him as her partner, only to be met with his nonchalant reaction, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Watching Xia Churan storm off in a huff, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This girl, still so innocent, would be ruined if she were to marry Bai Zhantian. Bai Zhantian, you had best stay away, or else. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he returned to his dormitory after changing his clothes. On this day, as Li Mu maliciously slandered me, I found myself in a predicament about how to face others in the future. You must avenge me. In the infirmary, Qin Feishue clutched Wang Chuandong's hand tightly, her expression brimming with pity. Do not worry, Feishue. Tomorrow marks the day of the campus martial arts demonstration. I shall ensure that in front of all the new students, school leaders, and the commanders of the third group army, that wretched boy will be dealt with appropriately, avenging you. Wang Chuandong declared coldly, his gaze icy. How could such a stunning beauty as Xia Churan ever be his girlfriend, when he couldn't even touch her with a finger? Chapter 52. Opening one's eyes to the world the following noon, while Li Mu was diligently training in his dormitory, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the silence. An emergency assembly alarm? Upon hearing the sound, Li Mu's eyes flew open, and he dashed outside. What is happening? Why has the alarm gone off so suddenly? Is there an attack from the demon clan? On the school playground, groups of new students, like headless flies, anxiously scanned their surroundings and the sky. The alarm would sound only if the Rome City fortress were under attack, and the school would organize an assembly when necessary. Has something occurred? Zhang Cheng and his group hurried onto the playground, their faces awash with panic as they inquired about the situation upon seeing Li Mu's class. It should be nothing serious. Perhaps the school has some arrangements, Li Mu remarked, glancing towards the distant teaching building. He noticed that the second, third, and fourth-year students remained undisturbed, while the first-year students were in disarray on the playground. Clearly, the upperclassmen had received prior notice about what was to transpire, while the freshmen had been caught off guard by the emergency assembly. Look, the military personnel have arrived. At that moment, a group clad in military uniforms ascended the podium at the front of the playground. Xia Churan and Elder Xia were also present. As the students on the playground beheld the appearance of the Alliance military personnel, they gradually calmed down. After all, the third group army of Rong City had proven to be a reliable presence over the years, and most of their senior students ultimately joined the Alliance forces. ISNT, that General Luo Wei from the third group army? Someone gasped in astonishment amidst the vast playground. It truly is Major General Luo Wei. 5 years ago, he valiantly defended Fenglin town, covering the retreat of its citizens. My father was among those who fled back then. We even have a picture of General Luo Wei at home. The arrival of General Luo was a source of great excitement. Many freshmen felt a surge of passion, vowing that upon graduation, they too would join the Alliance military. Li Mu's gaze sharpened as he regarded General Luo Wei. He recognized him well. In the memories spanning 30 years, he had fought alongside General Luo Wei. General Luo's brother, Luo Zhan, was, at that time, still the highest authority in the third group army. Unfortunately, both Major General Luo Zhan and Major General Luo Wei would meet their fates in battle during the defense of the Rome City fortress years later. When the city stands, the people endure. When the city falls, the people perish, were words once spoken to me by General Luo Zhan, and indeed, he fulfilled that very destiny. Today, had it not been for the sight of Ro, I might have struggled to recall these memories, for 30 years is ample time to accumulate a vast reservoir of recollections. Now that Ro is the esteemed leader of the Third Army Group, he is indeed a figure of trustworthiness. We must devise a means to harness the advanced technology aboard the battleship to enhance the defenses of Rome Fortress and bolster the combat prowess of the Third Army Group. Li Mu mused, casting his gaze toward the podium. Greetings, I am Ro of the Third Army Group in Rome City. I hope that yesterday's welcome gala becomes one of your most cherished memories, for from this day forth, you shall open your eyes to behold the true nature of this world. General Ro's resolute gaze was fixed ahead, and he did not take the time to elucidate the meaning of his words to the newcomers, simply nodding to a soldier by his side. The soldier produced a black, cube-like device and pressed a button upon it. Clank, clank, clank. A cacophony of steel shifting resonated suddenly, as 10 patches of grass on the playground began to move slowly. Beneath the grass lay thick steel plates, which now began to part, revealing enormous iron cages being elevated from within. Roar! Deep, furious growls erupted, and the contents of the massive iron cages soon became apparent. It was the ironback wolves, 10 of them. How could ironback wolves appear here? Run, flee, there are ironback wolves. The freshmen, having attended public lectures, recognized the images of ironback wolves they had seen in class. These were true demonic beasts, equivalent to first-tier human martial artists of the Xian level. As the newcomers dashed about in a state of panic, resembling headless flies, both military leaders and the school's higher-ups shook their heads in dismay at the lamentable quality of these students. Roar! The ironback wolves, upon perceiving the frantic crowd outside their cages, had their eyes turn a fierce crimson. Their sharp claws, imbued with demonic energy, tore violently through the iron bars, charging toward the terrified freshmen. 10 ironback wolves were roughly equivalent to 10 first-tier human martial artists of the Xian level. Had the freshmen maintained their composure, they could have formed formations to combat the beasts, and despite incurring significant casualties, they might have had a chance to vanquish them. However, in their current state, they were doomed to be slaughtered. Madness. The school has gone mad. As the ironback wolves broke free and some freshmen faced imminent peril, a series of agile figures suddenly emerged from the chaotic throng. These individuals, moving in pairs, swiftly engaged the ironback wolves in combat. It was the star students from the second and third years. The panicked newcomers felt a surge of hope at the sight of them. These agile figures were all upperclassmen, most of whom were martial artists of the Xian level, with the strongest among them being third tier and the weakest barely having just entered the Xian level. Though the ironback wolves were fearsome, 2 students working in tandem could typically take down one without much difficulty. Be careful, Brother Wang. Do not let the demonic beasts breach the crowd. A sophomore student, renowned for his exceptional talent, suddenly struck a ferocious ironback wolf with a forceful palm. The beast howled in agony and lunged fiercely towards Wang Chuandong, who found himself backed by the students of the Qiangwu Academy. I shall slay this beast, Wang Chuandong roared, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, in the instant he moved, he stumbled, unable to intercept the wolf, which charged directly at the freshman behind him. Among those freshmen stood Li Mu. Not good. In the distance, Wu Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he raced toward the scene. Each year, the military and the school organized this event to instill a sense of urgency among the newcomers, allowing for 3 casualties as a norm. This meant that as long as the fatalities remained below 3 freshmen, the outcome was deemed acceptable. Yet, Li Mu stood directly in the wolf's path. During the entrance assessment, his strength was merely 1,000 kilograms, far from a match for the ironback wolf. While Wu Kuan could bear the loss of others, he could never accept the harm of Li Mu. Wang Chuandong observed as the wolf surged past him toward Li Mu and the others, a glimmer of sinister delight flashing in his eyes. Fortune favored him today, as the beast had chosen to charge at the students of Class 1. Such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again. Let us see how you meet your demise. Quick, get out of the way. It's over, we're doomed. Bai-yin screamed in terror, shoving those nearby in a desperate attempt to escape. Zhang Cheng wore a face of despair, attempting to evade, but finding himself too weak to move. The ironback wolf lunged directly at Li Mu and Zhang Cheng. Wang Chuandong turned to witness the scene, a cold smile curling his lips. The wolf, with its gaping maw, aimed to sink its teeth into Li Mu's neck, yet Li Mu appeared paralyzed with fear, seemingly incapable of any response. The quality of today's students is appalling. They can neither resist danger nor even flee, commented Luo Wei disdainfully from his vantage point. General Luo, that freshman is Li Mu. Xia Chuan, clad in crisp military attire, remarked meaningfully. Li Mu? A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Wei's face, but in the next moment, he witnessed Li Mu spring into action. As the wolf's jaws descended, Li Mu remained calm. In an instant, he reached out and violently twisted the creature's neck. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the ironback wolf yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground. Its neck had been swiftly broken, its head hanging limply. After a few futile struggles, the beast breathed its last. A creature comparable to a first-grade Xian-level martial beast had been effortlessly slain by Li Mu, leaving the surrounding students in stunned silence. Excellent. Exceptional talent, calm and decisive, truly a promising prospect. Luo Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he couldn't help but applaud. Alas, Li Mu, you are truly remarkable. You have vanquished the ironback wolf in a single blow. Zhang Cheng's complexion shifted from pale to crimson as he regained his senses, unable to contain his excitement and exclaiming loudly. The ironback wolf is equivalent to a first-tier practitioner of the profound realm. Yet it could not withstand a single strike from Li Mu. His prowess is astonishing. He is indeed a formidable champion among our class. The students in the first class erupted with enthusiasm, unable to suppress their exhilaration. What a stroke of luck! Only Wang Chuandong and Qin Fei Shui wore grim expressions. But Wang Chuandong dismissed the notion that Li Mu possessed the strength to slay a first-tier profound practitioner. He believed Li Mu merely stumbled upon fortune, having fortuitously dispatched this ironback wolf. Grant him a recommendation slot for the 10 Forts League, allowing him to participate in the selection. He is deserving of this opportunity. Luo Wei expressed his satisfaction to the principal standing beside him. Meanwhile, the 10 ironback wolves were swiftly eradicated. Although 3 individuals sustained injuries, fortunately, no one lost their life. As the last of the ironback wolves were eliminated, the panicked new students on the playground gradually regained their composure. "Assemble!" a soldier bellowed, prompting the newcomers to reform their ranks. "Your performance today has been profoundly disappointing. In the face of the beasts, you displayed cowardice, confusion, and an inability to either fight or flee. This truly disappoints me," Luo Wei stated with a stern countenance. "What you confronted today was but 1/10, or even 1/100th, of the dangers that humanity currently faces. In the future, you shall encounter far greater threats. Your conduct today will only serve to hasten your demise when confronted with peril. It offers no other assistance." The purpose of today's martial demonstration was to unveil to you the stark reality of this world. Previously, it was the Alliance military, your parents, and others who shielded you. In time, most of you will become soldiers of the Alliance. Your parents and others within the fortress will require your protection. Yet you cannot even safeguard yourselves at present. I hope you will remember today's events, etching your fear and confusion clearly in your minds, and harness these emotions as a driving force to forge ahead with courage. Luo Wei's gaze swept across everyone, and he nodded at Li Mu before turning to depart. Elder Xia smiled in Li Mu's direction, leading Xia Chern away. The military personnel were brisk and unencumbered. After delivering their reprimand, they departed, clearly indicating that the leaders of the military were profoundly disappointed with the majority of this year's newcomers. I do not wish to reiterate what General Luo has already conveyed. I hope that during your time at this school, you will not only dedicate yourselves to diligent practice, but also confront the fears within your hearts. Now, let us commence the martial demonstration. The president of Rongqing's First Martial Arts University spoke briefly, then gestured for the star students from the 2nd and 3rd years to showcase their martial arts. This performance is also intended to inspire the newcomers to learn from these exemplary students and strive diligently in their training. After a brief warm-up performance, Elder Wu and the others began organizing practice sessions for these star students. Although all participants were indeed star students, most of the 3rd-year students possessed greater strength than their 2nd-year counterparts, unless there were those exceptionally gifted and fortunate individuals who could turn the tables. "Brother Wang, do your best," Qin Feishua shouted from the stands, and Wang Chuandong nodded with pride. As a 3rd-year star student, he felt quite esteemed to perform before all the 1st-year newcomers. His opponent was also a 2nd-year star student, who, despite his commendable strength at the 1st rank of the Xian level, fell swiftly in battle, unable to withstand even 10 exchanges before being decisively defeated by Wang Chuandong. "Brother Wang, you are indeed formidable, I concede," the defeated student said, rising helplessly from the ground. "Excellent." Several teachers observed this scene with satisfied smiles. Although this year's 1st-year newcomers seemed lacking, the 2nd and 3rd-year students were still impressive. It was said that Wang Chuandong possessed a lower-tier class of martial talent. Having commenced his training relatively early, shortly after the great transformation of the world, granting him a higher starting point and considerable strength. Many speculated that by the time he graduated in his 4th year, he would attain Earth-level prowess. An excited girl in the stands exclaimed, "Brother Wang is a 3rd-year star student. How could those 2nd-year star students possibly rival him?" Another girl, filled with admiration, echoed her sentiments. Given how formidable Wang Chuandong is, how could he possibly have been unable to fend off that ironback wolf? "I believe he was merely feigning," Zhang Cheng said in indignation. "Zhang Cheng, cease your remarks. Accusing a 3rd-year star student without evidence could lead to trouble." Baiyan interjected sternly. Zhang Cheng pouted in dissatisfaction but refrained from further comment. Well aware of Wang Chuandong's popularity at school, should he overhear such words, retaliation could ensue. Is there anyone who believes themselves capable enough to challenge these star students? If so, you may come up and challenge them now. Those who succeed will be generously rewarded by the school. A teacher announced loudly once the demonstration concluded. However, the playground fell into silence. With such formidable star students present, who would dare to challenge them? "Teacher, I've heard that there's a martial genius among the 1st-year students named Li Mu. I wish to challenge him and see if he truly deserves the title of genius." At that moment, Wang Chuandong boldly declared, "Li Mu, are you not quite impressive? Do you have the courage to accept my challenge?" Wang Chuandong said coldly, surveying Li Mu from his elevated position. In an instant, all eyes on the playground turned towards Li Mu. A 3rd-year star student challenging a 1st-year newcomer seemed rather unfair. Wang Chuandong is challenging a first-year student. This hardly presents any challenge at all. Indeed, it seems somewhat oppressive. However, during yesterday's welcoming gala, Li Mu and his girlfriend decisively struck back at Wang Chuandong and Qin Fei Shui. It appears Wang Chuandong is intent on seeking revenge. Last night, it was clearly Qin Fei Shui and Wang Chuandong who attempted to slander Li Mu. Are they permitted to defame others while denying the right to resistance? The freshmen in the audience were abuzz with discussions, some perplexed by Wang Chuandong's demands, while others felt he was exhibiting a certain arrogance. Despite Li Mu's remarkable talents, he is merely a first-year student. Unless he had received exceptional martial arts training before or since the Great Catastrophe, how could a freshman possibly rival a third-year star student? The title of star student is not easily attained. Wang Chuandong, do not abuse your privilege. A teacher in the audience remarked with a displeased expression. Teacher, I am not abusing my privilege. I merely wish to temper my junior's martial spirit. Rest assured, I will show restraint and not harm him. Wang Chuandong proclaimed grandiosely. The teacher furrowed his brow and glanced at the principal. Noticing the principal's lack of opposition, he addressed Li Mu, saying, as a freshman, it is inappropriate for a third-year student to challenge you. You have the right to refuse. Kid, if you have the guts, step up. If not, acknowledge your defeat in front of everyone. From now on, when you see me, Wang Chuandong, you'd best steer clear. Wang Chuandong provocatively challenged Li Mu. Do you really wish to fight me? Li Mu inquired, shaking his head. There always seem to be these inexplicably self-righteous fools, who, regardless of the crises humanity faces, never seem to vanish. What, are you afraid? Wang Chuandong sneered. If you're scared, then mind your manners and stop making things difficult for yourself. Afraid of you? I fear you are simply too weak. Li Mu retorted, shaking his head as he walked directly toward the stands. The crowd in the playground parted like the tide, granting him a clear path. Afraid I am weak? A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Chuandong's face, quickly replaced by indignation as he pointed to the other star students behind him. You say I am weak? Ask them and see if I am. This guy actually dares to say Brother Wang is weak. It's truly laughable. Brother Wang is a third-year star student, merely a hair's breadth away from being one of the top 10 star students in the school. How can a freshman claim he is weak? Such ignorance is indeed fearless. The star students behind Wang Chuandong expressed their dissatisfaction. If this newcomer claims Wang Chuandong is weak, what does that imply about them? Are they to be deemed weaklings? Although I believe it is inappropriate for Brother Wang to challenge a freshman, Li Mu is undoubtedly too arrogant. Even many first-year students in the playground felt that Li Mu was excessively presumptuous. While he is hailed as the top genius among freshmen, Wang Chuandong is, after all, a third-year star student. How could he possibly be weak? Kid, I hope your skills are as formidable as your tongue. Upon witnessing Li Mu ascend the stage, Wang Chuandong coldly remarked, your words are rather excessive. Are you not here to challenge me? I have taken the stage. Now, reveal your true capabilities. Li Mu replied with a calm demeanor. Youngster, you may as well perish. Wang Chuandong's eyes flashed with anger, an overwhelming force emanating from him as he moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, launching a powerful punch towards Li Mu. With a momentum akin to a raging storm, Wang's strike, fueled by his peak strength of the third rank of the Xian level, bore down upon Li Mu. It is noteworthy that even the average instructor at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing possesses no greater strength. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Mu remained unfazed by this ferocious aura. Instead, he disdainfully shook his head and sidestepped the punch with minimal movement. Wang Chuandong's expression shifted as he pivoted, aiming an elbow strike at Li Mu's neck. Thud! Li Mu raised his hand to intercept the forceful blow, effortlessly blocking the attack. Wang's pupils constricted, a dull pain radiating from his elbow, and an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Is this all you are capable of? Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, forcing Wang Chuandong back, and stated nonchalantly, that last attack barely required my effort. Remarkably, Li Mu had not moved an inch during Wang's previous assault. Do not rejoice too soon, for I did not employ my full strength just now. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Wang Chuandong's eyes turned icy. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy to its utmost potential. Brother Wang, please make sure to teach him a lesson. Qin Fei Shui shouted excitedly from the stands. Do not worry, I will handle it. Wang Chuandong nodded earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Li Mu. Youngster, if you possess any courage, withstand my next punch. Then, we may converse further. Tiger Fist. Wang Chuandong had dedicated himself to the study of the Tiger Fist since the inception of his martial training, nearing mastery. Although he had dabbled in the serpent and dragon styles among the 12 animal forms, his expertise remained in the Tiger Fist. An apparition of a tiger surged forth from Wang Chuandong, harnessing the ferocity of the beast as he unleashed his punch, showcasing his peak Xian-level prowess. Truly, he was a star student in his 3rd year. Ridiculous. Your power is exceedingly feeble. Defeating you is but a matter of a mere finger. Li Mu stood upon the platform, one hand resting behind him while the other pointed decisively, unleashing a formidable energy that surged towards the tiger apparition. Crack. The air itself crackled as Li Mu's fingers sliced through the atmosphere. Be careful. The surrounding instructors sensed the impending danger and rushed forward. Bang. A thunderous explosion erupted as Li Mu's fingers shattered the tiger apparition, subsequently striking Wang Chuandong's fist directly. The sound of shattering bones echoed violently, and Wang Chuandong was hurled backward with a pained scream. His fist instantly exploded into a mist of crimson. Wang Chuandong was vanquished by a mere finger from Li Mu. Chapter 55, Martial Arts Society. An absolute silence enveloped the entire playground. The star student of the 3rd year, Wang Chuandong, had been defeated by a freshman. Everyone stood in a daze, gazing at Li Mu, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the platform. This freshman was remarkably impressive. No one anticipated that Li Mu could overcome Wang Chuandong. Although Wang was not among the top 10 seed students of the Rongqing First Martial Arts University, he was undoubtedly ranked among the top 15 in his year. How could someone of such caliber be so easily defeated? The strength of this freshman was utterly terrifying, bordering on the unbelievable. The foremost freshman. His prowess undoubtedly positioned him among the elite, perhaps even within the top 10 star students. In an instant, the majority of the freshmen entertained this thought. What is a genius? This is the true essence of genius. Individuals like Wang Chuandong could only be crushed before such talent. Wang Chuandong stared blankly at his hand, realizing he had been defeated by a freshman in front of so many spectators. It was an unfathomable humiliation. He wished he could vanish into the ground. It was absolutely disgraceful. He had previously mocked Li Mu, flippantly claiming he would teach him a harsh lesson, yet it was he who had been taught a lesson instead. After today, Wang Chuandong was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire school. However, if you are unconvinced, feel free to challenge me again at any time. Li Mu said coolly, regarding Wang Chuandong. You? Wang Chuandong felt a surge of anger and disbelief, a wave of blood rushing from his throat. He coughed up blood and fainted from the sheer fury. Useless. Qin Fei Shui gritted her teeth, hastily turning to leave before the martial arts competition concluded. Hurry. Get him to the hospital, shouted a teacher from the stands, urgently directing Wang Chuandong to the infirmary. Excellent. He is one of my recruits, Wu Kuan said gleefully. Remarking that the school's spiritual training room would now include Li Mu, no one had any objections. The spiritual training room was a cultivation space inscribed with a spirit gathering array, which was not easily drawn. There were only 5 such rooms in the entire Rongqing First Martial Arts University, typically reserved for the top 10 students before major assessments. Otherwise, they were primarily utilized by the elder instructors for their training. Initially, Li Mu, having just enrolled at the Rongqing First Martial Arts University and not yet qualifying for major competitions, was ineligible to use the spiritual training room. However, his victory over Wang Chuandong today served as a reward. Wu Kuan's request was impossible for the other teachers to refuse, and the principal nodded in agreement before announcing the conclusion of the martial arts competition. Wei Tian cast a cold glance at Li Mu before turning to leave. Previously, Wei Hu and Wang Fei had contacted the Wang family's experts to leave the Rongqing fortress to deal with Li Mu. Now that Li Mu had returned, they had been out of contact for several days, prompting both the Wang family and Wei Tian to investigate the matter. Li Mu, you're impressive. With you in our class, I doubt anyone would dare to bully us. As the meeting concluded, the students of Class 1 surrounded Li Mu, with Zhang Cheng exclaiming in excitement. The gazes of students from other classes towards Li Mu were filled with mixed emotions. Today marked his grand emergence. Not only the freshmen of the 1st year, but even the most outstanding students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years would now regard him with respect. Li Mu, on behalf of the Martial Arts Society of Qiangwu Academy, I formally invite you to join us. Before Li Mu could leave, a tall girl intercepted his path. It was Senior Li Yu. She is the vice president of the Martial Arts Society of Qiangwu Academy. which has consistently ranked second among the 4 major martial arts societies over the years, securing numerous cultivation resources for our academy. Since the Great Cataclysm, various resources for humanity have become increasingly scarce, including those for martial arts and spiritual cultivation. The first martial arts university of Rongqing sources a portion of its cultivation resources independently, while relying on supplies from the 3rd Army Group for the remainder. However, due to the limited resources, competition for these resources has intensified among the 4 colleges within the university. Thus, the martial arts societies of Qingwu, Mowu Quangwu, and Xinwu academies were established to determine the distribution of resources through contests held between the societies. Recently, Qingwu Academy's Martial Arts Society has consistently placed second, a position that is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable, having failed to challenge the first-ranked Quangwu Academy on 2 consecutive occasions. I'll talk to you later. I have something to attend to now. Apologies. Li Mu hastily departed, neither accepting nor declining the invitation, leaving Senior Li Yu in stunned silence. How infuriating. Once Li Mu had walked away, Li Yu finally reacted, shaking her fist in frustration. The Martial Arts Society is not a place just anyone can join. Only the most exceptional students are qualified. Countless students aspire to join the society but cannot, and yet this fellow dares to ask her to wait? Does he not realize how prestigious it is to be part of the Martial Arts Society? Once you join, finding a beautiful girlfriend becomes a far simpler endeavor. Senior Li Yu, look at me, a self-proclaimed handsome freshman, trying to introduce myself, one new student approached confidently, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Li Yu in a fit of irritation. Get lost, she snapped, storming away. Haha, Senior Li Yu is notorious for her fiery temper. You really asked for it by stepping forward. Do you think she would smile at you just because she smiled at Li Mu? You're overly self-satisfied. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, leaving the new student embarrassed as he hurriedly left. Li Mu's refusal of Li Yu was indeed due to pressing matters. Today at the martial arts competition, he encountered Luo Wei and realized that his immediate priority was not only to enhance his own strength, but also to devise ways to bolster the defensive capabilities of the Rongqing fortress. After all, the stronger the defenses of the fortress in Rongqing, the more difficult it becomes for the demon race to breach it during their sieges. Mainframe. Teleport me back to the battleship. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu promptly locked the door and declared, Yes, master. The array beneath Li Mu's feet shimmered momentarily, and his figure vanished from the dormitory. The mechanism utilized by the battleship resembles an array. In reality, it is a super-technological stargate. Its principle lies in folding space, akin to interstellar jumps. However, the technology of the battleship is significantly more advanced, as interstellar jumps involve spacecraft. While the battleship can directly transport living beings, a feat humanity has yet to achieve in its interstellar era. Upon his return to the battleship, Li Mu departed from the bridge and opened the hatch, making his way toward the midsection of the vessel. Chapter 56, Wei. The battleship is indeed immense. As Li Mu stepped onto the battleship, he compared it with his memories from the past 30 years while advancing toward the belly of the ship. This battleship measures over 10 kilometers in length, functioning as a complete combat unit, and is referred to as a fortress among the Atlanteans. This interstellar mothership can accommodate up to 28,000 Atlanteans at its peak. It serves not only as a weapon, but also as a space city. Here lies a small-scale weapons production workshop. The true essence of the battleship is that it functions as a biological warship, not solely a mechanical one. Following his memories, Li Mu arrived at the weapons manufacturing workshop within the battleship. This area, in fact, should be designated for the production of small machinery. With dimensions not exceeding 100 meters, capable of producing only medium to small-sized weapons, large-scale war weaponry is not manufactured here. Mainframe, provide me with a list of weapons. Li Mu commanded. As his command resonated, a luminous screen appeared before him, densely populated with at least 10,000 types of weapons, all of which the battleship is capable of producing. Proton bombs, requiring merely a proton invisible to the naked eye, can annihilate a civilization. With a manufacturing permission level of 10, necessitating full power from the mainframe. Death Star weaponry, requiring 50,000 standard units of engineering robots and 3 years to complete, can obliterate a sun with a single launch, also demanding a level 10 manufacturing permission. This is exceedingly advanced. I lack such high technological points. Li Mu lamented as he gazed at the array of weapons. Mainframe, I only require weaponry slightly superior to that of a level 0. 7 civilization. Eliminate the weapons of levels 1, 2, and 3. Understood, Master. The weapons displayed on the screen dramatically diminished, reducing from over 10,000 to a mere few hundred. However, these weapons appeared quite formidable to Li Mu, for in his previous life, most of the weapons he could ultimately manufacture were among these. With insufficient permissions and resources, the likes of proton bombs and Death Star weaponry were merely for show. The prospect of actual manufacturing was out of the question. Filter once more, retaining only those that can be produced with level 1 permissions. Li Mu issued another command, and following this directive, the weapon list displayed on the luminous screen dwindled to approximately 30 options. Soon, he identified a weapon that appeared to be quite suitable. He had manufactured this weapon in his previous life, and it had proven to be quite effective. Although this weapon may not possess sufficient power to contend with formidable beasts, it serves admirably as a proactive defensive apparatus. Provided a sufficient quantity could be produced, it would significantly enhance the defenses of Rong City. The Wu Wei model proactive defense robot stands 5 meters tall, armed with a 360-degree high-energy close defense cannon, in addition to 6 missile launch platforms. Even with the current technological downturn reducing weapon efficacy to a mere 1/3 of its original capacity, its firepower remains commendable. Li Mu gestured, and the holographic image of the Wu Wei was instantly unveiled. The technological sophistication of this weapon is approximately 0.8, indicating that a civilization at the 0.8 level could fabricate it with ease, slightly surpassing the peak technological standards of humanity. This apparatus resembles a massive metal box mounted on 4 mechanical legs, which ensure its capability to traverse various terrains. From the memories of the past 30 years, it is evident that such a colossal robot can effortlessly exterminate beast-level monsters, such as the ironback wolf boar, and it poses a lethal threat to soldier-level beasts. There is even a chance it could inflict harm on commander-level beasts. Once mass production commences, the defensive capabilities of Rong City will be greatly enhanced. Li Mu regarded the holographic representation of the Wu Wei, nodding in satisfaction before inquiring further. What resources are required to manufacture one of these robots? Master, the production of a Wu Wei model proactive defense robot necessitates the following resources. The mainframe's voice responded. A smaller screen materialized beside the main luminous display, detailing a list of resources required for the construction of a Wu Wei robot. The Star Destroyer possesses a comprehensive weapon manufacturing system, yet it is devoid of any resources, not even a scrap of useless iron. The primary requirements include steel and ammunition, while other materials are relatively easy to procure. Steel and ammunition are currently military assets and cannot be acquired easily. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu concluded that for a modest quantity of steel and high explosive powder, he could procure these items from the black market. A family in Rong City specializes in the smuggling of weapons. With sufficient funds, these materials could be obtained. However, acquiring them in bulk would be considerably more challenging and would necessitate connections. As one of the 4 tyrants of Rong City, Luo Badeo might have a way to assist. Li Mu swiftly reached a decision. He would enlist Luo Badeo's help with this matter. With his mind made up, he promptly returned to his dormitory and set off in his shuttle towards Yupinju, intent on seeking out Luo Badeo. Originally, the Wu Wei defense robot's design could have been directly submitted to the 3rd Army Group by Li Mu. However, given the current situation, with the industrial system decimated, it is uncertain how long it would take for them to develop this robot. Even if the design were delivered, the 3rd Army Group might remain skeptical. They would likely need to witness the actual machine to comprehend its formidable capabilities. Li Mu piloted his shuttle to land on the rooftop of Yupinju, a space now exclusively reserved for him. Brother Luo, Mr. Li has arrived. Upon Li Mu's descent, Scar rushed to knock on the door of Luo Badeo's office, his voice laced with urgency. Mr. Li has arrived? Luo Badeo's heart raced as he quickly rose to his feet, addressing a middle-aged man in his 30s within the office. Along, please wait a moment. We will discuss your matter shortly. I must go greet Mr. Li. Who needs you to greet him, Boss Luo? Zhao Rulong retorted, somewhat irked. He had come to negotiate business with Luo Badeo and felt slighted by the need for Luo to attend to some inconsequential guest. I will explain later. Scar, please keep along company for a moment. Luo Badeo hastily instructed before leaving the room. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Li Mu descending from the rooftop. Mr. Li, Luo Badeo exclaimed, bowing deeply in respect. I need to discuss something with you, Li Mu stated directly. I require the procurement of certain items. Please assist me. Of course, Mr. Li. Just tell me what you need, and I shall see to it immediately. Luo Badeo responded with utmost deference. This is the list. Please procure the items specified. Li Mu handed over a document. Refined iron and high explosive gunpowder? Luo Badeo was taken aback upon glimpsing the contents of the list, unable to suppress his curiosity. Mr. Li, what do you intend to do with these items? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, Li Mu replied sternly. Can you obtain these items? Well, they can be procured, but if a large quantity is required urgently, the price will be considerably high. Luo Badeo hesitated before responding. Price is of no concern. Withdraw all funds from Yupinju. How soon can you acquire everything? Li Mu inquired. Yupinju was a lucrative establishment, flush with cash, as the funds were essentially Li Mu's. However, Luo Badeo typically utilized the money for loans and investments, and retrieving the funds promptly would incur significant losses. Let me make a quick call. If fortune favors us, and we are not concerned with the cost, we should be able to finalize the transaction by tonight. Luo Badeo conceded, nodding in agreement. Go ahead. Li Mu nodded back, confident in Luo Badeo's connections and resources, knowing that acquiring these items would be relatively straightforward. Luo Badeo promptly commenced making calls, inquiring with several individuals until he finally found the goods after his last attempt, though the prices were exorbitantly high. Mr. Li, the Mo family has all these items, but they demand 100,000 alliance coins per ton for refined iron and 1 million for high explosive gunpowder. To procure everything, it would roughly require 200 million alliance coins. Luo Badeo remarked, his expression darkening, labeling the Mo family as opportunistic and extortionate. Prior to the cataclysm, acquiring these supplies would have cost at most a few hundred thousand, yet now, 200 million alliance coins, when converted to the currency before the disaster, would amount to at least 10 million. Provide them, but ensure the goods are ready by tonight. Li Mu stated resolutely, willing to expend this sum to expedite the creation of the Wu Wei. Li Mu had heard of the Mo family, one of the prominent clans in Rome City. Ostensibly engaged in the grain business, rumors suggested they covertly dealt in arms smuggling and human trafficking. However, as the family had possessed pinnacle celestial-level prowess, they roamed freely in Rome City, with few daring to provoke them. It was said that the Mo family had extensive connections and a formidable background. Not only ordinary individuals, but even influential figures generally refrained from inciting their ire. I will arrange it immediately. Luo Badeo nodded, then made a call to confirm the details. Once the time and location for the transaction were settled, he ended the call. Mr. Li, where should these goods be delivered? Does Yupinju have a warehouse? Li Mu pondered for a moment before asking. Nearly 10 tons of refined iron, a ton of high explosive gunpowder, along with assorted other items, cannot simply be stored in a typical place, nor can they be transported back to the school. A suitable location must be found first before transferring them into the Star Destroyer. Yes, Mr. Li, there is a warehouse over in Hushi. Send me the specific address. Once the goods are purchased, they should be delivered to the Hushi warehouse. I will be utilizing it from now on. No one else from Yupinju is permitted to use it. After issuing his instructions, Li Mu turned to leave. Mr. Li, there is one more matter. Luo Badeo hurriedly caught up with him. Recently, there have been attempts to sell hemp to Yupinju in my industry. I wonder if you would permit it? Hemp? A glint of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he replied, his voice chillingly firm. I do not concern myself with your industry. But not a single stem of hemp is to appear in Yupinju. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Yes, Mr. Li. Under Li Mu's stern gaze, Luo Badeo felt a heavy weight in his heart, sensing that Li Mu's strength had seemingly increased. Watching Li Mu ascend the stairs, he exhaled in relief and returned to his office, promptly rejecting Zhao Rulong's proposal. Along, we will not be selling hemp at Yupinju, nor will my industry allow its entry. I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit, Luo Badeo stated. Hemp, mutated following the resurgence of spiritual energy, had become akin to modern-day narcotics. Many individuals, unable to withstand current pressures, resorted to consuming it to cope. Zhao's family has seized control of all drug operations in Rome Fortress, making them the most notorious drug lords in the area. Zhao Rulong aims to infiltrate the businesses of Yupinju and Luo Badeo. Brother Luo, is this due to the young man who just came? Zhao Rulong inquired, his expression darkening. Best not to pry into this matter. I truly cannot engage in this business, Luo Badeo replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall take my leave then. With a grim countenance, Zhao Rulong exited Yupinju, glancing at Li Mu as he prepared to depart in his airship. He quickly boarded his own vessel. Follow that airship. The two vessels departed from Yupinju in tandem, with Zhao Rulong's airship remaining unlit in the darkness, allowing him to stealthily trail behind Li Mu without detection. Brother Luo. That Zhao Rulong is tailing Mr. Li. It might pose a threat to him. Zhao Ba, observing the murky sky, noted the occasional fleeting shadows of airborne beasts illuminated by the moonlight. Pay him no mind. If Zhao Rulong dares to harm Mr. Li, he will be courting his own demise. Luo Badeo scoffed. Come with me. Bring the money. We shall procure goods from the Mo family. We need to fulfill Mr. Li's instructions. He is destined for greatness. Luo Badeo swiftly prepared the funds for the transaction with the Mo family, while Li Mu navigated his airship towards the Hushi warehouse. As per the address provided by Luo Badeo, the Hushi warehouse of Yapinju was substantial, once a factory that fell into disuse post-catastrophe. Following the disaster, it had been gradually repurposed. Luo Badeo acquired a plot of land here and constructed a facility. The location was relatively secluded, featuring a spacious courtyard. Li Mu surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, appreciating the remoteness that concealed secrets from prying eyes. After inspecting the area, he began setting up beacons with the assistance of the mainframe. Lacking resources aboard the battleship, any desired weaponry would require a transport of materials back to it. 3 hours later, Luo Badeo arrived personally in a large truck, delivering everything on Li Mu's list. The two most significant items were refined iron and military-grade explosives. Once these materials were transported to the battleship, further processing would occur. The refined iron would transform into high-strength alloys, while the explosives would undergo refinement and adjustment of their mixture ratios to enhance their potency. Even identical explosives would differ vastly in effectiveness when wielded by a level 3 civilization versus a level 0.7 civilization. Mainframe. Transmit all these materials back to the battleship and commence the production of Guard 1. Li Mu commanded once Luo Badeo and his crew had departed. Am I seeing things? Those items have vanished. Zhao Rulong, hiding outside the warehouse, widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Long, that young man must possess a secret. Could it be some legendary mystical power? One of Zhao Rulong's subordinates exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps this young man has stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. One of Zhao Rulong's subordinates spoke with a hint of jealousy. In this era of spiritual revival, martial arts and Taoist practices have emerged, along with various legendary techniques and secret methods. Some individuals, upon seizing their fortunes, can soar to great heights in an instant. Certainly, make a call and summon the others. Zhao Rulong commanded, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. In the warehouse, Li Mu transmitted all the items back to the starship. The starship's mainframe activated 2 engineering robots, which promptly began utilizing those materials to fabricate the Type 1 automated defense robots. The starship's energy reserves had dwindled to a mere 1%. The mainframe instructed me to facilitate the transfer of resources and activate the weapon manufacturing plant, all of which required energy. Thus, a means to recharge the starship was imperative. However, the conversion rate of low-grade energy sources like oil and electricity was far too inadequate for the starship, consuming more energy in the process than what could be derived. Alternative energy sources were essential. Upon observing the energy status of the starship, a sense of urgency washed over Li Mu. Should the starship's energy be entirely depleted, it would become inoperable. In the memories of the past 30 years, Li Mu had utilized spiritual crystals to recharge the starship, yet in this life, he had yet to encounter one. Spiritual crystals are a newly formed essence of the world's transformation, somewhat akin to quartz, but with a density far surpassing that of crystal, brimming with energy. They would eventually become treasures for martial artists and Taoists to enhance their cultivation efficiency. With the starship's energy critically low and the available engineering robots insufficient, producing even a single Type 1 automated defense robot would take an inordinate amount of time. I must first head to the courtyard and take the shuttle to leave here, Li Mu muttered to himself, preparing to depart. However, before he could exit the warehouse, the heavy door was forcefully kicked open. Is there something you need? Li Mu frowned as he noticed several individuals stepping inside. You've got quite the nerve, kid. To remain so composed in the presence of our brother Long. It seems you are unfamiliar with him, boasted one of Zhao Rulong's subordinates. Casting a casual glance at Li Mu, they dismissed this young man, having dealt with countless others like him in recent years. Brother Long? I haven't heard of him. Li Mu replied, shaking his head. Our brother Long is Zhao Rulong of the Zhao family. You know the Zhao family, right? They supply all the resources in Rongqing. Brother Long's elder brother ranks second among the 4 tyrants of Rongqing. Zhao Hu. Today, you are fortunate. Brother Long has taken a liking to you. Come, bow before him. And from now on, you can join Brother Long's ranks. With him, you shall have no one daring to bully you within the fortress of Rongqing. The subordinate continued. Zhao Hu, the head of the Zhao family, ranked second among the 4 tyrants of Rongqing, a formidable first-tier celestial-level expert, whereas Luo Baidu ranked last among them. The reputation of the 4 tyrants of Rongqing was known to all within the fortress. Upon hearing this, Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. How dare you presume to make me kneel? I care not from where you insignificant creatures have crawled. You still have the chance to leave. If you choose not to depart, then do not expect to leave at all. Li Mu's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. Kid, your arrogance is quite remarkable. Lao San's expression darkened, revealing a menacing countenance as he crushed the cigarette in his hand and strode towards Li Mu. Zhao Rulong had summoned his strongest fighters, bringing 5 of his most capable men, 2 of whom were at the 3rd rank of the Xian level, while the remaining 3 were at the 1st and 2nd ranks. This was the strongest force Zhao Rulong commanded. Lao San had just been engaged with his mistress when he received the call from Zhao Rulong, and he was seething with rage, eager to unleash it. Lao San. At that moment, Zhao Rulong spoke impatiently. Kid, you just made a large number of things vanish. You must have stumbled upon some fortune, correct? Today, I am in a good mood. Just hand over that fortune, and you may propose any terms you desire. Kid, you cannot possibly safeguard such a significant opportunity. With your cowardly demeanor, I could easily end you with a single slap. Be wise and promptly relinquish the fortune to me, and then you can leave in peace. Lao San, interrupted by Zhao Rulong, expressed his annoyance. Does this mean you witnessed what transpired earlier? Li Mu's eyes flickered with a deadly glint as he suddenly inquired. The secret of the battleship must not be divulged. Of course. Were it not for my following you and witnessing the disappearance of so many items, how would I know you had acquired such a tremendous fortune? Today is indeed my lucky day, ha ha ha. Zhao Rulong's excitement grew as he laughed uncontrollably, already imagining himself seizing unimaginable opportunities and crushing the 4 overlords of Rongqing, even the entire city beneath his feet. You of the Zhao family have harmed others through your dealings in drugs, and now you have seen what you should not have. You are courting death, and since you are here, you shall not leave. Li Mu stated calmly. Kid, are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Lao San could no longer contain himself, striding forward with the intent to slap Li Mu across the face. However, in that instant, a shadow flashed before him, and a searing pain accompanied by the sound of shattering bones erupted. Lao San let out a chilling scream as he was sent flying like a heavy truck had struck him, crashing into the warehouse wall, nearly shattering the concrete. Wow. He leaned against the wall, coughing blood, his eyes wide with terror, rendered completely speechless. Li Mu had annihilated him with a single punch. Lao San. Zhao Rulong and his companions were left in shock. Lao San was the top fighter under Zhao Rulong, and no one expected him to be dispatched in an instant by Li Mu. Zhao Rulong suddenly comprehended the reason behind Luo Budheo's profound respect, even fear, towards Li Mu. It was not an act of pretense to refuse the sale of hemp grass. Rather, it was due to the undeniable power possessed by the young man before him. This boy undoubtedly held remarkable fortunes within him, and it was imperative to inform his brother, urging him to seize this opportunity. All of you, attack together and kill him. Zhao Rulong commanded fiercely, prompting his 4 subordinates to charge at Li Mu, while he turned to flee. Die? Yet, at that very moment, Zhao Rulong heard Li Mu's voice, chilling as ice. Damn it! How dare he ambush 3rd brother? Everyone, unite and kill him. Avenge 3rd brother. Zhao Rulong's remaining 4 subordinates believed that Li Mu had stealthily struck down 3rd brother, which, despite being an ambush, still indicated the formidable strength of the youth before them. However, they could not accept that they were incapable of defeating him even as a collective force. After all, he had merely succeeded through treachery. So how powerful could he truly be? How could a firefly comprehend the vastness of the world? With a disdainful gesture, Li Mu did not bother to explain. He extended his hand and sliced through the air. Gathering energy into a blade, a luminous wave of sword energy surged forth, measuring over 10 feet in length. Aimed directly at Zhao Rulong's remaining 4 subordinates. Impossible. They roared, their bodies brimming with energy as beastly forms materialized before them, charging forth to meet the oncoming sword energy. Yet, these manifestations shattered like mere illusions against the blade, which then cleaved through them effortlessly. The expressions on the faces of Zhao Rulong's 4 subordinates morphed into disbelief and terror as thick, Viscous blood erupted from their bodies, and in an instant, they were bisected by the sword energy. Ah, spare me. I beg you, spare my life. I shall never dare again. The blade swept through the 4 Xian-level experts and then severed Zhao Rulong's legs, eliciting a wretched scream as he crawled on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Li Mu, devoid of expression, advanced step by step towards Zhao Rulong. I do not kill the innocent, but you are deserving of your fate, Li Mu stated coldly, looking down at Zhao Rulong with a frigid gaze. The Zhao family, entrenched in the trade of hemp grass in Rong City, bore no innocent members. And Zhao Rulong was no exception. The entire Zhao clan was steeped in sin. Not to mention, Zhao Rulong's attempt to pry into Li Mu's secrets and covet his fortunes was a path to self-destruction. Do you dare to kill me? My brother will not let you go. My brother is Zhao Hu, the head of the Zhao family, a celestial-level expert. If you dare to take my life, not just you, but your parents and family will all meet their demise. Zhao Rulong desperately clawed his way towards the warehouse exit, his cries piercing the air. If Zhao Hu seeks his own demise, he shall meet his end swiftly. Li Mu observed Zhao Rulong coldly, then lifted his foot and mercilessly brought it down. A sickening crack echoed as Zhao Rulong's head was instantly crushed beneath Li Mu's heel. Casting a glance at the corpses strewn within the warehouse, Li Mu chose to disregard them, striding purposefully out and locking the heavy door behind him, before piloting his shuttle towards the school. Inside the warehouse, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Shortly after Li Mu's departure, a rustling sound filled the space as a horde of giant rats, larger than domestic cats, scurried in, voraciously consuming the remains on the ground. These enormous rodents, possessing crimson eyes, were half-demonic beasts, weaker than even the lowest tier of beast-class monsters. Their intelligence was alarmingly low, akin to that of the rats before the Great Catastrophe. The colossal walls of Rong City Fortress effectively kept other beasts at bay, yet offered little defense against these subterranean, half-demonic giant rats. Fortunately, they were regularly hunted by the residents of Rong City, preventing their numbers from burgeoning too significantly, thus averting any major disturbances in recent years. In a short while, the swarm of giant rats had devoured Zhao Rulong and his companions entirely, leaving no trace of bone behind. Upon returning to the school dormitory in his shuttle, Li Mu quickly settled down to rest. At the break of dawn the next day, before the sun had risen, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, the martial arts simulation has been completed, deriving 3 techniques from the 12 beast forms. Announced the ship's AI. Has the simulation succeeded? A glimmer of excitement shone in Li Mu's eyes as he sat upright in bed, eager to inquire which 3 techniques had been developed. A radiant light illuminated his gaze, revealing an image of himself, which began to practice the martial arts. Once the demonstration concluded, a text appeared on the screen detailing a cultivation method. This method pertained to the peak of the Earth-level 9th grade martial arts. Each technique accompanied by a corresponding method for cultivating vital energy, as was customary in the prestigious martial arts university of Rong City. The peak of Earth-level martial arts was non-existent within the confines of the Rong City fortress. To his knowledge, the most formidable techniques there were merely of the profound level, predominantly controlled by the military. Even the first martial arts university possessed scant resources. As for Earth-level martial arts, it was rumored to be found only within provincial fortresses, while celestial-level martial arts were likely exclusive to the highest martial academies in super fortresses like Modu and Shangjing, as well as within elite sections. In the 30 years of my memories, although I have encountered numerous top-tier martial arts, those techniques remain classified, and I never obtained their cultivation methods. In this lifetime, my martial arts training must not falter. Thus, I shall first test the true might of this Earth-level 9th grade martial art. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he silently committed the cultivation technique to memory, subsequently embarking on his practice. Following the principles of this martial arts method, Li Mu began to channel his energy, swiftly feeling the rate of absorption of the world's spiritual energy escalate, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. Streams of ethereal energy flowed into Li Mu's body, transformed into energy through the operation of the technique. He dedicated a full 3 hours to his practice before pausing. His cultivation speed had increased at least tenfold compared to his previous training with the dragon form fist, and the refinement and potency of the energy were beyond anything the dragon form fist could produce. Indeed, it was worthy of being a pinnacle technique of the 9th rank in the Earth level. Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, already sensing a marked improvement in the energy within his body. Master, Please bestow a name upon this martial arts technique, the mainframe suggested. It seemed that this technique had no name in the previous life, since I discovered it in this life. I shall call it the complete martial way. May it one day achieve perfection. Li Mu mused aloud after a brief contemplation. Having defeated Wang Chuandong yesterday, he now qualified to use the school's spiritual cultivation chamber. He had heard that the chamber was suffused with spiritual energy, so he decided to train there while awaiting the construction of the Star Destroyer. With his mind made up, Li Mu first headed to the school cafeteria for a meal before making his way directly to the spiritual cultivation chamber. Chapter 60. Chu Xinghan. In the entire Rong City First Martial Arts University, there were only 10 spiritual cultivation chambers. The users of these chambers included not only the school's top 10 star students, but also the top 10 ranked students from each grade during major exams. The remainder were the faculty members. Teachers who were below the 3rd rank of the Xian level were not qualified to use the chambers. Only those at the 3rd rank or above could access them. However, even with this restriction, the number of eligible teachers and students exceeded 100. With over 100 individuals vying for the 10 chambers, they were in high demand, and it was not guaranteed that one would find an available chamber each time. Fortunately for Li Mu, when he arrived, one of the spiritual cultivation chambers was unoccupied. "What is your name?" A patrolling teacher inquired sternly as Li Mu approached the chamber. Li Mu. "Good. Your name is on the list, and you match the description. You may use the chamber, but your time inside cannot exceed 1 day. Go ahead." The patrolling teacher produced a roster, which included names and corresponding photographs. Only those whose names and images matched were permitted to access the chamber. "Thank you." Li Mu nodded and proceeded towards the vacant spiritual cultivation chamber. "Wait." At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. "Kid, this chamber has already been reserved by Senior Brother Chu Xinghan. You cannot enter." Senior Brother Chu Xinghan? He was one of the top 10 star students. Although he ranked last among them, few dared to provoke him within the school. Chu Xinghan, a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Earth grade, is said to aspire for further advancement before his university graduation. Consequently, he frequently occupies the spiritual cultivation rooms, with nearly every room being claimed by him. The name Li Mu strikes a familiar chord with me. Nevertheless, regardless of his identity, it seems unwise to provoke one of the top 10 star students. It is rumored that Chu Xinghan has already been reserved by the 3rd group of the Rongqing army, poised to receive a direct appointment as a major upon graduation. And a practical one at that. Such prospects are enviable. How could this young man dare to cross paths with Chu Xinghan? Outside the cultivation room, whispers circulated, and many couldn't help but glance in that direction. Within the room, the air was thick with spiritual energy, augmented by a spirit-gathering formation that concentrated the essence within its confines. Even outside, the spiritual energy was considerably denser than in other locales, prompting many unqualified students to practice just outside the room, where their cultivation speed could significantly improve. "Is it possible to reserve a cultivation room?" Li Mu inquired of a patrolling instructor. "No, it's not an option. However, Chu Xinghan is rather domineering, unless you are in urgent need. It would be prudent to vacate this room for him," the instructor cautioned. Chu Xinghan, one of the 10 star students at Rongqing's premier martial arts university, had undoubtedly heard of Li Mu, yet the instructor remained unconvinced that Li Mu could rival Chu Xinghan's prowess. "Not being able to reserve is acceptable," Li Mu replied dismissively, uninterested in Chu Xinghan's reputation, and proceeded toward the cultivation room. However, he had barely taken a step when someone seized his shoulder. "Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? This room is already reserved by Senior Brother Chu Xinghan. It would be wise for you to step aside," Wang Xiong said with a scowl. In Rongqing's first martial arts university, Chu Xinghan's name carried immense weight, and the audacity of this newcomer to disregard it was tantamount to courting disaster. "I prefer not to be touched by others. You would do well to remove your hand," Li Mu replied, his brow furrowing as his tone turned icy. "Kid, you're Li Mu, right? I know you defeated that useless Wang Chuandong at the martial arts conference yesterday. But do you think that defeating one Wang Chuandong grants you the audacity to ignore Senior Brother Chu Xinghan's words? I suggest you heed my warning and leave at once." Wang Xiong barked, his expression twisted in menace. "Junior, you should really leave. You cannot afford to offend Senior Brother Chu Xinghan. Beware of the trouble you may invite upon yourself," a nearby sophomore warned as she practiced. The top 10 star students at Rongqing's first martial arts university are indeed untouchable figures. Even the most talented freshmen must bow before them. "Young man, it would be advisable to return tomorrow," Chu Xinghan has gone to eat and may arrive shortly, which could lead to complications for you. The patrolling teachers remarked that they did not believe Li Mu could provoke Chu Xinghan. Over the years, numerous students had been injured or crippled by Chu Xinghan within the school. The institution prioritized geniuses and formidable individuals, bestowing upon them preferential treatment. As long as one was a genius or a powerhouse, even if they harmed others, the penalties they faced would be minimal, often non-existent. Did you hear that? What are you still doing here? Get out. Wang Xiong sneered. Both Wang Xiong and Chu Xinghan belonged to the Demon Martial Academy, while Li Mu was a talented freshman from the Strong Martial Academy. Upon encountering Li Mu, Wang Xiong was intent on ruthlessly putting him in his place to demonstrate the might of their academy. Are you also one of the 10-star students? Li Mu slowly turned and inquired. Of course, I am not one of the 10-star students, but I am already under the command of senior brother Chu Xinghan. Wang Xiong retorted, momentarily taken aback, then raised his head with a cold smirk directed at Li Mu. Since you are not one of the 10-star students, merely a dog of Chu Xinghan, what qualification do you have to bark at me? Get lost. Li Mu's expression turned icy as he delivered a swift kick to Wang Xiong's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward with a pained scream. Ah, you damn bastard. How dare you hit me? I will definitely inform senior brother Chu Xinghan about this. You are finished. Wang Xiong flew several meters before rolling on the ground, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced by Li Mu's strike. Li Mu's gaze hardened, a flash of murderous intent crossing his features. Suddenly, Wang Xiong's face turned pale, panic evident as he scrambled away. In that instant, he sensed that Li Mu might truly kill him. Pathetic. Li Mu cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing Wang Xiong before turning back and entering the spirit cultivation room, activating the formation that isolated the interior from the outside. Commencing his training. Outside, those who had witnessed the scene were just beginning to comprehend that Wang Xiong, a subordinate of Chu Xinghan, had been struck by a mere freshman. This was an outright slap to Chu Xinghan's face. My heavens, he actually hit Wang Xiong. This guy is practically courting death. How could Chu Xinghan possibly let this slide? This is going to be entertaining. Let us see how Chu Xinghan deals with a freshman genius who dares to defy one of the 10-star students. Chapter 61. The destruction of the spirit cultivation room. The effects of the gathering spirit array were indeed remarkable, as a mist of spiritual energy enveloped the room. Upon entering the spirit cultivation room, Li Mu felt the revitalizing essence nourish his body with every breath. The ethereal spiritual energy here was at least 10 times denser than that of the outside world. No wonder the genius students and teachers of the First Martial Arts University of Rong City vied for the opportunity to cultivate within this chamber. Commencing his training, the 9th tier of Earth-level martial arts is divided into 3 realms: minor success, major success, and perfection. Achieving minor success would enable one to break through to the celestial level and attain the status of a grandmaster. As for major success and perfection, those realms were even more terrifying. Li Mu contemplated briefly before settling into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. Despite the enhancements bestowed upon him by the battleship, which had augmented his physique to a superlative level of cultivation aptitude, mastering the ordinary 12 beast forms was a swift endeavor. However, ascending to the pinnacle of the Earth Grade 9 Tier 10 complete martial arts proved to be a formidable challenge. As he sat in the spiritual cultivation chamber, he activated the 10 complete martial arts, and soon, a vast influx of celestial spiritual energy began to surge into his body, coalescing into vital energy that invigorated his meridians and dantian. Upon detecting that the standard unit of energy had fallen below the critical threshold of 5%, the battleship initiated an automatic recharge. Just as Li Mu embarked on his training, a wave of blue light swept through the chamber, followed by the emergence of a star-gate-like formation beneath his feet. Within the array of the spiritual cultivation chamber, the spirit crystals serving as the formation's focal points began to dim rapidly. Once the brilliance of the spirit crystals in his chamber faded completely, the energy extraction commenced, spreading to adjacent cultivation rooms, where the crystals forming the focal points of their arrays were similarly drained of energy. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber diminishing? Has there been a malfunction in the array? The atmosphere, once thick with spiritual energy, now resembled that of the outside environment. An hour later, a sudden commotion erupted within the chamber as doors swung open, revealing teachers and prodigious students, all expressing their astonishment. This is bad. There is an issue with the cultivation chambers. We must report this to the principal immediately. A patrolling instructor promptly conducted a check, channeling their vital energy and rushing towards the principal's office. Cultivating in the spiritual chamber for merely an hour is akin to a full day's training outside. It is no wonder the gap between talented students and ordinary martial practitioners widens so swiftly. This disparity is not solely attributable to cultivation aptitude, but primarily to the differences in available resources. Ordinary martial practitioners seldom have the opportunity to train here. Soon after, Li Mu too sensed the vanishing of the abundant spiritual energy. Yet he dismissed it without much thought, opening his eyes to mutter to himself. However, why does the array in this cultivation chamber appear to be so ineffective? Upon looking down, he discovered that the array beneath him had ceased to function. Master, all crystalline energy within the known vicinity has been fully extracted. The current recharge quantity for the battleship is 0.02 standard units, and the remaining energy stands at 1.02%. Please recharge the battleship at your earliest convenience. Resonated the voice of the battleship's mainframe. Energy has been extracted from the crystals? Li Mu was taken aback, then scrutinized the array beneath him. The focal point of the cultivation chamber's array was indeed composed of spirit crystals, explaining why the prestigious martial arts University of Rongqing only possessed 10 cultivation chambers. Spirit crystals remained a scarce resource even 30 years hence in his memory, with mines being few and predominantly occupied by formidable beasts. The human-controlled spirit mines, even decades later, would be scant, let alone in the present. He was astounded to learn that the battleship could directly extract energy from the spirit crystals. Yet acquiring such crystals would not be an easy feat. As Li Mu pondered, the clamor outside intensified, prompting him to step out. To his dismay, the gathering array in the meditation room had also been damaged. Upon his emergence, an anxious individual rushed into the room, only to exclaim in disappointment after a brief inspection. All 10 meditation rooms had encountered issues. What could possibly be the cause? Several gifted students expressed their discontent with grim expressions. Li Mu maintained his composure, scanning the surroundings. He knew he could not accept responsibility for this incident. If the school demanded compensation for the spirit crystals, he would be at a loss. As spirit crystals were now scarce, and most ordinary individuals were entirely unaware of their value, having never even heard of them. What could have transpired? All spirit crystals within the gathering arrays of the 10 meditation rooms had ceased to function. Soon after, a vice principal hurriedly arrived, inspecting the gathering array before grimly stating the unfortunate news. This was a rare type of spirit crystal. The first martial arts University of Rongqing had only managed to acquire a limited quantity in recent years, approximately 20 to 30 pieces, now rendered useless. Vice Principal, we are eager to resume our training. When will the meditation rooms be operational again? A gifted student inquired, visibly dissatisfied. Recovering them? It would be a miracle if 3 meditation rooms were restored within half a year. The vice principal grimaced. With the 10 Fortress tournament approaching, the school had initially planned to form special training classes and allocate the meditation rooms accordingly. Now, this unforeseen complication posed a significant setback. Who is responsible for this? If I find out, I will not hesitate to confront them. A hot-tempered student shouted in agitation. The meditation rooms are temporarily out of service. Students who utilized the rooms earlier will need to undergo an investigation. For now, please disperse. The vice principal commanded, his expression darkening. The surrounding students wore grim faces as they reluctantly prepared to leave. Li Mu, maintaining a low profile, blended into the crowd, aware that if this matter were to lead back to him, it would spell considerable trouble. Li Mu, what a coincidence to see you here. The meditation rooms are currently unusable, so you surely have time to join our martial arts society now? As a member of the Strong Martial Academy, you should contribute to our cause. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and a tall figure intercepted Li Mu. The individual was Li Yu, who had also been practicing in the meditation room. Very well, I can join the martial arts society. But I often have many commitments and may not have time for activities, Li Mu replied after a moment's contemplation. Elder Wu had previously mentioned the possibility of joining the martial arts society, hoping that Li Mu could help garner additional resources for the Strong Martial Academy. In recent campus competitions, the academy had consistently secured second place, and students within the Martial Arts Society were eager to surpass the Demon Martial Academy and claim the top position. Of course, we will not coerce you into participating in the society's activities. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Chapter 62, Luo Tian. I will now take you to the training ground of the Martial Arts Society. The society has already submitted a request to the academy, and with your joining, you will directly become the vice president. Li Yu exclaimed. With Li Mu's addition, perhaps the Martial Arts Society of Qingwu Academy would surpass the Magic Martial Academy in just half a year or a year, becoming the foremost of the 4 major academies in Rongqing. The vice president receives double the amount of vital energy pills compared to an ordinary freshman. And if the academy achieves victory in competitions, there are additional rewards. Overall, joining the Martial Arts Society indeed offers certain advantages. There is an old saying that goes, the impoverished pursue literature while the wealthy pursue martial arts, and it holds truth. Even the most talented individuals cannot progress far on the path of martial arts without sufficient resources. As Li Yu walked, she introduced Li Mu, and soon they arrived at the venue of the Martial Arts Society. The society was located on the lower floor of a teaching building, occupying a significant portion of that level. Only exceptionally outstanding students are granted entry into the society. Those who do not meet the criteria simply lack the qualifications to join. Upon entering, they found many members already gathered, some engaged in discussions about martial arts, while others practiced their techniques. Li Yu clapped her hands vigorously. All right, everyone gather around. Today, we have a new member joining our martial arts society. This is Li Mu, a freshman, and he will officially become our vice president. She announced loudly. Vice president? How can a freshman hold such a position? Our society has 1 president and 3 vice presidents, all of whom are among the top 10 students in their grade. The president is one of the top 10 star students in the school. What qualifications does a freshman have to be vice president? Did you not hear clearly? This freshman is Li Mu, the one who defeated Wang Chuandong. What is wrong with having such a talented newcomer as vice president? What? He is Li Mu? The members of the Martial Arts Society swiftly gathered around, curiosity etched on their faces. Li Mu's reputation at the school had grown significantly. His girlfriend is the most beautiful student at Rongqing's premier cultivation school, Xia Chuan, and he had famously defeated the star student Wang Chuandong during the martial arts competition. Now, very few in Rongqing's top martial arts university had not heard of his name. Greetings, Vice President. Upon confirming that the Li Mu before them was indeed the legendary figure, the members of the Martial Arts Society bowed slightly in unison. Hello, everyone. We are all members of the same society now. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Li Mu nodded and said, Junior, this is the Vice President's order. Should you require anything, you can summon the members of the Martial Arts Society to assist you, and they cannot refuse. Li Yu handed him a black token-like object as she spoke. To one's astonishment, the Vice President of the Martial Arts Society possesses such authority. If he were to take a fancy to a beauty within the club, could he not simply wield this token and act as he pleases? However, such a course of action was far beneath Li Mu. He accepted the token and nonchalantly tucked it away. Sister, trouble has arisen. Members of the Magic Martial Academy have attacked, and they have severely injured junior sister Li Qin. At that moment, a bloodied member of the Martial Arts Society stumbled in, crying out in despair. What? Li Yu's expression changed instantly. Li Qin was her younger sister, a prodigy in martial arts. She had been specially recruited by the foremost martial arts university of Rongqing, advancing directly from middle school to university. Although she was currently in her 2nd year, she was younger than Li Mu. With her A-rank martial arts talent, Li Qin had always been under Li Yu's protection, and it was unthinkable that she would be harmed today. The scoundrels from the Magic Martial Academy have gone too far. Our members have suffered injuries at their hands before. This time, we cannot let them off lightly. Gather everyone. We shall confront the Magic Martial Academy today. Upon hearing that the youngest junior sister had been gravely harmed, the members of the Martial Arts Society were immediately stirred into action. Li Mu's expression darkened. It was excessive for the large institution of the Magic Martial Academy to bully a young girl, not to mention that Wei Tian was the vice president of that academy, which left Li Mu with an inherent disdain for them. Where are they? Li Yu rushed forward, supporting the injured student with urgency. You needn't search for them. We have arrived. Li Yu, is your sister not a genius? Her strength seems rather lacking. Just then, the door of the Martial Arts Society was kicked open, and a pale, small figure was unceremoniously thrown at Li Yu's feet. Sister, Li Yu cried out upon recognizing the small figure and rushed to her side. This petite figure, though not as tall as Li Yu, possessed an adorable visage, with skin as smooth as jade and an exquisite physique. At that moment, her complexion was pale, exuding an aura of vulnerability. This little beauty had yet to blossom fully. In 2 or 3 years, she would surely possess an enchanting allure. Xiaoqin, how are you? Li Yu asked anxiously. Sister, my stomach hurts so much. Li Qin opened her eyes, her delicate face contorted in pain. Your martial arts. Have they been ruined? Li Yu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Li Qin. Using her inner energy, she examined her sister's body and discovered that Li Qin's meridians were in disarray. Such a condition indicated either a demonic deviation or the complete destruction of her martial arts. Her dantian has been shattered. Li Mu placed his hand on Li Qin's abdomen, sensing her condition with his own energy. The mainframe also emitted a barely perceptible glow as it scanned her body, and Li Qin's physical data promptly appeared in Li Mu's mind. Though still young, Li Qin had already attained the 3rd tier of Xian level, signifying a promising future. Yet, with her dantian destroyed, it would mean the end for a typical martial artist. Luo Tian, you have harmed your fellow disciples, crippled your classmates' martial arts, and violated the school's prohibitions. You deserve to die? Li Yu's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot veins as she roared and charged at the man entering the martial arts society. Bang! With a fist against a palm, Li Yu let out a muffled groan, blood appearing at the corner of her mouth as she staggered backward, while the man who had engaged with her merely swayed slightly, showing no signs of movement. Ha ha ha! Li Yu, your strength remains at the 2nd rank of the Xian level, with no improvement whatsoever. You are truly worthless. I tell you, I, Luo Tian, have officially stepped into the Earth level as a 1st-rank powerhouse. Today, I have come to flatten your martial arts society. And that fellow named Li Mu. Get out here and kneel. You dare to injure my brother Chu Xinghan's subordinate? If you do not suffer today, you will not realize the extent of my power. Chapter 63. Deserving of death. Luo Tian was brimming with confidence, not caring at all about crippling Li Qin, for he was now a 1st-rank powerhouse at the Earth level. Although he had just entered this tier, he was barely qualified to compete for a spot among the top 10-star students. An Earth-level powerhouse within the confines of Rome City could be said to have 1 foot in the upper echelons of society. Had Luo Tian remained a Xian-level warrior, he would certainly face severe punishment for incapacitating a talented classmate. However, being an Earth-level powerhouse changed the game. As long as he did not commit heinous acts that would provoke widespread outrage, he would escape severe consequences. Would the school truly punish a genius student who had just ascended to the Earth level for the sake of a cripple? Such a notion was utterly implausible. The Demon Martial Academy would surely protect him, and this was the very foundation of Luo Tian's audacity. Upon witnessing Li Yu's defeat, the members of the Strong Martial Academy's martial arts society were filled with both shock and fury, yet they dared not act. Luo Tian was an Earth-level powerhouse, and it would be effortless for him to sweep them aside unless the president of their society personally intervened. However, the president, Li Luohan, was currently outside the Rome City stronghold undergoing trials and was not present in the society. Despair etched on their faces. The members of the Martial Arts Society wondered if they were destined to be humiliated by the Demon Martial Academy today. Are you calling for me? Li Mu slowly stood up, looking at Luo Tian, and inquired. You are Li Mu? Are you the one who injured my brother Chu Xinghan's subordinate, Wang Xiong? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and coldly asked. Once a subordinate of Chu Xinghan himself, Luo Tian had now attained the status of an Earth-level powerhouse, placing him on a more equal footing with Chu Xinghan, no longer a mere follower. Luo Tian had heard of Li Mu's name. The tale of defeating Wang Chuandong with a single finger was legendary, while it was plausible that he had indeed bested Wang Chuandong. The notion of defeating him with a mere finger was laughable, merely a case of embellishment. Luo Tian was not convinced. He was well aware of Wang Chuandong's strength. Having battled him before, how could a freshman possibly defeat him with just a finger, no matter how monstrous their talent might be? So what if I did? Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Since you have struck today, consider yourself unfortunate. How audacious of you to injure even a subordinate of my brother, Chu Xinghan. What are you still standing there for? Kneel and apologize at once. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy as he commanded coldly. The members of the Strong Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society clenched their fists tightly, feeling that Luo Tian was being excessively tyrannical. Not only did he come to their doorstep, but he also demanded that their vice president kneel, which was an egregious insult to their society and to Li Mu. Hey, did you hear that? Our brother Luo demands your apology. They shouted arrogantly, showing no regard for Li Mu. You'd better kneel quickly, or you'll face the wrath of our brother Luo. Li Mu, however, paid no heed to these petty figures from the Demon Martial Academy, completely ignoring them. Did you injure a member of the Strong Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society? He asked Luo Tian with an expression devoid of emotion. Are you blind? So what if I did? Luo Tian crossed his arms and sneered. Is this young lady also a victim of your actions? Li Mu pointed at the incapacitated Li Qin. Of course she is. What do you want? Luo Tian replied dismissively. I want nothing. I simply wish to kill you. Li Mu said slowly, shaking his head. His intent to slay a formidable opponent sounded as trivial as a mundane task. With just you? You dare threaten my life? Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Let us not even discuss whether Li Mu possessed the strength to kill him. This was the first martial arts university in Rome City, where there were strict regulations against lethal dueling outside the arena, punishable by the forfeiture of martial arts privileges. What audacity did Li Mu have to consider killing him? It was utterly preposterous. Has this fool lost his mind? He thinks he can kill Brother Luo? He must be insane. He should be sent straight to a lunatic asylum. Not only did the members of the Demon Martial Academy find Li Mu's words absurd, but even the Martial Arts Society members were left dumbfounded, regarding him as a madman. In the campus of Rome City's first martial arts university, it was common to injure other students, but never had anyone actually killed another. Even if Li Mu were a prodigious genius, should he dare to kill Luo Tian, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. You truly are oblivious to the danger you're in. However, you have successfully provoked me. While I may not have the courage to kill you, I will ensure you share the same fate as Li Qin, becoming a mere shell of your former self. Luo Tian roared as he charged toward Li Mu, a formidable aura emanating from him, the might of a first-grade Earth-level martial artist surging forth. The formidable strength of a first-tier master in the realm of martial arts is approximately between 50,000 to 80,000 kilograms. Luo Tiangang's full-powered strike nears the upper limit of this spectrum, approaching 80,000 kilograms, thereby brushing against the threshold of a second-tier master. In contrast, Luo Tian has only recently achieved the status of a first-tier master, and his utmost strike barely reaches 50,000 kilograms. Luo Gu has made his move. This lad is surely doomed. I doubt he will dare to boast any further. This fool is courting death. Had this been outside the academy, he would have been a prime target for a beating. Fortune smiles upon him as he finds himself within school grounds. Luo Gu, teach this brat a lesson and let him understand the might of our martial arts academy. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's aggression, the students of the martial arts academy erupted in cheers, envisioning the moment when Li Mu would be rendered powerless, begging for mercy. Kneel before me, roared Luo Tian, as he lunged forward with explosive speed, appearing directly in front of Li Mu, delivering a fierce slap aimed at his head. Watch out, Li screamed, having just sparred with Luo Tian and fully aware of his formidable strength. Among all the students at the top martial arts university in Rome City, those who surpassed Luo Tian in strength could be counted on one hand, possibly even fewer. As a student of the martial arts university, to cripple a fellow student and disregard the bond of comradeship is an egregious act. He deserves to die. With overwhelming force, Luo Tian brought his hand down. But Li Mu, with a mere flick of his wrist, effortlessly grasped Luo Tian's hand. What? A look of disbelief washed over Luo Tian's face. As a master of the earth level, even if he could not shatter Li Mu's skull with a single blow, he should at least inflict severe injury. How could his hand be so easily captured by Li Mu? Crack! In the next moment, Luo Tian felt a surge of blood gushing from his hand, as an excruciating pain radiated from his fingers. In that instant, he comprehended the grim reality. His hand had been crushed. Chapter 64. The Great Battle with Chu Xinghan. Luo Tian's prowess, while formidable within the ranks of the top martial arts university in Rome City, was still limited. Though he exerted all his strength, his mightiest punch barely reached 50,000 kilograms, while Li Mu, without even employing his energy, could unleash a punch of pure physical force equivalent to that of a third-tier master, a staggering 100,000 kilograms. In light of such disparity, Luo Tian was utterly defenseless before Li Mu. Spare me, do not kill me. With his hand crushed, Luo Tian finally succumbed to fear. Realizing that the legendary tale of Li Mu defeating Wang Chuandong with a mere finger was indeed true. Li Mu's strength eclipsed not only Wang Chuandong's, but also his own. Li Mu, do not take a life. Li Yu, snapping out of her shock, called out urgently. However, Li Mu remained unfazed, and she could only watch in horror as he twisted his hand with a sickening crack, snapping Luo Tian's neck. Even in death, Disbelief lingered on Luo Tian's face. He had never anticipated that Li Mu possessed such immense strength and would dare to kill him within the confines of the academy. Luo Ge is dead. This lad has truly slain Luo Ge. His strength is utterly terrifying. Even Rog, who has already ascended to the ranks of Earth-level powerhouses, is no match for him. This matter must be reported to the Dean, who should intervene and mete out punishment. The individuals from the Demon Martial Academy trembled in fear. Utterly unwilling to gaze upon the Reaper, Li Mu. One by one, they turned and fled in panic. For Li Mu truly had the audacity to take lives within the school, rendering their presence here perilous. In the blink of an eye, the once aggressive group had vanished without a trace. Li Mu, you have stirred up trouble. Luo Tian is already an Earth-level powerhouse. You have killed him, and the school will undoubtedly punish you severely. Li Yu exclaimed anxiously. Luo Tian deserved his fate. Moreover, would the school offend me for his sake? Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The more powerful one is, the greater their influence. While Luo Tian indeed possessed remarkable talent to become an Earth-level powerhouse, Li Mu's ability to slay him mere moments after enrolling speaks volumes of his superiority in strength and aptitude. Even if Li Mu has gravely violated school regulations, can the Academy truly forsake a prodigious talent like him for Luo Tian's transgressions? That would be utterly inconceivable. Since the people from the Demon Martial Academy have shown their hand this morning, I shall take the opportunity to flatten their academy, allowing those who wish to provoke me to reconsider their capabilities. Li Mu seized Luo Tian's lifeless body and strode purposefully toward the Martial Arts Society. Once I have leveled the Martial Arts Society of the Demon Martial Academy, I shall return to heal your sister. What? You can heal my sister? Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon radiated with uncontainable joy as she eagerly pressed for details. Indeed, while others may fail to heal Li Qin, the Star Destroyer will undoubtedly have a solution. Presently, what shall we do? The members of the Martial Arts Society at the Strong Martial Academy looked at Li Yu, bewildered. Their new vice president was astonishingly formidable, having not only slain Luo Tian, but also intending to dismantle the Martial Arts Society of the Demon Martial Academy. This was beyond impressive. We shall follow and support President Li. Li Yu gritted her teeth, instructing a member of the Strong Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society to report this matter to Wu Kuan. She then lifted Li Qin and rushed after Li Mu toward the Demon Martial Academy, with other members of the Strong Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society following in a grand procession. Rog had successfully advanced to the ranks of Earth-level powerhouses and had just led a group to the Strong Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society to seek retribution against those individuals. Meanwhile, within the Martial Arts Society of the Demon Martial Academy, a group of members was gathered, engaging in idle chatter, many casting furtive glances at the striking figure in the center of the arena. Numerous female members of the society occasionally stole glances at him, their eyes reflecting admiration. This handsome figure was none other than Chu Xinghan, one of the top 10-star students of Rongqing's first martial arts university. Previously, Li Yu had offended Rog, and now that he had become an Earth-level powerhouse, he would undoubtedly seek to trouble her. With the formidable prowess of Luo Ge, who could possibly stand against him in the absence of Li Luohan, the president of the Martial Arts Society at the Strong Martial Academy? Those fellows would undoubtedly be left in disarray, and henceforth, they would probably avoid us like the plague upon encountering us at school. This is a foregone conclusion. However, Senior Chu seems to be in exceptionally good spirits today, even taking the time to guide our new members in their training. Suddenly, another member of the Martial Arts Society interjected. Of course, the registration for the 10 Forts League selection competition has begun today. Our Rongqing stronghold will ultimately secure 5 spots. It seems Senior Chu is quite confident about this opportunity, which explains his elation. 5 spots. Not only must we compete against others from our school, but also against the Taoist Academy. Securing even 1 spot would be a testament to one's strength and talent, which is no small feat. Bang! As the members of the Martial Arts Society were conversing, a tremendous noise erupted at the entrance, and the entire door was flung into the room. Who is Chu Xinghan? The somewhat slender figure of Li Mu slowly stepped inside, casually inquiring. You, who the hell are you to come causing trouble in our martial arts society? A robust man, resembling a bear in stature, abruptly stood up with a hostile expression, striding directly toward Li Mu. Bang! Without even glancing at the man, Li Mu flicked his wrist, and the corpse of Luo Tian shot forth like a cannonball, crashing violently into the brute. The formidable man stood no chance against the immense force contained within Luo Tian's corpse. He let out a horrified scream as his bones shattered, not knowing how many he had broken, and was sent flying alongside the body of Luo Tian. Luo Gu. Luo Gu is dead. This brat killed Luo Gu. The members of the Martial Arts Society at the Magic Martial Academy were all stunned, with some timid individuals even shrieking in terror at the sight of Luo Tian's corpse. Luo Tian. Chu Xinghan strode over, reaching out to check Luo Tian's pulse. His expression darkened suddenly as he fixed a cold gaze upon Li Mu and asked, "Did you kill him? He harmed a fellow student and crippled his martial arts. What problem is there in my taking his life?" Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Such arrogance. Even if he had crippled a fellow student's martial arts and violated school regulations, it is the school's duty to punish him. Who do you think you are to dare kill him? Chu Xinghan, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Li Mu. And who do you think you are? Do I need to explain my actions to you, Li Mu? Li Mu's gaze turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. You dare speak to Senior Chu in such a manner. Senior Chu, please take action to avenge Luo Gu. He killed Luo Gu. No one would dare speak ill of us if we were to eliminate him. The members of the Martial Arts Society at the Magic Martial Academy were instantly stirred, each one shouting with fervor. Chapter 65. The winds of change. You are exceedingly arrogant. If I do not kill you today, I would be remiss to the slain disciple Luo Tian. Do you dare to battle me in the arena? Chu Xinghan coldly regarded Li Mu and declared, if you possess the courage, step onto the arena and face me. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable prowess of our Demon Martial Academy. Since you dared to slay Luo Gu, do not falter in confronting me. Should you ascend to the stage, we shall deem you a true hero. The members of the Martial Arts Society promptly rallied in support. Vice President, please do not engage in the duel. It is a trap devised by Chu Xinghan. Do not be deceived. The representatives from the strong Martial Academy urged. Li Mu, on the arena, the only distinction is between life and death, not victory or defeat. Once you step up, it becomes a battle to the death, devoid of any referee's protection. You must avoid facing Chu Xinghan. Li Mu's companion, Li Yu, implored anxiously. The current arena battles had transcended mere competitions of skill. They had evolved into brutal tests of combat capabilities. In real combat, adversaries would not hold back. And once on the stage, neither side would show mercy. However, during tournaments, to safeguard the participants, formidable individuals served as referees, striving to intervene at critical moments to preserve life, as the competitors hailed from various strongholds, and minimizing internal conflict among human factions was paramount. A balance was sought between realism and the preservation of strength. Yet, at this moment, there were no powerful referees present. Once one set foot on the arena, the outcome would likely be either death or severe injury. Fear not, he is no match for me. If you wish to enter the arena, I shall meet you there. Li Mu turned and smiled at Li Yu before addressing Chu Xinghan with an air of indifference. Very well, since you do not oppose, I, Chu Xinghan, shall engage you. Li Mu, in battle today? Chu Xinghan remarked, casting a deep glance at Li Mu before striding to the center of the field, his voice cold and resolute. A duel did not necessarily require a designated stage. As long as both parties agreed, they could adhere to the rules of arena combat. Upon reaching the center, the Martial Arts Society erupted with cheers from the female members. Standing tall and handsome, endowed with considerable strength, Chu Xinghan ranked 10th among the school's top 10-star students, a quintessential embodiment of height, strength, and charm, capturing the admiration of countless female students. In contrast, aside from the members of the strong Martial Academy, no one held faith in Li Mu, who was merely a freshman. Chu Xinghan was undeniably one of the most illustrious students in the first martial arts university of Rongqing, rendering any comparison between them utterly futile. You are not deserving of death. I shall spare you today. However, from this day forth, I demand that your Demon Martial Academy members steer clear of our strong Martial Academy. Li Mu stated calmly as he positioned himself directly opposite Chu Xinghan. This boy is far too arrogant. Does he not realize that our Demon Martial Academy stands at the pinnacle of the 4 major academies? A voice from the crowd urged. Chu, this boy is presumptuous. Please ensure you teach him a severe lesson. Even if you do not slay him, render him incapable of martial arts, leaving him as a mere shell. The members of the Magic Martial Academy were instantly enraged, their voices rising in furious protest. You think we will divert our path for you? I shall see if you possess such capability. With a darkened countenance, Chu Xinghan abruptly surged forward, charging directly at Li Mu. Chu Xinghan had always been a figure of immense pride, seldom finding anyone worthy of his attention within the academy. Although Li Mu had garnered considerable renown, being hailed as a genius with Class A extraordinary talent, Chu Xinghan regarded him with disdain. In a flash, Chu Xinghan accelerated, appearing before Li Mu in mere strides, his fist striking out with the force of a cannonball aimed directly at Li Mu's body. The air was pierced by a shrill whistle as a formidable gust rushed forth, the overwhelming aura causing many within the martial society to change countenance in alarm. Li Mu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Chu Xinghan was deserving of his status as one of the top 10-star students of Rongqing's foremost martial university. His strength was perilously close to the second tier of Earth-level combat, with his punches might nearing a staggering 80,000 kilograms. Such prowess, had Li Mu not acquired the Star Destroyer, would have been unattainable for him in a lifetime. Alas, in the present moment, Chu Xinghan's strength was insufficient. "Brother Chu is so handsome. Defeat this brat," a female member of the martial society exclaimed. With Chu Xinghan's prowess nearing the second tier, it was evident that none among the top 10-star students were to be trifled with. One could only wonder if Li Mu could withstand the impending onslaught. Li Yu's eyes brimmed with concern, her fists clenched unconsciously. With a decisive motion, Li Mu reached out and grasped Chu Xinghan's fist as he launched his attack. How is this possible? Chu Xinghan's expression shifted dramatically, and with an enraged roar, he unleashed another fist, striking fiercely at Li Mu. In the span of 2 breaths, Chu Xinghan executed 12 consecutive punches, each aimed at Li Mu. Yet, each blow was effortlessly deflected by Li Mu, none landing upon him. This transpired in the blink of an eye, yet the members of the martial society were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that Chu Xinghan's formidable and forceful strikes were so easily thwarted. "You'd best unleash all your abilities, otherwise, you shall find no opportunity to do so later," Li Mu remarked coolly. "Arrogant. Prepare to witness my true capabilities." Chu Xinghan's pupils constricted sharply as he roared, summoning a nearby member of the martial society who swiftly tossed him a formidable 9-ring broadsword. Chu Xinghan's greatest strength did not lie solely in the 12 beast forms fist of Rongqing's foremost martial university, but rather in his family's ancestral technique, the 5-tiger breaking doorblade. Before the great catastrophe, his lineage had been a branch of a true martial family, preserving the art of the 5-tiger breaking doorblade. After the cataclysm, the rapid advancement of martial arts in Huaxia can be attributed to the existence of the true martial lineage. It is merely that those true warriors lacked sufficient spiritual energy for cultivation, rendering them not as formidable as the legends suggest. Moreover, they have long concealed themselves from the world, making them entirely unknown and inaccessible to ordinary people. The 5 tigers breaking the doorblade is a second-tier martial art of the Xian level, surpassing the first-tier dragon-shaped fist. "White tiger leaps the ravine," Chu Xinghan bellowed, as the great blade in his hand sliced down with ferocious might. Within the glimmer of the blade, a fierce tiger seemed to leap forth, lunging directly at Li Mu with the intent to rend him asunder. Quite intriguing, yet still insufficient. "Let me show you the might of my fist." Storm and cloud move. Li Mu inhaled slightly and unleashed a tremendous punch. Chapter 66. Wei Tian takes action. As Li Mu's fist struck, an overwhelming sense of change enveloped the martial arts society, extinguishing the tiger shadow within Chu Xinghan's blade light in an instant. His countenance transformed in shock. "This is not good." Chu Xinghan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily positioned his great blade before him. In the next moment, Li Mu's fist shattered the blade's light and struck mercilessly against the solid steel of the sword. The heavy blade was obliterated with a single blow, and Li Mu's fist then collided with the arms Chu Xinghan had raised in defense. Boom. Crack. Chu Xinghan's arms were shattered by Li Mu's punch, sending his entire body hurtling backward for over 10 meters, where he crashed heavily against a table in the martial arts society, shattering it to pieces before coming to a halt. Chu Xinghan fell unconscious without a sound, having been defeated with a single strike. The sheer power of Li Mu's punch was terrifying, plunging the entire martial arts society into an absolute silence. Both the members of the Magic Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society and those from the Strong Martial Academy gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Chu Xinghan was one of the top 10-star students of Rongqing Martial University, renowned for his formidable strength and his family's legacy of the 5 tigers breaking the doorblade. No one expected him to be so easily vanquished. What manner of freshman is this? Regrettably, I have only just begun my journey in the complete martial arts. The storm and cloud move technique has yet to unleash its full potential. Li Mu mused, glancing at his fist and shaking his head slightly. He then turned to the others in the Magic Martial Academy's Martial Arts Society and calmly inquired, "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" The members of the Magic Martial Academy Society fell into a profound silence, none daring to meet Li Mu's gaze. His single punch had obliterated the confidence of everyone present. If even Chu Xinghan could not withstand a single blow from Li Mu, what chance did they have? Thus, it would be prudent for the Magic Martial Academy to temper their arrogance in the future, Li Mu remarked coolly. At that moment, a shadow darted swiftly behind him, launching a fierce punch toward his back. Li Mu's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively retaliated with a punch of his own. A surge of formidable power erupted forth, causing Li Mu's form to sway slightly as he took 3 substantial steps forward to regain his balance, while the assailant was similarly forced back 3 steps. Wei Tian. Li Mu turned abruptly, his eyes narrowing in an instant. The assailant was none other than Wei Tian, the Vice Dean of the Magic Martial Academy. Ever since he had slain Wei Tian's illegitimate son, Wei Hu, Li Mu had remained vigilant against Wei Tian. However, he had not anticipated that Wei Tian would bide his time until now to strike. Li Mu, you have harmed a fellow student and injured Chu Xinghan. In representation of the Academy, I hereby declare that you are condemned to death. Today, I shall take your life to avenge Luo Tian. Wei Tian proclaimed with an air of righteous indignation. Within the confines of the Academy, even teachers and elders could not easily harm students, particularly one as talented as Li Mu. Wei Tian needed a valid justification for killing Li Mu to evade subsequent retribution from the Academy. Luo Tian brought his downfall upon himself by recklessly incapacitating a fellow student. My conflict with Chu Xinghan was a matter of the arena. My choice to spare him was out of camaraderie. As an elder, your judgment is clouded, and if you wish to take my life, I doubt you possess the capability. Li Mu retorted coldly. Li Mu, not only have you slain Luo Tian, but you have also dispatched Wei Hu and Wang Fei. Wei Hu and Wang Fei followed you from the Rong City stronghold, yet you returned alone while they vanished without a trace. How can you assert that you are not responsible for their demise? Wei Tian shouted with a menacing glare. Wei Hu was Wei Tian's most cherished illegitimate son, and over the years, Wei Tian had secretly bestowed countless cultivation resources upon him. The realization that Wei Hu had been killed by Li Mu was a bitter pill for Wei Tian to swallow. If he could not exact revenge, how could he quell the fury in his heart? If you have evidence to prove that I killed Wei Hu and Wang Fei, present it. Without evidence, your words hold no weight. Li Mu sneered defiantly. You damned brat. Even in the absence of evidence, today I shall end your life. Wei Tian, having awaited this opportunity, was not about to let it slip away, especially considering the profound trepidation Li Mu's strength instilled in him. He feared that if he delayed any longer, he would no longer be a match for Li Mu. Li Mu regarded Wei Tian with a grave expression. Wei Tian was a formidable third-tier Earth Realm warrior, arguably the strongest adversary Li Mu had encountered thus far. A third-tier Earth Realm warrior possesses an initial punch force of 100,000 kilograms, while a first-tier Heaven Realm warrior begins at 200,000 kilograms. Although a newly initiated third-tier Earth Realm warrior might wield around 100,000 kilograms of punch force, Wei Tian, being a seasoned third-tier Earth Realm warrior, likely approached 200,000 kilograms. Without the dragon armor, Li Mu was uncertain he could contend with Wei Tian. You shall perish. Wei Tian roared, fiercely stamping his foot against the ground, which instantly bore a distinct footprint upon the heavy stone surface. Seizing the rebound force, Wei Tian charged directly at Li Mu. The members of the Martial Arts Society from the Strong Martial Academy looked ashen, while those from the Magic Martial Academy displayed expressions of wild elation. Despite Li Mu's prowess as a genius capable of defeating Chu Xinghan, how could he possibly stand against a vice dean? However, at that moment, someone suddenly surged forth from the side. Wei Tian, how dare you have the audacity to attempt murder within the academy? Bang! With a resounding clash, Wei Tian's dragon form collided with a fierce tiger, resulting in a devastating stalemate. Wei Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his footing, while his opponent retreated only 3. The darkness descended upon Wei Tian's countenance. Heavenly Grade 1. Wu Kuan, have you truly ascended to the ranks of heavenly power? He spoke with evident displeasure. The individual who had arrived at this critical moment was none other than Elder Wu Kuan of the Strong Martial Academy. Both Wu Kuan and Wei Tian had once served as vice principals, their strengths comparable. Yet, while Wei Tian struggled to break through the third tier of Earth grade and enter the heavenly grade, Wu Kuan had evidently surpassed that threshold. My Tiger Fist had its shortcomings, but thanks to Li Mu's guidance, I refined it during my seclusion and finally broke through to the heavenly grade 1. Wu Kuan proclaimed, Li Mu and I share a bond of both mentorship and friendship. If you wish to harm him, you must first reckon with me. The onlookers of the Martial Arts Society were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at Li Mu. The members of the Strong Martial Academy, however, regarded him with fervent admiration. With Li Mu among them, the prospect of their academy's resurgence seemed bright. Again, it's you? Wei Tian's cold, seething gaze fell upon Li Mu, hatred emanating from his eyes. Wu Kuan, Li Mu killed Luo Tian at school. Luo Tian had already reached the Earth grade and was no ordinary student. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall not hesitate to take this matter to the principal. Chapter 67. Healing Li Qin. I am well aware of Luo Tian's situation. His actions in crippling a fellow student's martial arts warrant his demise. Though Li Mu's approach was harsh, it can be understood. Wu Kuan stated gravely. As for his conflict with Chu Xinghan, it was a competition. Fatalities are an inherent risk. That Chu Xinghan survived is a testament to Li Mu's restraint. In the confrontation between Li Mu and Chu Xinghan, although the latter was injured, Li Mu bore no responsibility. His only transgression was perhaps being somewhat excessive in addressing Luo Tian's matter. I shall impose a penalty of 6 months' supply of Qi blood pills upon him as a disciplinary measure. Wu Kuan declared. Is 6 months' worth of Qi blood pills truly sufficient to atone for Luo Tian's life? Wei Tian shouted angrily. Before Li Mu's enrollment, he had already won 1,000 Qi blood pills from Wu Kuan, and Wei Tian knew all too well that Li Mu lacked for nothing in that regard. Wu Kuan's punishment was clearly intended to humiliate him. If you are dissatisfied, you may take your grievances to the principal. Should you remain unconvinced, I, Wu Kuan, am more than willing to engage you in a duel to settle this matter. Wu Kuan replied coldly. Are you resolute in your defense of this boy? Wei Tian's demeanor darkened, a malevolent expression overtaking his features. Li Mu is my student, and we share a bond of mentorship and friendship. I will protect him without hesitation. Wu Kuan declared unwaveringly. Wei Tian's aura surged violently, veins bulging on his face as he glared at Wu Kuan with ferocity. The atmosphere within the Martial Arts Society grew tense, for the conflict between the two vice principals was beyond the realm of ordinary students to intervene. Very well, Wu Kuan. I shall remember this debt. This matter will not be dismissed lightly. After fixating a fierce gaze on Wu Kuan for a moment, Wei Tian shot a menacing glance at Li Mu before striding away, barely sparing a glance at the corpse of Luo Tian or the injured Chu Xinghan. The deaths of Luo Tian and the injury of Chu Xinghan were merely pretexts for Wei Tian. He cared little for their fates. Wei Tian was acutely aware that although Li Mu's act of killing Luo Tian violated school regulations, it was Luo Tian who first crippled Li Qin's martial arts, thus providing Li Mu with justifiable grounds for his actions. Moreover, given Li Mu's remarkable talent, which had even drawn the attention of the military, any punishment from the school would likely amount to nothing more than a mere reprimand. Such is the stark reality of this world, unvarnished and candid. As for Chu Xinghan, it was even less consequential. In the arena, death was an inherent risk, and anyone daring to step onto the stage must be prepared for the worst. Wei Tian's attempts to exploit these circumstances to bring Li Mu down were utterly futile. Everyone disperse. Take Chu Xinghan for medical treatment and notify the logistics department to handle Luo Tian's body. The rest of you may return to your duties. Wu Kuan commanded in a grave tone. Most members of the Martial Arts Society dared not linger, hastily obeying Wu Kuan's orders. Xiaomu, you acted too impulsively. Wei Tian will not let this go. You must not leave the school for the time being, as danger lurks. Once the crowd had thinned, Wu Kuan turned to Li Mu with a serious expression. Wei Tian possessed strength nearing the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, and should he confront Li Mu, the latter would be in peril. It's all right. I am not afraid of Wei Tian. Li Mu shook his head resolutely. With his current capabilities, he might not defeat Wei Tian without the dragon armor, but once he donned it, Wei Tian would likely prove no match for him. Confidence is commendable, and I believe that within half a year to a year, you may indeed surpass Wei Tian. However, until your strength is fully realized, you must exercise caution. Wu Kuan advised. Rest assured, Elder, I understand. Li Mu nodded, opting not to elaborate further, as the situation was difficult to articulate. Li Mu. My sister Li Qin has been reluctant to leave. Li Yu interjected anxiously. Her Dantian has been destroyed. Such an injury is exceedingly difficult to treat, and she may never practice martial arts again. Nevertheless, you have avenged her. Wu Kuan lamented. Li Qin had once been a prodigious student at the Strong Martial Academy, and Wu Kuan had high hopes for her. It was a bitter disappointment that she had been rendered powerless within the school, and he felt a profound sorrow. Yet there was little the institution could do for a destroyed Dantian. I can treat this injury. Let us return to the Strong Martial Academy. Li Mu declared resolutely. You can treat it? Wu Kuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Li Yu hurriedly followed Li Mu and their companions back to the Strong Martial Academy. After a brief treatment, Li Qin lay weakly in the resting room, her condition having been only superficially managed by the school's infirmary, which was ill-equipped to do more. As Wu Kuan inquired with skepticism about the treatment for a damaged Dantian, he acknowledged that while such injuries were not exceedingly common, they had occurred before. Historically, the school had lacked effective methods for addressing this ailment, and the outside world offered little in terms of solutions as well. The challenge of repairing a Dantian was indeed formidable. I have a solution, everyone else, please leave. Only Li Yu should stay, Li Mu declared. Wait outside. Wu Kuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was inappropriate for everyone to linger and watch as he tended to a female patient. Li Mu, how will you treat my sister? Li Yu asked anxiously once the room was cleared, leaving only herself, Li Qin, and Li Mu in the lounge. Brotherly, can you really cure me? Li Qin murmured, her pale face revealing a flicker of hope as she gazed at Li Mu. Yes, simply lift her clothing. And I will handle the rest, Li Mu instructed. Lift her clothing? Hesitation crossed Li Yu's features, yet after a moment of deliberation, she steeled herself and gradually raised Li Qin's upper garment, unveiling her soft, fair abdomen. A faint blush appeared on Li Qin's pallid face, her delicate hands fidgeting as she averted her gaze, unable to look at Li Mu. Li Mu, taken aback, noted that despite Li Qin's petite stature, her proportions were remarkable: long legs, a slender waist, and a graceful bust. Her smooth, pale abdomen, revealed beneath the clothing, bore no excess flesh, presenting her as a modest yet captivating beauty. As Li Mu's hand made contact with Li Qin's abdomen, she trembled, gripping the sheets tightly as beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, even the tip of her nose turning pink. Do not be anxious. Relax, he reassured, feeling a surge of warmth ignite within him as he inhaled deeply to quell his restlessness. He then began to probe Li Qin's abdomen with his chi, commanding the starship's mainframe to deploy micro-nanobots into her body. Brotherly, my stomach feels warm, Li Qin shyly whispered. Everything will be all right shortly. Li Mu smiled back at her. The micro-nanobots, operating at the cellular level, were imperceptible to Li Qin, even as they entered her body. Chapter 68. The first combat robot, the mainframe-controlled microbots, infiltrated Li Qin's body. While human technology could not detect the existence of the Dantian, this posed no challenge for the mainframe. The nanobots, smaller than cells, swiftly commenced the repair of Li Qin's damaged Dantian, and soon, signs of restoration began to manifest. With the technological prowess of Atlantis, they had essentially conquered all diseases. Although not of the same life form, human ailments posed minimal challenges for them. However, the starship was not a specialized medical vessel and was equipped with only the most basic medical apparatus. Even so, the starship is more than capable of resolving most of humanity's medical dilemmas. The nanobots swiftly mended Li Qin's damaged Dantian, and once restored, the erratic energy within her began to stabilize. I feel as though I am rejuvenating. Li Qin attempted to channel her internal energy and was astonished to discover that she could once again harness it. The Dantian is the source of energy cultivation. If it is destroyed, one is essentially rendered incapable of controlling their internal energy. The fact that Li Qin could now regulate her energy indicated that her Dantian might have been repaired. It is done. Your Dantian has been restored. Upon the return of the nanobots, Li Mu retracted his hand with a smile. Xiaoqin, are you truly well? Li Yu exclaimed as she hurried over, grasping Li Qin's hand. Sister, I am indeed well. Just take a look. Li Qin joyfully channeled her energy, forming a sphere of it in her palm, her excitement palpable. Thank you, brotherly. Li Qin had initially believed her Dantian to be irreparably damaged, that her martial path had been severed. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune had turned, and her Dantian had been restored. It was merely a small effort. Do not dwell on it. Your Dantian has just been repaired and remains somewhat fragile. So exercise caution during your training. Moderation is key. Li Mu chuckled. Those waiting outside the lounge, having heard the commotion, entered. Wu Kuan reached out to pulse Li Qin's energy, probing her internal state, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It has truly healed. Restoring the Dantian, Xiao Mu. I had no idea you possessed such ability. Wu Kuan exclaimed excitedly. President Li is indeed formidable, not only powerful in martial arts, but also able to heal Li Qin. Simply remarkable. The other senior members of the Martial Arts Society at the Strong Martial Academy gazed at Li Mu in awe. It was merely a stroke of luck. Li Mu humbly replied. Thankfully, Elder Wu did not inquire about the specifics of how he treated Li Qin. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. The news of the assassination of Luo Tian, vice president of the Martial Arts Society, and the severe injury of one of the top 10-star students, Chu Xinghan, at the hands of freshman Li Mu, spread throughout the school in less than half a day. Li Mu's name resonated throughout the first martial arts university of Rongqing, drawing the attention of several prominent figures among the top 10-star students. The entire student body recognized that a genuine prodigy had emerged among the freshmen. Even Chu Xinghan, one of the leading star students, was no match for him. As for the punishment for Li Mu regarding Luo Tian's death, due to mitigating circumstances, as Elder Wu had stated, the school ultimately decided to impose only a fine of half a year's worth of cheap blood pills on Li Mu, with no further penalties. Li Mu was indifferent to this penalty. Now in possession of a first-class residence, he required no ordinary resources from the school, save for a few rare items. The income from the first-class residence was more than sufficient to meet his needs for regular cultivation resources. Master, the Type 1 autonomous defense robot has been successfully manufactured. On the following night, as Li Mu was diligently practicing the art of Shirquan Wudao, the voice of the mainframe unexpectedly resonated. Transmit the image. A surge of joy filled Li Mu's heart as he opened his eyes and responded. In an instant, a radiant blue light materialized before him, coalescing into a luminous screen suspended in midair. Rapidly, this screen revealed a high-tech battle robot, exuding a metallic allure. This formidable robot boasted 4 all-terrain mechanical legs, and atop them rested a rectangular metallic box. The exterior of this box appeared devoid of any visible weaponry, featuring only 2 infrared scanners and a light-sensitive scanner at either end. All of its weaponry was ingeniously concealed within. The infrared scanner could detect any being with a body temperature, while the light-sensitive scanner proved useful for entities indistinguishable from stones or trees. Display the data. Li Mu gazed at the robot, nodding in satisfaction as he continued. Soon, a set of data materialized around the luminous screen. The robot's maximum all-terrain mobility reached an astonishing speed of 120 kilometers per hour, with an armament capacity of 16 missiles and 26,000 high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. In a state of combat readiness, it could remain operational for a month, while in high-intensity combat, it could sustain itself for 2 days. Furthermore, it possessed the capability to harness solar energy for replenishment and was equipped with an enemy identification system, enabling it to autonomously engage all adversaries stored in its database. Such a combat robot was a marvel that humanity might not have been able to create even before the Great Catastrophe, let alone in the present day. Even if the blueprints were handed to the Third Army Corps, they would still be reliant on the Star Destroyer for mass production. Li Mu mused aloud. After reviewing the specifications of the Wu Wei, Li Mu departed from his dormitory, making his way outside the school to test the Wu Wei immediately. Li Gu, where are you off to at this late hour? Zhang Cheng inquired, carrying a meal as he ascended the stairs, coincidentally encountering Li Mu. I'm just stepping out for a bit. I have something to attend to, Li Mu casually replied. Be cautious, Li Gu. I heard that several top students, who are closely associated with Chu Xinghan, have declared their intent to deal with you, seeking revenge for him. Zhang Cheng whispered, lowering his voice. Li Mu chuckled, nodding at Zhang Cheng before exiting the dormitory. He retrieved his flying shuttle from the school parking lot and directed it toward the outskirts of Rong Fortress. By now, night had fallen, and the main gate of Rong Fortress was firmly shut. Even the 2 side gates were locked, with the outer one secured as well. At this hour, very few ventured out unless on urgent military business. The night was a haven for monsters and spirits, and even the majority of demon hunters refrained from spending the night in the wilderness. Those hunters who did not return to Rong Fortress by nightfall would seek refuge in the nearby stronghold, for the outdoors posed an excessive danger. The city gates have been closed. Non-military personnel are prohibited from exiting. As Li Mu's flying shuttle descended, soldiers promptly intercepted him. I have urgent matters to attend to, Li Mu asserted, producing his powerful military token. With the strong martial order, Li Mu is equivalent to an active major in the 3rd Army Corps. Chapter 69. Hunting the Shadow Blood Cat. Yes, Commander, open the door. The soldiers stationed at the city gate meticulously examined the strong martial order, then signaled the soldiers in the adjacent watchroom with a gesture indicating safety. Only then did the soldier press the button, gradually opening the small outer door. In the night, the walls of the Rome fortress shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the fortress's defensive array, primarily designed to ward off malevolent spirits. With such magical formations in place, those phantoms could not breach the walls and enter the fortress. Commander, please be cautious. The soldier saluted Li Mu, who nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the fortress as the side door slowly closed, the darkness completely engulfing everything. A subtle aura of danger began to manifest. In the wilderness, even formidable human beings faced great peril. However, over the years, following numerous wars, truly powerful monsters generally refrained from approaching human fortifications. Unless a great battle commenced, Li Mu felt relatively secure at this moment. He glanced around before striding into the wilds. This is the spot. Li Mu ventured outward for 7 or 8 miles until the illumination from the searchlights atop the walls vanished entirely. He selected a location and deployed a beacon. The beacon, no larger than a button, emitted a faint glow from which a Stargate array was conjured. Mainframe, teleport the Type 1 automatic defense robot to this location. After setting the beacon, Li Mu commanded directly. Affirmative, Master. The voice of the mainframe responded, and in an instant, a colossal robot materialized from the beacon's array. Towering at approximately 5 meters, the robot exuded a metallic aura and immediately assumed a state of alert upon its arrival. The Type 1 automatic defense robot was indeed just as Li Mu remembered from 30 years ago. He leapt onto the robot, examining it closely and nodding in satisfaction. Let the testing commence. Soon, the enormous machine began to advance, its forelegs adept at navigating nearly all terrains, save for the rarest of swamps. Even in water, the Type 1 could maneuver freely. In the darkness, this massive robot moved almost silently. The scent of humanity in the night quickly attracted the attention of various beasts. However, the more powerful the creature, the greater its intelligence tended to be. The ironback wolves and the flying crimson tigers surrounding the Rome fortress caught sight of the gigantic robot from a distance. After lingering for a moment, they gradually retreated. Humans who dared to wander the wilderness at night were predominantly strong individuals, and with the presence of such an unknown colossal entity, the flying crimson tigers and ironback wolves, possessing limited intelligence, opted to observe rather than engage recklessly. It is said that beyond 30 miles of the Rome fortress, one might encounter the Shadow Blood Cat. This distance is nearly reached. Pressing onward, even with the Dragon Armor and Guardian 1, peril lurks ahead. Guardian 1, assume a stealth mode. Li Mu commanded as he surveyed his surroundings, choosing a secluded hollow in the mountains. This hollow is encircled by small hills on 3 sides, with a patch of flat ground within. Lighting a fire, Li Mu settled cross-legged in the hollow. Without a tent, this would have to suffice. Such nocturnal activities are ill-advised for humankind, for the firelight not only fails to repel beasts but also draws dangerous entities closer. This, however, was precisely Li Mu's intention. Sitting in the hollow, time slipped away, the night deepening, filled with various wails and growls echoing through the darkness, which thickened as moments passed. After an uncertain duration, a shadow lunged silently from behind Li Mu, prompting him to open his eyes instantly. With a hum, a blade of light materialized in his hand, a knife forged from the metal of a starship, shaped under immense pressure, wielded with the technique of the 5 Tigers breakthrough blade. Lacking the manual for this technique, Li Mu had nonetheless gleaned fragments of it from his battles with Chu Xinghan, thus acquiring a portion of the 5 Tigers breakthrough blade's proficiency. In an instant, the blade clashed against a pitch-black claw, sharp like a hook. Li Mu felt the blade's weight shift as he maneuvered aside. The fabric of his chest was silently severed, revealing a feline creature larger than a Siberian tiger before him. Enveloped in darkness, it was nearly indistinguishable in the night, save for its pair of crimson eyes glinting with a cruel ferocity. This creature was the Shadow Blood Cat, a high-grade beast of military caliber, among the most formidable of those haunting the outskirts of the Rome fortress. Year after year, Countless demon hunters have met their demise beneath its claws. Li Mu glanced at his alloy knife, noting the 3 distinct nicks marring its surface. The marks of the Shadow Blood Cat's assault. A heavenly grade first-class Shadow Blood Cat. With a steely resolve, he activated the dragon armor, which enveloped him in a flash of technological brilliance. The dragon armor, a biological suit, could be enhanced through the genetics of beasts, the more powerful the beast's lineage. The greater Li Mu's strength and the might of the armor. With a growl, the Shadow Blood Cat sensed a threat emanating from Li Mu, now clad in the dragon armor. Come at me. With the activation of the dragon armor, Li Mu swiftly charged towards the Shadow Blood Cat. In an instant, a flash of crimson light flickered in the cat's eyes, and with a resounding thunderclap, a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, hurtling directly towards Li Mu. Simultaneously, the Shadow Blood Cat silently lunged at him, its icy fangs aimed at his throat. Mastering the power of lightning, Li Mu's expression shifted slightly. Within the Shadow Blood Cat clan, approximately 1 in 10 to 15 individuals possessed the ability to wield lightning. To his surprise, he encountered one today. Tiger form, dragon form. The white tiger leapt across the chasm. A dragon and a tiger manifested instantaneously from Li Mu's being, charging headlong towards the lightning. As the blade in Li Mu's hand shimmered, a streak of blade light cut through the air, with a white tiger also lunging towards the Shadow Blood Cat. Boom! The flash of lightning erupted, shattering the dragon and tiger forms in an instant, striking Li Mu directly. His body stiffened momentarily as the white tiger was instantly torn apart by the Shadow Blood Cat. Its deadly claws reached for Li Mu's chest, while its chilling maw sought his throat. The winds of change stirred. Chapter 70. The First Enhancement. Without hesitation, Li Mu abandoned his weapon, delivering a powerful punch. The first move of the Xian level 9th rank, a complete martial art form. As Li Mu's fist struck, a tempest swirled forth. The Shadow Blood Cat's claws met his fist, but were met with the protection of the dragon armor. 3 faint white marks appeared on the armor. Yet the Shadow Blood Cat let out a mournful cry as its claws shattered instantaneously. Li Mu's punch broke the cat's claws, then landed solidly against its body. Boom! His fist impacted the Shadow Blood Cat, causing its demonic energy to surge violently. With a cry of anguish, the creature was sent flying. The moment it hit the ground, it turned and fled without hesitation. Li Mu observed the fleeing Shadow Blood Cat with a cold smile, opting not to pursue. The creature excelled in stealth and ambush. Moving with blinding speed, it would be challenging for him alone to catch it. Buzzing. Just as the Shadow Blood Cat escaped the valley, a fiery tongue erupted, and a barrage of armor-piercing bullets rained down upon it. Roar. The Shadow Blood Cat emitted a mournful wail as its demonic energy began to dissipate. Although this energy had shielded it from the majority of the bullets, some still broke through, striking the creature directly. The Shadow Blood Cat was knocked over by the fiery onslaught, rapidly altering its course to ascend the nearby hill, continuously evading the attacks from Warrior 1. Warrior 1 emerged from its concealed position, its missile launchers activating as 3 missiles were launched in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 missiles, unable to lock onto the rapidly moving Shadow Blood Cat, landed ahead of it, the explosive shockwave lifting the creature into the air. Buzzing. In midair, the fiery tongue of Warrior 1 engulfed the Shadow Blood Cat, which flailed helplessly like a tattered rag doll suspended above. As the monstrous beast descended, it was drenched in blood, its legs shattered by the assault of the Warrior 1, and its abdomen torn open by armor-piercing rounds. Yet, astonishingly, the creature's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Despite such grievous injuries, it clung to life. The Warrior 1 was capable of contending with a solitary Shadow Blood Cat level beast. And though it might not be able to slay such a creature, it could certainly restrain it. However, 2 Shadow Blood Cats could effortlessly annihilate a single Warrior 1. While the firepower of the Warrior 1 was formidable, it was merely sufficient against the upper echelon of soldier-class beasts. Li Mu gazed upon the ailing Shadow Blood Cat with a heavy heart. The Warrior 1 was indeed a potent weapon, yet it struggled to exert significant lethality in the presence of these beasts. The technological prowess was starkly subdued before such formidable foes. Gradually, Li Mu approached the beleaguered Shadow Blood Cat, which, in a desperate attempt, struggled to rise and retaliate. However, its injuries were too severe, and Li Mu swiftly dispatched it by snapping its neck. The creature's unyielding gaze lingered on Li Mu before it finally succumbed to silence. Mainframe, scan this beast and extract its enhancement genes. Li Mu commanded solemnly, certain of the Shadow Blood Cat's demise. Yes, master. A blue light emanated from Li Mu's eyes as the dragon armor, now reverted to a wristband, materialized a slender needle that pierced the shadow bloodcat's body. Soon, the wristband transformed to a crimson hue before reverting to its original form. Without the aid of the Warrior One, it would have been far from easy for me to hunt a shadow bloodcat alone. I feared that while engaged with the beast, other lurking entities would reveal themselves. However, with the blood of the shadow bloodcat now in my possession, I could adjust my body and prepare for a third enhancement, albeit knowing that after this, soldier-class beasts would no longer suffice. Casting a glance around, Li Mu leaped onto the Warrior One, directing it towards the fortress of Rome City. The darkness harbored more than just the shadow bloodcat as a threat, yet the swift resolution of the encounter had deterred other lurking dangers from emerging. Had the battle with the shadow bloodcat prolonged, or had he sustained injuries, escape would have been far more precarious. Shortly thereafter, greeted by the first rays of dawn, Li Mu and the Warrior One emerged from the wilderness behind a towering ancient tree, where he sent the Warrior One back to the Star Destroyer. Li Mu was quite satisfied with the firepower of the Warrior One. This autonomous defense robot held tremendous potential for the Rome City military. With sufficient numbers, they could even alter the course of a war. However, Li Mu had yet to find the right opportunity to present this Warrior One to the military. It was of great importance, and he could not part with it lightly. This robot must yield resources to recharge the Star Destroyer and produce more robots. If given away for free, Li Mu would lack sufficient resources to produce more of the Wu Wei units. Depending on Ju to sustain a robotic army is quite unrealistic, not to mention that the Annihilation Starship requires energy. Li Mu transported back to the Wu Wei and subsequently entered the Rome City fortress. The guard soldiers had changed shifts, and after a thorough examination of Li Mu, he proceeded into the fortress and piloted a shuttle back to the school. Anyone who had spent the night outside must undergo stringent scrutiny upon returning to the fortress, as malevolent spirits or demonic entities could conceal themselves within individuals, often unbeknownst to them. There had been tragic incidents in the past caused by such entities infiltrating the fortress. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu consumed a premium chi blood pill, absorbing its entire potency. After a brief adjustment, he directly entered the Annihilation Starship. Mainframe. Initiate the third enhancement. As Li Mu entered the starship, he extracted the blood of the shadow bloodcat. A radiant light enveloped the blood, and the starship's mainframe immediately began to extract the genes of the shadow bloodcat from it. Master, the gene fragments have been successfully extracted. Soon after, the mainframe's voice echoed again. Commencing injection. Rapidly, a syringe containing the shadow bloodcat's genetic material was infused into Li Mu's body. These processed gene fragments were carried by nanobots, initiating the repair and enhancement of Li Mu's genes. As the purified gene fragments of the shadow bloodcat were inscribed, a surge of newfound power emerged, and Li Mu could distinctly feel his body being reinforced once more. Li Mu, human race. Strength, 300, where a robust young human is rated as 1, equivalent to 150,000 kilograms. Agility, 30, where a robust young human is rated as 1. Intelligence, 2, where a robust young human is rated as 1. Implanted skills, Burning Heaven Golden Eyes, Source, Jiaolong Jin. Chi Blade Formation, Source, Chi Hu Jin. Thunder Punishment, Source, Shadow Bloodcat. Title, Apprentice Warrior, Master of Thunder, Novice. The enhancement potential from the Beast class had nearly been exhausted. The next target must be a commander-level beast. Li Mu gazed at his new physical data, muttering to himself. Chapter 71. Invitation to the Birthday Feast. With a foundational strength of 150,000 kilograms, if he activated the complete martial path and summoned the winds and clouds, Li Mu could unleash a punch that exceeds 200,000 kilograms of force. 200,000 kilograms is the entry standard for a Celestial Level 1. Li Mu now stands at the threshold of Celestial Level 1, qualifying as a formidable celestial being. In Rome City Martial Arts University, no freshman had ever ascended to celestial level strength. The most eminent prodigies had cultivated their family's martial arts from a young age, rapidly advancing after the Great Catastrophe, with the strongest merely achieving Earth-level status, which was already remarkable among first-year talents. Li Mu had now completely shattered the record for first-year freshmen at Rome City's premier martial arts university. Should others discover his successful ascension to celestial level, it would undoubtedly captivate many eyes. However, The force of a first-tier celestial-grade fist technique is a staggering 100,000 kilograms less than that of a second-tier celestial-grade technique. Thus, ascending to the second tier is no simple feat. The celestial-grade level can already be considered a formidable force within the stronghold of Rome City, though it cannot be deemed the pinnacle. In the ensuing days, I shall acclimatize to the newfound power within my body and continue to cultivate the complete martial path, striving to attain its minor completion with utmost urgency. After completing his enhancements, Li Mu did not return to his dormitory but instead remained in the training room of the starship, diligently practicing. It was only when he had fully adapted to the nascent strength within him that he returned to his quarters to resume his training in the complete martial path. Lacking a spirit-gathering array, his progress remained insufficiently swift. However, the mainframe responsible for the array's composition had already been scanned. With sufficient spirit crystals, I can arrange the spirit-gathering array myself. The starship requires spirit crystals, as do I. I must urgently devise a means to procure them, Li Mu mused, before continuing his training within his dormitory. At Rome City's first martial arts university, the Strong Martial Academy has indisputably claimed the title of the foremost among the 4 academies. Students from the Demon Martial Academy now go out of their way to avoid encounters with those from the Strong Martial Academy. Presently, Li Mu's name is well known throughout the school, having slain Luo Tian and defeated one of the top 10-star students, Chu Xinghan. His reputation is unparalleled. Yet, some individuals have begun to view him as a rival. As the selection for the 10 Fortress tournament approaches, the significance of this competition, which has only been held for the past 3 years, cannot be overstated. Achieving a commendable rank in this tournament not only presents the possibility of being recommended for further studies at the Great Fortress, but also offers access to martial secrets, magical artifacts, and a plethora of cultivation resources. Furthermore, it serves to secure various resource allocations for one's own stronghold, marking it as the most crucial competition within the Rome City stronghold. However, with only 5 slots available for the stronghold in the 10 Fortress tournament, each additional competitor diminishes the opportunity for others. Li Mu's rise has already begun to elicit feelings of threat among some. 3 days later, there was a knock at the door of Li Mu's dormitory. "Who is it?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Mr. Li, we have been sent by Elder Xia. Tomorrow evening marks Elder Xia's 60th birthday celebration, and he wishes to invite you to attend," came the respectful reply from outside, followed by the opening of the dormitory door. "Elder Xia's 60th birthday banquet? Inform Elder Xia that I shall attend tomorrow evening." Li Mu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. This presents an opportunity to arrange certain matters. "Yes, Mr. Li, here is your invitation." The individual at the door respectfully extended a red invitation, and after Li Mu accepted it, the person turned and departed. On the following evening, Li Mu made no special preparations and simply piloted his flyer toward the safety zone, which corresponds with the inner city. Regardless of the era, as long as there are people, distinctions of superiority and inferiority, as well as wealth and poverty, inevitably arise among them. Those residing within the safety zone are no ordinary individuals. They are either affluent, influential, or possess formidable strength. The common populace is not deemed worthy of residing in such an area. Even the residence purchased by Li Mu for Aunt Qin is situated at the periphery of the safety zone, where property prices are already exorbitant enough to exclude the average person. This situation is akin to the time before the Great Calamity, when rural inhabitants aspired to live in cities. City dwellers yearned for larger metropolises, and those in larger cities coveted the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Yet the soaring real estate prices deterred the majority. However, following the calamity, many ordinary individuals, armed with a stroke of fortune or opportunity, can ascend to greatness. The emergence of numerous individuals from the lower echelons of society into positions of power and prominence has become commonplace. As Li Mu piloted his shuttle to the outskirts of the safety zone, he descended, for the entirety of the safety zone is designated as a no-fly zone, fortified with an array of anti-aircraft weaponry to prevent airborne beasts from circumventing the fortress walls and launching attacks within. "Sir, please present your identification." Upon entering the safety zone, Li Mu was halted by a soldier at a checkpoint, who saluted and spoke respectfully. The outer regions of the fortress are under the jurisdiction of a security team, but within the safety zone, it falls under military control, overseen by the 3rd Army Group, with checkpoints and patrolling squads ensuring security. Li Mu promptly produced his military order for inspection. Although he lacked a pass for the safety zone, Even soldiers without residency there can freely enter and exit, provided they hold the rank of second lieutenant or higher. Commander, you may proceed. The soldier, having verified the credentials, saluted Li Mu once more. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Mu strode confidently into the safety zone. The fortress of Rongqing is home to over 1 million residents, including a contingent of stationed soldiers, with approximately 100,000 individuals residing within the safety zone itself. The area is quite expansive, boasting a plethora of facilities. As Li Mu entered, it felt as though he had stepped into the streets of a bygone era, pre-calamity, with luxury vehicles bustling about, shops brimming with goods, and an array of tall, graceful women gracing the streets, these beauties surpassing even the allure of those from the thriving avenues of the past. Beauty, indeed, serves as a passport in this realm. Yet, despite the opulence of these streets and the allure of the women, all are acutely aware that the world has irrevocably changed. The influence of the Xia family is undeniably substantial, as evidenced by the throngs gathered. Upon arriving at the designated location as per the invitation, Li Mu found the vicinity of the Xia residence teeming with luxury automobiles. These vehicles bore a striking resemblance to those from the pre-apocalyptic world. However, in the aftermath of the calamity, those who can procure gasoline are either powerful figures or have colluded with demon hunters to engage in smuggling. As gasoline and diesel have now become military-regulated commodities, demon hunters are not merely tasked with slaying monsters. They also scour the ruins in search of various resources: gasoline, food, medicine, firearms, anything that holds value in trade, and they are relentless in their pursuit. Chapter 72. A warm welcome, sir. This is a private area. Please do not approach without permission. As Li Mu arrived at the entrance of the Xia family villa, he was halted by 2 bodyguards clad in black suits. I am here to attend Old Master Xia's birthday banquet. Here is my invitation, Li Mu asserted, producing the invitation with confidence. Ah, Mr. Li, please follow me to the VIP lounge. Upon seeing the name on the invitation, the bodyguard's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Everyone in the Xia household was well aware that Li Mu had miraculously cured Old Master Xia's ailment. Were it not for Li Mu's intervention, the elderly patriarch would not only have faced a grim fate, but might also have had to relinquish his military position due to health concerns. Old Master Xia held the rank of Major General and served as the commander of the 2nd Armored Brigade of the 3rd Group Army, which was the sole remaining armored brigade within the fortress of Rongqing. This brigade retained a fully equipped tank battalion and an aerial support unit, boasting over 50 main battle tanks and a dozen armed helicopters, making it one of the most formidable forces in the region. Although the brigade was critically undermanned, the mechanized units in Rongqing had suffered significant attrition over the years, compounded by severe deficiencies in military production. While personnel could be replenished, the replacement of tanks and helicopters proved exceedingly difficult. Li Mu, you have arrived. Just as Li Mu stepped into the villa, a melodious voice resonated, and he turned to see Xia Charan stepping forth to greet him. Old Master Xia invited me. I happen to have a matter to attend to, Li Mu replied, raising the invitation in his hand. Allow me to escort you inside. Initially, my grandfather did not intend to host a grand celebration for his 60th birthday and only distributed 30 to 40 invitations. I never anticipated such a large turnout today, Xia Charan remarked as she guided Li Mu deeper into the villa. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. After all, Old Master Xia was a significant figure within the 3rd Group Army stationed in Rongqing. Once news of his 60th birthday spread, it was impossible for others to feign ignorance. As Xia Charan led Li Mu into the villa, a group of individuals at the entrance was seen surrounding a young man, who appeared to be the center of attention. This individual, slightly older than Li Mu and Xia Charan, was tall and strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celebrity from the pre-cataclysm era. His aura stood in stark contrast to those around him, exuding the natural presence of a person of high status. Many female companions among the guests discreetly cast glances in his direction. He was none other than Bai Zhantian, one of the 5 prodigies from the First Taoist Academy of Rongqing. Bai Zhantian was also celebrated as one of the 3 male icons of the First Taoist University, adored by countless young women. Brother Tian, do you know who that fellow is? Even Xia Schoolflower has come out to greet him. A young man beside Bai Zhantian complained. Is Xia Schoolflower out of her mind, ignoring Brother Tian to welcome an unknown lad? That boy looks utterly ordinary. He doesn't seem like a scion of any family in Rongqing, remarked another youth with a streak of dyed blonde hair. Could this fellow be the infamous Li Mu? Another person remarked. Upon hearing Li Mu's name, A glint of cold light flashed in Bai Zhantian's eyes, his gaze piercing like a tangible blade directed at Li Mu. Sensing the intensity of that stare, Li Mu furrowed his brow and turned to look back. Bai Zhantian? As Li Mu turned, a fierce chill radiated from his eyes. In the tapestry of his 30 years of memories, he recalled that Xia Charan eventually married Bai Zhantian. Yet the roots of animosity between him and Bai Zhantian were not due to Xia Charan, but rather to Qin Kur. In those memories, Li Mu had suffered grievously. Lin Feng had dispatched men to shatter his legs, leaving him to languish in the slums. Later, when Qin Kur went missing, an event tied to the Longhe gang, which was covertly controlled by the Bai family, Li Mu had clashed with Bai Zhantian on numerous occasions. It could be said that Bai Zhantian was one of Li Mu's foremost adversaries before his ascent to power. What's wrong? Xia Charan noticed Li Mu had halted, and curiously turned to inquire. Following his gaze, she spotted Bai Zhantian. Upon seeing him, Xia Charan's delicate brows knitted slightly. That is Bai Zhantian from the Cultivation Academy. He possesses considerable strength and deep connections, rumored to have ties to the provincial capital. Do not provoke him lightly. Li Mu chuckled softly, choosing silence. Some individuals, even without prior encounters, exude an unmistakable aura of enmity upon first meeting. Bai Zhantian scrutinized Li Mu, yet his gaze lingered only for a few seconds before shifting to Xia Charan, offering her a gentle smile. Let us proceed inside, Xia Charan stated coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Zhantian before gently tugging Li Mu along into the villa. As Li Mu followed her, a contemplative expression crossed his face. At least at this juncture, Xia Charan harbored no particular fondness for Bai Zhantian, her regard for him clearly surpassing that for her rival. We're going in, Bai Zhantian remarked as he observed Xia Charan's departure. Brother Tian, are we just going to let this slide? One of Bai Zhantian's followers queried, puzzled. Let it slide? Am I to slay him right here in the Xia residence? Bai Zhantian replied dismissively. This fellow isn't worth such effort. He lacks the standing to warrant my attention. Previously, at the freshman welcome ball of the first martial arts university in Rongqing, Xia Charan had appeared, displaying intimacy with Li Mu. A fact that quickly spread to the first Cultivation Academy. Bai Zhantian felt dissatisfaction brewing within him, and he had initially wished to confront Li Mu. However, upon meeting him, his apprehensions eased. To be frank, the reputation of this Li Mu at the first martial arts university was quite exaggerated. Yet, upon meeting him, I find myself disappointed. He is hardly a worthy rival, certainly not a competitor for Xia Charan's affections. His attire betrays his humble origins. A stark contrast to the soaring eagles that we are, he remains merely a grounded chicken. His demeanor is utterly ordinary. He is nothing exceptional. What right does he have to pursue Charan? If I accord him too much regard, I would be diminishing my own stature, ultimately tarnishing my own reputation. Bai Zhantian stated with a hint of disdain. It is said that at the welcoming gala of the martial arts university, the charming summer school flower personally invited him to dance, remarked one classmate. Rumor has it that this young man suppressed the illness of the esteemed elder Xia with a peculiar drug. That incident was merely a gesture of gratitude from Charan, a means to extricate him from a predicament. I have gathered all the necessary information. Bai Zhantian replied dismissively. Charan's lofty standards render her nearly inaccessible even to me, let alone to that boy. Such a commoner, who has crawled forth from the depths of a filthy gutter, is hardly worthy of my attention. In the 30 years of memory, Bai Zhantian and the Bai family were not only intertwined with the disappearance of Qin Kur, but also posed significant troubles for Li Mu, becoming an obstacle in his path to growth. However, this lifetime is different. Li Mu activated the battleship early on, and even a genius like Bai Zhantian cannot thwart him. Li Mu and Xia Charan entered the villa, which was quite spacious. The main entrance and the garden outside were designated for today's banquet. While Xia Charan led Li Mu to the Eastern VIP hall, the Xia family had prepared 2 VIP halls. The Eastern one hosted the elite youth from the First Martial Arts University and the Cultivation University of Rongqing, as well as some prominent families from the fortress, while the Western Hall was reserved for high-ranking figures from those fortresses. Who was that young man that Charan brought in? He seems unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Meanwhile, in the Eastern VIP hall, a few elegantly dressed girls were gathered, sipping red wine. Upon seeing Xia Charan escorting Li Mu, one girl exclaimed in surprise. Charan seems to have a favorable attitude toward him. There are not many boys at school who receive such kindness from her. She is usually quite indifferent to the majority of boys, remarked another girl clad in an alluring black evening gown, which was low-cut and backless, exuding a fiery allure. I have a vague impression of this boy. I believe he is Li Mu. Another girl scrutinized Li Mu and commented, Li Mu? Is he the one from your first martial arts university? Several girls' expressions shifted, astonishment evident on their faces. So it is him. I've heard he possesses great talent and is not bad-looking, but his family background is far too ordinary, utterly unworthy of our Charon. Indeed, I heard a rumor that Charon took the initiative to invite him to dance at your welcoming gala, even claiming to be his girlfriend. I inquired about his background. It is said that his parents disappeared during the early days of the Great Upheaval. They are likely no longer alive. Previously, a woman who ran a small bar took care of him. Such a poor family situation. I wonder what Charon is thinking. There are so many outstanding youths at the Cultivation University, yet she chose someone so unremarkable. Charon has never been in a relationship. Perhaps she has been deceived by this boy. We must look out for her and ensure she is not taken advantage of. The girls chattered animatedly. Let us go over, they said as they made their way towards Xia Charon and Li Mu. Here is fine. You may choose any seat. Grandfather is in the VIP lounge to the west, and he will join us shortly, said Xia Charon. Li Mu nodded, selecting an unoccupied spot. He was unfamiliar with most of the attendees and had little desire to engage with them. Charon, who is this? Inquired a group of girls, one of whom, clad in a black evening gown, feigned ignorance. This is Li Mu, the prodigious freshman from the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, Xia Charon succinctly introduced, gesturing towards the girl in black, who was Han Shui. Oh, so you are Li Mu. Nice to meet you, Han Shui said, her demeanor reserved as she eagerly asked. Where do you live in the safe zone? We should visit you sometime. I reside at the outskirts of the safe zone. It's quite modest. Usually, I stay at school, so I may not have much time, Li Mu replied with a smile. He understood the underlying intent behind her inquiry. She sought to highlight the stark disparity between their families. With the Xia family residing in a villa at the heart of the safe zone, while he could only afford a small house at its periphery, this was an insurmountable chasm. Oh, the outskirts, is it? What does your family do? Han Shui asked, exchanging knowing glances with her friends. We run a small business. Nothing of great significance, Li Mu responded casually, dismissing the girl's pretensions. Xia Charon frowned and shot a disapproving glance at Han Shui, signaling her to tone it down. But Han Shui feigned ignorance. Is that so? For the old man's 60th birthday, did you bring a gift? Ordinary items would hardly suffice for Charon. Han Shui pretended to inquire innocently. Han Shui, Li Mu is a benefactor to our Xia family. It is already a privilege to have him here, Xia Charon retorted, her frustration evident. Charon, I was merely asking. Besides, one shouldn't arrive empty-handed for such a significant occasion, Han Shui replied dismissively. Shui, I must disagree with your perspective. Given Li Mu's circumstances, it is entirely reasonable if he cannot afford an extravagant gift, Chen Shan interjected, attempting to support Li Mu. Xia Charon was at a loss for words, realizing her friends were deliberately trying to embarrass Li Mu. I do have a gift prepared, though it is not suitable for display at the moment, Li Mu said after a brief pause. Huh. If you haven't prepared anything, just admit it. We wouldn't mock you for it. There's no need to deceive, Han Shui replied earnestly. Charon, while family background matters little, character is paramount. One must avoid those who are deceitful as potential partners. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Charon exclaimed, exasperated. Li Mu remained unfazed, if they chose not to believe him. It was of no consequence. At that moment, an excited commotion erupted from the entrance of the VIP lounge, causing Han Shui and her friends to turn, their eyes brightening with anticipation. It is Bai Zhantian. He has arrived. Oh, Bai Shixiang remains as handsome as ever. I heard that he recently left the fortress trials, slaying numerous demon beasts and earning a commendable evaluation. It is rumored that his cultivation has likely broken through the Qi refinement stage and entered the innate stage. Several young women exclaimed with excitement. The realms of Dao practitioners differ from those of martial practitioners. The stages of Dao cultivation, from lowest to highest, are foundation establishment, Qi refinement, innate, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, harmonization, tribulation, and divine realm. Practitioners above the divine realm are no longer within reach of ordinary cultivators. The innate stage? It seems Bai Zhantian's current strength far exceeds what I encountered in my memories from 30 years ago, Li Mu mused. However, in those 30 years of recollection, Li Mu met Bai Zhantian nearly a decade later, at which point Bai Zhantian was certainly incomparable to his present self. Bai Shixiang is coming over. Charon, could you step out for a moment? I have something to say to you. Bai Zhantian approached with a warm smile. You may speak here. Xia Churan furrowed her brows. She was already somewhat displeased by Han Shui and her friends targeting Li Mu and did not extend any courtesy to Bai Zhantian at that moment. It is acceptable to speak here. Bai Zhantian cast a commanding glance around, calmly requesting, please step aside so as not to disturb me. What does Bai Shixiang intend to do? Let us move aside to watch. Han Shui and the other girls gazed at Bai Zhantian with adoration and quickly stepped aside, clearing a space. Soon, the area beside Xia Churan was vacated, leaving only Li Mu seated beside her, appearing quite conspicuous. You. Bai Zhantian pointed at Li Mu and gestured towards the distance, implying that Li Mu should leave immediately. Yet, Li Mu ignored him entirely, calmly sipping from his teacup, showing no intention of moving. Kid, didn't you hear what Tiange said? Hurry and move aside. You're in the way. One of Bai Zhantian's followers, seeing Li Mu's inaction, voiced his discontent sharply. How dare this brat disregard one of the 5 prodigies of the Dao Academy, Bai Zhantian, and invite trouble upon himself? Is this place owned by the Bai family? Li Mu's eyes turned cold as he asked indifferently. While this place is not owned by the Bai family, I am speaking with Churan, so it is best for irrelevant people to step aside. Bai Zhantian raised his hand to silence his follower, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Li Mu, speaking coldly. Irrelevant people? Li Mu chuckled softly, suddenly grasping Xia Churan's hand and addressing Bai Zhantian, asking, in Churan's presence, who do you consider irrelevant? Startled by Li Mu's sudden grasp, Xia Churan instinctively attempted to pull away, but for reasons unknown. She ceased her struggle and allowed him to hold her hand. Let go of me. Bai Zhantian's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Mu, commanding in a harsh tone. Since Churan has not opposed it, what gives you the right to demand I release her? What if I refuse to let go? Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Bai Zhantian glared coldly at Li Mu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The few followers behind him were equally indignant, poised to act at his command. Within the first Cultivation Academy, everyone regarded Xia Churan and Bai Zhantian as a pair, akin to celestial lovers. Now, an unknown interloper had audaciously taken Xia Churan's hand, an affront they could scarcely tolerate. Churan, you are aware of my feelings for you. Why must you use this lowly commoner as a shield to provoke me? Bai Zhantian inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he spoke. You, the one they call Li Mu, I have heard of you. Your reputation at the first martial university in Rongqing precedes you, but you must have heard of my name as well. I, Bai Zhantian, am a prodigious cultivator, one of the most esteemed talents at the first Cultivation Academy in Rongqing. You are merely a martial artist. What significance does your talent hold without the immense resources of a powerful family to support you? Even if you possess some strength now, you will ultimately remain a mere advanced infantryman. Meanwhile, I have the backing of the Bai family, with the potential to reach the divine realm. Only I am worthy of Churan. What do you have to compare? If you leave now and cease to disturb Churan, I shall grant you 1 million alliance coins, a sum that would afford you the means to acquire resources for your training. This is your best choice. Do not be overly greedy. Bai Zhantian's gaze bore down on Li Mu, his words slicing through the air like daggers. In the eastern VIP hall of the Xia family, which was already filled with young individuals, the commotion drew everyone's attention. Many guests began to appear at the entrance, sneaking glances inside. The news of the conflict between Bai Zhantian and the young man, named Li Mu, spread like wildfire throughout the Xia villa. What a grand gesture Bai Zhantian made, offering a staggering 1 million alliance coins to drive that boy away. Such a sum could purchase a sizable home in a decent area of the safe zone. Does he think that money is easily acquired? I fear that while this boy may earn it, he may not live to spend it. From my understanding of Bai Zhantian, regardless of whether the boy accepts the money, he is doomed. Bai Zhantian's current actions are merely a way to slap the boy in the face with cash. Indeed, how ungrateful that boy is to provoke Bai Zhantian and dare to take Xia Churan's hand. His misfortune is all but assured. The onlookers inside and outside the VIP hall buzzed with gossip, their faces alight with anticipation. These individuals, already from influential backgrounds, could not tolerate a penniless interloper suddenly seizing the hand of a renowned beauty within their elite circle, while few dared to dissent against Bai Zhantian's pursuit of Xia Churan. What was that boy Li Mu to presume to involve himself with her? In the eastern VIP hall, Li Mu's expression gradually darkened. He set down his teacup, his cold gaze fixed on Bai Zhantian. Do you presume that we martial cultivators are not but advanced infantrymen under the command of you Dao cultivators? Do you believe that with your inherent talents, as the scion of the Bai family, who commands the Changhe gang, engaging in unspeakable atrocities such as trafficking in women and children to amass resources. You could ever aspire to touch the divine realm? Do you truly think that you, Bai Zhantian, possess the right to flaunt your power before me? Do you assume that a mere accumulation of wealth grants you the audacity to act without restraint, without regard for consequence? You might as well keep that 100,000 alliance coins for your own coffin, for I fear that when your time comes, you may find yourself without even a shroud. Li Mu set down his teacup, his voice as frigid as a winter gale sweeping through the opulent VIP lounge. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as none present expected Li Mu to utter such audacious and domineering words in the presence of Bai Zhantian. Was this fool truly unafraid of death, or did he possess some form of leverage, rendering him impervious to Bai Zhantian and the Bai family? Even Xia Churan was momentarily taken aback. The grip of Li Mu's hand around hers tightened unexpectedly, causing her to feel a sense of panic. The Xia family held considerable strength within the confines of the Rome castle. Yet despite Bai Zhantian being the sole representative of the Bai family present, the connections between the Bai family and the Mo and Zhang families were intricate. Mo Xinya, the de facto leader of the Mo family, served as the head of the Public Security Bureau in Rome City, holding the esteemed rank of Major General, surpassing even the military rank of Xia Laozhong, Xia Churan's grandfather. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianjia, the patriarch of the Zhang family, acted as the Minister of Internal Affairs for Rome Castle, akin to a mayor before the Great Calamity. All of this knowledge was gleaned from Li Mu's 30 years of memories. With these connections, Bai Zhantian wielded immense power within Rome Castle, commanding both respect and fear. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Li Mu was the first. Bai Zhantian's subordinates glared at Li Mu with cold, menacing expressions. This insolent fool was unaware of the danger he was courting, and they were prepared to take action to ensure his disappearance. For he did not comprehend the true might of the Bai family. Regardless of being a prodigy from the esteemed martial arts University of Rome, crossing the Bai family would only lead to his demise. This world was not lacking in exceptional talents. Bai Zhantian's expression turned frigid as he regarded Li Mu. And then, unexpectedly, he broke into laughter. I had thought you to be somewhat of a figure, but it appears you are nothing more than a self-righteous fool, even a madman. You are hardly worthy of my attention. Churan, how could you allow such a wretch to provoke you? With a calm demeanor, Bai Zhantian's features returned to serenity, though within, a murderous intent began to simmer. Even if this fool was indeed a madman, his audacity to grasp Xia Churan's hand today would surely seal his fate. Bai Zhantian, I urge you to mind your words. Xia Churan retorted, her eyes blazing with indignation. Churan, do not let this fool anger you. I find it beneath me to engage with him at old Xia's birthday banquet. Let him bear witness to his own folly. Bai Zhantian replied dismissively, a smirk gracing his lips. He then produced a box from his possession, and as it emerged, an abundance of refined spiritual energy surged forth from within, permeating the air. Li Mu's gaze sharpened. Within that box lay treasures beyond measure. Bai Zhantian retrieved a box, his face instantly radiating joy as he opened it, and a brilliant light emerged from within. Wow, what is this? It's stunning. My goodness, is this a colossal diamond? It's truly magnificent. The girls, including Han Shui, gasped in unison, utterly entranced, unable to tear their gazes away from the treasure inside the box. This is starlight crystal, a variant of spirit crystal, a rarity that surpasses spirit crystals by 100-fold. Its worth is incalculable. Before the Great Cataclysm, it held the same value as a diamond of comparable size. The commotion soon spread beyond the VIP hall, as those attending Elder Xia's birthday banquet were no ordinary individuals. While the common folk may not recognize spirit crystals, they certainly did. Even Xia Churan was taken aback upon seeing the fist-sized starlight crystal in the box. Churan, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you will accept my proposal and become my fiancée, Bai Zhantian declared, suddenly kneeling on one knee, gazing at Xia Churan with utmost sincerity. My heavens, a proposal. Churan, you must say yes. This is sheer bliss. If Bai Shixiang proposed to me, I might faint from joy. The girls in the VIP hall erupted in excitement, fervently urging Xia Churan to accept, while Li Mu turned to look at her, deep in thought. In her previous life, Xia Churan may not have held strong feelings for Bai Zhantian, yet he pursued her relentlessly, possessing commendable qualities. And with her friends constantly encouraging her, it seemed she had no other romantic interests and would likely acquiesce. However, much had changed in this life, and it remained uncertain whether Xia Churan would accept. The stir in the VIP hall soon reached the outside, where Elder Xia and several esteemed guests, hearing the commotion, appeared at the entrance. It appears that the lad from the Bai family is proposing to Miss Churin. They do seem quite compatible, a match of talent and beauty, Mo Chung remarked, holding a glass of red wine as he observed the scene with a smile. Master Mo is jesting. These matters are for the youth to decide. We, as elders, should respect their choices and refrain from intervening, Elder Xia replied, his expression slightly somber before breaking into a smile. Mo Chung was the younger brother of Major General Mo Xinya, the head of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau, and while he was the nominal head of the Mo family, the real authority lay with Mo Xinya. Nevertheless, Mo Cheng's words largely reflected the family's sentiments, indicating that the Mo family was inclined to facilitate a union between Bai Zhantian and the Xia family, likely to draw the Xia family into Mo Xinya's camp. Elder Xia's demeanor grew contemplative, and he mused, indeed, we should respect the choices of the youth. However, in my view, among the many talented individuals in Rongqing, only the lad from the Bai family is truly worthy of Churin. Mo Chung chuckled warmly. Elder Xia's gaze deepened with concern regarding Xia Churin's choice. Should she indeed decide to align herself with Bai Zhantian, it would be difficult for the Xia family to assert their disapproval of the Mo and Zhang families without losing credibility. Churin, please promise me, Bai Zhantian implored, kneeling earnestly before her. Churin, you must agree. If you don't, you will surely regret it later. Han Shui exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, Churin. Many admire Brother Bai at the foremost Taoist academy in Rongqing. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Her other close friends chimed in, urging her on. A smile graced Bai Zhantian's lips. He had meticulously planned this proposal for quite some time. With the Mo family persuading Elder Xia and a group of friends encouraging Xia Churin, he felt confident. Bai Zhantian prided himself on his noble lineage, formidable prowess, and handsome appearance. He was a paragon among men at the Taoist Academy, and now he was proposing with a rare star crystal. Even if Xia Churin had high standards, she might very well acquiesce today. His confidence unwavering, he gazed at Xia Churin, who exhibited a flicker of hesitation before her expression gradually solidified into determination. Brother Bai, I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Xia Churin declared, taking a deep breath as she grasped Li Mu's hand, placing it firmly against her chest. Her voice resolute. Xia Churin recognized Bai Zhantian's many virtues, yet she was acutely aware of his character flaws. Perhaps in the past, she had overlooked others. Swayed by her friends and pressured at Elder Xia's birthday banquet, she might have wavered. However, with a clear comparison now, she discerned both Bai Zhantian's strengths and shortcomings. Most importantly, she felt no special affection for him, which led her to decline his proposal. What? The guests inside and outside the VIP room were taken aback. None anticipated Xia Churin would reject the unparalleled Bai Zhantian in favor of Li Mu, whose family circumstances were worlds apart. Even Li Mu was taken aback, shaking his head slightly. What Xia Churin had said at the welcome party was one thing, but to declare it in such a public setting was quite another. After today, it was likely that all the elite of Rongqing would consider Li Mu to be Xia Churin's boyfriend. You brat, are you certain you wish to oppose me, Bai Zhantian? Bai Zhantian rose slowly, his expression twisted in menace as he glared at Li Mu. And what if I do? Li Mu replied with a calm demeanor, his voice devoid of emotion. Today is my grandfather's 60th birthday. Do not cause a scene. Xia Churin interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Bai Zhantian, her tone icy. Is hiding behind a woman all you're capable of? Bai Zhantian retorted coldly, glaring at Li Mu over Xia Churin's shoulder. It is Elder Xia's birthday celebration. I cannot afford to kill you here. Do you really think you would have the opportunity to bark here otherwise? Li Mu met Bai Zhantian's gaze unflinchingly, his expression stoic. You are incredibly arrogant. Bai Zhantian spat. Young man, you are courting death. A few of Bai Zhantian's followers circled around Li Mu, preparing to strike. Hee. The birthday banquet has commenced. Xiaodian, please have your people take their seats. At that moment, Elder Xia approached with a cheerful demeanor. Elder Xia, today marks your 60th birthday. I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. This is my gift. Bai Zhantian presented a precious starlight crystal to Elder Xia, then turned to Xia Churin, asserting, what I, Bai Zhantian, choose to give cannot be refused. After this declaration, he led his entourage to another table. Xiaomu, you have arrived as well. Today, let Churin keep you company, Elder Xia said with a beaming smile. Elder Xia, do not mind me. Please attend to the other guests. Later, I have a gift to present to you. Li Mu replied with a grin. Your presence alone brings great honor to our Xia family. There is no need for gifts. Elder Xia chuckled as he excused himself to make arrangements for the banquet. As the final esteemed guests arrived, Imoching scrutinized Li Mu with a hint of amusement before departing with Elder Xia. The banquet soon commenced in earnest. After Elder Xia's speech in the hall, servers began to present a plethora of dishes. The variety was immense, featuring numerous types of exotic beast meat, an essential delicacy for martial artists, though not all could afford such luxuries. Many were struggling to afford basic food, let alone the beast meat, which cost at least 5 times more than regular fare. Li Mu, look over there. Li Mu and Xia Charen's table was primarily occupied by young people, including several of Xia Charen's close friends. After some time, Han Shui suddenly pointed toward a corner of the banquet hall. What is happening over there? Li Mu inquired, glancing toward the corner where numerous gifts had been amassed. Those are the offerings for Elder Xia's birthday today. Seen nearby presented the invaluable starlight crystal, while others gifted beast cores and pure gold longevity peaches. Surely, you didn't come empty-handed. Han Shui remarked with a hint of disdain. Han Shui, Li Mu has just begun his first year in college, and his family circumstances are not ideal. His presence is what matters. Why must you constantly bring up gifts? Xia Charen replied with a hint of exasperation. Ruan. Han Shui only wishes the best for you. You are still naive and inexperienced in love. Do not let anyone deceive you. On such a significant occasion as Elder Xia's birthday, those who cannot present gifts do not deserve you. Mu Chun chimed in. Li Mu observed quietly, recognizing that Xia Charen's friends had evidently been won over by Zhantian's influence. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to support him? If they truly believed Zhantian to be so admirable, they would have approached him long ago. In this context, what value did friendship hold? Once, Han Shui had indeed dated a rather impoverished suitor, and as you know, the outcome was predicable. Those of meager means often seek to infiltrate high society, revealing their true natures as unworthy. One cannot overlook the lessons of the past. Xia Charen's closest friends exchanged disparaging remarks about Li Mu, their disdain palpable. Wishing fervently for his swift departure, Xia Charen felt a surge of irritation, and at that moment, Li Mu unexpectedly spoke up. I have indeed brought a gift. Though it is not something that just anyone can behold, he remarked, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. What could be so mysterious about this gift that we are not allowed to see? Surely it cannot be something shameful, Han Shui retorted with a sneer. As the banquet progressed, Li Mu stood up and headed towards the esteemed VIP lounge, declaring, since you are so curious about my gift, just wait and see. Li Mu. Xia Charen hastily followed him, concern etched across her face. At her grandfather's grand celebration, countless precious gifts had been received. She feared that if Li Mu's offering turned out to be mundane, it would only serve to invite ridicule from Han Shui and her companions. Do not worry. In comparison to my gift, these offerings are mere refuse. Li Mu stated with unwavering confidence. Refuse? My heavens, you must be delusional. Setting aside the ordinary gifts, even the most exquisite ones start at over 1 million alliance coins, with the most lavish reaching into the hundreds of millions. How dare you dismiss such treasures as refuse? It is utterly absurd. Han Shui looked at Li Mu as if he were deranged. Without contesting other gifts, the star crystal, as large as a fist, presented by Zhantian, could certainly fetch tens of millions of alliance coins. That crystal was meant for proposing to Xia Charen, not as a congratulatory present for her grandfather. The Xia family would surely feel compelled to reciprocate for such a valuable gift. Compared to what I shall present, that is nothing but refuse. Li Mu said lightly, then approached Elder Xia, exchanging a few words. Clear the garden? Elder Xia was taken aback by Li Mu's request. The Xia family's garden was quite expansive. With numerous guests present, it seemed rather inappropriate to disrupt the gathering so abruptly. Is it truly important? Elder Xia inquired. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Li Mu affirmed with resolute nod. Very well, I trust your judgment. Clear the area. Please escort all guests into the villa and ensure their cooperation. Elder Xia, recognizing Li Mu's earnestness, nodded without hesitation. Clear the area, close the windows. Soon, the Xia family members busied themselves, rearranging the garden furniture and ushering guests into the villa. Thick drapes were drawn to obscure all the villa's windows. Madness, pure madness. Does he not realize how many people he is offending with such actions? Han Shui and her friends stared in disbelief at the bustling scene, each secretly concluding that Li Mu must be insane. Only a madman would behave in such a manner. Old Mr. Xia, please ask everyone to leave for now. I will call for you when the time comes, Li Mu stated as he stepped into the garden. Chapter 77. A shock. Very well. Old Mr. Xia was unsure of Li Mu's intentions, but refrained from inquiring further. He promptly cleared the area, even instructing the Xia family's servants to enter the villa, effectively vacating the front courtyard. Thick curtains were drawn over the villa's windows, obscuring the view from within and preventing those inside from observing the outside happenings. Li Mu glanced around, noting the absence of high-rise buildings surrounding the Xia estate. Thus, those outside could not witness the events unfolding within. He then proceeded to set up a beacon, summoning the Wu-Wei-1 to be transported from the Star Destroyer. The Wu-Wei-1 was a gift Li Mu had prepared for old Mr. Xia, intended to establish contact with the military in Rongqing for potential trade. In Li Mu's possession, the Wu-Wei-1 held limited utility. However, by handing it over to the military in Rongqing, not only could it enhance the defense capabilities of the fortress, but it could also yield numerous resources in exchange, benefiting the Star Destroyer. In an instant, the Wu-Wei-1 materialized within the Xia villa. Simultaneously, the festivities inside the villa were disrupted, leaving many guests dissatisfied. Who was that young man? Old Mr. Xia's birthday banquet had been thrown into disarray by him. Miss Xia had taken an interest in such an inconsequential fellow, disregarding Bai Zhantian entirely. This was utterly perplexing. This young man, unaware of his own limitations, was drawing attention through such ostentatious displays. Once Miss Xia saw through his facade, she would surely cast him aside. A flurry of whispers and disparaging remarks circulated among the guests. At that moment, Li Mu's voice resonated once more. Old Mr. Xia, you may come out now. Please wait a moment. I shall step outside. Old Mr. Xia gestured to those wishing to follow him, indicating they should remain behind as he exited. Xia Chuan contemplated briefly before following him out. Such a show-off. This impoverished individual resorts to such lowly tactics merely to attract attention. Bai Zhantian scoffed, gesturing grandly. Oh, youth is indeed wasted on the young. Unfortunately, old Mr. Xia is far too seasoned. The more he acts this way, the more he will embarrass himself, Mo Chung remarked with a sardonic smile, swirling his glass. Bai Zhantian's pursuit of Xia Chuan's affections was also backed by the Mo family, who sought to gain control over the last armored unit under old Mr. Xia's command. Their strategy involved either persuading old Mr. Xia to align with their faction or finding a way to replace the unit's commander. Currently, the Mo and Zhang families were collaborating, applying pressure from both sides. Whether through coaxing or coercion, they intended to seize that armored unit. Numerous individuals surrounding Mo Chung exchanged knowing smiles, raising their glasses in salute to him. My heavens! What is this? Xia Chuan gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the colossal robot that had appeared in her garden, her lips parting in astonishment. This is the Wu-Wei-1 automated defense robot, equipped with active reconnaissance capabilities, a 360-degree close-in weapon system, and 2 missile launchers, capable of carrying 26,000 rounds of armor-piercing projectiles and 6 missiles. As Li Mu spoke, the Wu-Wei-1 revealed its cannon barrel and missile launchers. Is there a pilot inside? Elder Xia inquired. Astonished, well aware that the military of Rongqing currently lacked the capability to manufacture such weaponry, it was inconceivable that this device was produced by the Rongqing fortress. It has no pilot. It is fully automated and can be controlled by a computer. Li Mu snapped his fingers, and the Wu-Wei-1's cannon instantly elevated, unleashing a barrage skyward. Rat-a-tat-tat. A fierce tongue of flame erupted, illuminating the dark sky above the Rongqing fortress as the armor-piercing rounds burst forth like a spectacular display of fireworks. What is happening? The guests in the villa were thrown into disarray upon hearing the deafening sound of the cannon fire from the front yard, many hastily fleeing to the villa's rear. With another snap of his fingers, Li Mu commanded the Wu-Wei-1 to cease fire. The cannon barrels then unfurled like petals, one still pointing skyward while the remaining 8 oriented toward various directions, entering a state of full combat readiness. The Wu-Wei-1's close-in weapon system, consisting of 9 barrels, can concentrate its firepower in a single direction, but it can also disperse to engage multiple threats simultaneously. The Wu-Wei-1 automated defense robot is capable of confronting a high-grade beast at a soldier's level. If a human of the heavenly tier is locked on beyond 50 steps, it can instantaneously shred such a being. However, within 50 steps, the outcome is uncertain. Li Mu elaborated. When facing a heavenly tier human, the Wu-Wei-1 One holds an advantage from a distance, yet it may not guarantee the death of the human warrior, as it primarily depends on who strikes first and how. Nonetheless, within 50 steps, unless the Wu Wei, one conducts a stealth attack, locking on and firing in an instant, the human heavenly tier warrior is likely to prevail. Since the great transformation of heaven and earth, the potency of gunpowder weapons has significantly diminished, while the strength of both humans and beasts has escalated alarmingly. Had this transformation not occurred, a single Wu Wei, one could have easily dealt with an entire armored battalion. Indeed, this weapon surpasses the firepower of my tanks and armed helicopters by a considerable margin. Elder Xia exclaimed with excitement. Consider this robot your birthday gift, old man. Li Mu replied with a smile, then commanded the Wu Wei, 1. I cannot monopolize this weapon. Wanran, please invite General Luo Wei's son, Luo Xin, to join us. Do not let anyone else out. Elder Xia instructed. Understood. Summer Churin glanced at Li Mu before hurriedly returning to the villa to locate Luo Xin. Since Luo Wei and Luo Zhan were both engaged in military duty today, General Luo Wei had sent his son, Luo Xin, as his representative. Luo Xin, now 30 years old, is a colonel in the 3rd Group Army. Colonel Luo, my grandfather requests your presence outside. Xia Churin approached Luo Xin and stated, What is the matter? Let us all go take a look. Mo Cheng's eyes flickered as he stood up abruptly. Xia Churin's countenance shifted as she cast a pleading glance at Luo Wei. She knew she could not prevent Mo Cheng from leaving. Master Mo, this is a military matter. It would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening. Luo Xin extended his hand, directly halting Mo Cheng. Haha, very well. Since it is General Luo's directive. How could I, Mo Cheng, dare to disobey? Mo Cheng's pupils constricted as he cast a deep glance at Luo Xin, then burst into laughter before slowly returning to his seat. Luo Xin's brow furrowed tightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Mo Cheng's provocation. Yet he chose to remain silent and followed Xia Churin outside. Mo Cheng watched Luo Xin's retreating figure, his expression turning icy in an instant. Chapter 78. A matter not to offend, where did you acquire this weapon? As Luo Xin followed Xia Churin out of the villa, he was instantly taken aback upon seeing the War Guardian 1 in the courtyard. Within the Rome fortress, there were indeed weapons with greater firepower than the War Guardian 1. Yet it was an actively defensive robot capable of offensive maneuvers and battlefield situational awareness. A single War Guardian 1 is equivalent to a standard combat unit, incomparable to other weaponry in the Rome fortress. In the aftermath of the calamity, humanity's arsenal not only saw nuclear weapons rendered ineffective, but also a significant decline in the potency of various gunpowder weapons, with their effectiveness plummeting by 2/3. Otherwise, the War Guardian 1 would be even more formidable. Colonel Luo, you need not concern yourselves with where this tactical robot originated. However, it now belongs to you. I have gifted this robot to Elder Xia as a congratulatory present. Li Mu declared. That is splendid. This robot as a gift makes our offerings seem utterly trivial. Luo Xin inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. I shall notify my father immediately. With that, Luo Xin pressed the emergency alert button. Xia Churin gazed at Li Mu, astonished that his words held such truth. In comparison to the gifts presented by others, indeed, their offerings appeared to be mere refuse. As soon as Luo Xin pressed the emergency alert button, within 5 minutes, the sound of urgent brakes echoed, and a cadre of elite soldiers swiftly rushed to establish a perimeter outside the villa. Above, armed helicopters circled ominously. What is happening? Is there a beast incursion? The voice of Major General Luo Wei crackled urgently through the intercoms of Elder Xia and Luo Xin. Colonel Luo, stand down the alert. It is not a beast incursion. You should come and see for yourself. Others need not enter. Elder Xia and Luo Xin quickly responded as they made their way outside. Seeing that there appeared to be no immediate danger, Luo Wei cautiously entered the garden. Upon his arrival and sighting the War Guardian 1, he was instantly astonished. If such a weapon possesses such capabilities, then upon mass production, it would significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the Rome fortress. Luo Wei, thrilled by Li Mu's description, exclaimed exuberantly, Such a precious gift leaves me feeling unworthy. However, the fortress of Rome indeed requires such weaponry to enhance its defensive capabilities. For the sake of the fortress, I cannot refuse this weapon. Upon witnessing the excitement of General Luo, Old Master Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Mu, make a request. If there is something you desire, I am willing to exchange this robot for it. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy accepting this robot. Very well, in that case. Let old Master Xia use that starlight crystal to trade for this robot. Li Mu nodded and added, if the Rome fortress requires additional Type 1 war guards, I can find a way, but resources will be needed for the exchange. Agreed. No problem at all. Old Master Xia promptly acquiesced, then eagerly inquired, can you procure more of these robots? As long as resources are sufficient, I can indeed obtain more. Li Mu replied, with the Star Destroyer at our disposal. As long as we ensure a steady supply of steel, gunpowder, and other resources, the Star Destroyer can continuously produce a mechanized army. However, this requires not only resources but also time, as my current permissions are rather limited and the energy of the Star Destroyer is insufficient. Majorly, we shall discuss this matter in greater detail once we complete our tests on this robot. You have contributed significantly to the construction of the Rome fortress, and I will commend you to the frontline command upon your return. After a brief exchange between Luo Wei and Old Master Xia, they summoned several soldiers who swiftly covered the war guard with a thick canvas. With the secret assistance of the mainframe, Li Mu transferred the control program, and Luo Wei quickly maneuvered the war guard, concealed beneath the canvas, to leave in haste under the cover of night. He was eager to return and conduct tests on the war guard to assess its combat capabilities and determine the extent of its power. The troops outside arrived and departed with remarkable speed. Well, there was a minor incident earlier that may have disrupted everyone. I shall take my leave first. Please, continue. Old Master Xia, brimming with excitement, returned to the villa and instructed the servants to remove the obstructive cloth. He then raised a glass and drained its contents in one swift motion. Although Old Master Xia had abstained from alcohol for quite some time, his joy led him to make an exception. Old Master, what was that mysterious affair earlier? You must explain it to everyone. Mo Chung remarked with a forced smile. Oh, Master Mo, it was merely a trivial matter. Major Li presented me with a gift, which is not suitable for others to see. I hope you all do not take offense. Old Master Xia paused before continuing. Moreover, the gift from Major Li is exceedingly precious. In return, I shall bestow this starlight crystal upon him as a token of gratitude. With that, Old Master Xia presented the starlight crystal to Li Mu, causing all the guests to shift their gaze back and forth between Li Mu and Bai Zhantian. The starlight crystal was a valuable gift from Bai Zhantian to the Xia family, yet they had promptly given it to an obscure youth. What did this signify? An unabashed slap in the face to Bai Zhantian, revealing the Xia family's stance? With a crack, Bai Zhantian's veins throbbed as he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Old Master, then I shall not hold back. Li Mu gazed at the dazzling star crystal, which was the size of a fist, and nodded with satisfaction before stowing it away. With this star crystal, not only could the battleship replenish its energy, but Li Mu could also arrange a spirit-gathering array in his dormitory, transforming it into a sanctuary for spiritual cultivation. Hand over the star crystal. You, a mere commoner, dare to take what I, Bai Zhantian, have bestowed? Bai Zhantian bellowed, his eyes fixed on Li Mu with a fierce glare. A commoner? A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he retorted, since you have already given away this star crystal, it no longer belongs to you. Is there any issue with Elder Xia transferring it to me? Boy, you seek death. Bai Zhantian's countenance turned icy, his aura swelling dangerously as a formidable spiritual pressure emanated from him, instilling fear in those around. The presence he exuded was unmistakably that of a Dao practitioner. Bai Zhantian, do not cause a scene in my Xia family's presence. Elder Xia's expression darkened as he attempted to interpose himself between Li Mu and Bai Zhantian. But before he could reach them, he was blocked by Mo Chung. Elder Xia, let the youth resolve their own matters. Why should we, the old bones, interfere? Mo Chung remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. General Xia, you must be well aware of my intentions in presenting this star crystal. Either you marry Xia Churan to me, ensuring the friendship of the Bai family with the Xia family, or, given your advancing age, it would be prudent for you to retire early and vacate your position as the commander of the 2nd Armored Brigade. Bai Zhantian declared coldly. You wish for that to happen? I would rather die than marry you. Xia Churan retorted fiercely. The affairs of our Rome City fortress do not concern the Bai family. Bai Zhantian, you have overstepped your bounds. Elder Xia's expression darkened further as he spoke sternly. Elder Xia, you should reconsider. There are some individuals whom your Xia family cannot afford to offend. Mo Chung said with ill intent. Is your Mo family involved in this matter as well? Elder Xia inquired, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. Perhaps it is not merely the Mo family. A representative from the Rome City political office, Zhang Tianjie, stated blandly. Elder Xia's heart sank at once. The collusion between the Mo and Zhang families posed a grave predicament. Boy, today no one can save you. If you can withstand my sword, I will allow you to crawl out of here alive. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Bai Zhantian's gaze shifted to Li Mu, his words dripping with malice. Chapter 79. Thunder comes by Zhantian. How dare you? Xia Charan immediately positioned herself in front of Li Mu, her face aflame with anger. This was Elder Xia's birthday banquet. She could not allow Bai Zhantian to create chaos. Will you only hide behind women? In front of all these people, I, Bai Zhantian, challenge you, Li Mu. Do you dare to accept? Bai Zhantian's fury escalated as he witnessed Xia Charan's protective stance. Ran, what are you doing? This is a battle between men. What place do you have intervening? Han Shui sees Xia Charan, pulling her aside. Indeed, Ran, this is a contest of honor between men. You cannot meddle. Chun Shan and Mu Chun Chun rushed over, frantically pulling Xia Charan away. As a Dao practitioner rather than a martial artist, Xia Charan struggled, but found herself unable to break free from Han Shui and the others. She hesitated to use her Daoist techniques recklessly. It's nothing to worry about. Dealing with him is not difficult. Li Mu smiled at Xia Charan, speaking casually. You have no idea what kind of adversary you face. Soon, I shall make you a self-righteous lowly being, aware of my might. Bai Zhantian, angered by Li Mu's dismissive demeanor, responded with a cold glare and a menacing expression. Your current strength pales in comparison to what I remember. Li Mu shook his head, his gaze calm as he regarded Bai Zhantian, seemingly unconcerned. How amusing. It has been a long time since I encountered such arrogance. Those crawling out from the muck are truly ignorant, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Mo Chung, holding a wine cup with a faint smile, observed Bai Zhantian and Li Mu. The Mo family had deep ties with the Bai family, and Mo Chung was well aware of Bai Zhantian's formidable capabilities. Bai Zhantian had not only entered the innate realm, but was also a swordsman, practicing a form of Dao that was anything but ordinary. Swordsmen are among the most powerful beings in the realm of practitioners. Even though Li Mu was no weakling and had garnered considerable fame at the first martial arts university of Rongqing, the Rongqing Dao College had consistently overshadowed the martial arts university in terms of capability over the years. Generally, the ordinary students of the Dao College could easily outmatch those from the martial arts university in one-on-one combat, especially at the pinnacle of strength, where the Dao College has consistently prevailed. Only a select few of the top 10-star students from the first martial arts university could contend with the talented practitioners from the Dao College. Indeed, the frog at the bottom of the well knows not the vastness of the world. I dare say this young man has likely never faced a swordsman and remains oblivious to their terror. Bai Zhantian could likely slay him with a single strike, remarked the head of the Zhang family, grinning widely. Although Bai Zhantian had been strategically placed within the Rongqing fortress for undisclosed reasons, he still benefited from the Bai family's teachings and resources, far surpassing any insignificant individual rising from the lowest ranks of the Rongqing fortress. Majorly, this is the Xia family. You may refuse Bai Zhantian's challenge. Elder Xia expressed his concern. While he believed in Li Mu's strength, he knew that Li Mu's upbringing could not compare to that of Bai Zhantian. Even if Li Mu's talent exceeded Bai Zhantian's, he likely stood no chance against him. Elder Xia, if someone seeks a fight, why should I decline? Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. This fellow has no comprehension of senior brother Bai's prowess. Many of the privileged disciples from the Rongqing fortress exchanged disdainful glances, engaging in hushed discussions. You seek death, Bai Zhantian bellowed, unleashing a fierce cry as a flying sword shot forth directly from his mouth. The flying sword was enveloped in crackling electricity, its intense radiance seemingly igniting as it sliced through the air, resembling a bolt of lightning hurtling towards Li Mu. My heavens! Brother Bai has actually refined his own life sword. Not only has Brother Bai refined his life sword, but this Thunderfire Divine Sword is also no ordinary weapon. It is likely of remarkable quality. Crafting a flying sword is already a formidable task, and acquiring a high-quality one is even more challenging. It is said that this Thunderfire Divine Sword was secretly gifted to Brother Bai by the head of the Bai family during his coming-of-age ceremony. With this sword unleashed, that young man is undoubtedly doomed. Many privileged youths allied with Bai Zhantian displayed cold expressions, eagerly anticipating the scene of Li Mu's demise. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions froze in disbelief. Buzz! As the Thunderfire sword surged towards him, Li Mu's countenance hardened. He abruptly brought his hands together, managing to clasp the sword between his palms at the very moment it struck. The electric currents dancing about the Thunderfire sword thrashed wildly, striking his hands repeatedly. Yet they could not harm him in the slightest. Bai Zhantian's Thunderfire sword proved ineffective against Li Mu. Impossible. Bai Zhantian's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that Li Mu not only contained his flying sword, but also exhibited immunity to the electric shocks coursing through it. Bai Zhantian, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Your current strength is woefully inadequate. I have already endured your strike. Now it is your turn. If you can withstand this blow, I shall spare your life today, allowing you to leave unscathed. Thunder. Li Mu pointed towards the sky above the Xia family villa. And with a resounding boom, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Subsequently, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, shattering the villa's skylight and crashing down upon Bai Zhantian. Having acquired the gene to control lightning from the shadowy blood cat, Li Mu was not only immune to lightning attacks of a certain magnitude, but could also manipulate and wield it to his advantage. Li Mu now bore the title of a novice lightning controller. How could Bai Zhantian, with his innate cultivation, possibly inflict harm upon Li Mu with the feeble power of lightning in his Thunderfire sword? The lightning struck Bai Zhantian, who let out a pained scream. A bronze mirror suddenly materialized before him, absorbing much of the onslaught, yet he was still propelled backward by the residual force of the lightning. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and he fainted, resembling a chaotic figure from before the great catastrophe. Bai Zhantian has actually been defeated? The onlookers in the hall were left in shock, with representatives from Mo City and the Zhang family wearing particularly grim expressions. Meanwhile, Xia Churan and the elders of the Xia family displayed looks of disbelief. Could it be that Li Mu possessed the ability to wield lightning, marking him as a formidable practitioner of both martial and mystical arts? Individuals who pursue both martial and spiritual paths are not entirely absent. However, they are exceptionally rare, being the CR de la CR of talent. In the fortress of Rong City, none have previously attained such a remarkable mastery over both martial arts and spiritual practices. Chapter 80. Interception. Old Xia, my affairs are concluded. I shall contact you once there is news from that side. After defeating Bai Zhantian, Li Mu did not cast another glance at him, offering a nod to Old Xia and Xia Churan before turning away amidst a sea of astonished gazes. At Old Xia's birthday banquet, Li Mu had no opportunity to eliminate Bai Zhantian. The formidable experts concealed within the celebration would not permit him a second assault. With so many significant figures from the Rong City fortress in attendance, it was implausible that they would not have powerful bodyguards alongside them. While Bai Zhantian sought to take Li Mu's life, it was likely that only Old Xia and his associates would intervene. However, if Li Mu aimed to eliminate Bai Zhantian, the circumstances would be drastically different. Thus, Li Mu refrained from even a tentative action, as it would serve no purpose. Within the Grand Hall, countless individuals gazed in shock as Li Mu walked further away. After this night, his name would likely echo throughout the upper echelons of the fortress, while Bai Zhantian was destined to become a mere stepping stone in the establishment of Li Mu's renown. Having departed from the Xia residence, Li Mu remained unaware of the intrigue surrounding the Xia, Mo, and Zhang families, a power struggle within the Rong City fortress, a not uncommon occurrence, and one that had only just begun. He has emerged, just as Li Mu piloted his flying shuttle, which had only just taken off and not yet begun to accelerate. Another shuttle suddenly surged forth from the shadows. Bang! The pitch-black shuttle, devoid of lights, collided violently with Li Mu's shuttle, shattering the rear end and sending the entire vehicle spiraling out of control towards the ground. Li Mu's expression shifted as he swiftly kicked open the shuttle door and leapt out. Boom! The out-of-control shuttle crashed to the ground, erupting in a fierce explosion, flames soaring into the night sky. The few pedestrians still on the streets, upon witnessing the chaos, did not approach, but rather hastily retreated. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive reflexes. Young man, you truly are a distinguished student from the foremost martial university in Rong City. A voice broke through the darkness, accompanied by applause. A robust figure, resembling a tower of black iron, emerged from the shadows, grinning wickedly. This imposing man was followed by 7 or 8 individuals, all exuding a vigorous aura, with the towering figure exuding a peak 3rd-grade Earth-level energy. Who are you? Li Mu inquired, furrowing his brow. Our boss wishes to invite you for a visit. The iron tower-like man crackled his knuckles and replied. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. You will compensate for my shuttle, and then you may leave. Li Mu asserted. Compensate for your shuttle? The robust man burst into laughter, his companions joining in. After their mirth subsided, he continued, if you wish for US to compensate for your shuttle, you should take it up with our boss. It is futile to discuss it with us. Are you implying that you do not intend to compensate? Li Mu tilted his head towards the burly man, a hint of trepidation flickering across his face as he spoke. The man felt a chill run through him, his demeanor instantly turning grave, for he sensed an aura of danger emanating from the young man before him, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of his superior. Young man, our boss is Zhao Hu. You must have heard of him. The burly man intoned solemnly. The second among the 4 overlords of Rongqing, Zhao Hu? Li Mu inquired. Indeed, our boss is one of the notorious 4 overlords of Rongqing. The burly man continued. Zhao Hu is the elder brother of Zhao Rulong, the head of the Zhao family, which virtually controls the entire drug trade in Rongqing. The supplies of all the narcotics in the city predominantly originate from the Zhao family. Given that Li Mu had previously killed Zhao Rulong, it seemed that the Zhao family had perhaps uncovered something of significance. You have a relative by the surname Qin, and a sister named Qin Kur, correct? Our boss has indicated that if you do not comply, he will seek out these 2 individuals for a chat, the burly man stated. Your boss is courting trouble. Li Mu's eyes glinted with coldness as he retorted, lead the way. Please. The burly man sneered, gesturing for him to proceed. He then escorted Li Mu onto a small minibus. As soon as Li Mu took his seat, the man's companions surrounded him, their expressions unfriendly. Unperturbed, Li Mu remained composed as the minibus headed towards the East City, where the Zhao family, known as the Zhao family of East City, primarily operated. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a factory, which seemed to have once been a repair shop. In front of the factory stood a 3-story building, likely Zhao Hu's office, while the factory itself served as the site where the Zhao family processed and dried narcotic herbs. The burly man led Li Mu into the 3-story building, where numerous shirtless men were smoking and chatting. Upon spotting the unfamiliar face of Li Mu, their piercing gazes converged upon him. Dog brother. Dog brother. The burly man, resembling a black tower, approached, prompting the men to extinguish their cigarettes and stand at attention. Calling out hastily, the burly man merely nodded slightly, ignoring them entirely. This towering figure was nicknamed Dog Brother, a moniker earned due to his ferocious demeanor when enraged, akin to a rabid dog. Despite the unsavory nature of his nickname, he had originally been intended to be called Tiger Brother, but since his boss was Zhao Hu, that title was naturally reserved for him. Li Mu paid no heed to these shirtless individuals, recognizing them as merely the outermost enforcers of the Zhao family, most of whom had yet to attain the status of yellow-level martial artists, rendering them inconsequential. Their role was primarily to intimidate ordinary people, deliver goods, and maintain a semblance of order. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, the elite members of the Zhao family began to emerge, nodding in acknowledgement upon seeing the burly man, who reciprocated the gestures. The 2nd floor of the Zhao residence hosts around 20 subordinates, each of whom is a martial artist of yellow or even profound rank. These individuals undoubtedly represent the backbone of the Zhao family. Is this the individual the boss wishes to meet? Ascending to the 3rd floor, one finds that it is entirely occupied by Zhao Hu's office. Adjacent to the office lies a lounge, where a few faint auras can be sensed. This must be Zhao Hu's realm of indulgence, a space dedicated solely to his business dealings and pleasures. On the 3rd floor, there are only 4 of Zhao Hu's personal bodyguards. Upon observing them, Li Mu noticed a flicker of brilliance in their eyes. These men are all Earth-level powerhouses. It is no wonder the Zhao family stands resilient in the fortress of Rong City. This is not without reason. Moreover, it appears that Luo Baddao's inclusion among the 4 overlords of Rong City stems not from his own strength, but rather from the formidable backing of the Xia family. Otherwise, he would have either been expelled from the ranks long ago, or would never have gained entry at all. Ah, indeed. The one the boss wishes to meet is him. Brother Dog nodded and remarked. Chapter 81. Zhao Hu Master Hu. The person has arrived. The individual at the door cast a cold glance at Li Mu, then knocked and announced to those inside. Bring him in. Came a languid voice from within. Please. Brother Dog promptly opened the door, gesturing for Li Mu to enter. As Li Mu stepped into the room, he took a sweeping glance around. The space had been opened up, appearing quite expansive and lavish, adorned with crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and neatly arranged rosewood tables and chairs. He even spotted a golden handgun casually tossed atop the desk, unsure whether it was solid gold or merely gold-plated. Nestled deep within a leather sofa was a man in his 30s or 40s, enveloped in smoke. Upon seeing Li Mu, he did not bother to glance in his direction. "You must be Li Mu?" Zhao Hu lazily inquired, puffing on a herbal cigarette. "Yes," Li Mu replied. "Very well, as long as it's you. I will ask, and you will answer. I have no interest in superfluous chatter. Should you utter an unnecessary word, I shall remove one of your hands. You have 2 hands. Thus you may speak twice." Zhao Hu extinguished his cigarette on the leather sofa, fixing his gaze on Li Mu. "I've heard you killed Wang Fei and Wang Zhan from the Wang family outside the Rome City fortress. Is that correct?" "Yes," Li Mu affirmed. "How intriguing. The Wang family holds a significant reputation within the Rome City fortress, and Wang Zhan is an Earth-level first-rate powerhouse. For one of your age to slay him. It seems you are quite the prodigy, and bold to boot." Zhao Hu chuckled. "I have a fondness for geniuses. There is a delightful thrill in trampling the talented beneath my feet, even more satisfying than the act of smoking. I hear you also happened to eliminate a fellow named Wei Hu during your encounter with Wang Zhan and Wang Fei. Is that so?" "Indeed," Li Mu nodded. Behind Brother Dog, the 3 personal bodyguards from the 3rd floor entered with expressions of cold amusement. They regarded Li Mu, thinking to themselves that this young man was clearly overwhelmed, answering every question posed by Master Hu without hesitation. "Refreshing. I appreciate your straightforward nature. However, you have offended the Wang family and slain Wei Hu, the illegitimate son of Wei Tian, the vice president of the prestigious martial arts university in Rongqing. I must admit, I am quite intrigued by the audacity you display." Zhao Hu rose to his feet, curiosity etched upon his face. "It is said that Luo Bad Dao also heeds your counsel. It seems you have become the new spokesperson for the Xia family. Yet, having antagonized so many, do you truly believe the Xia family will shield you? You think it is the Xia family protecting me?" Li Mu suddenly burst into laughter, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Hu. "Speak another word of nonsense, and sever one of his hands." Zhao Hu's gaze turned icy, prompting one of Li Mu's companions to spring into action. The individual brandished a 3-foot-long, curved knife, stepping forward with precision. The blade spun rapidly around his wrist, and in an instant, it was aimed directly at Li Mu's arm. Without even a glance, Li Mu reached out and twisted, producing a sharp crack as the iron blade was effortlessly snapped in 2. The cold gleam of the severed knife flickered in Li Mu's grasp. "Huh!" Zhao Hu's bodyguard froze, the broken knife clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. A strange noise escaped his lips as he pressed desperately against his neck. Yet blood erupted from his fingers like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguard collapsed, convulsing momentarily before succumbing to silence. "It appears you cannot sever my hand." Li Mu tossed aside the broken knife, speaking nonchalantly. Dog Brother's pupils contracted, and he, along with the remaining 3 Earth-level experts, immediately braced themselves. To dispatch a second-tier Earth-level warrior with a single blow indicates that this young man's strength far exceeds their expectations. The intelligence provided by that person was utterly inaccurate. Let me share something you might find even more intriguing. Not only have I slain Wang Fei, Wang Zhan, and Wei Hu, but your brother, Zhao Rulong, also fell by my hand. I had previously informed him that I would soon send you to join him." Li Mu continued. "You little brat. Are you courting death by speaking to Lord Hu in such a manner?" Dog Brother's expression darkened as he barked fiercely. "This is the stronghold of the Zhao family. Zhao Hu himself is a first-tier celestial-level warrior. His entourage, including Dog Brother, boasts 5 Earth-level experts, alongside dozens of martial practitioners beneath that tier. All of these are Zhao Hu's trusted subordinates. His dominance over the trade in Rongqing is not solely due to his formidable strength, but also the loyalty of his followers. Even if another first-tier celestial-level warrior were to arrive, it is unlikely they would leave here alive. Regardless of this young man's prowess in swiftly dispatching a second-tier Earth-level warrior, what gives him the confidence that he can easily walk away from this place unscathed? Very well, how interesting." Zhao Hu's demeanor turned severe as he fixed a cold stare on Li Mu, chillingly declaring, "I will extend a courtesy to the old man Xia today. Kneel now, and renounce your martial path, and I shall overlook your transgression against Zhao Rulong. You little brat, kneel. Kneel, and you may survive. Refuse, and death awaits you." The threats echoed from Dog Brother and Zhao Hu's remaining 3 bodyguards. "You want me to kneel and forsake my martial arts, only to have him easily eliminate me as a cripple mid-journey? When the repercussions arise, you can easily distance yourself from the matter, claiming I didn't perish at your hands, right?" Li Mu scoffed, gesturing towards a nearby room. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's expression turned dark. This was indeed his scheme. He had discovered that Li Mu had a close relationship with the Xia family and had even been invited to the birthday celebration of the venerable Xia Patriarch. The Xia Patriarch was a prominent figure in Rong City, a brigadier general commanding an armored brigade, a formidable force that even Zhao Hu dared not offend lightly. Zhao Hu had initially intended to coerce Li Mu into crippling himself, allowing for an ambush to eliminate him on the way. However, he had not anticipated that Li Mu would catch wind of his plan. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. But no matter how clever you are, today marks your end." Just then, the door to the adjacent room swung open, and Wei Tian emerged. All of Li Mu's intelligence had been provided by Wei Tian, who had conspired with Zhao Hu to lure Li Mu under the pretense of threatening Qin Yi and Qin Kur. They believed that once Li Mu arrived, he would be at their mercy. "Wei Tian, just days ago you indeed had the opportunity to kill me, but alas, that chance has slipped away. Even with Zhao Hu and his men, you stand no chance." Li Mu shook his head, speaking calmly. "It's too late, Li Mu. You are overly arrogant. Just days ago, you were no match for me, let alone for Zhao Hu, the head of the Zhao family. Do you believe you could have possibly advanced from the earth level to the heavenly level in such a short time?" Wei Tian sneered dismissively. As a peak earth-level martial artist, Wei Tian had fought Li Mu days prior, assessing him to be barely at the third rank of the earth level. It was inconceivable that Li Mu could leap from earth to heavenly level in just a few days. "Master Zhao, this fellow has slain your brother Zhao Rulong. How can we not avenge this grudge? If we eliminate this brat today, I, Wei Tian, will bear all the consequences. Even if the Xia family inquires, you can shift the blame onto me." Wei Tian urged Zhao Hu. His elder Wei's claim true? Zhao Hu appeared slightly swayed. Though he feared the Xia family, failing to avenge Zhao Rulong would undermine his authority. "This brat has a personal vendetta against me. I must kill him. After all, I am the vice president of Rongcheng's first martial arts university. Once I eliminate him, I can simply stay at the university. And what can the Xia family do to me?" Wei Tian declared with a frenzied expression. "Very well, I shall trust you this time." Zhao Hu's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke in a deep voice. "You seem to think that killing me is an effortless task. I wonder from where your confidence derives." Li Mu shook his head and replied, "Young man, upon entering the Zhao family's territory, I hold the power of life and death. If I decree your demise, rest assured, you shall meet your end without fail." Zhao Hu sneered, and his companions, Dog Brother and others, immediately encircled Li Mu. "Is that so? Alas, after tonight, the Zhao family will no longer exist in Rong Fortress," Li Mu remarked, shaking his head at Zhao Hu. Were it not for Zhao Hu's provocation, he would not have dedicated time to confront the Zhao family. However, since Zhao Hu sought his own demise, Li Mu would not hesitate to eradicate the Zhao family. The Zhao family controlled all the illicit drug trade in Rong Fortress, causing untold suffering. They deserved to perish. Wei Tian, as the vice dean of the Martial Arts Academy, indulged his illegitimate son in his malevolence, and he too was culpable. "Just you?" Zhao Hu's gaze turned icy as he coldly commanded, "Kill him." Death. At Zhao Hu's command, Dog Brother, who had long been prepared, roared in fury. His iron fists charged with formidable energy as he launched a devastating punch towards Li Mu's back. Simultaneously, the other three elite bodyguards, all of Earth-level prowess, charged at Li Mu. In that fleeting moment, Li Mu sidestepped Dog Brother's iron fist and retaliated with a palm strike to Dog Brother's abdomen, unleashing a surge of energy. "Ah!" Dog Brother let out a pained scream as the force of Li Mu's strike shattered his internal organs. Stumbling back 2 steps, he collapsed onto the ground. Blood mixed with flesh fragments trickling from his mouth. Heavenly burning golden eyes. Golden flames erupted from Li Mu's eyes, shooting forth and engulfing the 3 Earth-level experts in an instant. "Ah!" Their anguished cries echoed as they were reduced to ashes within mere moments. Zhao Hu's elite guards had been obliterated without a trace. Dual cultivation of martial arts and mysticism at the heavenly level. This is impossible. How could this be? Have you concealed your true strength? Wei Tian was nearly driven to madness, utterly astounded by the sheer magnitude of Li Mu's power. Just a few days prior, Li Mu had only possessed Earth-level capabilities, and at that time, he had never exhibited any knowledge of mystical arts. Yet, these golden flames were evidently not of martial origin, but rather a divine ability. An Earth-level expert, even at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, could not obliterate 4 opponents of equal standing in the blink of an eye. Li Mu was no mere Earth-level warrior. He was a true heavenly expert. "Who on earth are you?" Zhao Hu's expression darkened considerably. Could this young man be a hidden master of the Xiao family? Otherwise, how could a mere freshman, no matter how gifted, ascend to the heavenly level in such a short span? At this age, aspiring to cultivate both Tao and martial arts, and to become a celestial level warrior, one must undoubtedly be nurtured from a young age. It is only during a great calamity that one can soar to new heights. Without a solid foundation laid in childhood, how could anyone hope to achieve such a remarkable dual cultivation? I am Li Mu. When you stand before the King of Hell, do not forget to mention my name. Dragon Armor. Li Mu activated the Dragon Armor, a biological suit that grows in power as it assimilates more genetic sequences, becoming increasingly formidable. You possess divine treasures as well. Zhao Hu's expression darkened as he finally comprehended that they had chosen the wrong adversary. Li Mu's strength and background were far beyond what a mere Zhao Hu could provoke. Zhao family head, let us join forces. Since we have already offended him, it is now a matter of life and death. If he does not perish, neither shall we. Wei Tian cried out fiercely. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached as Zhao Hu's subordinates rushed in response to the commotion. Young man, I, Zhao Hu, have some standing in the Rome City Fortress. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. If you are willing to relent now, I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred. What do you think? Zhao Hu's countenance shifted, his voice taking on a somber tone. His words were, in fact, a concession. Since the great transformation of the world, Zhao Hu had never bowed to anyone, yet the current predicament had altered the dynamics entirely. He recognized that Li Mu was beyond their reach, even if he were a celestial-level powerhouse. It is too late, Li Mu coldly uttered, his feet propelling him forward directly towards Zhao Hu. Both Zhao Hu and Wei Tian had witnessed Li Mu's trump cards, the burning heaven golden eyes and the dragon armor. Given their grievous sins, Li Mu had no intention of sparing them. You force my hand. Zhao Hu roared, tiger cannon divine fist. A manic glint flickered in his eyes. His long-term addiction to hemp had driven him to madness. Zhao Hu had trained under a master to hone the tiger cannon divine fist, which, before the great calamity, was merely a means to assert dominance over a few ruffians. However, following the transformation, he discovered that his decades of arduous practice had transformed the technique into something akin to the legendary martial arts of films and novels. With a powerful stomp, Zhao Hu left a distinct footprint in the ground. His entire body coiled like a bow drawn to its limit, and then, like cannon fire, he unleashed a mighty punch. Chapter 83. Annihilation of the Zhao family. The air crackled with the sound of impact as Zhao Hu, a true celestial-level warrior, struck with a force exceeding 200,000 kilograms, even reaching 250,000 kilograms. If Li Mu did not activate the dragon armor, even employing the complete martial arts might not suffice to contend with Zhao Hu. In response to Zhao Hu's ferocious blow, Li Mu unleashed a punch of his own. At this moment, Wei Tian refrained from intervening and instead took refuge by the window in the third-floor office. Li Mu, a formidable figure with mastery over both martial and mystical arts, had already instilled fear in Wei Tian. Wei Tian decided to bide his time. Should Li Mu engage Zhao Hu and the latter gain the upper hand, he would immediately lend his full strength to assist Zhao Hu in vanquishing Li Mu. However, if Zhao Hu found himself at a disadvantage, Wei Tian would not hesitate to flee, allowing Zhao Hu and his subordinates to besiege Li Mu while he took advantage of the chaos to escape. Though Wei Tian sought revenge, he valued his own life above all else. Suddenly, with a resounding clash, Li Mu's fist collided violently with Zhao Hu's, shattering the office window into countless fragments. Accompanied by a faint sound akin to cracking bones, Zhao Hu's expression changed dramatically as he was forced back a step by the overwhelming force of Li Mu's blow, leaving a deep imprint on the ground, his hands bleeding profusely, with fractured fingers from the impact. He had not anticipated that Li Mu, upon activating the armor-like divine treasure, would exhibit such formidable strength, placing even a seasoned Tier 1 heavenly expert like himself at a disadvantage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Tian's countenance shifted in alarm, and he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. If even Zhao Hu could not contend with Li Mu, then his chances of escape would diminish rapidly if he lingered any longer. Thunder punishment. Noticing Wei Tian's intent to escape, Li Mu's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand, summoning a brilliant bolt of lightning. With a thunderous roar, the darkness was rent asunder by the fierce electric light. Impossible. You have mastered the thunder arts. Wei Tian's face contorted in disbelief as the searing lightning enveloped him in an instant. With a resounding crash, the lightning dissipated, and Wei Tian's lifeless body plummeted from the third floor, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Given Wei Tian's capabilities, had he not been solely focused on his escape and let down his guard, that bolt of lightning might not have claimed his life. Unfortunately, his singular focus on fleeing led to an expedited demise. Fire arts, thunder arts, your martial prowess surpasses that of a Tier 1 heavenly adept. To which noble family do you belong, young prodigy? Zhao Hu exclaimed incredulously, his face a mixture of fury and astonishment. Descend into hell and inquire with the king of hell. Li Mu retorted, having just dispatched Wei Tian without the slightest pause, as he charged once more at Zhao Hu. Engage him together, block his path. Fear gripped Zhao Hu as he shouted, crashing through the office door, his subordinates rushing in with an array of weapons drawn, attempting to intercept Li Mu and create an opportunity for their leader to escape. As a Tier 1 heavenly expert, Zhao Hu had long intended to flee, but now, ensnared by Li Mu, it was too late for him to escape. Clad in the dragon armor, Li Mu disregarded the attacks from those at the Yellow and Xian tiers, and even those lacking any rank, as he relentlessly pursued Zhao Hu, offering him no chance of escape. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly through the office. Li Mu unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Zhao Hu with no opportunity to escape. He could only engage in a brutal exchange of blows. With each strike, Zhao Hu was forced to step back, and after 5 blows, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. His fists were reduced to a bloody mess. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th punches landed. Suddenly, Zhao Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, interspersed with fragments of flesh. His body swayed, and he could no longer retaliate, his arms hanging limply at his sides. His bones had been utterly shattered, and his internal organs were reduced to pulp. A formidable master of the heavenly tier, he wore a face of mixed astonishment and fury in his final moments. Zhao Hu had never anticipated that today would be his last, yet now, he was indeed facing death. With a thud, Zhao Hu collapsed onto the ground, quickly engulfed by a pool of crimson blood that seeped across the opulent office. Master Hu. His subordinates stood in shocked disbelief. Zhao Hu, a powerful figure of the heavenly rank, had been brutally slain in his own lair. How could this be possible? It is your turn now. You who aided the wicked shall pay the price. Li Mu slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Zhao Hu's stunned followers. Run. Hurry. The once dominant thugs, who were accustomed to instilling fear and wreaking havoc, now resembled frightened strays, desperately seeking escape. Yet, if these individuals were allowed to live, the illicit trade in Rong City would persist, and it would not be long before another Zhao family emerged. Gather your energy into a blade. Li Mu observed their frantic retreat and gradually extended his palm, a swirling vortex forming in his grasp. This cyclone was honed to perfection before it instantaneously expanded outward. As it spread, each tendril of energy transformed into a blade of light, slicing through the air with a piercing cry of anguish that echoed throughout the building. Half a minute later, the screams within the small structure fell silent, leaving behind an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the sound of blood dripping rhythmically. Li Mu retracted his dragon armor and stepped out of the building. Moments later, flames erupted from the factory, consuming the entire premises in a matter of minutes. Li Mu's silhouette grew distant, illuminated by the inferno. Shortly thereafter, a hovering vehicle parked nearby was driven away. Fire! There's a fire! A few minutes later, terrified screams echoed in the distance. Half an hour later, the security team's fire truck arrived, the scene in disarray. Yet, many understood that after this night, the dynamics of the underground world in Rong City would undergo a monumental shift. Li Mu returned to the school in Zhao Hu's vehicle. That very night, news of the Zhao family's destruction spread throughout much of the fortress's underbelly, as many who sought to procure goods could not find any members of the Zhao family. The factory fire served as a catalyst for the news to circulate widely. No one knows how the Zhao family was annihilated or who orchestrated their demise. However, the Public Security Bureau of Rongqing discovered the lifeless body of Zhao Hu, who had been brutally beaten to death. Zhao Hu himself was a formidable figure, a first-tier celestial-level powerhouse. Only someone stronger than him could have engaged him in direct combat. Speculations began to circulate regarding the identity of the perpetrator and the motives behind the Zhao family's downfall. The day after Li Mu returned to school, he learned that the institution was planning to establish a special training team. Chapter 84. Special Training Team. The following afternoon, another public class conducted by Mo Lingyu commenced. attended by both Class 1 and Class 2 of the Strong Martial Academy, totaling 100 students. Prior to Li Mu's arrival, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter. But as soon as he entered, an immediate hush fell over the room, only to return to its former state once he took his seat. Li Mu, ever since you subdued Chu Xinghan, our resource allocation at the Strong Martial Academy has increased by 20%, an advantage typically reserved for the leading academy among the four. Zhang Cheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon seeing Li Mu. The four academies within Rongqing's premier martial arts university already enjoyed differing levels of treatment. The stronger the academy, the greater the resources it received. Previously, the Demon Martial Academy had received the most resources, but now, with Li Mu's victory over Chu Xinghan, the Strong Martial Academy naturally ascended to the top. That is indeed a positive development. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Absolutely. The students in our academy are overjoyed. For us ordinary students, a little extra resource can make all the difference. We are all immensely grateful to you. Zhang Cheng expressed his appreciation. By the way, have you heard? Qin Feishue has transferred to another academy. She applied a couple of days ago and has moved to the Divine Martial Academy. Oh, Li Mu responded absently, not particularly concerned. He had never invested much thought into Qin Feishue's affairs and was indifferent to which academy she had chosen. All right, class is starting now. Please settle down. Today, we will discuss the habits and attack methods of various demon beasts to provide you with a deeper understanding of them. However, before we begin, I have an announcement to make. Many of you may have already heard that the 10 Fortress Tournament is merely a month away. The significance of this tournament is self-evident, and the school is preparing to form special training teams. The school plans to establish 2 special training teams, one official team to prepare for this 10 Fortress Tournament and another reserve team for the next one. Members of the special training team will benefit from superior teachers and enhanced resources. Mo Lingyu observed the increasing excitement among the students and continued, however, this also comes with greater dangers. The special training team will have monthly missions outside the city to hunt demon creatures, and once we leave the city, casualties can be challenging to manage. Therefore, I implore those who wish to apply for the special training team to consider carefully. While there are numerous benefits to joining, the associated risks are equally significant. Joining the special training team means we must leave the city every month? As Mo Lingyu's words echoed, a flurry of discussions erupted among her classmates. Venturing outside the city is perilous. Should we encounter a sudden ambush from monstrous beasts, the risk of complete annihilation looms large. The school organizes a special training team, not a death squad. How could they stand idly by as we face utter destruction? Even if there are missions outside, they must be in close proximity to the fortress, ensuring swift rescue in case of emergencies. Do you think this is merely a game? Those ferocious beasts will not play along with us. The school will certainly strive to safeguard our safety, yet no one can guarantee absolute security. If misfortune strikes, the consequences could be dire. This world is inherently one of fierce competition. If we do not strive now, even when we enter the military alliance later, we will start from the very bottom and encounter countless dangers. It is better to fight now. If we can become proficient before graduation, even a yellow-level warrior can start as a second lieutenant in the army. Indeed, we still have the chance to compete and strive. Later on, opportunities may be scarce. Mo Lingyu observed her students engaged in fervent debate, allowing them the freedom to discuss, recognizing the significance of the matter at hand. Her gaze shifted to Li Mu, who stood apart from the animated discussions, remaining silent regarding the special training team. Indeed, those gifted individuals are distinctly different from the ordinary. Mo Lingyu suddenly recalled rumors circulating within the school, suggesting that Li Mu might have ventured beyond the Rong fortress more than once. Within the Rong First Martial Arts University, few dare to leave the fortress and enter the wild alone. Now, regarding the registration for the preparatory team, you may take your time to contemplate. The registration period spans 1 week. After a brief pause, Mo Lingyu continued, each grade has 50 slots available. The top 10 from the school-wide assessment, and those who have previously participated in various competitions with notable achievements can join without testing. Others must undergo evaluations, as not everyone can join the preparatory team. As for the official team, the school will appoint members. Currently, there is only one designated from the first-year cohort. At this point, Mo Lingyu paused, and many students turned their attention to Li Mu. He is our classmate, Li Mu. After class, please accompany me to report to the special training team. From today onward, you will not need to attend regular classes. Understood. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is Li Mu. Many students displayed a myriad of emotions, yet few felt it was unjust, as they too believed that if any first-year student were deserving of a place in the official special training team, it would undoubtedly be Li Mu. Teacher, if we join the preparatory team, who will be instructing us? A student inquired, raising their hand. Each grade will have specially appointed teachers. There will be separate instructors for both empty-handed and weapon training. Mo Lingyu explained. And what about the official team? Moreover, if we participate, will we risk elimination? Is there any punishment for being eliminated? A student inquired. The official team is primarily led by Vice Principal Li Changhe, with other participating teachers including myself, Teacher Wu Kuan, Teacher Chen Nan, and Teacher Zhou Ping. There is no punishment for elimination. However, if one is part of the official team and secures a position in the 10 Fortress League, they will be recommended to study in the provincial capital, along with rewards such as elixirs and a series of other items. The official team will initially absorb 30 students from the school, but our entire Rongqing Bastion only has 5 spots available for the 10 Fortress League. This means that out of those 30 students, a preliminary selection will retain 10. And these 10 will compete with the Cultivation Academy for the 5 available slots. If fortune favors us, we might secure all 5 spots for our martial arts university. If luck is not on our side, we may end up with none. As Mo Lingyu spoke, she cast a significant glance at Li Mu. This selection is a contest among the most exceptional talents in the entire Rongqing Bastion. Chapter 85. Conflict. The news of forming a special training team has spread throughout the school, and discussions abound within the martial arts university. Each grade has 50 spots for the preparatory team, which means many can join. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. Li Mu, come with me to register. After class, Mo Lingyu nodded at Li Mu and he followed her outside. Li Mu can directly join the official team. While we are uncertain about even making it to the preparatory team, it is truly disheartening. Some students in the class looked enviously at Li Mu's retreating figure. If you can defeat Chu Xinghan, the school will surely let you join the official team. Another student remarked. Let us not even consider defeating Chu Xinghan. I doubt I could match him, even after graduating from university. The previously speaking student replied with resignation. Li Mu, I heard you defeated by Zhang Tian at the Xia family. Is that true? Mo Lingyu suddenly asked as they exited the teaching building. Bai Zhantian underestimated me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Li Mu nodded slightly. Bai Zhantian is a genius of the Cultivation Academy, ranking among the top 10 in strength. He is even stronger than Chu Xinghan. It's astonishing that you managed to defeat him. No wonder the school regards you as a seed candidate. This time, as you participate in the special training team, do not underestimate your opponents. You must strive to secure a spot in the 10 Fortress League. After all, our Rongqing Bastion is rather small, and remaining here will not reveal the vastness of the world. Securing a place in the 10 Fortress League could grant you direct admission to the provincial capital's martial arts university for further studies, which would be an exceptional opportunity. Mo Lingyu urged. I understand, Teacher Mo. Li Mu smiled, appreciating Mo Lingyu's continued concern, just as he remembered. Let us register your name here. The special training team will commence formal training starting tomorrow. Soon, Mo Lingyu led Li Mu to an office within the school. In this office, aside from Li Mu and Mo Lingyu, there were several others who seemed to be registering their names as well. Teacher Mo, you are here too, exclaimed a man in his 30s with a goatee, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Mo Lingyu. Teacher Zhou, what a coincidence. Mo Lingyu acknowledged him with a slight nod, maintaining her distance. This Teacher Zhou was Zhou Ping, one of the mentors for the special training team, renowned for his unparalleled skills in swordsmanship and martial arts. 3 years prior, he fortuitously consumed a rare herb and ascended to the rank of a first-tier heavenly expert. The formation of this elite training team at Rongqing's first martial arts university showcased the CR Mi de la CRMI, with all mentors being genuine heavenly experts except for Mo Lingyu, who was a half-step heavenly level. This assembly represented a significant portion of the university's top-tier combat power. Zhou Ping was formidable, yet he possessed a rather lascivious disposition, having taken 3 wives, all of whom were once his students. Following Mo Lingyu's tenure at the university, he set his sights on her, persistently pursuing her, which greatly repulsed Mo Lingyu. In this age, the institution of monogamy had become a mere formality. As long as one possessed strength and resources, having multiple wives was scarcely scrutinized. Teacher Mo, why the cold demeanor? We are all mentors of the special training team now. We shall collaborate frequently, so it would be prudent to foster a closer rapport. Zhou Ping leered as he approached, but Mo Lingyu recoiled in disgust. Excuse me, let me through. I'm here to register. Zhou Ping, unwilling to relent, attempted to close the distance again, but Li Mu stepped forward assertively, firmly pushing Zhou Ping aside. I am Li Mu, and your name has been recorded. Starting tomorrow, you will join the special training team and commence your training. The individual seated behind the desk reviewed the training roster and marked a check next to Li Mu's name. Excellent. Li Mu nodded, accepting a metal tag inscribed with the words special training. You are Li Mu? With that physique, you hardly seem capable of defeating Chu Xinghan. Did you employ some underhanded means to secure your victory? Zhou Ping's expression soured as he signaled to a lanky, pallid youth, seemingly around 20 years of age, who promptly approached. With a feigned smile, the young man addressed Li Mu. Li Mu, don't mind him. This is Tai Zhun, a student of Zhou Ping, ranked 9th among the school's top 10-star students, possessing the strength of a second-tier earthly martial artist. Mo Lingyu tugged at Li Mu's sleeve, whispering. Li Mu had not heard of this Tai Zhun. An earthly second-tier martial artist attempting to flaunt his prowess before him was nothing short of a farce. Teacher Mo, the registration is complete. Shall we depart? Li Mu, casting not a glance at Tai Zhun, stowed away the special training tag and turned to leave, entirely disregarding Tai Zhun's presence. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Tiezhen's expression suddenly darkened, and he appeared somewhat flustered. Stepping forward, he directly obstructed Li Mu, his gaze brimming with menace. After all, he was one of the top 10-star students of the first martial arts university, his reputation overshadowing even that of Chu Xinghan. Wherever he went, he was the focal point of attention, and this audacious lad dared to disregard him. Truly a foolhardy act. Tiezhen, what are you intending to do? Mo Lingyu's delicate face tightened as she spoke with indignation. Do you wish to engage in a brawl with Li Mu here? Teacher Mo, the path of martial arts necessitates relentless combat. Without it, how can one progress? A minor altercation among students is hardly your concern. Zhou Ping sneered. So, do not go too far. Mo Lingyu retorted angrily. Yet Zhou Ping remained unfazed, preventing her from intervening. The audacity of Li Mu to block his path warranted a lesson. This lad seemed oblivious to the importance of respecting one's teachers and the principles of the martial arts. If you step aside now, you might save yourself from embarrassment later, Li Mu remarked, gazing calmly at Tiezhen, who stood slightly taller than him. Embarrassment? You will soon learn who truly faces humiliation when you find yourself begging for mercy. Tiezhen sneered, having already received Zhou Ping's covert encouragement. Today, he was determined to teach this Li Mu a lesson. Even though fighting was prohibited here, with Zhou Ping's backing, as long as he did not kill the lad, who could hold him accountable? With a malicious grin, Tiezhen abruptly took a step back, seizing the handle of his blade, poised to strike at Li Mu. His expertise lay in weaponry rather than hand-to-hand combat. Thus, he needed to maintain an optimal distance for his assault. His previous proximity to Li Mu had been disadvantageous, compelling him to retreat and create space. Chapter 86. The Conflict Buzz. As Tiezhen's blade was drawn halfway, he suddenly felt a weight upon his hand, forcing his partially unsheathed weapon back into its scabbard. The ferocity on Tiezhen's face froze as he realized that Li Mu had, unbeknownst to him, closed the distance and was now mere inches away. Bang! Li Mu pressed Tiezhen's blade back down with one hand, swiftly launching himself upwards and delivering a powerful flying knee strike directly to Tiezhen's abdomen. With a pained scream, Tiezhen was sent flying, the contents of his stomach from breakfast violently expelled, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Li Mu had not even employed any martial arts techniques. He had merely sent Tiezhen crashing through the office door, leaving him groaning and helpless on the floor. Next time you wish to draw your blade, do not stand so close. It's astonishing that you lack even this basic understanding. One wonders how you have practiced your martial arts all these years, Li Mu remarked, stepping over the utterly defeated Tiezhen as he prepared to leave. My heavens, is that not Tiezhen, ranked 9th among the top star students? How could he be so thoroughly bested? Students passing by the office were taken aback by the scene. It was rare to witness one of the school's top star students being vanquished in such a manner. Who was that young man? Could it be that Tiezhen was defeated by him? It seems he didn't even have a chance to draw his blade. The young man I am familiar with is Li Mu, a freshman. Previously, he triumphed over Chu Xinghan, and now he has unexpectedly defeated Tai Zhun. It seems the rankings of the top 10-star students are about to shift. The other students gazed at Li Mu with astonishment. He is merely a first-year student. Yet within such a short time since the beginning of the semester, he has managed to best 2 of the top 10 star students consecutively. Stop. Zhou Ping's expression darkened as he observed Tai Zhen's disheveled state. After all, Tai Zhen is his prized disciple. Today, he was bested without even drawing his blade. Where could Zhou Ping hide his face? What? Teacher Zhou, are you eager to engage with me personally? Li Mu replied with a cold smirk. With so many students watching, and with a teacher like Mo Lingyu present, if Zhou Ping were to defend his student and confront Li Mu, it would not only tarnish his reputation but also invite severe repercussions from the school. After all, Li Mu is no ordinary student to be easily subdued. He has defeated Chu Xinghan within the school and vanquished Bai Zhantian outside, bringing significant honor to the first martial arts university. The higher-ups would never permit Li Mu to be harmed at the hands of a teacher within their institution. Teacher Zhou, please maintain your dignity. Otherwise, I shall seek the principal for a resolution. Mo Lingyu stated with a serious demeanor. Humph, must we involve the principal over such a trivial matter? Upon hearing the mention of the principal, Zhou Ping's expression shifted dramatically. After all, the principal of Rongqing's first martial arts university is a master-level powerhouse. One of the few masters in the city. If this matter were to reach his ears, Zhou Ping would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, you cannot simply disregard the fact that you have injured a fellow student. This must not go unpunished. Zhou Ping proclaimed coldly. The path of martial arts necessitates constant conflict. Without struggle, how can one progress? Surely, Teacher Zhou should not intervene in trivial disputes among students. Li Mu replied with a smirk, echoing Zhou Ping's earlier words. Indeed. Teacher Zhou, are these not your own words? Have you reconsidered so quickly after speaking them? Mo Lingyu added. Zhou Ping's expression froze, alternating between red and white. If he were to declare that his previous statement was erroneous, it would be akin to slapping his own face. Li Mu, come, I shall escort you downstairs. Do not forget that the training begins tomorrow. Mo Lingyu said with a smile, taking Li Mu by the arm and leading him away as Zhou Ping was left speechless. Teacher Ugh, Tai Zhen, while retching, attempted to stand, the foul odor causing Zhou Ping to step back with a grimace. Useless, unable to even draw your blade. Teacher Ugh. It was him, he ambushed me. Ugh, next time I will definitely finish him off. Tai Zhen gasped between bouts of nausea. Get lost. Zhou Ping glared at the direction in which Li Mu had departed before turning to leave in a huff. Zhou Ping is known for holding grudges. If you offend him today, be cautious once you join the special training team. Once downstairs, Mo Lingyu cautioned Li Mu. I understand, Teacher Mo. I will be attentive. Li Mu nodded in response. Very well, do not forget about the training session tomorrow, and ensure you are punctual. After finishing her words, Mo Lingyu turned and departed. Li Mu exited the academic building and made his way to the dining hall for a meal. After dining, he returned directly to the school. In the fortress of Rongqing, food was often scarce, and ordinary individuals had to toil diligently, even engaging in perilous tasks just to satisfy their hunger. However, within the school, meals were complimentary. Although the institution could not afford to provide its multitude of students with beast meat, the ordinary grains supplied were sufficient to satiate their appetites. Mainframe, teleport me aboard the Star Destroyer. As soon as Li Mu returned to his dormitory and secured the door, he issued the command. Affirmative, Master. A radiant glow enveloped Li Mu's feet, and he was swiftly transported back to the Star Destroyer. Having returned from the Xia family, Li Mu had yet to process the starlight crystal he had acquired. Mainframe, channel energy using this crystal. Once inside the Star Destroyer, he retrieved the fist-sized starlight crystal on the bridge. A beam of light enveloped the crystal, drawing it into a rhomboid slot. The Star Destroyer commenced its energy charging. Soon, a faint buzzing sound resonated, and before long, the metallic viewport at the front of the bridge transformed into a holographic display. Li Mu observed that a significant portion of the Star Destroyer was buried beneath the lunar surface, with only a small section exposed. The desolate landscape outside was stark, devoid of anything but rocks. This is the moon. Li Mu gazed at the barren surface. Had it not been for the resurgence of spiritual energy, he would never have had the opportunity to set foot on the moon, even across the entirety of Earth. It would likely be decades before many could achieve such a feat. The energy charging of the Star Destroyer was complete, attaining 2 standard units. And the current energy level was at 3.02%, with energy recovery exceeding 5%. Master's authority can be elevated to level 2. The mainframe announced. Elevating authority to level 2? The starlight crystal is indeed extraordinary. Even a crystal of the same size would contain less than 1/10 or even 1/100th of the energy. To expedite the charging of the Star Destroyer and enhance authority, I must find a way to acquire more spiritual crystals or starlight crystals. Li Mu mused. Since Bai Zhantian was able to obtain one starlight crystal, could he not procure a second? Chapter 87. Charging the energy charging of the Star Destroyer was complete, and the starlight crystal fell from the slot, having been drained of all its spiritual energy, leaving it dim and lifeless. This crystal is now useless. Li Mu lamented over the spent starlight crystal, feeling a pang of regret. It had taken a formidable weapon to exchange for that single starlight crystal, and in the blink of an eye, it was rendered ineffective. How could he not feel distressed? Moreover, the priority was to charge the Star Destroyer first before considering repairs. Without energy, it would be impossible to initiate any restoration efforts. Initially, Li Mu intended to allow the mainframe of the Star Destroyer to retain some energy from the starlight crystal to establish a spirit-gathering array, thereby enhancing his cultivation speed. However, given the current circumstances, the Star Destroyer is in dire need of energy, making it impossible to spare any energy from the starlight crystal. Both Li Mu and the Star Destroyer require spirit crystals, yet acquiring these crystals proves to be quite challenging. It appears that the head of the Bai family is quite fond of Bai Zhantian. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed such a large starlight crystal upon him. Perhaps a solution for obtaining spirit crystals could be found through Bai Zhantian, Li Mu pondered aloud. Simultaneously, in a villa within the safe zone of the Rong fortress, Bai Zhantian, who was recuperating, suddenly sneezed. Young master, even if you devise a plan to eliminate that fellow named Li Mu, the young lady from the Xia family is unlikely to have a change of heart, remarked a steward-like individual who served Bai Zhantian, holding a bowl of spiritual medicine. Once that brat is dead, I cannot fathom the Xia family daring to refuse to marry Xia Chuan to me, Bai Zhantian declared with a ferocious expression. Young master, even if the Xia family does proceed with the marriage, everyone will still whisper that you were defeated by that fellow named Li Mu. The young lady from the Xia family will never truly regard you with sincerity. The steward, a middle-aged man named Lu Neng, responded. Lu, what do you suggest we do about this? Bai Zhantian gradually calmed, pausing for a moment before coldly asserting, no matter what, that brat must die. Lu Neng, who had been by Bai Zhantian's side since childhood, caring for him, was someone Bai Zhantian trusted implicitly. That brat named Li Mu has offended the young master and is undoubtedly doomed. However, he must not perish quietly. His death must be witnessed by all, in a manner that is both glorious and honorable. Lu Neng's eyes glinted with malice as he grinned. Indeed, only then can I restore my dignity. Who would dare to say that Bai Zhantian is inferior to that brat? Bai Zhantian's eyes sparkled with determination. I must make Xia Chuan aware that a commoner who crawled out of a sewer cannot be compared to Bai Zhantian. Young master, it is precisely so. You can openly eliminate him during the selection rounds of the 10 Fortress tournament. Lu Neng immediately concurred, recognizing that this was the only way for Bai Zhantian to rid himself of the psychological burden that Li Mu posed. Otherwise, the shadow of Li Mu would undoubtedly hinder his future cultivation. Lu Neng was genuinely considering Bai Zhantian's best interests. My previous defeat to that commoner was due to my underestimation. I did not anticipate that he was dual cultivating both martial and spiritual arts, but this time, I will be thoroughly prepared. Bai Zhantian spoke in a low voice. After a moment of silence, he continued, Lu, tomorrow, take some risks and accompany the Mo family to the provincial city to borrow that treasure from Bai Luohai. Must we truly go to borrow that treasure, young master? The other members of the Bai family are unlikely to be amenable, Lu Neng hesitantly remarked. Umph, this is something Bai Luohai owes me. When you go, be cautious not to let anyone from the Bai family discover your intentions, Bai Zhantian retorted, a flicker of resentment gleaming in his eyes. Were it not for certain circumstances, as the legitimate heir of the Bai family, he would not have been reduced to residing within the confines of the Rong city fortress. Yes, young master, I understand. I shall set out tomorrow. Lu Neng nodded in agreement. The Mo family has some clandestine dealings that are intertwined with the provincial city, and their members frequently travel to the provincial fortress. When Mo family members venture to the provincial fortress, they do so with considerable vigilance, even if they suffer some losses. They would not easily face complete annihilation, making it relatively safe to accompany them. Let this boy linger for a few more days. When the selection competition commences, I shall ensure that Xia Chuan understands precisely who is worthy of her affections, Bai Zhantian declared, his eyes glinting with a cold light. The following day, Lu Neng, having made his preparations, hurriedly sought out the Mo family. Under their auspices, he seamlessly blended into the departing convoy and swiftly left the Rome city fortress. Meanwhile, Li Mu returned from the Annihilation starship and, upon leaving his dormitory, made his way toward Building Number 1 at the school. Today marked the first assembly of the special training team, and Li Mu was eager to discover who would be part of it. Building No. 1 was the designated gathering place for the special training team, and by the time Li Mu arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered at its foot. The school had officially recruited 30 individuals for this special training team. Among the top 10 star students, aside from the injured Chu Xinghan and a few others who were currently undergoing trials outside the fortress, the rest had all arrived. In addition to these star students, the remaining members consisted of the top 10 students across various grades from the recent competition, resulting in some overlap with the star students, along with several emerging talents, forming the official special training team. As these individuals congregated, most spontaneously formed small groups, some in pairs and others in clusters of 4 or 5. Although Li Mu enjoyed considerable fame within the school, his acquaintances were limited, and even fewer held the qualifications to enter the special training team. Even those he recognized were adversaries rather than allies, such as Tai Jun. Spotting Tai Jun in the crowd, Li Mu noticed that Tai Jun merely cast a casual glance in his direction, refraining from speaking or even displaying his usual malevolent demeanor. Li Mu furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. It seemed improbable that Tai Jun had undergone a transformation after just one defeat. Tai Jun, so you were the one who vanquished Chu Xinghan, a freshman? It's truly humiliating for us upperclassmen to be so easily bested by a first-year student, a remarkably burly figure, towering around 6 feet 3 inches and resembling a muscular giant, remarked disdainfully to Tai Jun. That lad's strength is indeed formidable. If you doubt it, you may as well test it for yourself. Iron Jun's expression darkened noticeably, and he urged, it seems that the news of your defeat at the hands of Li Mu in the office has spread far and wide. Chapter 88. 5 Death Quotas. Iron Jun. You are truly regressing. Unable to handle that young man yourself, you seek to incite me against him. The burly man scoffed. Wu Niu, if you lack the courage to take action, then silence yourself. Iron Jun retorted, visibly displeased. This burly man was Wu Niu, ranked 6th among the top 10 star students at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. He possessed a family legacy of martial arts, rendering him nearly impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. Useless, Wu Niu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Iron Jun before shifting his attention to Li Mu. Young man, at our First Martial Arts University of Rongqing, respect is earned through strength. The stronger you are, the more respect you command. Consider this a warning. Iron Jun is a petty man. If you offend him, be wary of his schemes. Thank you. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for Wu Niu's counsel, indicating that not all the top star students harbored malicious intents. Wu Niu, who do you call a petty man? Iron Jun bellowed, his countenance darkening further as many eyes turned toward him. I refer to you, what of it? Do you wish to confront me? Wu Niu chuckled coldly, cracking his knuckles and fixing a menacing gaze on Iron Jun. Iron Jun's expression soured, yet he dared not engage Wu Niu. He was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Wu Niu's prowess. Confronting him would only lead to humiliation and potentially jeopardize his participation in the special training. What are you all doing? Form a line. At that moment, several instructors approached, with Zhou Ping casting a cold glance at Wu Niu before his gaze swept over Li Mu, commanding sternly, Iron Jun, your support has arrived. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I hope you have him to protect you in the future. Wu Niu huffed disdainfully as he walked back into the ranks. Iron Jun's face flickered between shades of green and red. Unable to counter, he could only glare venomously at Wu Niu's retreating figure before following suit. Li Mu's eyes reflected contemplation. It appeared that Wu Niu and Iron Jun harbored deep-seated animosity. Otherwise, their exchange would not have unfolded in such a manner. Out of a group of 30, approximately 24 or 25 students had gathered today. Others had either departed for the fortress trials or were otherwise occupied, temporarily unable to join the group. Let us gather briefly. I have some matters to discuss. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, approached, surveying the crowd. His gaze lingered on Li Mu for a few seconds before continuing. Some of you may recognize me, while others may not. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Changhe, the Vice President of the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. Half-step Grandmaster Li Changhe. The moment the old man spoke, a stir rippled through some of the younger students, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to regard him. I never expected he would be Li Changhe. Li Mu's heart raced, taken aback by the revelation. Within the formidable stronghold of Rong City, the most prominent figures are the three Grand Masters who stand in plain sight. Two of these esteemed masters serve within the 3rd Army Group, while the remaining one holds the esteemed position of president at the Rong City Martial Arts University. Beneath these three Grand Masters, the most powerful individuals are the half-step Grand Masters like Li Changhe, who, alongside the trio, constitute the pinnacle of the stronghold's martial prowess. However, both the president and vice president of Rong City Martial Arts University are elusive figures, seldom seen by the general student body. The last time Li Mu encountered the president was during a military address on campus when the Ironback Wolf was used to assess the new students. As for Vice President Li Changhe, Li Mu had never laid eyes on him. Even many second and third-year students had yet to meet him. It appears that the school's upper echelon and the Stronghold's leadership attach great importance to the 10 Stronghold League. Otherwise, it would be improbable for Li Changhe to lead the team. Yet, in the recesses of his 30-year memory, Li Mu faintly recalls that Li Changhe seemingly met an untimely demise in battle. A fleeting thought crossed Li Mu's mind, prompting him to ponder whether Li Changhe's death might be intertwined with the injury sustained by Mo Lingyu. Could their fates, one fatal, the other wounded, be linked to the upcoming 10 Stronghold League and the special training team? While many students were still buzzing with excitement over the half-step Grandmaster Li Changhe, Li Mu found himself lost in contemplation, growing increasingly concerned. All right, everyone, please settle down, Li Changhe commanded, raising his hand to silence the crowd. This special training team will primarily be led by myself, alongside Elder Wu Kuan, Teacher Chen Nan, Teacher Zhou Ping, and Teacher Mo Lingyu. Elder Wu Kuan is responsible for instructing everyone in boxing techniques. Students focused on martial arts are encouraged to seek his guidance. Wu Kuan nodded to the assembly, his gaze particularly resting on Li Mu, whom he regarded with satisfaction. Not only had Li Mu been brought to Rong City Martial Arts University by him, but he had also played a pivotal role in the rise of the Strong Martial Academy, which filled Wu Kuan with immense pride. Teacher Chen Nan will be instructing you all in leg techniques. Should anyone have queries regarding leg movements or body agility, do not hesitate to consult him. Chen Nan, a tall and slender middle-aged man, stepped forward as Li Changhe mentioned his name and acknowledged the students with a nod. Additionally, the instructor for body techniques is Teacher Mo Lingyu, who will provide specialized training on related matters. If anyone has questions regarding body techniques, feel free to approach me, and I will do my utmost to assist you, Mo Lingyu declared. Teacher Mo is so beautiful, Li Mu overheard a younger student whisper, only to be met with a chilling glare directed at the speaker. The student's face paled, and he quickly lowered his head in fear of further reproach. Following the icy gaze, Li Mu discovered that its owner was Zhou Ping, who, upon noticing Li Mu's stare, let out a cold snort and shot him a frosty glance. In these few short years, humanity has endured catastrophic upheavals, experiencing the resurgence of spiritual energy, profound losses, and the sudden acquisition of immense power by many. This surge of strength has warped the character of numerous individuals, rendering them cruel and tyrannical. Individuals like Zhou Ping are all too common. In the past 2 years, following the restoration of order, the situation has indeed improved significantly. Our esteemed instructor in weaponry, Master Zhou Ping, is renowned for his unparalleled skills. Students who wish to hone their abilities with weapons are encouraged to seek his guidance. Finally, Li Changhe introduced Zhou Ping, stating, I am aware that many of you consider yourselves prodigies, rebellious, and headstrong. However, what I despise most are those who defy authority and resist discipline. If you wish to join the special training team, it would be prudent to adhere to the rules. Should anyone dare to create trouble or hinder our progress, do not expect my leniency. Zhou Ping cast a cold glance at Li Mu and continued, Now that your instructor has been introduced, I must address an important matter. The school, in conjunction with the military, has approved 5 death quotas for this special training team, and I hope you are all aware of this beforehand. Chapter 89. An incident occurred as Li Changhe's voice faded. The students fell into an unsettling silence, their expressions darkening. They were the elite of the first martial arts university in Rongqing, not ordinary students. Typically, they were treasured by the institution. The mere thought of injury was alarming, let alone death. To their astonishment, the military and the school's higher-ups had sanctioned 5 death quotas for the selection process of the 10 Forts League. These 5 quotas indicated that among the 30 members of the special training team, as long as no more than 5 perished by the end of the selection, it would be deemed a success. Consequently, The instructors would face no repercussions and would receive all due rewards. Participation in this special training inherently carried life-threatening risks, a fact well understood by all. However, the announcement of 5 death quotas was a bitter pill for many to swallow. Joining this training was not compulsory. Students could choose to participate or abstain. Yet, once they confirmed their participation today, there would be no turning back. Should anyone choose to withdraw, they would be treated as deserters and handed over to the 3rd Group Army of Rongqing to be incorporated into the death squad. Lu Changhe paused for a moment, then spoke gravely. You now have 1 minute to decide whether to participate. Those who do not wish to join may leave. However, the school will cease to allocate training resources to those who depart. Li Mu surveyed his peers and noticed many wore expressions of hesitation. This decision was undeniably linked to their lives. Nonetheless, the majority exhibited little in the way of visible concern and showed no inclination to leave. In the realm of martial arts, a warrior's life is one of strife against heaven, earth, fellow beings, and even demons. To shy away from danger is to forfeit the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Furthermore, while the preliminary rounds of the 10 Forts League posed significant risks, those who succeeded would be rewarded with opportunities unimaginable to most prodigies. Many were thus willing to embrace the inherent dangers. Among the group of over 20 individuals, 2 ultimately lowered their heads and hurriedly departed, unwilling to risk their fortunes. Even at the cost of losing the school's resources, Li Changhe did not spare a glance at the 2 individuals who departed. For it was evident that their fates were sealed as failures, incapable of advancing further along the path of martial arts. As the minute elapsed, he declared that those who remained would be considered formal participants in this specialized training team. The majority among you are not lacking in talent. What you truly lack is practical experience and the refinement that comes from life and death trials, he stated solemnly. In the initial 3 days following the establishment of the training team, I shall grant you a period of acclimatization. After 3 days, we shall depart from the fortress of Rongqing. We will engage in intensive training outside the fortress for a week, and the selection competition will commence thereafter, utilizing battle to enhance our skills. A week spent outside the fortress? Such an arrangement had never been made by previous training teams. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, many were immediately filled with trepidation. Overnight stays outside the fortress were inherently perilous, let alone for an entire week. Even the former training teams had never organized such a regimen. Very well. The specialized training commences now. Li Changhe did not afford the anxious students any time for discussion, his voice resolute. Was the upcoming 10 Fortress League truly of such significance? The school and the military of Rongqing were evidently willing to take such considerable risks. A fleeting thought crossed Li Mu's mind. After all, this training team consisted of the most elite students from Rongqing's foremost martial arts university, the majority of whom would ultimately become the backbone of the 3rd Group Army of Rongqing. Sacrificing them now would equate to sacrificing the future strength of that army. Such an arrangement would not have been made without compelling reasons from the school and the military. Aside from Li Mu, several other students bore thoughtful expressions, clearly pondering similar matters. This morning would be dedicated to weapon training, followed by hand-to-hand combat training in the afternoon. Now, let us commence weapon training with teacher Zhou Ping. Li Changhe instructed. Everyone, heed my words carefully. I shall speak only once. Zhou Ping stepped to the forefront of the training team, his tone icy. Li Mu remained unperturbed, indifferent to Zhou Ping's forthcoming remarks, as he had no interest in weaponry and deemed Zhou Ping's skills lacking. A mere first-tier heavenly adept daring to boast of unparalleled swordsmanship was rather presumptuous. However, Li Mu's indifference did not reflect that of others. Many students who wielded weapons displayed eager anticipation, ready to absorb Zhou Ping's teachings. Just then, an urgent voice pierced the air. Li Mu, Li Xueti, I implore you to assist me. A figure dashed forward, disregarding the presence of the training team's instructors, and fervently approached Li Mu. Who dares to disturb the class of the training team? Get away from here. Zhou Ping's countenance darkened as he unleashed a swift palm strike. Though Zhou Ping specialized in weaponry, he was, after all, a formidable first-tier heavenly adept, even unarmed. The force of his casual strike was overwhelming and far beyond what the figure could withstand. Even a mere graze would likely result in severe injury. Li Mu furrowed his brow, stepping forward and flicking his fingers, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Upon impact, 2 waves of power collided, producing a thunderous explosion, and subsequently, both forces dissipated without harming the approaching figure. Zhou Ping's expression faltered, revealing a grimace. as an esteemed instructor of the elite training squad and a first-tier heavenly powerhouse. He found himself bested by a mere freshman, which was a resounding slap to his face in front of the squad. "Senior Blue, what has happened?" Li Mu inquired, ignoring Zhou Ping's reaction and focusing on the anxious figure rushing towards him. This figure was none other than Blue Wei, the senior who had accompanied him during his enrollment at the First Martial Arts University of Rongqing. It had been some time since Li Mu last saw her, and he was taken aback by her unexpected arrival today. "Junior Li, could you possibly visit my home right now? There has been an incident, and I desperately need your help," Blue Wei implored, her expression pleading. "But I am currently in training." Li Mu hesitated, expressing his reluctance. "Junior, my sister is in trouble. If you do not assist me, she may not survive. She is only 7 years old." Blue Wei's eyes glistened with urgency as she fervently implored him. "Your sister?" Li Mu's brow knitted in concern. This involved the life of a young girl, and he could not remain indifferent, especially when faced with the potential loss of such innocence. If he could lend a hand, he resolved to do so, considering the training held little significance for him at the moment. "Lead me to her." Thank you, Blue Wei exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Ping obstructed their path. "Wait, this is the time for the elite training squad's session. If you dare leave without permission, you will be charged with the crime of desertion." Zhou Ping's demeanor was frigid. "Can you not see that I have an urgent matter at hand?" Li Mu's brows knitted tighter, his gaze sharp as he confronted Zhou Ping. "No matter how significant the matter, it does not surpass the importance of training. If you attempt to leave, I will not hesitate to detain you and hand you over to the 3rd Army headquarters." Zhou Ping replied coldly. Mo Lingyu opened her mouth to speak, but, seeing Li Changhe's composed expression, thought better of it. After all, it was the first day of training for the elite squad, and lacking a compelling reason, she was reluctant for Li Mu to leave. "Teacher Zhou, I genuinely have an urgent matter that requires Li Mu's assistance. I implore you to allow him to accompany me. Half a day would suffice." Just as Li Mu was about to respond, Blue Wei unexpectedly knelt before Zhou Ping, begging for his mercy. Li Mu's expression darkened immediately. If Blue Wei was driven to such desperation, she must have had no other recourse. Zhou Ping, if he were not as unyielding as stone, should at least inquire about the nature of Blue Wei's predicament. "Humph, rules are rules. Your kneeling is futile, as long as this lad leaves with you today. He cannot escape the charge of desertion." Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping merely snorted coldly, showing no interest in inquiring about the troubles that plagued Lan Wei. His sole intention was to seize this opportunity to exact revenge on Li Mu, indifferent to the plight of Lan Wei. "Senior Lan, please rise. It is futile to seek assistance from such a person." Li Mu's expression darkened as he reached out to pull Lan Wei to her feet. Without casting another glance at Zhou Ping, he addressed Principal Li Changhe, stating, "I must request a leave of absence from this morning's weapon training session, as it holds no significance for me. Given Zhou Ping's proficiency with weaponry, his training is of no use to me." As soon as Li Mu uttered these words, the 5 instructors displayed a range of reactions. Mo Lingyu gazed at Li Mu in astonishment, while Zhou Ping's countenance darkened considerably. Even Li Changhe's expression soured. For Li Mu's words were audacious, especially considering Zhou Ping's status as a first-tier celestial expert. The training room fell into a hush, with many casting furtive glances at Li Mu, deeming his arrogance excessive. "Li Mu, you are the only student of A-class extraordinary talent admitted to our Rongqing Martial Arts University in the past 2 years, a veritable genius among geniuses. However, the more gifted one is, the more one must guard against pride and complacency. If you possess a valid reason, I may grant you leave. But you must first apologize to Teacher Zhou Ping." Li Changhe shook his head and spoke. "Principal Li, this brat attempted to flee during the very first training session and has the audacity to insult me. This matter must be addressed with gravity. A mere apology will not suffice." Zhou Ping retorted coldly. "Principal, I concur with Teacher Zhou. Without rules, there can be no order. Li Mu must face severe consequences." Taijin stepped forward and declared loudly, "Li Mu, you should quickly apologize to Teacher Zhou." Mo Lingyu, her face tense with worry, urged him with a glance. "Li Mu, apologize to Teacher Zhou first. I will consider the subsequent punishment," Li Changhe stated, reluctant to destroy a talent so easily, yet unable to disregard Zhou Ping's attitude, thus opting for this course of action. "Junior, I will find a way to resolve this. Perhaps you should remain here for training." Lan Wei bit her lip, drawing blood, and spoke with difficulty. "Principal, I did not insult him. I merely stated the truth." Li Mu shook his head at Lan Wei and pointed towards Zhou Ping, speaking calmly. Truth? Fury ignited in Zhou Ping's eyes as he swiftly drew the sword hanging at his waist, a sardonic smile forming on his lips as he exclaimed, "Very well, boy. If you can withstand a single strike from me today, I shall allow you to leave. Zhou Ping, do not overstep your bounds. If you wish to engage, I shall gladly oblige." Wu Kuan, who had remained silent until now, darkened his expression and spoke coldly. "Withstand a strike?" Li Mu shook his head at Wu Kuan, a derisive smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "What difficulty lies in that?" Although Zhou Ping was a first-tier celestial expert, perhaps even stronger than Zhao Hu, the head of the Zhao family, Li Mu would not necessarily be his match without employing the dragon armor. However, fending off a few strikes from Zhou Ping would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, even without the dragon armor, Li Mu possesses hidden cards. The energy of the Annihilation Starship has recovered somewhat, and the capabilities of the mainframe have significantly improved. The mainframe is also one of Li Mu's trump cards. "Teacher Zhou, do not strike too harshly." Li Changhe's expression changed as he finally spoke. Feeling that Li Mu was becoming overly arrogant and needed to be tempered to understand his place in the world and cultivate diligently. "Principal, rest assured, I will not kill him." Zhou Ping sneered, his aura surging ominously as he coldly fixed his gaze on Li Mu. "Li Mu, it is not too late to admit your mistakes," Mo Lingyu quickly interjected. She was acutely aware of Zhou Ping's disdain for Li Mu and feared he might take the opportunity to inflict serious harm on him. "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I admit to any faults?" Li Mu replied nonchalantly, pushing Lan Wei aside and meeting Zhou Ping's gaze directly. "I am pressed for time. Do not delay me, let us begin." Simultaneously, Li Mu issued a command to the mainframe within his mind. Upon receiving his order, the mainframe sprang into action. "Master, the battle synchronization state has been initiated. This synchronization is expected to consume 0.01 standard energy." The mainframe's voice resonated in Li Mu's mind. The 0.01 standard energy equates to 1 or 2 well-endowed spirit stones. Such a significant expenditure for a single battle synchronization was indeed a strain on Li Mu. Yet at this moment, the consumption felt trivial. "Then receive my blade." Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he took a decisive step forward. A blinding flash of the blade materializing in his hand. The overwhelming blade aura sent a chill through the hearts of the other special training team members. As the blade light emerged, a piercing sound echoed through the air. Li Mu's eyes slightly narrowed. No wonder Zhou Ping dared to proclaim himself unmatched with the sword. His mastery of the blade was indeed formidable. However, this strike would not harm Li Mu, for he was no weakling. The powerful blade light descended in an instant, and just as it did, Li Mu's expression hardened, stepping forward rather than retreating. In that moment, Zhou Ping's countenance shifted. Although Li Mu had merely advanced, that step made Zhou Ping feel discomfort, rendering his strike ineffective. The clash of blades rang out. Zhou Ping's eyes hardened, shifting his attack as he unleashed both sword and blade. Li Mu felt a surge of danger in this strike. "Zhou Ping, how dare you?" Wu Kuan erupted in fury. Zhou Ping actually dared to employ his dual blade technique against Li Mu. Not only Wu Kuan, but even Li Changhe's expression altered in that instant. Chapter 91. The appearance of the specter. Li Changhe lunged towards Zhou Ping, but the latter's assault came too suddenly. And as Li Changhe had not yet reached the Master Realm, he was unable to intercept Zhou Ping in time. Mo Lingyu and Wu Kuan also rushed forward. Yet their speeds lagged behind Li Changhe, making it impossible to stop Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping wore a fierce expression, showing no intention of restraint. His ultimate technique, the blade's whistle and sword's howl, was viciously aimed at Li Mu, as he envisioned the moment when Li Mu would lose an arm, rendered utterly incapacitated. After all, he was a formidable first-tier celestial expert, while Li Mu was merely an undeveloped prodigy. Even if he were to incapacitate Li Mu, what repercussions could the school impose upon him? Could they possibly sever one of his limbs as well? Such a notion was hardly implausible. Before making his move, Zhou Ping was acutely aware that even if he crippled Li Mu, the consequences would not be dire, solely due to his status as a celestial powerhouse. However, in that fleeting moment, he failed to notice the flicker of lightning in Li Mu's eyes. Suddenly, Li Mu's figure twisted in an uncanny manner, and he launched a powerful punch towards the heart of Zhou Ping's blade and sword radiance. In an instant, Li Mu's fist collided with Zhou Ping's lethal attack. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Impossible. Zhou Ping's face contorted in disbelief as the force of Li Mu's punch reverberated, producing a resounding clash of metal. Zhou Ping's blades collided with one another. The blades whistle and swords howl were instantly shattered. This was the singular vulnerability of his technique, one that Zhou Ping had concealed impeccably. Even a master might struggle to discern it. Yet, Zhou Ping never anticipated that Li Mu not only perceived this flaw, but also seized upon it. Bang! In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced Zhou Ping's chest, and he spat a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backwards. Had he not managed to hastily position his blade in front of his chest at a critical moment, he would have suffered a grievous blow. "You little bastard, I will kill you," Zhou Ping roared, momentarily halted before charging at Li Mu. As a first-tier celestial expert, it was an utter humiliation to be injured by a student in front of so many witnesses. "Stop!" At that instant, Zhou Ping felt a heavy weight on his shoulder as Li Changhe restrained him. Zhou Ping struggled fiercely but could not break free. As Li Changhe's strength far surpassed his own, Li Mu cast a calm glance at Zhou Ping and, withdrawing his fist, inquired of Principal Li, "May I take a leave of absence?" Unexpectedly, Li Changhe responded, "Not only do you possess remarkable cultivation talent, but your insight and temperament have also reached such heights. Therefore, you may choose to participate in the training of the special training team within the fortress of Rong City, or you may opt out. However, participation in the trials outside the fortress is mandatory." Li Changhe regarded Li Mu with a profound gaze. The ability to discern the weakness in Zhou Ping's ultimate technique indicated Li Mu's keen insight and his audacity to exploit that weakness to defeat Zhou Ping, demonstrating a resolute character that few could muster. "I shall not be absent from the trials outside the fortress." Li Mu nodded, then turned to leave with Lan Wei. "Elder Wu, Zhou Ping is currently injured and unable to teach the students. Please take over the class for now while I escort Zhou Ping for treatment." Li Changhe observed the sinister gaze of Zhou Ping fixed intently on Li Mu's retreating figure, and he sighed deeply before addressing Wu Kuan. Today, Li Mu had humiliated Zhou Ping to such an extent that Li Changhe feared Zhou Ping might seek revenge by following him. Thus, he felt compelled to keep a vigilant eye on Zhou Ping and to counsel him against any retaliatory actions toward Li Mu. He forcibly led Zhou Ping away, and the moment they departed, a chorus of murmurs erupted within the training team. "My heavens, I must not have seen incorrectly. Li Mu actually defeated Teacher Zhou with a single punch. His strength is utterly terrifying," exclaimed a shocked student. Indeed, even the top-ranking student among the 10-star pupils, Yu Qianren, would hardly be a match for Teacher Zhou. Another student chimed in. "Taizhan, it is no wonder you were thrown out of the office by Li Mu. Even your master is no match for him, let alone you." "Nonsense. You are talking utter rubbish. My master must have deliberately held back to avoid injuring Li Mu, never anticipating that this vile little brat would seize the opportunity to attack my master. How could my master possibly be incapable of defeating him?" Taizhan shouted in exasperation. "Enough. Everyone, quiet down. We shall commence special training now." Wu Kuan glared at Taizhan with discontent before issuing his command. Mo Lingyu gazed at Li Mu's departing figure with a peculiar expression. She had not expected Li Mu to achieve such a feat. Despite his inferior energy level compared to Zhou Ping, he had managed to injure him with a single blow. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Lan Wei had boarded a flying shuttle, heading directly to Lan Wei's home. Indeed, by utilizing the mainframe to enter a combat synchronization state, as long as the disparity in levels was not too vast, the mainframe's combat assistance proved immensely beneficial, instantly analyzing the weaknesses in the opponent's techniques. Alas, such assistance consumed a considerable amount of energy. As Li Mu piloted the shuttle, he mused internally. The combat assistance provided by the mainframe was highly effective, but once it engaged in combat synchronization mode, the mainframe was required to perform extensive calculations and simulations within a very short time frame. Such intensive computation was incredibly energy-consuming, and the level of assistance he had just utilized was equivalent to depleting the power of 1 or 2 spirit crystals. With the starship's energy reserves dwindling and spirit crystals scarce, employing this combat synchronization assistance was quite extravagant. In the 30 years of his memories, Li Mu had utilized combat synchronization assistance numerous times. However, this was the first occasion in this life that he had employed this function of the mainframe. Yet, to confront Zhou Ping, he had no choice but to rely on the mainframe's combat assistance. Otherwise, he would not be able to counter Zhou Ping's formidable blade techniques. "Li Mu, we are almost at my home," Lan Wei exclaimed as the shuttle exited the first martial arts university and entered an ordinary residential district. "Senior sister, what exactly has happened at your home?" Li Mu inquired while maneuvering the shuttle toward the direction Lan Wei indicated. "They say They say my sister has been possessed by a ghost, and that they intend to burn her alive. Lan Wei bit her lip, as if resolved to make a decision. Li Mu, if you can save my sister, I will do anything you ask of me. Lan Wei remains a maiden to this day. As long as her sister can be saved, she is willing to do anything that Li Mu desires. Are malevolent spirits possessing individuals once more? A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he shook his head and advised Lan Wei. Senior, let us first ascertain the condition of your sister. The possession by malevolent spirits has always been a complicated matter, particularly for martial practitioners, who lack means to exorcise these entities. Chapter 92. The Law Enforcement Hall. While martial cultivators can eradicate malevolent spirits, common practitioners often find themselves ill-equipped to manage possessions. These spirits remain concealed within the living as long as their hosts survive. Even ordinary Taoist practitioners possess limited methods to expel malevolent entities from the living. Given the multitude of Taoist disciplines, ranging from the 5 elements, thunder, fire, metal, wood, water, talismans, incantations, divine abilities, to sword cultivation. The most adept at confronting malevolent spirits are those who have mastered specialized divine abilities targeting such entities, or those who practice ghost-controlling techniques akin to the legendary Taoists of yore. Such practitioners are exceedingly rare within the fortress of Rongcheng, many still in the preliminary stages of their studies, lacking formidable strength. Consequently, the measures employed against possessions in Rongcheng are often crude and simplistic, resorting to violence unless one possesses the means to hire capable Taoists. Please, do not take my daughter. She is merely 8 years old and knows nothing. In Lan Wei's home, a middle-aged woman with graying hair clung desperately to the leg of a man clad in law enforcement hall attire, pleading fervently. This modest dwelling, no more than 50 or 60 square meters, was in disarray, stripped of any valuables, a common practice of the law enforcement hall. Families devoid of power or influence, once targeted, are mercilessly plundered as if locusts had descended upon them. These Taoist practitioners, unable to extract resources from demonic beasts, turn their gaze upon the common populace, leveraging their authority to exploit the innocent. Who cares how old your daughter is? If she is possessed, she must be incinerated. Step aside and do not hinder us. The leader of the law enforcement hall kicked the gray-haired woman aside with little patience. Captain, this place is as poor as a ghost, hardly worth our time. Another member of the law enforcement hall grumbled as he emerged from a nearby room, clutching a bag of stolen goods. As these law enforcers rampaged through the home, they paid no heed to the quiet girl, locked away in the center of the living room. The child, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, was slender and clean, yet dressed plainly. Bound by woven ropes inscribed with talismans, she sat silently in the middle of the room, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Please, my daughter is innocent. She has done nothing wrong, the gray-haired woman implored, positioning herself firmly before the girl and bowing repeatedly in desperation. The incessant sound of kneeling echoed within the cramped room, and soon a blood-stained imprint appeared on the floor, the middle-aged woman's forehead smeared with crimson. Get lost, you wretched peasants. Your existence is a blight. The captain's expression was one of irritation as he delivered a brutal kick to the middle-aged woman, the sickening crack of bone resounding through the air. She was hurled against the wall, collapsing weakly, despair etched across her face as she gazed at her daughter, unable to utter a sound. Mom. At that moment, Lan Wei burst in as if possessed, swiftly embracing the middle-aged woman. Oh, I didn't expect this old hag to have such a beautiful daughter. The captain's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he approached Lan Wei, his hand reaching toward her face. However, before he could complete the motion, it was seized by another. Who dares? He bellowed, his expression darkening, clearly taken aback by the audacity of someone intervening in the affairs of their enforcement hall. Wuda Limu. A resounding crash followed, the force of an explosion as the captain was sent flying, his upper body nearly shattered by Li Mu's strike. Captain. The remaining members of the enforcement hall were utterly stunned, their pilfered goods clattering to the ground. What are you? One of them stammered, trembling in fear. Wuda? Li Mu. Li Mu's frosty gaze swept over the enforcement hall members, his voice cold. What? You are Li Mu? The faces of those who had contemplated using their techniques against him drained of color, their resolve crumbling. The enforcement hall belonged to the Taoist Academy of Rong City, and most of its members were students of the academy. The news of Li Mu's previous victory over Bai Zhantian had already spread throughout the institution. Bai Zhantian was one of the Academy's 5 prodigies, renowned for his formidable strength. If Li Mu could easily defeat him, then dispatching these individuals would be even simpler. Terrified, they dared not make a move upon hearing Li Mu's name. Run! Suddenly, one of the remaining enforcers shrieked, and the group fled in a panic. Resembling frightened dogs, Li Mu regarded these insignificant figures with indifference, his attention shifting to the little girl in the center of the hall. There was indeed something amiss with her. How had she become possessed? He turned to Lan Wei, inquiring about the girl. My daughter is not possessed. She is not possessed. Lan Wei's mother, pushing Lan Wei aside, struggled to crawl toward the child, clutching her tightly with a look of terror. Mom, don't be afraid. Li Mu is a good person. He is here to help my sister. Lan Wei exclaimed, enveloping the middle-aged woman in a comforting embrace. Really? The middle-aged woman gazed at Li Mu with a mix of hope and trepidation as she timidly inquired. In the fortress of Rong City, any ordinary person possessed by a spirit would be immediately condemned to a fiery demise. As the Taoist Academy had set up a fire formation that incinerated both the person and the specter. Auntie, please step aside. I mean her no harm. Li Mu reassured the woman. Thank you, thank you. She expressed her gratitude while anxiously moving aside, with Lan Wei guiding her to safety. Lan Wei's mother was gravely injured and required treatment, yet Li Mu understood that he could not prioritize his own needs at that moment. Even if he were to treat her first, she would likely refuse. I am aware that many spirits possess intelligence. I now offer you a chance. Exit her body, and I shall escort you outside the fortress to ensure your safety. Li Mu stated earnestly as he approached the young girl, locking eyes with her. The girl's pupils were dark, and faintly, a second pair of eyes seemed to peer back at Li Mu from within her. Chapter 93. You think too much, Zila. The smile on the girl's face broadened grotesquely, her lips stretching to an alarming extent, yet the smile persisted, causing her visage to split at the temples. Blood gushed forth in an instant. What is happening? What is happening? Bebe, what is wrong? The middle-aged woman, in a panic, shoved Lan Wei aside and rushed to the girl's side, clutching her tightly. You brought this upon yourself. Li Mu exclaimed in anger, pulling the woman away and lifting the girl, severing the ropes binding her. This spirit did not appear particularly powerful. If it were, it would not have been captured by the enforcers. It was merely relying on its possession. Unlike the enforcers, Li Mu could not simply eradicate both the girl and the spirit in one fell swoop. With a fierce tug, as he removed the talisman-bound ropes, the girl emitted a chilling howl, lunging at Li Mu. Li Mu, be careful, Lan Wei shouted, fearing for both her sister's safety and that of Li Mu. You are courting death. Li Mu's gaze turned icy as he caught the girl with one hand, a subtle blue light beginning to manifest in his eyes, enveloping the girl in its ethereal glow. Li Mu, do you know any spirit tamers? Can you enlist their help to exorcise the spirit from my sister? Lan Wei bit her lip, beseeching him. Aware of Li Mu's esteemed standing at the academy, she recognized her inability to summon a spirit tamer on her own and sought his assistance in finding one. While she understood Li Mu's formidable strength, she believed that martial practitioners could slay spirits but could not exorcise them. Only a spirit tamer could accomplish that. This spirit is not so formidable. There is no need to seek a spirit tamer, Li Mu declared, as the subtle blue light fully enveloped the girl, causing the spirit within her to gradually reveal itself. Once a ghostly entity successfully possesses a host, it becomes invisible to the naked eye. However, under the scrutiny of the mainframe's scanning capabilities, this spectral being is rendered visible. For at its essence, a ghost is merely a form of energy. If you wish to harm me, she must perish as well. A garbled voice echoed from the bloodied visage of a young girl, who was frantically struggling in Li Mu's grasp. Her strength was astonishing, far exceeding that which one would expect from a mere child. Even a third-tier yellow-level practitioner might not possess such formidable power. You are mistaken. She lives, you shall die. Li Mu's expression hardened, and within the barely perceptible blue glow, arcs of electricity danced, unleashing a powerful current that struck the ghost with pinpoint accuracy. The entity emitted a chilling wail as its upper half detached from the girl, while its lower half remained firmly bound to her. Ghost, ghost, there truly are ghosts. A middle-aged woman gasped in terror at the sight. You may perish. The realms of the living and the dead must not converge. Cease your torment. With a steely gaze, Li Mu plunged his hand into the ghost's chest at the moment its form became apparent, a dazzling flash of lightning erupting from his grasp. It carries your essence. You are linked. At the instant of the electrical explosion, a pitch-black claw latched onto Li Mu's arm, droplets of crimson blood falling onto the ghostly appendage, which contorted with a look of sheer horror. In the next moment, the entity was utterly consumed by the radiant electricity. Is it over? You are truly a dual cultivator of both Tao and martial arts. Lan Wei observed in astonishment, realizing for the first time Li Mu's dual mastery. What did the ghost's final words signify? I do not know, Li Mu pondered, shaking his head, his 30 years of memory revealing little connection to such entities. Come with me. We must attend to her. Certainly. Lan Wei hastily supported the middle-aged woman and swiftly followed in Li Mu's wake. Li Mu cradled the young girl while Lan Wei assisted her mother, and they hurried towards the hospital. What is transpiring here? If a ghostly entity has manifested, this situation must be reported to the enforcement hall. Upon their arrival at the hospital, the attending physician, upon observing the girl's condition, spoke with alertness. This is unrelated to any ghost. She has been assaulted. Simply stitch the wounds. Li Mu declared, producing his martial authority token with a firm tone. Very well, Commander. The doctor, after examining the token and confirming its authenticity, promptly summoned a nurse to assist, beginning to tend to Lan Wei's sister's injuries. Possessing the martial authority token was tantamount to being affiliated with the military, a fact well known even among the common populace. And the status of soldiers had reached its zenith in this era. With Li Mu's declaration, the doctor dared not inquire further. Li Mu, I am deeply grateful. Had it not been for you, my sister would have perished in their flames. Lan Wei exhaled a sigh of relief as her sister was taken away, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Li Mu. The young girl's vitality was already frail, and with your sister having been possessed by a spirit, her life force has further diminished. Henceforth, she must be cautious and refrain from engaging with chaotic elements or venturing into desolate areas, Li Mu remarked with a nod. I understand. She merely went to play by the riverside this time. It's possible that malevolent entities have infiltrated the city via the underground river, Lan Wei responded. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hospital, where a multitude of individuals clad in uniforms of the enforcement hall disembarked from vehicles, encircling the hospital with alarming intent. The throng was densely packed, numbering at least 400 to 500, indicating that the enforcement hall had mobilized its entire force. Who is Li Mu? Come out. A thunderous roar reverberated from outside the hospital. Seeing the situation unfold, Lan Wei's complexion turned pale. With 400 to 500 cultivators, should they all surpass the foundation establishment stage, the combined might of their techniques would be formidable enough to challenge even a celestial-level expert. Li Mu, however, doubted that all members of the enforcement hall had reached such a level, yet they were indeed formidable cultivators from the Rome castle, and significant casualties would undoubtedly impact the castle's defenses. Li Yu, summon all members of the Martial Arts Society to the East City Hospital. Li Mu commanded after scanning the exterior, promptly dialing Li Yu without elaborating on the situation. After concluding the call, he strode towards the exit. I am Li Mu, he declared, stepping out into the fearful gazes of those in the hospital, meeting the fierce countenance of the enforcement hall's personnel with a calm demeanor. You are Li Mu? Seize him. The leader of the enforcement hall coldly ordered with a sweeping gesture. Typically, it was the enforcement hall that bullied others. Never had they encountered someone who dared to retaliate against their members. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Several individuals from the enforcement hall charged at Li Mu, brandishing specially designed chains intended to restrain martial artists. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, martial and Taoist practitioners had risen, prompting the development of numerous countermeasures against them. Once ensnared by these chains, a martial artist's capabilities would be utterly suppressed. Just based on your feeble attempts? What right do you have to apprehend me? Li Mu's gaze hardened, an icy aura emanating from him, transforming the vicinity before the East City Hospital into a scene reminiscent of a ferocious beast. The enforcers felt a chill run down their spines, trembling in fear, unable to advance any further. Li Mu, do you intend to resist the law through violence? The leader of the enforcement hall's expression soured. He recognized Li Mu's formidable power. If someone as strong as Bai Zhantian from their academy had fallen to Li Mu, it was evident that Li Mu's prowess far surpassed his own. Though the leader of the enforcement hall was also among the top 10-star students of the Taoist Academy, he understood that he would likely not stand a chance against Bai Zhantian if he were to resort to force, despite his confidence in overwhelming Li Mu with sheer numbers. The cost would likely be considerable. If one could capture Li Mu without incurring any cost, imprisoning him in the law enforcement hall would be the most favorable outcome. Even a fierce tiger would have to kneel. Law? In this era, you dare to speak of law to me? Do the members of the law enforcement hall even merit such discourse? Li Mu wore a disdainful expression. While there may be good individuals within the law enforcement hall, their customary practices of extortion and bullying the weak are well known. It is utterly laughable for such a law enforcement hall to even broach the subject of law. Even disregarding the law, you must adhere to the regulations of the 3rd Army Corps. The head of the law enforcement hall's countenance stiffened, and he resolutely declared that according to the Army's regulations, no one within the confines of the Rhone Castle may harbor individuals connected to demons or spirits. If you shield someone possessed by a ghost, even with the authority of a strong military order, equivalent to a major in the Army Corps, I possess the right to detain you, not to mention that you have slain a member of my law enforcement hall. Today, no one can save you. Senior sister, bring your sister out. Li Mu instructed Lan Wei, who, although uncertain of his intentions, promptly dashed into the hospital and emerged carrying her sister, who had just had her mouth wound stitched. Standing in the sunlight, Lan Wei held the little girl as Li Mu pointed at her and spoke in a deep voice. Do you dare claim she is possessed by a ghost? As Li Mu's words fell, many in the law enforcement hall exhibited expressions of confusion, while those in the hospital began to murmur among themselves. Wasn't it said that those possessed by ghosts fear the sunlight? Yet this little girl shows no fear of it at all. Indeed, but look at the grievous wound on her face. It could very well have been inflicted by a spirit. In these times, with so many psychopathic deviants around, some individuals are more terrifying than ghosts. It may very well be the work of a human. The head of the law enforcement hall's expression darkened. He gazed at Li Mu in disbelief and said, You have actually exorcised the spirit from her. She was never possessed. The law enforcement hall has framed and extorted her. Since you have come here today, you must provide me with an explanation. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he responded with equal firmness. Li Mu, spare me your theatrics. Even if she is not possessed, your act of killing a member of the law enforcement hall is still a crime. You must accompany us back to the law enforcement hall for questioning. The head of the law enforcement hall's expression turned utterly grim as he waved his hand vigorously, signaling the 400 to 500 members of the law enforcement hall to disperse and prepare to act forcefully. Do you think your numbers intimidate me? Li Mu stared at the head of the law enforcement hall, shaking his head disdainfully. Just then, a fleet of vehicles arrived, nearly blocking the East District Hospital completely. President, we have arrived. Li Yu, accompanied by members of the Martial Arts Society, disembarked from the vehicles, and groups of Martial Arts Society members swiftly appeared behind Li Mu. President. In an instant, members from the Martial Arts Society of the Strong Martial Academy and several other martial arts societies gathered behind Li Mu, including not only those from the Demon Martial Academy, but also from the Divine Martial Academy and the Frenzied Martial Academy. With 500 to 600 members from the 3 academies across 4 grades, the Martial Arts Society outnumbered the members of the Law Enforcement Hall. Li Mu, do you wish to instigate a conflict between the Martial Arts Academy and the Cultivation Academy? If a significant number of casualties were to occur, no matter how brilliant you may be, no one would be able to protect you. The leader of the Law Enforcement Hall's face turned dark as he shouted in exasperation. If the 2 academies were to engage in a fierce conflict resulting in massive casualties, it would lead to insurmountable troubles. Do you truly believe anyone would be able to safeguard you then? Li Mu replied coldly, leaving the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall speechless. I shall protect him. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot in from the distance, landing directly in front of the members of the Law Enforcement Hall. Do you think I cannot protect him? Principal, you have arrived. Principal. Upon seeing the newcomer, the previously sullen faces of the Law Enforcement Hall members brightened with renewed arrogance. Li Mu, do you not kneel down and surrender immediately before our Vice Principal Su Rusung from the Dao Academy? The leader of the Law Enforcement Hall proclaimed with a smug expression. When reason fails, strength is the only truth. Ultimately, power is the most unyielding reality in this world. Su Rusung? Li Mu's eyes narrowed, and the members of the Martial Arts Society behind him tensed up. Su Rusung, the vice principal of the Dao Academy, had reached the pinnacle of the innate stage, the closest to the Golden Core stage. The strength of a Golden Core cultivator is comparable to that of a Grandmaster warrior. The innate stage is roughly equivalent to a celestial level powerhouse, and the peak of the innate stage is akin to a celestial level 3rd-tier pinnacle. Such power would make it difficult for Li Mu to contend with, even if he were to don the dragon armor. You have disrupted the enforcement of the Law Enforcement Hall and caused the death of its members. Come with me. Su Rusung, appearing to be in his 40s, regarded Li Mu with an indifferent expression as he spoke. What if I refuse to go? Li Mu's demeanor turned icy. The Tao Academy is notoriously protective of its own, and he was a genius of the Martial Arts Academy, not of the Tao Academy. If he were captured and taken to the Tao Academy, he would face dire consequences. Refuse? You have no choice in the matter today. Su Rusong's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he coldly stared at Li Mu. Unbeknownst to Li Mu, Bai Zhantian was the prized disciple of Su Rusong. Li Mu's gaze narrowed, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Outside the East District Hospital, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Su Rusong, when did it become your prerogative to dictate the fate of those from the Martial Arts Academy? Just then, a resonant voice echoed, as Li Changhe strode in with Wu Kuan and Mo Lingyu. Li Changhe? Su Rusong's eyes narrowed instantly. Half-step Grandmaster Li Changhe faced off against half-step Golden Core Su Rusong. The two titans of the Martial Arts Academy and Tao Academy had both arrived. Li Changhe is here. The members of the Law Enforcement Hall wore grim expressions. They had not expected the vice principal of the First Martial Arts University to show up, alongside the vice principal of the Tao Academy. If they were to graduate from the Martial Arts University and join the Third Group Army, they would become comrades in arms. However, at present, competition between the First Martial Arts University and the Tao Academy was fierce, particularly due to the scarcity of resources for both martial and Tao practitioners. What would they do in the face of such scarcity? Conflict is inevitable in such circumstances. Li Changhe, the individuals from your Martial Arts Academy have slain members of our Taoist Academy's enforcement hall. You must provide an explanation. Su Rusong's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Li Mu, what on earth is happening? Li Changhe turned to Li Mu and inquired. The enforcement hall members accused Blue Wei's sister of being possessed by a ghost, intending to burn her alive and seize the Blue family's assets, an egregious crime. I possess a martial authority order, and thus, I am justified in executing them. Do any of you dissent? Li Mu coldly addressed the Taoist Academy members, causing an immediate stir among the enforcement hall, their faces pale. Yet none dared to voice their objections. With the martial authority order in hand, eradicating evil is without guilt. This power is bestowed by the Third Army of Rong City. At least overtly, no one in Rong City would dare challenge the authority of the Third Group, not even Su Rusong, a half-step Golden Core cultivator. It is not for you, a martial cultivator, to determine if possession has occurred. That is for our Taoist Academy to ascertain. I hereby demand, in the name of the Taoist Academy, that you accompany us for investigation. Su Rusong's expression darkened further as he spoke in a low voice. Su Rusong is notorious for protecting his own, favoring kin over justice. Even if what Li Mu claims is true, he would not easily let Li Mu off the hook. What authority do you have to demand my cooperation in this investigation? Li Mu scoffed, stating that if he wanted cooperation, he should seek out the military personnel. Principal, this fellow is too arrogant. He has killed our enforcement hall members and dares to act so insolently before you. You must stand up for us. The head of the enforcement hall shouted excitedly. Kid, I will ask you one more time. Will you come with us or not? Su Rusong's gaze narrowed dangerously, a potent sword intent brewing around him. Su Rusong, also a sword cultivator, bears the esteemed title of Rong City's foremost sword practitioner, his strength surpassing Bai Zhantian by an unknown magnitude. As Su Rusong released his sword intent, the members of the Martial Arts Society grew tense, should a confrontation arise. The day would undoubtedly be drenched in blood. Blue Wei wore a look of trepidation. The events of the day ultimately revolved around the Blue family. If the conflict resulted in significant casualties between the Martial Arts Academy and the Taoist Academy, she would bear the blame, regardless of the consequences. And if I refuse to go, what then? A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he spoke, his aura swelling to match Su Rusong's. Though he might not stand a chance against Su Rusong, he was determined to resist. Capturing him would not be an easy feat. Well said. As warriors, we would rather stand and die than kneel for life. Li Changhe nodded in satisfaction. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront a half-step Golden Core cultivator, even with support. Stepping forward, Li Changhe positioned himself in front of Li Mu. If you wish to take Li Mu today, you shall have to step over my body. Li Changhe, are you truly intent on protecting this boy? In Su Rusong's eyes, a palpable killing intent emanated, and the gazes of the two adversaries clashed in midair, igniting sparks as if they were ablaze. Indeed, Li Changhe had declared without hesitation, both individuals exuding a formidable aura, their energies intertwining, causing those around them to feel a weight upon their shoulders, as though the very air had begun to solidify. The members of the Martial Arts Academy appeared tense, mirroring the anxious expressions of those from the Taoist Academy. For many years, the Rome fortress had never witnessed a conflict of this magnitude among such powerful individuals as Li Changhe and Su Rusong. Should they engage in combat, a river of blood would surely flow today. Li Mu furrowed his brow tightly, within his 30 years of memories. While there were no legends of a clash between Li Changhe and Su Rusong, many matters had fundamentally altered. Since the onset of his recollections, the butterfly effect had taken hold, and numerous events would likely deviate from the patterns he once knew. You have some audacity. The two stood in confrontation for a while, their energies nearly reaching a zenith. Yet at that moment, Su Rusong let out a cold snort, casting a deep glance at Li Mu before departing on his sword. Though a half-step golden Dan could not truly fly, it could traverse several miles with ease. The law enforcement hall's members were taken aback by Su Rusong's abrupt departure. As the sword light vanished, chaos ensued among them. Disperse. With Su Rusong's exit, Li Changhe seemed entirely unfazed, waving his hand at the law enforcement hall members. Quickly leave. The members hurriedly boarded their vehicles, scurrying away. Having arrived with great bravado but leaving like lost dogs, their confidence dissipated. Li Mu observed Su Rusong's retreating figure, his brow deeply furrowed. Su Rusong's formidable strength, now a half-step golden Dan, stood just a step away from the pinnacle of martial mastery. With Su Rusong's protection, it would be far more challenging for anyone to target Li Mu. You all should return as well. No one is permitted to leave the school without permission for the next month. Li Changhe instructed the members of the Martial Arts Society. They averted their gazes, hesitating to speak further, and swiftly departed. Such collective brawls were strictly prohibited by all schools. You, causing trouble this morning with Teacher Zhou, and now stirring up such a significant disturbance in the afternoon. Truly a master of mischief. Once everyone had left, Li Changhe shook his head in exasperation as he regarded Li Mu. Principal, how would you handle such a situation? Li Mu inquired, gesturing to the visibly frightened Lan Wei family. In the face of the greater picture, these are trivial matters. One must always prioritize the overarching situation and uphold the greater good. Li Changhe pondered for a moment before responding. The greater good is still a form of righteousness. Yet the lesser good is also righteousness. Li Mu replied solemnly. In the name of upholding the greater good, committing wrongs may have been something I tolerated in the past, but I shall no longer do so. In his previous life, Li Mu was excessively concerned with the greater good, valuing overarching principles while neglecting minor ones. He often turned a blind eye to certain matters, enduring much in silence. Ultimately, in his unwavering commitment to the greater cause, he led the mechanical forces produced by the Annihilation-class starship to confront the main forces of the demon tribe, only to be betrayed and meet his demise. In this life, he vowed not to repeat such mistakes. Having chosen to take action, he would not shy away from the consequences, regardless of how tumultuous they may be.